with Paul Trustwell and now Sam Collins from Race Car Engineering joining us in the Mobil One Broadcast Centre with all kinds of drama playing out at the head of the GTE field. Let me give you a quick summary of what has happened recently. Stuart Hall had a problem with the Aston Martin number 96 and brought that car back into the pit lane. Just as he was doing that, Fernando Reis, or at least Richie Stanaway, excuse me, came into the pits with about a 45-second lead that he pulled out on Tommy Milner in the last hour or so. Very routine looking front disc and pad change. Fernando Reis went out on his outlap down towards the hard braking zone at the right, left, right chicane at the first part of the chicanes at the Ligne Droite en Arrière. No retardation whatsoever, and contact with the back of Tristan Gommendy in the number 46 Orica, the Tyrrell by TDS car. Now the TDS car has not made it back, but Fernando Reis has, and his car is undergoing some remedial work to the left front. In the meantime, the 64, the Corvette, came into the pit lane. Jordan Taylor has been installed in that and has gone back out with a new set of discs. Interestingly, that work was done on the pit apron rather than in the garage. The main beneficiary of all of this is AF Corsa and Jimmy Bruni, the world champion. He's gone through now and leads the class by 1 minute and 7 seconds from Taylor in the Corvette in second, and Fernando Reis, stranded in the pits at the moment, is now looking over his shoulder, metaphorically at least, for Richard Leitz in the number 91 Porsche, the remaining works Porsche. So all action at the front of that field. Let's go down for an update. Owen Mildenhall is watching the Aston Martin work that is going on, that I'm sure they're working as hard as they can, but the drivers will think it's a snail's pace. Owen, what's the situation with that former leader then, the 99 car in the GTE Pro class?
Well, as you said, John, there was the liquid that was really causing alarm, so they are now taking the front of the car off to change the radiator. Got a new radiator going onto the car, but also they have to take away quite an area of the front of the car to put a new radiator in. They're also replacing the front section of the floor, and I think when that's done, obviously we're going to get 2 new front wings and the bonnet's back on, but it's the radiator that seems to be taking the time at the moment.
Just amazing how this race continues to keep our attention. Sam Collins joins us. Good morning, Sam.
Hello, John. It's relentless out there, isn't it? I thought it would calm down a little bit, but that battle at the front of LMP1 is crazy.
I don't know if you heard what Paul was saying earlier on, but the stint average times are now quicker than the pole sitter was last year on a single lap.
The actual speed doesn't surprise me too much. We've had a lot of evolution in these cars. They've come a long way from last year, but it's just the constant. Normally there's a little, the teams, the drivers, everybody gets a little bit of time to sit back and relax a little bit in the night, but this year's not been at all like that. We've just seen the leader of GTE AM loop the car down at the chicane, so we're going to see that battle between Pedro Lamy and in the Aston Martin catching right up to the back of the number 72 AF Corsa Ferrari, and that's going to be a really hot battle this next time by the stripe as well.
I'm going to put my hand up here and say that I was wrong, because I didn't think the Porsches would still have the kind of pace that they've got at this stage of the race. I didn't think they'd have it after 6 or 7 hours.
Well, we haven't seen it in WEC all year, have we? I mean, since Porsche came back into proper endurance racing, they've really failed to do very well in any WEC race, and they've broken down on a frequent occasion. I thought they wouldn't be anywhere near this level without any real major technical hiccups so far.
Well, it's a great time to find the reliability, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, the real astonishing stint was that one by Nick Tandy as night fell, or as the first real night session progressed, and it was not only a good stint from him, it was quicker than any of the other Porsches were going. And by Andre Lotterer's own admission, they had a slight problem with their car as well, which meant it was going slower in the night. And over the course of a quadruple stint from Nick, that was enabled a 1 minute advantage to be built up by the Porsche, which the Audi now, Ben Trellier, is just beginning to nibble back, and he's got it down to about 54 seconds. But it's going to be a long old haul from now on in. I said a little while ago, the graph's going in the right direction, but he's going to need to keep on going in that direction for the rest of the race, or the whole thing gets thrown into disarray when it starts raining at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Well, the Snatch tractor has lifted the 46 car out of the gravel, and Tristan Gommendy has got it going. He's got, what, 2/3, Sam, of a lap to get that Tyrrell by TDS Orica back with a very broken rear end. What will be, I think, the defining part of that is how much the rear end is moving around and what's broken there. Not the bodywork, that's all right, but if there's any of the wishbones or anything like that broken, that's going to be a long old drive back.
Well, it's not just the drive back, the distance of it. We saw it at Matsuda when the Nissan went earlier in the race. You know, Matsuda didn't quite get to that point, and I think he realised what came next at the end of that long section after Arnage Indianapolis. He's got to get through the Porsche curves. In a
There's
car
only one line through there.
There's only one line through there, and it's really hairy to go through there with a car that's a bit sick, yeah.
And you don't want all of a sudden the back end just stepping out when you've got on the throttle and something pops out and all of a sudden you've got a bit of rear wheel steer that you didn't need.
Exactly, and going across the track there just as somebody else comes around and finds you.
Stop. Oh no, I don't even want to think about that. Earl Bamber is impressing at the head of the field, Sam, and the technology leap that we've been talking about, and I know this interests you, Porsche absolutely at the forefront of that. They've got the smallest engine, but they've now got the biggest energy recovery system on the grid, and the battery pack that they're using was somewhere near 6 megajoules. I think now they're quite happy to say it probably wasn't getting the full 6 in that last year. They've gone up into 8 this year, but without making that battery pack any bigger, but crucially not making any heavier either. And
this is the technological advancement that the ACO and the FIA wanted to see with the new rules. They wanted to see it in Formula 1, but Formula 1 didn't really manage to achieve it. But here in Le Mans, in the LMP1 class, this technological advancement has gone so fast that I think it's actually caught the race organisers by surprise and the rule makers by surprise. That's why these cars are so much faster.
But what have we always said? Let clever people do what they do best, which is innovate. Give them a nice big sandbox. Don't sort of parcel them up and keep them in a small place. Give them a big sandbox, give them the tools they need, give them a shovel and a bucket, and then see what they come up with. And what we're seeing here are some pretty spectacular sandcastles.
I know, I think they're going to have to take away the shovel, unfortunately, the lap times we've got, because the cars are so fast now that it's going to lead to circuit changes unless they get rid of that shovel.
I hope that's not the case. We've spoken about this before, and it's corner speed that seems to worry the ACO, particularly at the moment. But I think that we have to accept, Sam, don't we, that we've got two separate issues here, because on the rest of the circuit that make up the FIA WEC, World Endurance Championship, the speed of these cars is spectacular and not really an issue. At Le Mans, it's a different kettle of poisson, and this is in fact a special case. And of course, it's the only non-Class 1 circuit that these guys race on all year.
That's exactly right. When John says Class 1 circuits are divided up into different categories of safety standards and surface and facility. Class 1 means Formula 1 safety standards. So that's why you see the Nürburgring tracks like that, Fuji Speedway. These are all Formula 1 standard circuits, the best race circuits in the world. Le Mans does not meet those Class 1 specifications. Doesn't meet in terms of the barrier, in terms of the circuit design, in terms of barrier positioning. This is the Le Mans specific problem. You see the number 18 car in the pits from 6th position. That's Romain Dumas. I think he's going to stay in the car by the look of it.
Certainly should do.
Nicely handwritten bottle. You think it will be printed on Porsche design, but no, a little marker pen on the water bottle there.
Yeah, very nice to see.
Second stint for him.
And that was 13 laps.
It was 13 laps. Yeah, we haven't quite got to the bottom of why they're only doing 13, but that's still on Nick Damon's list at some point.
Let's go down in the pit lane, and I think that was Owen that was calling me. Owen?
Yes, it was, John. I'm standing in the 46 Tyrrell car has made it back into the pits. They're doing a rear end change, but I can see from here, peering over everyone's shoulders, a very, very bent rear wishbone. So they're going to need to do a rear suspension change as well, so it could be quite a long stop.
Thank you very much. Could it be, Paul, that the 13 stops for Porsche is because they are on the ragged edge of fuel flow and fuel usage?
Not unless they can't pick up the bottom of the tank. Now, I'll look to Sam here, because there are some clever fluid dynamic things you can do with the bottom of the tank in order to make the fuel flow in more quickly. Now, it may be that as a result of the way that they've designed the tank and the filler in order to try and get the fuel in quickly, even though the rules allow them to use all the fuel in the tank, they just can't pick it all up because of the design of the tank. And so, as I say, the rules say they've got enough fuel in the tank to go 14 laps. So that assumes they can get it all out of the tank. And if they can't get it all out of the tank, then they may be choosing to only do 13. Or it may just be a tactical idea that they've got and say, look, everybody else is doing 13. If we do 13, we're not going to be at any disadvantage, but we get shorter pit stops.
Well, when you talk about the fuel tank in the car, a lot of people think of these metal boxes, and it's actually just it's like a plastic bag in there. You know, it's not quite a carrier bag. It's one of the posh ones you get from Waitrose or something. You know, it's quite a thick plastic bag made of, sort of Kevlar and aramid fibres. In the Porsche, it's actually an ATL fuel tank, and those are the same people that made those super trick, super fly, totally illegal BAR fuel tanks that were used in Formula 1 at Monaco, where they managed to find an extra little bit of space at the bottom of the fuel tank to get through and run a little bit further than they're allowed to on fuel mileage. ATL and the guys who are designing these fuel tanks really understand that fluid dynamics inside the tank. So pretty much all of the fuel that you'd expect to get from the tank is going into that collector. The collector is like an old bean can with some holes drilled in it with a pipe sucking the fuel out of it. And you should be able to get down to almost pretty much all the fuel that you're going to get out of it. You wouldn't get a litre out of the end of it, I don't think. So you should be drinking every single bit of fuel.
Right. Well, in that case, they're leaving more in the bottom of the fuel tank for some reason. And all I'm suggesting is, you know when you turn the tap on in your sink really, really hard, and you haven't got any water in there first, it all splashes up because it's hitting the bottom of the sink. Same thing happens with fuel when you put it into an empty tank. If you put it into a little bit of water, it goes in much more smoothly than it does if you put it into a surface. And it may be that they're getting the fuel in more quickly because of the way that tank is, as you say, designed. And that may be what they're doing.
The other issue with that is there's a difference in the forming properties between diesel and petrol. And diesel does not like being pumped quickly, and then it does form up and you don't get it all in.
What you're talking about
is a real issue.
What you're really talking about is the size of head on a pint of beer.
Yeah.
You pour a pint. If you're like me and you can't really use a beer pump, you end up splashing foam all over the place, and everybody in the pub laughs at you.
You got to, if you tilt the glass and you have the confidence to throw it all the way down the side of the glass, and then pull the glass back and just finish off with a little flourish, that's fine.
Unfortunately, you can't tilt a Porsche 919 in the pit. So they've tried; it just doesn't really work.
Audi have a very clever tilting petrol tank, apparently. Diesel tank.
Oh, that'd be clever.
The 66 GMW car, the one that was all aflame earlier on with the fuel spillage, is getting the disc and pad change in its garage at the moment as Earl Bamber continues to lead. His lead was about 1 minute and 2 seconds. It's come down closer to 50 seconds now as Ben Trellier continues metronomically to knock in the 321s. This is an awesome stint from Ben Trellier. Here is that hero stint that we know that the Frenchman can do, that he does without muss or fuss or whinge or moan. He gets in, and when Lena Gade, his engineer, gets on and says, do you fancy doing 5 stints on this set of tyres, Ben? Yeah, fine, it's fine. Just
I don't think Lena says, do you fancy?
No.
Lena will say, you are doing 5 stints.
Can you do 5, you should probably say.
No, she'll just say, you are. And you don't argue with Lena.
No, that's true. Never doubt the Gade. And hello to everybody on the Audi pit wall who I know are having our radio broadcast brought to them. Thanks to the guys down at MRTC who were working hard on the pit lane as well. Thanks for your assistance earlier on this week as well with the some of the radio problems that everyone has been having around the pit lane this weekend. So Earl Bamber now 51 seconds ahead, 3:24.41 against a 3:20.4 as Ben Trellier has fallen out of his metronomic rhythm and gone a bit quicker. Most people, if they fall out of their rhythm, go slower. Ben goes faster. I know that he was almost poached away from Audi and had a couple of offers from other teams, big money offers, and Audi worked very hard to keep him. Possibly the most underrated, and by, we mentioned him now, but I think a lot of people don't really recognise his his contribution to that car and indeed to the whole team, Sam.
Well, he's got a lot of letters, but he's not a big name, if you like. He's not one of these guys that's got this Formula One background. He's not racing in Formula E or one of the other big shouty series. He's just getting on and doing it, and he's always been like that. He's one of these drivers who just gets in and does what they're told, and that's exactly what you need in endurance racing.
I find him a very human kind of individual as well, and he's I said earlier on, he brings a French passion to the German efficiency of the team. He had one slow lap at the beginning of this stint, and I suspect it was because of a slow zone, which has kind of messed up the average calculation, because there was certainly some yellow flag, even if it wasn't a slow zone, but it meant that his not his out lap, but the lap after his out lap was a 3:44. After that, he's kind of really nailed it, but as I say, the average has been rather spoilt by that, partially affected by the slow zone lap. Apart from that, his average has been a 3 minutes 21 dead. So that's
it's just remarkable, isn't it?
And with Treluet still with laps to do, he's not leading the race, but significantly, as you mentioned, John, he is hauling in Earl Bamber, who's not driving the 19 Porsche as quickly as Nick Tandy did earlier on.
And then, having said that, Earl Bamber's just done a 320.5, clearly tuned to 91.2 FM, and just getting a bit of a wiggle on. Eric Rude just quoting me saying this is an awesome stint from Ben Treluet, and says quite rightly, how many times have we all said that in the last 5 years? And it's true, and yet he still isn't, as Paul and Sam have rightly said, he's still not seen as one of the superstars. And
the quiet man of Audi.
Yeah, but he's just remarkable driver. His ability to do what he's doing now is one of the reasons that car was my pick before the race started.
Do you know what? The reason I didn't pick a Porsche, and the reason I picked a Toyota before the race started, mainly because nobody else had picked a Toyota, but also that I thought the Toyotas would be playing this game, which they clearly are, with metronomic reliability of pumping in pretty much the same laps time and time and time again. But the average lap speed of those Toyotas is about 3-4 seconds too slow, and Paul will be able to tell us exactly how much. And that strategy is failing because the Toyotas are falling further and further and further back. 227 laps and 224 laps completed compared to 232 and 231 for the first two.
And the
it's too far, isn't it?
The 2 car hasn't had an issue. The 1 car did. Anthony Davidson had a bit of contact in the Porsche curves when he got out of kilter with some of the traffic and banged in the front end. There's a vestige of light in the sky now. It's 19 minutes past 5 in the morning. 52 seconds is the lead at the head as Ben Treluet does a 22. A little bit of traffic or a slow zone there, perhaps, just to slow the Frenchman down. And Mobil 1 broadcast certainly begins to come back to life with people coming back into our broadcast area.
Fastest full stint, just to answer Sam's question, fastest full stint by Toyota, Anthony Davidson in the 5th stint of the race. So early on, in fact, it was Anthony's first non-safety car stint, 3 minutes 24.5. And as I say, that, as you say, Sam, 3 seconds really per lap off the kind of lap times that have been done by both Audi and by Porsche. And I think even Pascal Vasselon said 2 seconds a lap. So in fact, he's even further off the pace than he estimated.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got that reliability that they wanted. It's just not the pace. And that's still quicker, I think, than they were running last year. So it's a little bit of a difficult one for Toyota to know what to do for future, because clearly this car hasn't got the pace that it needs. So they need a bit of a concept change.
Next year's car, and this was something I was going to discuss with you at this exact juncture, as in comes the 8 Audi. This is the one that's off the lead lap. Just Lucas Di Grassi's been doing a long stint in that car. This looks relatively...
He's done 2, this is his 3rd.
Yeah, looks relatively routine. The screen's being cleaned. No tyre, well, tyres are there, but not really being brought out, so it's going to be diesel fuel only. Another 54 litres have gone in, and off he potters down the pit lane. Toyota are already developing next year's car.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
And it's going to have a battery pack and not a supercapacitor, and they're going to go into 8 megajoules.
We think they're going to have a different engine.
It's going to have a turbocharger, somebody told me.
Well, I wonder, have they put rather too much effort into that, rather than maximising this car, or has simply the pace of development from Porsche and to a certain extent Audi, although Audi are effectively using the same backbone, certainly the same chassis, engine and gearbox and suspension layout pretty much as they used last year, which proves that actually that wasn't a bad design.
No, the core of the Audi is the same, but it's that development curve. Toyota's just been a bit left behind, and the concept for the car, I think, has been maximised, and there isn't much more that can come, Paul.
Go back to your, again, a couple of seconds after you asked the question. Fastest stint by Toyota last year, full petrol tank stint by Buemi, 3:26.2, and I say that compares to this year's 3:24.6. So a second and a half of an improvement on a full stint is not too bad for Toyota, but it's just not enough.
And I think that's exactly what happened. I think what this race has now done, and I don't think they were distracted by next year's car, John. I think this race has just reset those objectives really quite hard, and I think they realised just after Spa quite how hard the objectives are going to be reset. I don't think the new engine was on the agenda yet. It's been accelerated. What form that takes, I'm not entirely sure they know that for certain. They've got an idea, but I also think they've got options, because I know of a couple of engines that they can look at, John.
Third position car, Felipe Albuquerque in the number 9 Audi is into the pit lane. The mechanic leaps two-footed onto the front end of the car to vigorously polish the windscreen. The left-hand door comes open. The Progressive Motorsport pressurised drink system is changed. The windscreen wiper is lifted off the screen, cleaned, put back on again. I love the way the mechanics jump on and, God, that was quick, and use the new bits of the aero kit to stand his feet on.
I was going to mention that, John. You just reminded me to talk about that, because like, those little speed whiskers, right? They're made of really dainty little carbon fibre pieces, and I was looking at them just going, you know, they're just little shrouds.
I like speed whiskers, by the way.
Well, when he jumped on it and whacked his feet on it, you know, he sits on the
both
front of the
feet
car.
off the ground at the same time.
Pushing it the wrong way, essentially, they are strong. I mean,
that's a deflection test right there.
That is a strong car at the front there, and that is what was really amazing. They have built some solid front end on that car. We saw that early in the race with the number 8 car when it had that slow zone schmozzle and ended up with the front end being ripped off and, you know, doing more damage to the barrier than it did to itself, driving back to the pits and a few minutes later whacking a new front on. It's
4 minutes,
stunningly
19
strong car.
seconds that took to fix it, and it was out, and it was fixed before the barrier was.
Exactly, but the Porsche could be repaired even quicker, we discovered a bit later on, when the black one had a little moment down at Mulsanne Corner where a lot of people were going off during this race, and they managed to do it on the pit lane in about 30 seconds, which amazed me.
The pace at this time is relentless. The hint of light in the sky giving people a little bit of hope for later on. It's one of these seminal moments at Le Mans. You have them, you set yourself little targets, as we do here in the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre. Get the first 3 hours over, get the first shift over, get the second shift over, you get into darkness, get to midnight, and then you're into Sunday. Get to 3 o'clock in the morning, halfway through the race, get to daylight. But of course, at daylight here, being one of the very shortest nights of the year, and there's now certainly a little bit of indigo in the sky, and we're looking the wrong way where we are. Behind us is where the light is coming from, but we're going to still run something like 9 hours, even when the sun has come up. 3 o'clock this afternoon, Central European time, currently 5:25 in the classes. The P2 battle continues with Matt Howson still leading it as ever they have been. This is now, we haven't talked about this enough because they're just doing it, and I kind of don't want to talk about it, but you have to. This is Stracker-esque from a few years ago. Bring it in, tyres, fuel, out. Tyres, fuel, out. The 47 KCMG is bossing this class, and yet he's only a lap up on the field.
But LMP2, you're not supposed to be able to do that.
Well,
you're supposed to be about 0.3 of a second away from every single car and down to position 20. But for the whole race weekend, for the whole event, that 47 KCMG is a Raker 05 has just blown the doors off everybody. So is the actually Tourette TDS car, until it had that sort of moment. It was looking very much like an Raker 05 1-2, and the KCMG guys are doing fantastically, Paul.
Yeah.
Although time spent in pits, least time spent in pits thus far in P2 is the Murphy Prototypes car, the number 48. That's done 23 minutes and 17 pit stops. The G-Drive car, number 26, has done 19 pit stops and 24 minutes. And the KCMG car has done 19 pit stops and 26 minutes in the pits. So it's done it on pace out on the track rather than being very, very quick in the pits.
Well, you need to recalculate that slightly, Paul, because the Murphy Prototypes car is in the pits as we speak.
And Joe Bradley is down there. Hello, Joe.
Yes, I am indeed, and we've got Sam Bird, a bit of British interest there, just waiting with his seat in hand. The 26 G-Drive Ligier has been brought to the pit road, and the Fire Marshal almost gets it there as Roman Rusinov, who's in the car at the moment, is extracted. And he really does need a bit of assistance to get him out of that and across the pod that leads to the cockpit of the car. The fuel's going in at the moment, and Sam Bird can't get in the car right now because something is being done in the cockpit, and I think that's just a drinks bottle being replenished. The mechanic grabs his seat and inserts it, and now Sam slips down into that very tight and small orifice on this car. As you can hear in the background, the tyre changes just coming to. That's the left front we hear there. Now we're going to zip round, and now we go to work on the right front. The car comes off the jacks. Job done. Lights on.
Nicely done, Mr. Bradley.
They're under pressure, these guys, because I think they can smell it. They can smell a good run here in the P2.
The thing that they need to do, gentlemen, is to keep the pressure on. The old days of fast but fragile second tier prototypes are long gone. If you look at the amount of time spent in the pit lane in the last 3 or 4 Le Mans 24 hours, probably the last 5 or 6 actually, this is a battle of pace. Now, the lack of real variety of engines, yes, we have a few, but most people are using Nissan, so fuel consumption isn't an issue here. You know, they're all pretty much using the same mousetrap for that, Sam. So it really is down to the drivers, and ultimately it comes down to the non-pro driver and how good they are in this class.
And Joe's absolutely right. The G-Drive team is under pressure because they can smell it, but what they can actually smell is the slight whiff of Simon Dolan in that Gibson Nissan coming up behind him. That's the last year's winning car, and you know, with Karen Chandok at the wheel of the 48, he's got Simon Dolan coming up behind him, and Simon Dolan is the very, very capable gentleman driver, if you like to use that expression, in that Jota Zytek, as I keep calling it, Jota Gibson, coming up behind him. And he is the guy who won last year, and you know, he's not far off that position to come and get that Ligier, and that Oreca of Matt Howson isn't much further ahead.
It's 45 seconds, Simon Dolan away at the moment from a podium position. They can't surely do this. I said in the preview programme that if the 38, who were my tip for this, I thought Jota had the momentum coming in there, soundly whipped the regular FIA World Endurance Champions runners at Spa, there being an ELMS, a European Le Mans Series. Surely they can't be back at the back of the grid and drive their way through again to another victory.
I think they certainly can, John. I mean, actually, these Gibson Nissans almost never go wrong because they've been around just for so long, since 2007. And that's when the Greaves number 41 car retired much earlier in this race. It was extraordinarily unusual to see a mechanical failure on one of those cars.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley, who is in the G-Dive pit. Joe?
Yeah, I'm just going to give this a bit of a test while I'm with you at the moment.
That'll do.
Oh, I'm going to have to get Roman Rusinov and lead him to the front of the garage.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll give you a shout when I'm ready.
All right, in the meantime, I'll check in with Owen, who's got some news from the opposite end of the pit lane. Owen, what have you have?
Yeah, I've just been moving from garage to garage. I mean, it's very awkward that the TDS and Aston garages are right next to each other, and there's a desperate measures from both teams to get these cars finished. The TDS team have got the damaged right rear corner off, and they've got the new suspension on, just fitting a new drive shaft. And the Aston boys have got the new radiator in. I think, if anything, they're looking the closest to be ready to come out, but they're still a little bit of a way away yet.
Thanks, Owen. In has come the leader and had to come in around the 17 car of And is that the 17 car that's in behind them? It's certainly another one of the prototypes. They had to get the dolly jacks out to get it straight before they could get the fuel hose on. And that just cost, 2 or 3 seconds for Earl Bamber as he came into the pit lane. But that has been an awesome turnaround. And that, in fact, must have been... Which car was that behind them? It wasn't the red Porsche.
I think it's Aston Martin, actually.
It's the garage next to the Porsches, isn't it?
It's...
I think it's one of the Ferraris, but the number 62 Ferrari car, I think it was, that was having a longer pit stop. But it did cost it time to the tune of 10 seconds, I would say, 62 seconds in the pits for Earl Bamber there, for what should be a fuel-only stop. And so that's the longest stop from the Porsche. Now we can go back to Joe Bradley. He's got Roman Rusinov.
Yes, I can. I can get the inside story as to what this battle and how this battle's looking from inside the cockpit. Number 26 G-Drive Ligier. Roman, pressure's on. You could tell by that pit stop and the way the crew went about it.
No, but no pressure, to be honest. There was only one problem with the car 35. I don't know who was driving Vantoro on Esther, but completely stupid. Going into Indianapolis and trying to overtake me, you know. If you're faster, you can make it later, but completely stupid movement. I don't know what he had in the head.
So trying to pass you at a place on the track where it's virtually impossible.
Yeah, especially, yes, when you have the same car, it's impossible to pass here. It's flat.
And are you finding that with the P2 cars? It is difficult to pass. You've got to plan it.
Yeah, it's always difficult. Now, how many hours I left? 9 hours 30 to go. Yeah, it's not too bad. So,
what will you do now? Get some sleep?
Yeah, try.
Yeah. Pressure's on there for Roman Rusinov. And
at RadioLeMans.com, we live for endurance racing. Le Mans, Bathurst, the Nürburgring, Spa, Silverstone, Fuji, and many more great races on classic circuits around the world, all covered live. Now add Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Road America, and Road Atlanta to the list. IMSA Radio from the International Motorsports Association and Radio Show Limited is a new service bringing you coverage of every session of the Tudor United Sports Car Championship, qualifying and race coverage from the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge and the Support Series races. Live, free, and without commercial interruption, direct to you. Look for the IMSA radio icon on the RadioLeMans.com homepage.
The Hourly Update, powered by Audi.
Well, we've got 9.5 hours still to go. It's just after 5:30 in the morning, Central European time. And Audi leads Le Mans once again. The 7 car, Ben Treluer, on one of his hero stints, is in the lead, but only just after Earl Bamber's last pit stop. It's about 2 seconds, maybe even less than that. 7 from 19. Felipe Albuquerque is a further minute and 50 seconds or thereabouts behind, and Brendan Hartley remains on the lead lap in the number 17, the red and white Porsche. He's another 10 seconds further back from Albuquerque. 7, 19, 9 and 17, all on lap 238 as we speak. Lucas Di Grassi is the first car off the lead lap. We're in the pit stop cycles now. This is going to move around just a little bit. And then it's the 18 Porsche. Mike Conway and Kaz Nakajima are the 2 Toyota pilots in 7 and 8, but they are 5 laps away from the lead. In P2, Matt Howson is aboard the so far immaculately run and metronomic 47 Oreca, the KCMG car. Now with the best part of a lap and a half on the whole field after Sam Bird's just jumped into the 26 G-Drive Ligier in second, and Karen Chandok is in the 48 Murphy Oreca in third position. He's on lap 213. Simon Dolan doing what Simon does very well here. He loves this place, and after the trials and tribulations of the mighty 38 Gibson Jota, he's back up into 4th place and is just over half a minute away from a podium position at this stage. Pipi Durrani is behind the wheel of the 28 G-Drive Ligier in 13th position and 5th in class, and it's Kevin Estre in the 34 car, just making up the top half dozen. In GTE Pro, it got blown apart about an hour ago when there was a problem for Fernando Reis hitting the back of Tristan Gommendy in the Tyrrell by TDS prototype just after a brake change. It was just at the time that the Corvette was having a brake change as well, and Jimmy Bruni and AF Corsa have sprung into the lead and continue in 20th position overall to hold sway at the moment over Jordan Taylor in the 64 Chevrolet Corvette, and Richard Leeds is now aboard the number 91 Porsche in 3rd position, and although he is just on the end, I think, of the lead lap, he might have just lost the lead lap actually in the GTE Pro category. In GTE it's happened. Pedro Lamy has wrested back the lead from Alexei Bazov after a little spin from the Russian, the 72 Ferrari in 2nd to the 98 Aston leading. And in 3rd place in the it is now once again on the pit stop cycle, Pat Long doing a triple stint, it looks to me, in the 77 Dempsey Porsche. He's having a great battle with the 62 Ferrari. Jeff Siegel now in that all-American effort. That's your Audi hourly update on 91.2 Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
Audi. Vorsprung durch Technik.
And every time I do that, I just remind myself, gentlemen, how close it actually is in pretty much every... Yeah, all right, there's laps between P2, but as we've seen, an issue, have to do a brake change, but a bodywork falls off, Sam. It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes is a lap here.
Well, do you know what's astonishing me, John? I was looking over this far screen we've got over here. The number of retirements.
Yeah.
Where's the rest of them? It's dawn. Shouldn't that whole screen be grey?
No, well, that's a good point, actually. We've got, 6, 7 official retirements. There's a couple of walking wounded there, Paul, but once again, we've said this over many years, the attrition rate at half distance and 2/3 distance is normally, it can be pretty good. It's that last quarter, last third of the race.
What I'm pleased to say we haven't had, I don't think, is any retirements caused by accidents. I think they've all been mechanical in one form or another. And that is unusual.
No, the 36 Alpine, I think, was an accident.
That's the one, yeah. Okay,
I never actually saw what caused that accident at any point. We just saw a very broken Alpine arriving.
Yes, drifting into shot clearly with no motive power whatsoever.
But that's the only one, and normally the early stages of the race you'll get at least 1 or 2 others happening than that, so I'm very grateful for that, because it's meant
and no rain, and still no rain.
8 o'clock, I think somebody said.
I'm prepared.
Never mind.
I'm saying no rain.
Let's assume no rain, John, because that's great, because this little graph in front of me will then continue in the way that it's going to go.
Which of your little graphs is this, then?
It's that little green one down the bottom.
And what does that tell us?
And I'm deeply grateful for all the people who have provided this, by the way. You know who you are. Thank you very much. What it tells us is that although Benoit Treluet took a handful of time out of the lead of Earl Bamber during the first stint, in the second 2 stints he wasn't able to do it. Now, he's caught up a little bit more on this stint as a result of that longer pit stop from the Porsche, whilst they had to push and pull the Porsche into the right place. But that was done as a result of the pit stop, not as a result of lap times from Treluet. So quite why that is happening, but having been able to make inroads on the first stint, the lap times from Treluet are still roughly the same, but Earl Bamber has been able to respond to the threat and improve his lap times so that he's no longer being caught.
I just wonder whether Porsche were telling Earl to be slightly too conservative on the first stint on the rubber, and they've actually found out that they could go a bit quicker.
Well, it's possible, but on Earl's first stint, he was up against Andre Lotterer on his, or at the end of Andre Lotterer's stint, so they're not quite matching, you see what I mean? So Bamber's going to be out of the car before Treluet will be. It's very close, but what you can do is to then, because you can do these things, project it forwards, and even if the kind of pattern that's been projected goes on until the end of the race, it's going to take up until about 7 o'clock this evening, not 7 o'clock this morning, so beyond the end of the race, before the Audi catches up. So at its current rate of catching, the Audi is catching, but it's not catching up quickly enough.
That's all things remaining equal.
Well, that's why I assumed that you said it's not going to rain.
But the rain doesn't help Porsche because they're not very good in the rain, but neither does warm weather because they can't get the tyre life. And remember, it's not just a question of time and changing the tyres. They haven't got any more tyres to use.
Well, it's not just
only 12 sets.
It's not just the number of sets they've got, John. It's they've got different compounds they can use, and there's different compounds depending on different temperatures. So the tyres they're on at the moment is why we're seeing these lap times moving and evolving up and down ever so gradually. It's the tyres that are defining that, not the drive. It's not the strategy. It's the tyres as they go through. Well, at some point, as the temperature comes up, they're going to switch to a harder tyre compound. But that depends very much, as we're looking at one of the Audis there.
It's the leader.
Is the leader in the pits. Well, they're going to have to make a decision to switch tyre compound to the harder compound. But if we do have some weather coming in, even the lightest amount, that's going to have a massive impact on that tyre choice. And that could define how quickly that rate of catch that Paul was talking about it evolves, and I think that could change the game in a big way.
I do still think that Audi are more than in this game, and I'm still saying that the 7 Audi is going to win this race. I've been saying it all week. By now, it would have been a different race if they hadn't had the puncture, but that's ifs and ands. You can't go with that. I've got to say, I did not expect Porsche to have this pace at this time of the race. I thought we'd see them fade after 6, 7, 8 hours. I'd said if they got to 10 hours at full speed, I'd be amazed. I'm amazed because they have not shown this through the early part of the FIA World Endurance Championship season.
Well, have we seen any mechanical problems for the Porsches at all?
Don't think so.
No, and that I think, is that the first time we've seen that in any race for the Porsche 919 in any season it's
Drive
contested?
shaft problems, damper problems, battery problems, recycling the car type problems, electronic issues. We've seen the whole gamut of issues for Porsche in the first couple of races. Paul puts his finger to his lips as if to say, shush, don't. I'm not wishing it on them, but what I'm saying is what a great step forward it's been, and what a place, Paul, to produce that kind of reliability that we haven't seen from them up until now.
Exactly. This race has already gone on for longer than the entire WEC season had
so far, yeah,
before we got to this race. And I think one of the other aspects of the dry race syndrome is that the pace of a dry race is so fast, it's so hard, it's putting all the components under much more strain. When you have a wet race, it just lightens everything up just a tiny bit, and things tend to run a little bit cooler, and it's not all quite so stressful for the components. New cars tend to like wet races just because they're not being put under as much pressure.
Just saying, was that the SMP
was
going
the SMP,
wide?
that's what I was
37.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw something with a 7 on it that was vaguely red and thought, is that the 17? But Brendan Hartley doesn't make those mistakes. So it was indeed the 37 SMP that went wide at Mulsanne Corner. At the moment, Earl Bamber in the groove and just reeling off the laps. 22-0 last time around. So he lost a little bit of time towards the end of the stint there from Trellier. As you might imagine, Trellier with a lighter Audi just pulled out to about 3 seconds. But as they resume, as Paul's been explaining, last time they resumed, Trellier was about 1 minute and 5 behind. Now he's 51 seconds behind.
Again, I'm going to disagree with you on the weather, John, because I think you're wrong on that. And I'm not the only person. There's some tweets coming in showing the radar of that blob of rain sneaking up the auto route from Tours to Le Mans. And I think it's going to be here sooner rather than later. I think we're going to see it before 8 a.m. actually. And when the moment that rain arrives, and if it arrives, will be a defining factor, because it might arrive just at the sweet spot for one or other of the cars on their tyre cycle. Then the decision they make on the pit wall about the tyres is going to make that massive, difficult decision, because they're going to have to pick up whether they go wet, dry, intermediate, and how long they use them for. That's going to be a defining factor.
Our Nismo pit lane team at this time of the morning are Joe Bradley and here's Owen Mildenhall.
Yeah, and I'm afraid it's bad news for the 46 Orica team. Looks like after their sterling work, they've obviously found some more serious damage, because there's Tristan Gommendy's got out of the car, and the mechanics are taking off their helmets, putting away their tools, and there's a lot of hugs and sad faces down here, because it looks like the 46 car is going to be a retirement.
Heard it first here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Well done to our pit lane team, by the way. They've been across all of the stories this morning. 5:45 in Central Europe at the moment. Pedro Lamy still leading for Aston in GTE and from Alexei Bazov. And in third position, Pat Long for the Dempsey Proton 77 Porsche in Pro. Jordan Taylor has just gone back to the head of the field, courtesy of a pit stop from Giancarlo, or from Jimmy Bruni as it was. Giancarlo Fisichella has got in. That's going to be actually quite tight when we next see those guys around, because they weren't that far apart. So 64 Chevy Corvette ahead of the Ferrari 51, and Richard Leeds up into third position now for Porsche, albeit a lap off the lead of the guy. No, not a lap off the lead. I made that mistake last time. About 3/4 of a lap down, and this is because of the problems that the Aston Martin number 99 has had, and this is real disaster for these guys in terms of the championship, because they are 100% at the moment. They've got every pole and won the race. They've been going cracking job, and they are dropping down the field at the moment and have dropped down to 4th, 5th, 6th position in GTE Pro. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Yeah, the Sunderland Porsche's in them. Number 17, Brendan Hartley, bringing the car in, and he's handed the car over to Mark Webber, who's already in the car. The fueling's already done. They're now going to work on the wheels and tyres. So fresh rubber on the number 17 Porsche. That pit stop about to come to an end, and the car, the last wheel on the car is the right rear off the jacks, and away it goes. We'll get a word with Brendan, I would think. He's always the one to have a story regarding his stint, so when he's had a well-earned drink and a cool-off, we'll get a word with him.
Certainly getting much lighter in the sky. What we can't see, because it's coming from the wrong direction, is the cold front. It's coming up from the south and east. The wind has changed around completely, and the weather isn't coming from where the ground wind is either. The low-level wind is blowing straight down from the north, but the weather is coming up from the southwest, and there is a bit of a front coming towards us. It's just starting to get a little bit overcast. If you get anything, it'll be a few drips and drops of rain at Mulsanne for maybe 8 to 10 minutes, I reckon, and then it'll be gone. The worst of that rain is going to miss us and go to the south and west.
For a man from the north, you're terribly optimistic about the rain, aren't you? You really should know better.
Have I been wrong yet, Paul, this week?
Do you know, I hate to admit it, but I haven't really been listening to you when you go into the weather forecast. I use those moments to do the calculations and the forecasts of the race.
In the old days, I used to stick my head out of the window when we were in the tyre paddock and have a look to see where the weather was coming from and sniff the air, as only someone who's been caught out as a motorcyclist can do.
Well, that's the ionisation of the air you get before a heavy storm, and I think you're going to be sniffing that smell in not too long, because I do think the intensity of this rain is going to be really quite high, Paul.
Well, we'll wait and see.
The pressure hasn't dropped enough for it to rain right now, although there are some overcast clouds coming towards us. There's all kinds of technology that goes into weather forecasting, and frankly, you could roll the dice and guess most of the time. It's still around about 17 degrees Celsius. That is, 34, 36, 66 Fahrenheit. That's in the air. On the track, still around about 22, 21 degrees Celsius. So that's still in. I mean, that track temperature's held up overnight, Sam, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm quite surprised at how much the track temperature has held. We've only lost 5 degrees from dusk till dawn. But now, Paul, is anyone coming up for their tyre window in the next sort of 10 to 20 minutes for a tyre change in any of the top battles at the moment in each class? Because if someone's coming there and the rain comes in their tyre window, they're going to get an enormous advantage.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the difference between the top two is only 3 laps anyway. So when we get the pit stop for the Porsche number 19 and the Audi number 7, there's only 3 laps difference between them. So both of them have enough fuel on board, and the Audi has more fuel than the Porsche. The Porsche's got enough for 8 laps, which is a little bit longer than what you're suggesting as far as the lead of the race is concerned. On the GT class, he's leading that, number 64 in the lead of that at the moment, isn't it? And they are coming in any minute now, a couple of laps, and we'll see Jordan Taylor in for his pit stop. On the other hand, the Ferrari, number 51 in second place, has got a long time to be out. So it could factor the GT class, because the delta in when they come in for the pit stops in GT is much bigger than it is in the P1 class. So we'll see what happens with this aspect of weather, and I don't know, it just keeps people on their toes, and it's another of those areas that by optimising the show you can make a huge difference.
Well, and if we're debating it here, you can bet your bottom euro that the guys that went down the pit lane are out sniffing the air.
Never doubt the gate.
Well, never second guess the gate. Absolutely right.
Alina's got a lever in the box that controls the weather.
I heard she could just do it by the power of her mind.
I think she just gives it that look.
We've all had that at one stage or another, haven't we? Let's go down to Owen Mildenhall in the Nismo pit lane team.
Hi Tristan, I'm really sorry to have to meet you for the first time with such a sad news. I can't even imagine what you must be feeling right now. So, what was the damage that meant the car can't be fixed?
Well, the car, we can fix the car. That's whole decision between the engineer, the team manager, and the 3 drivers. We came here to win the race, not just finish the race. So it's a difficult decision, but now the race is done for us, and it's a lot of risk for the drivers to restart like that, and there is nothing to win now, so we decided to stop, and we are really sorry for the mechanics and Oreca, because the team and Oreca did an amazing job during this week. So it's really a pity to finish the race like that, and it's a shame for the guy in Aston Martin. I think maybe he slept on the car, but anyway, that's Le Mans. It's the race, and keep pushing for next year.
Brilliant, thank you so much. And I'm sure it's no consolation at the moment, but you must be very pleased with the performance of the car this week.
Yeah. We are not surprised, but the car was really quick immediately during the race, and I was quite surprised to be quick like that during the first hour. So we were leading quite easily the race. So the car is really fantastic. I think in the future it's going to be the car to have.
Brilliant, thank you so much, and all the best luck for next year. Thank you.
Fantastically human interview there. Well done, Owen. Good stuff as the 18 Porsche comes into the pit lane from 6th position. If you're down at the Mulsanne corner side of things here, give us a tweet on @RSL_studio when you feel the first little drops of rain coming in. Very light rain, if any, I said, for about 10 minutes, I said. And either my weather forecasting skills are coming on this weekend, or Audi are listening to us, because that's exactly what Lena Gates just said to Ben Treluet. Earl Bamber still leads the motor race, and a 3:19.9 last time around for Earl, pushing those tyres now on the 3rd stint that he has been in the Porsche number 19 that is leading. As into the pit lane comes one of the Rolling Stone ESM 4th, thank you, Paul. Cars, it was Scott Sharp in the number 30, and those guys are doing really well. Remember, that's the 4 different chassis they've had this season already, sitting down in 38th position, but still plugging on around there problems earlier on. It's cost them about 10 laps to the rest of the field, maybe a little bit more. But they will be just getting miles under the wheels of that car.
We just saw some great pit strategy there from the SM team. One of the Jonathan Fogarty cars just coming into pit road at the moment behind his teammate. Literally as he came across the commit line to come into the pit lane, on the dashboard it flashed up, fuel low. Just perfect timing.
That works. You don't want to get that wrong around here. So let's take a quick look at the situation then as we approach 6 o'clock in the morning with almost just 9 hours to go. Earl Bamber by 55 seconds. He's pulled it out a wee bit. It was 51 when Ben Trellier came out of his last pit stop. So 19, 7 and 9 with Felipe Albuquerque in the second Audi in third position, and then Mark Webber in the 17. It is Mark Webber who's been plugged into the 17 in fourth position. All still on the lead lap there. Luca Di Grassi is just now back on the end of the lead lap, actually, isn't he? As he comes around in the number 8 car in fifth position. In LMP2, Matt Howson, 40, so he's fallen off the lead lap again, has he? Sorry, yes, Paul, thank you. Sam Bird second for Ligier G Drive, and Karen Chanduk in third, with Simon Dolan trying to chase down Karen Chanduk, and they've been trading half a second here, half a second there. It was just over half a minute a little bit earlier on. In GTE Pro, Giancarlo Fisichella for Ferrari sneaked ahead of the Jordan Taylor driven Chevy Corvette. Not sure that the Ferrari's had its brake change yet. It's only 5 seconds at the head of the field, with Richard Leitz for Porsche in third position after the demise, certainly from the challenge at the front of the field from Fernando Reis after that incident with Tristan Gommendy that's taken that car out. In AM, Pedro Lamy by 37 seconds from Alexei Bazov, and Pedro's just done his 15th pit stop to Bazov's 14, so that's a pit stop in hand effectively there for the 98 Aston. And in third position it is Pat Long in the 77 Porsche, but he is a little further back and has in fact dropped off the lead lap with the 77 Dempsey Racing Porsche.
Very quick comment on Earl Bamber, John, because in that last stint, not the one he's on at the moment, but in the last one, he actually set his fastest lap of the race so far for that car. It's not the fastest lap of the race overall, but he set a 3:18.596, which is as fast as car number 19 has gone. And he's now setting off. He's on his 9th lap at the moment on this stint, and again he's pushing the Porsche pretty much as hard as it's going. Now, you said it right at the beginning of that little roundup, we're on his 4th stint here, so he's looked after the car. Now he's getting towards the end of it, and he can start to wreck the tyres towards the end of the session, and he's certainly beginning to push harder now.
It's got to it's a question of balance and compromise, isn't it? It is really impressive what we're watching here over a period, and 4 stints, Paul, at 13 laps each is how much in terms of time?
So far he's done 2 hours and 42 minutes. By the time he's finished the stint, it'll be just under 3 hours.
Marvellous stuff. It's 91.2 FM around the circuit, Sirius 93 XM 201, and around the world at RadioLeMans.com. Of course, it's Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015. It's time for me to step out and Jim Roller to step in. Stay with us. Our live, uninterrupted coverage continues for the next 9 hours, and then we'll find out who has won the 2015 Le Mans 24 Hours.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at RadioLeMans.com.
Radio Le Mans is the only way to keep up with all the track action here at Le Sar, with full coverage of every second that the cars are on the circuit. Plus interviews, insight and good old gossip from behind the scenes. Listening to Radio Le Mans is a sure way to sound like an expert, even if this is your first time at the 24 hours. But don't forget that RadioLeMans.com gives you the 24-hour feeling all year round. There's live coverage of major events, the biggest motorsport archive on the web, lively discussion programs, listener forum. It's full-on motorsport. It's full-time motorsport. RadioLeMans.com. Mobil 1. Mobil 1. Engineered to perform. Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
With apologies to Adrian Cronauer and Robin Williams, good morning, Le Mans. It's 6 o'clock here at Le Sarthe. The sun has come up. I've had a short nap, which is bad for all of you people. And the racing has not changed at all in the 6 hours I was gone, has it, Paul? I mean, yes, nuances, but still at the front, it's the 17, the 7, the 19, the 9, the 17. This is fantastic. Who'd have thunk it?
In its intensity, Jim, you're absolutely right. The intensity hasn't let up one little iota. Of course, yes, the shape has changed a little bit. We can have our arguments about whether it's swinging towards Porsche or whether it's swinging towards Audi. I think ultimately it's going to be if the weather conditions change in the remaining 9 hours of the race, who's going to be able to react to them more quickly. If the weather conditions stay the same and if everything else stays the same, we don't have any more safety cars and we don't have any mechanical unreliability. I have to say, I've got this little graph here which is pointing towards the Porsche being able to hold its advantage, the number 19 Porsche being able to hold its advantage over the number 7 Audi.
There are some huge ifs. If is the middle word of life, and there are enormous ifs in that.
Whoa,
if
profound.
it all stays the same, it's not going to stay the same.
No, it's not.
It never does at Le Mans. If there's anything on track, of course there's going to be a tired driver, particularly at this time. The sun's just risen, well, it's rising, and you're going to have all of the cars in. Hello, everybody. We're going to have all of the drivers looking into those tired eyes, looking to the brightening skies. And, of course, you've got that weather factor. It does always rain at Le Mans. Even if it's only a tiny bit, it is going to rain. Whatever John says, it's definitely going to rain. It's just a question of when, not if.
John, I was enjoying those big brown eyes, dude. I mean, what's that all about?
And, well, the guys, we're hearing some information, and it's...
Go ahead.
Yeah, just slowing down in the pit lane, just listening to you guys discussing the weather. What I would say is there's not much of a sunrise, it's more of a heavy cloud rise. There's lots of very menacing clouds appearing above the grandstand here in the pit lane.
But I would, after watching those clouds for about the last hour, I would have to, and in looking at the radar map and the way that the weather is circling, I don't think that John is 100% wrong. I think that there could be every likelihood that just kind of skirts us. But there are menacing clouds, and if you were a betting person, you would probably say that, yeah, it's going to rain. I think a famous person said it always rains at Le Mans.
Yeah, well, a couple of them did, actually.
Yeah. Some better than others.
Listen, you don't argue with a man from South London on that.
No, you don't. You really don't.
I think the thing is, though, that yes, you can look at the projections and you can look at weather maps and things, but ultimately you don't make any final decisions until the driver actually says, "Hey, I'm sliding off here." So you know, and that's what I meant with the reaction to the conditions as they change. You've got to be very, very sharp. Now, one of the things that Sam and I were discussing before you did the changeover, Jim, which is quite good having the kind of combination of people, was who it's going to affect more. Now, because of the way the pit windows are working, it could have a much bigger effect in the GT class than it will do in the prototype class, because in the prototype class, the pit windows are much more closely aligned. They're not perfectly aligned, but they are more closely aligned. In GT, the pit windows are pretty much diametrically opposed, so there could quite easily be a case where it's good for one and bad for the other. So we need to keep our eyes on the GT classes as well as what's going on at the front of the field in the prototypes.
And because the GT class is so close, Paul, you're going to see this fantastic scrap that's going on. I mean, I don't know, I'm just looking at the screen to try and see how close it is. It's spread out a little bit in GTE Pro with Fisichella ahead of Jordan Taylor's Corvette, but I think that was just a case of pit stops shuffling through, and we're going to see that come back together. And again, as you say, it is this tyre staggering, and when you make that selection, you are going to see, and I'm going to be seen on the Duke video, the studio cam, they're going to make sure I do this. Stop talking to Jim and talking to you guys at home. You're going to see this tyre evolution, but it's going to be so weather dependent. And that's not just rain, that's temperature as well. Tyre temperature is everything here.
And also let me put my hand up as John and you did earlier when I was listening, that I am happy for the Porsches, happy for us, because it means we have got all of this great talking to do, that they have found the reliability that frankly none of us thought they would. We thought maybe their battery regeneration would go. Of course you did, Joe. Open your microphone and speak to it. There you go.
Have a look at the predictions.
I know you did.
It's
I
still
know
early.
you did.
It's
I
still
know
early.
It's
We're nowhere near.
8 hours and 52 minutes to go.
We've almost got 1.5 World Endurance Championship rounds, so
yeah,
still a bit early to be nailing it, but I'm not surprised at all by Porsche pulling it together. Remember, between Spa and now, we've had a test here, and we've had some private testing also. So this is what it's all geared up for. And this is what these guys have... I mean, don't get me wrong, Audi is still a formidable competitor, and this race is by no means over. We've got a cracking 9 hours left.
This is Felipe Albuquerque coming in with the third place Audi number 9. This should be fuel only for Felipe, but when he goes out again, he'll be starting his 4th stint on this tank full of fuel.
Owen is there, and he can tell us about it in our Nismo pit lane.
Yep, it's as Paul predicted, fuel only, very slick stop, and he's back out again.
Well, what I was saying before Joe chimed in, that he had in fact picked the Porsches, was the fact that things like lithium-ion batteries, you can't. I mean, they've tested them. They know how long they're going to carry their full charge and that sort of stuff, unless they've found some way to keep them charging 100% that we don't know about, which is entirely likely because there's 150 people down there that are a lot smarter than I am, all sitting at computers. So, but this is just set up to be a fantastic struggle. And the cool part as well is it's 2 against 2.
Yeah.
Right now, it's still 3 against 3, but in reality, you've got that group of 4 cars which have separated themselves from 8 and 18, who are back there still going fast and lurking. They'll be in the hunt if anything happens to those top 4.
To phrase it, it's about 16 miles of distance. So there's a 16-mile chord between 4 cars, and fairly equally along that 16-mile chord are 4 200-mile-an-hour race cars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever happens, you make a mistake. Think about that. 16 miles, 200 mile an hour. How quickly a little mishap's going to lose you that much time. That's how close this race really is at the moment.
No room for error. 1 minute stop-and-go penalty for the car number 62, not respecting the slow zone speed.
Just coming into the pits, as you mentioned it, Jim, to take that penalty, Jeff Segal. In that car, the Scuderia Corsa car, and he'll come in and take that penalty now. We've just had the Felipe Albuquerque pit stop, so the next one will be coming in, will be Earl Bamber coming in with the leading Porsche number 19 at the end of not this lap but the one after.
Well, that means that penalty will see the SRT Viper shuffle up another place into 4th in GTE AM.
10 past the hour here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM, and around the world on the World Wide Web at radiolemans.com. In the States, you can listen to us on Sirius 93 and XM 201. The 47 car continues to lead in P2. The second and third place cars have both had pit stops. Sam Bird in the Ligier has come in and out, and the Murphy prototypes came in and out. And Owen, you said that was fuel only?
Yeah, that's right. Karun Chanduk came in, fuel only, and straight back out again. Very smooth stop, no problems for those guys. And I think the P2 battle's looking almost and probably as exciting as the P1 battle at the moment.
Interesting that even though it was fuel only for both of them, from what you were saying, saying there, Owen, the Murphy prototype pit stop was 15 seconds longer than the time in the pits for the G-Drive car, the number 26 car. So not quite sure if there's an obvious explanation for that, but it has allowed the G-Drive car just to close up a little bit more. Sam Bird on former F1 driver Karun Chanduk.
Yeah, there didn't seem to be any obvious problem in the pit stop. They were just taking on fuel, so there didn't appear to be any serious problem. And speaking to the Jota guys that are running fourth, Simon Dolan's going to be due in fairly shortly, I think, and he will be staying in the car for one more stint.
Well, this does seem to be one of those races where you are going to get absolutely punished for the smallest hiccup. I mean, it's just not going to take any. I mean, I talked about that 16-mile long chord. I mean, that's 2 laps of Le Mans, basically. And it's not just in the P1 class. It's in all of the classes. It's a bit of a longer chord, perhaps, in LMP2. But any slight hiccup, you're losing it. You're going to lose not one place. You're going to lose 5 or 6 places. And that goes through every single class in the field. The pressure on the teams is enormous. There's no margin for error. And
an indication of the pace, you were just running through the gaps at the top of the field there, Jim. The number 17 Porsche, Mark Webber, as a result of having made a pit stop relatively recently, has now fallen off the lead lap. There are only 3 cars on the lead lap. That will change back in a minute because, remember I said the number 19 Porsche will be coming in. Well, that will just delay it enough to allow Mark Webber back onto the lead lap. But that's an indication of we used the word at the beginning of this hour, the intensity of the competition, because the pace is so high that even the 17 Porsche now dropping off the lead lap.
And so we are looking at the full daylight hours here at Le Mans. The headlights are not what the drivers are relying on anymore. Their eyes are all they need, because you can see all the way out, and you can see straight down the track. They can see. They don't look. They're not looking for this dust and dirt and crud on the windscreen. Isn't causing so much trouble for them to see down the track. We're seeing that actually on this great onboard with one of the GTE, well, the only sole surviving Works Team Manti Porsche there. The other one burst into flames much earlier in the race and was our first retirement. And he's out there on his own. He's really the Porsches haven't really had it in GTE Pro this year, Jim. I mean, they really are falling back. He's sitting in 3rd position with Richard Leitz at the wheel at the moment, but he's really not. I don't know. The Porsches just haven't had it this year.
You must wonder how much of the development budget that might normally go towards the GT car has gone into those 3 919s. I just think that this is a huge project for Porsche, this 919, and I think that that's where the focus is. The 911 derivatives have always kind of functioned on their own, have always been competitive. They still are. They just are a victim of their own success in that they aren't as competitive as they normally are. Normally they're winning races. They're still competitive. They just can't match the pace of the Ferraris, certainly. And here, the Aston Martin and the Corvette.
And, we talk about efficiency a lot here at Le Mans, because that is what is going to win the race ultimately. They're running a completely separate GT team in different garages a little bit further down the pit lane with a completely different crew. I just can't see how that's an efficient way to run a motor race with 2 different sets of crews so separate that you've just got 2 groups competing.
I would disagree with that, because I think that the technical side of the 919 is so specific that you have to have people that are just focused on that one project, and then you have the other side. And I think the other thing that may be happening is that the greatest minds that are working on the 91 car and the 92 car are perhaps plucked away.
Yeah.
For the 919. Oh, hey, this kid's a star. Oops. Yeah. Oh, look, he's got a big office now.
Because essentially that 991 Porsche GTE car is really just to sell to the customers. Yes, they run a Works team in GTE Pro, and we've got the leader in the pits, Paul is telling us.
That's indeed right. Let's go to our Nismo pit lane team.
The 19 Porsche rolls to a halt, right on the marks, right within that rectangle. And Nico Hulkenberg is going to get into the car. Earl Bamber eases himself out. The tall figure of Nico Hulkenberg squeezes himself in and sits very, very low in that chassis as the drivers swap. The fuel is already in, and now the tyre guys go to work in what is a very choreographed sequence of practice. Left front is where we're at the moment. And remember, only 2 guys over the line at any one time is what the rules allow. We're right on the right rear, it's off the jacks now. And the Hulk, Nico Hulkenberg, takes the car out.
Just love to listen to those sounds that we get from those pit mics occasionally. Hulkenberg, when was the last time we had a current Formula One driver?
Well, we've decided it was Bertrand Gachot and Johnny Herbert back in 1991.
No.
Jolly good.
Super Aguri driver.
Go on.
And I'm trying to remember the fella's name. Frank Montagnier was an active Formula One driver when he was driving for Peugeot. I remember that. I can't remember the year, but I remember him being in Formula One.
This is a winner. I thought the question was the winner.
Winner, yes.
Montagnier didn't win the race.
But Nico Hulkenberg's never won the race overall. Of course, yeah.
Nico Hulkenberg hasn't won the race either.
We're having a debate about this now.
Didier Pironi, perhaps, back in the 70s?
John's getting involved as well.
Come on, Joe. Joe may know the answer. He's our...
Yeah, the question was, when was the last time a current Formula One driver won Le Mans? And the conclusion we came to the other night was that it was Bertrand Gachot and Johnny Herbert. Bertrand Gachot at the time was driving for Jordan. We're talking about the Mazda win in 1991. And Gachot was driving for Jordan. He wasn't to be driving for Jordan very shortly after Le Mans, because he went to jail for assaulting a taxi driver in London. And the other driver, of course, was Johnny Herbert, who at the time was driving for the Lotus Formula One team.
Was he active, or was he a test driver?
He drove in Grand Prix before and after in the same season.
Okay.
Well, now, let's take it to the next level then. When was the last Grand Prix winner to win Le Mans?
Oh, no,
that would have been Didier Pironi.
Back quite a way.
That would be Johnny Herbert.
And had he won...
Or Johnny Herbert.
Johnny Herbert hadn't won a Grand Prix at that point.
No, he didn't win a Grand Prix until 1995.
That's a good question, Sam.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's Pironi either. I don't think it's Pironi either, you see. I think that's
Michele Alboreto.
I think Paul just nailed it.
Yeah,
I think Paul's right.
I think Paul is right. It's a name I hadn't even thought of. Yep.
That was 1997, wasn't it?
Very good. Very good. Well, Nico Hulkenberg is back behind the wheel of the number 19. And earlier, he was, I said, he had the bit between his teeth, was setting some blistering times. It'll be interesting to see just what he's able to do now as the sun has risen under cloudy conditions here at the racetrack. Current temperature is 16.7 degrees Celsius. The track temperature is 21.1 degrees Celsius. And for those of you that speak Fahrenheit, that's about 70 degree track temperature and an ambient temperature of 62 degrees.
What's a Fahrenheit?
What's a Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
Just going back to observing Nico Hulkenberg's lap times, we have to be careful about doing this because I tried doing that with Earl Bamber, and the first 5 laps are fairly slow, and it's only after that the laps start to come in. So, you know, we're learning about this race the longer it goes on. By the time we get to the end of it, we'll know enough about it to be able to commentate on it again. So I've given up on me 6 hours at midnight. What we ought to do is just have another 24-hour race at the end of this one, because then we'll
know what's going to happen.
Then we'll know how it's going to work. Because of the pit stop that has changed the driver from Earl Bamber to Nico Hulkenberg, that's allowed another change of lead to happen, because we've now got the number 7 Audi back into the lead of the race. That makes 26 changes of lead that we've had in the how many hours is it? 15 and 15 hours and 20 minutes of the race thus far.
Now we're going to see the number 19 going a hunting for that Audi. I think we probably will. I wonder what sort of lap time differential are we going to see? Are we going to start seeing some of those 318s there from Nico Hülkenberg in this first stint on these start?
It won't have time to go a hunting because by the time the tyres are nicely worn in, so Trellier, who it is at the wheel of the number 7, will be bringing it into the pit. So it will kind of take the lead without having to chase.
But it will. Are we expecting Trellier to make a driver change and tyres, or will that be just for fuel only?
No, it'll be a driver change to Marcel Fessler.
So we will have all restored as it was again.
Yeah, it'll be Hülkenberg against Fessler, with Hülkenberg ahead as they set off into the happy hour. This is the great time as the air is still cool and it gets light when some of the fastest laps of the race traditionally get set. Incidentally, I never really mentioned, just under 3 hours behind the wheel of driving for Earl Bamber, during which time he set the car's fastest lap of the race thus far, and also he didn't pull away from the Audi, but nor did he lose any time at all over the quadruple stint, over the 3 hours that he was driving the car. He kept the gap absolutely constant between himself and the Audi, and that gap is just under a minute, which is, again, if we project the race forward, obviously whether you win by a minute or whether you win by 5 laps doesn't actually matter at the end of the day.
It does to Porsche.
I can see Hülkenberg getting out there because he's been quite quick every time he's been in that car. Porsche beginning to gap that Audi a little bit, and I think that'll start to raise the concern level in the Audi pit. And and Paul certainly, I think they'll have noticed what you've seen that Audi does seem to be slightly on the back foot at the moment.
There's this little graph here, and I'm very grateful to the person who's given it to me. It just doesn't go up anymore.
And you know who you are.
Yep. It just doesn't go up anymore. It doesn't close the gap between the two cars. It's just staying overall, this is looking at the averages, constant, and as I say, the gap just sitting there.
Yeah, I can see.
I'm not ready to jump off the 7 bandwagon yet. Sorry, boys.
That's fine, because something's going to happen. You're not going to have 8.5 hours of racing without something unexpectedly happening.
And this is what I love about it, because we just keep waiting. Remember at the Nürburgring, Paul, we just kept waiting. There was this building sense of anticipation that something was going to happen. And then it finally would happen, and we'd be all a titter. It would be wonderful.
It reminds me of that, if you ever watch a NASCAR race at Talladega, the cars are running around in a big pack, lap after lap after lap under green. It's going to happen. There's going to be that moment, that caution. There's going to be that big one, and everybody's going to dive to the pit. Something's going to happen to upset the order. It's the same here at Le Mans. We're just waiting for that camera, the TV director, to cut to whatever it is and show us. It could be a tyre, it could be a GT car, it could be a cat on the track.
Nobody told Nico Hülkenberg that he's supposed to play the tyres in gently. His first flying lap was a 3 minutes 19.493 in the number 19 Porsche. He is gunning for it. He's decided not to spare those horses at all. 3 minutes 19.493 on his first flying lap.
Now, what gap do they need to build themselves, Paul, to be able to get a pit stop in without being eaten by an Audi?
Well, if it's a fuel-only pit stop, it only has to be a minute. Because they've been doing that already. It's the fuel and tyres, which they need to have a minute and a half and minute 45 in order to maintain the lead. And it's an interesting point that Jim and I just discussed about whether it matters whether they're 1 minute ahead, 2 minutes ahead, or 5 minutes ahead. Of course it matters to Porsche, and if they can extend it, then of course they're going to. So it'll be interesting to see quite how Porsche's approach to this is. How hard do they push the machinery?
Speaking of Porsche, we have the 91 car from 3rd place in the GTE Pro category in the pits, Owen Mindenhall.
So the cars is coming to the pits, and we've got a driver change. Michael Christensen has now got into the car, and the guys have done fuel. Now they're going to do a full tyre change as well, so it's a full service stop for the 91 car.
Thank you, Owen. We've had a question on our Twitter feed at RSL_studio about whether how are the amateur drivers in the P2 category doing on their minimum drive times. That would be the 47, the 26, and the 48, Paul.
So we go to the 47 car first of all, and the silver driver there is Matt Howson, isn't he? He has so far done a fraction under the minimum that he's allowed to do. He's done 3 hours and 57 minutes, so he's got to do one more stint, and I hope they've read the regulations carefully, because when the silver driver is in the car but the car is in the pits, the time doesn't accumulate, and that's a trick you've got to be careful with, because the regulations have been clarified in that area. So as far as the lead car is concerned, it does have to put the Matt Howson into the car again at some point, but I'm sure, with all this race still to go, they still can do that. For the number 26 car, the silver driver is Julian Canal, isn't it? He's only done an hour and a half behind the wheel, so he's done considerably nowhere near enough to allow the car to qualify thus far in the race. And for Murphy Prototypes, that's the other car in the top three of LMP2, isn't it? The number 48, the Murphy Prototypes car. And in that car, Mark Patterson has also only done an hour and a half. So in terms of number of or amount of time completed by the silver driver, not only does the KCMG car lead the race, but it also leads the way in terms of the amount of time driven by the silver driver, Jim.
Got the number 7 Audi in to overlap and come into the pits from the lead that he's just inherited after the Hulkenberg Porsche. That's the 19 Porsche handed him the lead. This is how it's going to flip-flop, and I suppose it's down to how this swaps backwards and forwards between this car if it continues like this, as to who's in the lead at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Fuel, tyres and a driver change. I'm a bit too far away to see who the new driver is, but you guys will be able to probably see that from the computer.
It'll be Marcel Fessler, Joe. Marcel Fessler taking over at the wheel. Meanwhile, there's an incident out on the circuit, Jim.
That's the 12 car. The White Rebellion has gone off on driver's right at Indianapolis. So he has got it beached. Looks like he's nosed it lightly into the tire wall, but the rear wheels have dug in. Nicola Prost behind the wheel of that car currently.
Looks like a Dindo Capello moment from 2008, doesn't it? Exactly the same position where that car finished up.
And it's in exactly the same manner he went off the racetrack, with all four wheels locked up and right into the tire wall. He has deranged the right front bodywork a little bit. It looks like it's lifted up off the off its clips.
It looked to me like he switched off the engine before he hit the wall, because the lights went out about shortly before he hit the wall. So I reckon he's just switched off the engine, saw what was going on, and knocked it off to try and protect the car. But it's going to take a little while to dig that car out of that gravel, because that's pretty deep there down at Indianapolis, and well, they're not going to be able to get that out quite easily. So I think it's going to be at least a slow zone that we're going to see on that, Paul.
Yeah, I think it'll be a tow and a slow zone. Yes, they've already announced it as a slow zone. So that'll ruin the lap times for part of the circuit, which is annoying, because that's the kind of easiest way that I can tell who's going fast and where they're going fast. But it is the same for everybody. The race leader is the number 19 car, has just arrived. In fact, he's just gone through that area. That might actually help the number 19 because he's just gone through that zone, whereas the number 7 car, Marcel Fessler, just out of the pits, will get held up in the zone. So I think as a result of the slow zone, it's enabled the Porsche number 19, who got through the zone before it became a slow zone. So that could affect, certainly by 2 or 3 seconds, the gap first to second.
Silverstone,
Spa,
Fuji,
Austin,
the Nürburgring,
Shanghai,
Bahrain,
and the Le Mans 24 Hours. 66 hours of racing.
4 classes.
And over 100 drivers.
Listen to the whole of the 2015 FIA World Endurance Championship exclusively live on RadioLeMans.com.
The Hourly Update, powered by Audi.
It's 6:30 Central European Time. We have 8.5 hours remaining in the 83rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And it's time now for our traditional bottom of the hour update. Nico Hülkenberg continues to lead in the number 19 Porsche. He has about less than a minute lead over the number 7 car of Marcel Fassler. Fassler has pitted, so that lead will expand out a little bit. The third place car is currently the number 9 Audi with Philippe Albuquerque behind the wheel of that car. The number 17 car is the red and white Porsche, is currently piloted by Mark Webber. He is in 4th position overall. Then we have the two teams that have had a little bit of trouble. The number 8 who hit the guardrail during a slow zone, at the end of a slow zone. Alex de Grassi behind the wheel of that car. Luca de Grassi, sorry about that, in the number 8. And then the number 18 car, which also had a trip to the tire barrier, Romain Dumas behind the wheel of that car, and Romain was driving when that happened. Mike Conway is in the first of the Toyotas, number 2 in 7th position. Then Sebastian Buemi is in 8th in the other Toyota. So it's currently Porsche, 2 Audis and Porsche, all on the lead lap, all still at the pointy end here with 8.5 hours to go. In P2, as it has been since the first session on Wednesday, it's been the 47 car, Mark Hausen behind the wheel of the KCMG entry. They have led the entire race so far. The 26 car, that's the G-Drive car, the Ligier. Sam Bird behind the wheel of that car is holding down 2nd position. They're a lap back. And then a further lap back, Karen Shandok in the number 48 Murphy Prototypes. That is a car that has had a rough week. They totally almost destroyed the car during practice and qualifying. They've got the car back together and are having a great run so far in this race. In GTE Pro, the Ferrari, number 51, has taken over the top spot. Giancarlo Fisichella behind the wheel of that car. And then in 2nd place is Jordan Taylor in the remaining Chevrolet Corvette. If you were not with us earlier in the week, you don't know that the 63 car did not start today's race after Jan Magnussen had a horrific crash in the Porsche curves. He's okay. The car was not repairable. And in 3rd in GTE Pro is Christensen in the Porsche number 91. That's the remaining of the Porsche entries in the GT category. The 92 car went up in flames in the very early laps of this race with Patrick Pilet behind the wheel. In GTE AM, it continues to be an Aston Martin show. Pedro Lamy leads the number 98 car. He's just made a pit stop, but he will continue to hold the lead over Andrea Bertolini in the number 72 Ferrari. And in 3rd place is yet another Ferrari, the number 71. It's the number 77 Porsche. Patrick Long behind the wheel of that Porsche, and they are currently 29th overall. So with 8 hours and 25 minutes to go, that is your hourly update.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik.
So 91.2 FM Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. From our Mobil 1 broadcast center, I'm Jim Roller along with Sam Collins and Paul Truswell. Let's check in our Nismo pit lane, because while we were doing the hourly update has kind of been the situation with the timing of the pit stops. We had the 17 car come in.
Yeah, as well as the 17 car, which just came in and took on fuel and then left within the space of not very long, probably about 16 seconds static. You also significantly had the leader of the P2 class. That's the KCMG Orica car 47 that came in, and again all that did was take on a fresh tank of fuel and had its windscreen cleaned. And further down the pit lane, I think Bruce who's just got up after a little rest, and I think he had a Ferrari pit stop.
Yes, I did. Back in the pits, enjoying it again. Little attempt at sleeping didn't work very well. No sleeping at all if you're at AF Corsa, because in for exactly the same sort of pit stop, fuel only for GTE Pro class leader Giancarlo Fisichella, going great guns in the 51 Ferrari.
If it happens in the pits, you'll hear about it first. Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
It's kind of the Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans theme song, isn't it? Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
They were actually
they
were playing that in the Nismo garage. But
were they really?
The mechanics were saying that there's no sleep.
I was going to say, I'm not quite sure where the sleep bit came from.
I think it's a bit more like insomnia. I can't get no sleep than Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat down in Nismo garage. These guys have worked absolutely flat out to keep those two. There's still two of those Nismo GTRs in this race, and they are actually going quite quickly by their standards. We've seen some 338s on those cars, but for the Nismo GTR, it's about as fast as they can go here at Le Mans. But Paul, you had before the hourly update, you came to me with a fantastic theory, and I think you're absolutely bang on about how the Audis can make this time back, and it's the only way they can make it back.
Well, unless we have this downpour, if the weather stays dry and there isn't a safety car, then Audi has to do something. They have to do a bit of a roll of the dice, possibly, but they have to start optimizing things. And to my way of thinking, the first thing that they need to do is to start putting 5 stints onto a set of tyres. If Porsche can put 4 on, and they have been doing all night, then there's no reason why Audi shouldn't put 5 on. And there's time in the stints. The last stint that we had there, where Benoit Treluet handed the car over to Marcel Fessler, and I thought that might be the opportunity for Lena to do that. And I'm sure she's thought about it, because she's not a stupid girl. And she's obviously rejected the idea because Treluet was only in the car for a tad under 3 hours. He could quite easily have been out for another full stint, and I'm sure the tyres would last. But maybe they're not sure themselves that the tyres will last, and they don't want to take the risk until they get that little bit closer. But the trouble is that it's not going to bring them a whole lot closer, but it could bring them 20, 25 seconds closer. They're going to need to do it before the race goes into its last 6 hours. If they can do it, then they need to do it before the race goes into its last 6 hours. The other thing that's going to happen, just to briefly kind of switch this around, is that as the temperatures go up, so the Porsches are going to go back to 3 stinting, which is what they did earlier in the race at the start of the race.
And I think that's exactly it, because the harder of the compounds is going to be put onto the Audis, and I think maybe that's what they're waiting for, to put on that harder compound, which is likely, with the track temperature probably going to stay quite low through today. You might go onto that harder compound, and you should be able to make it last for 5, when Porsche may only be doing 3.
Why do they have to do it before the 6 hour mark?
Just because in order to gain back the time that they are behind, they can't just do it.
They need more than 6 hours.
They need around that amount of time to make the gap catch up, to allow the gap to catch up.
Well, I'm getting very confused by the sky at the moment. I can see blue sky and sunshine in one direction, and grey skies and rain-looking things in the other direction, with a very smug-looking Macam to my left. Shame his football team don't win things as much as he does on weather.
Wow.
But no, seriously, I mean, that does conjure up the possibility, Sam, that we're going to have one bit of weather on one part of the track and another bit of weather on the other part of the track. That's not the first time that would have happened.
That's always fun.
And that always makes life very difficult indeed for team managers. And one is put in mind of the original Truth in 24 movie, where there was a very big discussion going on in the garage of the Audi team about which tyres they should be putting on. And
on the radio as well.
And luckily it's all been recorded for posterity.
One of those great Le Mans moments, wasn't it?
Well, I think it was a stroke of luck at some point, but it worked. As far as Audi was concerned, it worked.
Just looking at the onboard of the red Porsche 919, the Sunderland car. Watching the little radio aerial wiggling around in the airflow, if you're watching the footage, you can see it rattling around backwards and forwards. That says to me the airflow at that point on the car is actually quite turbulent, which is quite draggy. So I'm quite surprised to see that. But there must be a reason to do that. So I might be using that that might be the downwash from the front wing being fired up towards the cockpit. Just a little aside.
No, it's just a vibration. It's a harmonic. That's the word. It's a harmonic, isn't it?
I don't think so. No, I think that's airflow there actually, because they're quite stiff, those little aerials.
Okay. Pit stop in the meantime.
Is that what the kids are calling it nowadays? Bruce Jones from the Nismo pit lane team is demanding equal time. He said that could be the Southampton or indeed the Stoke colored, but no, it's Sunderland. Sorry, Bruce, you're wrong.
Woking Town play in red.
That's right. It's not rugby, so.
Listen, I always think red and white is the best colour for a football team. They just get the pattern wrong up north.
Listen to the gunner.
It's true.
Boy. Let's head down to Bruce Jones for some serious comments from the pits.
Not that serious, I hope. But just to say, when I last started a stint, which was at, was it 1:30 this morning? That's when I came off, when it was a bit after dark. The number 4 CLM was being worked on in the pit and then rejoined the race. Exactly the same has happened now. And likewise, the number 12 Rebellion that's still going, but that's had too many long periods in the garage. That too has just been pushed back onto the apron and started out again. So, you know, some teams are just being able to run without really very much of a problem at all, but sometimes when a car goes down. But may I say, I think it's astonishing at this stage in the race that we've got the 6 cars from Porsche and Audi running within a couple of laps of each other, 4 on the lead lap. I've never seen anything like it, to be honest, and the lack of retirements from this race really is absolutely tribute to the ever-increasing standards in the World Endurance Championship. It's phenomenal.
I feel like a bit of a schoolboy at the moment, passing notes around the studio amongst us, having a written debate.
Acting like schoolboys? Surely you jest.
Having a written note.
And the debate, ladies and gentlemen, the debate continues about who was the last Formula One. No, we'll just tell him.
We'll tell him what it says. Yeah, we'll read that one out.
Let's tell him.
This is John's opinion. No rain, but not as hot as yesterday.
Oh, I thought we were still arguing about the Formula One thing.
No, the TV.
Now we're hearing Graham Hill is the answer. We're going to go way back because Pironi hadn't won his Formula One. Now we're being anoraks.
It's a long way back, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's proper.
Well, but Graham Hill, the only man to win the Indy 500, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and Monaco, the only Triple Crown winner in the history of motorsports.
He won Monaco quite a lot. He did quite well at that. Well, the TV directors picked up on something that I thought I'd noticed earlier, and I didn't think we were actually going to see it at all today, but I can now definitely see it outside of the window. It's the sunshine.
Absolutely. I think that was one thing that, we had earlier on. No, I mean, the race is certainly entering what would normally be the time that we call happy hour. But those of you who have got screens, normally when happy hour happens, you start getting bits of blue and bits of purple on the screen. Now, we're not getting very much of it. We've got little bits of blue appearing here and there. Mike Conway, for example, has just done the fastest lap thus far for the Toyota number 2. So he's stretching the legs of the car. Toyota number 2 has never gone as fast as that this weekend, a 3:23.241 now for that car. That's quicker than that car went in qualifying. But nobody else is. Now that strikes me as being because they're not on the perfect tyre for the job. But there might be another reason for it.
Just one thing I'd like, I know you have at a fingertip, Paul. What was the fastest lap from a Toyota last year? And it's the same TS040 chassis and same hybrid system, same engine. It's all been sort of tweaked and improved slightly. I'd just like to know the fastest lap from the Toyota last year.
In the race or overall?
In the race. So I don't think it's fair comparing qualifying with race with these Toyotas because they are running to a different...
With any car.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the conditions are relatively like for like year on year. So I think we should really have a look at that Toyota. While Paul sort of rummages around at that, it's worth having a look at any of the potential battles brewing through the classes. And we've got into that metronome phase, Jim, where things people are running through a program and waiting to see what happens. There's a lot of they're waiting, but we mentioned the happy hour.
The race will start in about 4 hours.
The blue is appearing on the screen.
Yes, it is. Yes, indeed, it is starting to appear. We have. Let's see. The 45 car has just turned its fastest lap at a 3:44. Car owner Ibanez behind the wheel of that car. Interesting at the front. The lead for Hulkenberg at one point was 1 minute and 27 seconds. It's come down to 1 minute and 22, but now we'll go back up because he's turning laps in the 3:19s, and that's 5 seconds faster than Marcel Fassler. So that seems to be fluctuating. I suspect that was traffic for Fassler in that car. And then Albuquerque is another. He is now 1 minute and 53 seconds behind Hulkenberg, but he's turning, his last lap was a 3:22. So it's going to be very interesting to see what these happy hour sprint times, split times are, stint times. There, I'll finally spit it out. Once they've been through their, an hour into their stints, and we'll get some good data from Paul. So,
1 minute 22, Jim, is the gap at the moment between the number 19 Porsche and the number 7 Fassler Audi, and that is getting close to the range where you can get a free pit stop, and that will be
no
quite
such
an
thing
important
as free.
thing.
The number 53 Viper has come into the pits. That car at one point led the AM category. It comes into the pits out of 5th place with Jerome Blinkenmolen behind the wheel. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, listen to that. We had a little bit of wheel spin there off the apron. That car, someone's prediction, I believe, the 53 Viper, just fuel low. So those guys are still on it, still keeping to their strategy.
I think you'll find that was my prediction.
That's right. Yeah,
it was indeed.
Yep, the NASCAR writer for the.
Indeed, Stock Car Engineering and Race Car Engineering magazine. I have a slight affinity with North Carolina. It's Mooresville, North Carolina is my second home.
Does he ever call when he's in town and let me take him out to dinner? Does he ever come over and stay at the lake, where you could just hang out on the dock?
Do you know what? I stay on the Jim. I stay on the other side of the lake, mate.
It's 25 minutes, dude. Come on.
I took a little longer to get that one, and I apologise for the delay. Eventually, I get there. 3:23.112 was the fastest time in last year's race for a Toyota. Alexander Wurz it was. So a 23:112 compares with the time we've just seen from Mike Conway, which was a 22.110. So a clear second, but only a second faster than they went during this same equivalent race last year. The average lap times, we discussed that a little bit earlier on, are around 2 seconds a lap faster than they went last year. And there's still time for an improvement, fastest lap to go in this one.
So it really just does look like the development cycle, the development curve, if you like, of these LMP1s has just been a lot steeper than Toyota expected. And Toyota, bear in mind, at the end of last year, had the fastest car of all of the LMP1s and the most reliable. That's why they won the World Championship. And now they're looking like they're a little bit lost as we get told there is possible debris in front of us on the comment truck. So I can't see any debris at all. So I think that might be
possible.
Yes, possible debris. Which is not a very helpful message from race control, really.
Strictly speaking, it's in the little straight chute that Jim
we
mentioned.
Can't really see.
That you can't really see, that leads into the Ford chicane, because the Ford chicane is zone 35, and it's the chute which is zone 34.
Oh, that debris is no longer possible. It's definite, and the yellow flag is flying down there, because I can see the green flag flying just as they come into the Ford chicane. You're quite right. It is the short chute between the Porsche curves and the Ford chicane, which doesn't really have a name. It does.
The
Raccordement. That is the raccordement section.
Raccordement.
I don't know what that means, but that's what it's called. And I'm not quite sure where that debris come from, because it's fairly recently been deposited, but we also haven't seen anyone come to the pits with missing pieces. So it may be that just some.
It could be a bollard. It could be a bit of circuit debris as well.
That's what I'm wondering. Someone sort of shortcutted something and deposited one of the bollards from the chicanes on the Mulsanne. Tend to drop out on that section as people come out of the Porsche curves. Look at that. The lap times for Hulkenberg still doing 3:19.
3:19. That seems to be his sweet spot.
That's fast.
Yeah, that seems to be his sweet spot. He seems to be very happy there. And he has now caught up to the 17 Porsche and is just put him a lap down, like he was tied to a post.
Well, they do mean it with this debris in the exit of the Porsche curves and the run up here to the Ford chicane. So they've now thrown a yellow out, and there are slow zones being enforced in that section. So we still haven't really seen where this debris come from, but that rather suggests it's a bit more than track debris.
Yes, indeed. If they need to do a slow zone, I'll go along with that. It might help a little bit the number 9 Audi, for that is come towards the end of its current stint, and so that'll be Felipe Albuquerque coming in to, by all that's right in the world, hand the car back to Rene Rast, Albuquerque having done a quadruple stint at the wheel of the number 9 car. Lucas de Grassi in the number 8 is already in the pits.
And Joe Bradley's there.
Yes, and while the Audi pit stop is just about coming to an end, the Murphy prototype car 48 with Karen Chandok took on fuel and it's back out. A little bit of oil replenishment going on the number 8 Audi just at the end of the pit stop. I believe a driver change. Is that Oliver Jarvis who will have got into that car?
Yeah.
Oliver Jarvis it is, into the number 8, and out of the number 8 is a very sweaty Lucas de Grassi, I think. And as ever with the big teams like Audi and Porsche, the drivers get out and go straight out the back. Now, they're not being antisocial, they are being monitored by the team doctors, because they don't just monitor the data on the cars, they're monitoring the data on the drivers as well, would you believe? The human element is what is being looked at with regards to, you heard a driver during the race, now I don't know who it is, who mentioned he lost 1 kilogram of weight, 1 kilogram of weight during the race, during the stint. That's incredible. We've got some debris on the track. I'll go back to Sam. Sam, I think you're shouting about debris.
It looks like the piece of the rear deck of the number 7 car may have come off, and that could be the debris that has caused the slow zone in section 31. That's the run up to the Ford chicane in the short chute. We're trying to wait for a shot of the car going away, but yeah, I think I think I saw the same thing you saw, Sam, and it'll be interesting to see if we ever get a pan and see the back of the car.
It looked like the whole right rear of the engine cover had blown off that Audi R18, and I don't think Fassler realises he's lost that bodywork. I don't think Fassler knows it's his bodywork. I'm not entirely sure Audi Sport have realised that it's that it's a bit of their car that's rattling around in the Porsche curves.
Let's go back to Joe Bradley, and the 9 car is in.
Yeah, we've got a flurry of Audi pit stops. This time it's the number 9, and you can hear in the background the wheel guns going off. That's about done. Driver change I'm not sure about. Was too busy being stuck in the number 7 pit. But we're just about finished with this one. Number 9 about to go off its jacks. Again, oil replenishment. Not always done, but this time for the number 9 it is, as was the number 8. And that was the car in the background. Now, I'm not sure if we saw a driver change there.
There should have been a driver change. There should have been Rene Rast getting into the car, Joe. So Rene Rast taking that one over from Felipe Albuquerque. Albuquerque spending just a tad under 3 hours behind the wheel as well.
And we have visual confirmation now. The European tape apes, not quite as quick as the ones that John's used to working with, but they did find it's the wheel cover off the right rear wheel that has blown off the back of the Audi number 7.
Well, as John's just pointed out to me, you see on the studio cam, that's a single piece of bodywork.
Right.
That's not a multi-piece section like you see on the dome. That is one piece of car. The whole engine cover and both rear wheel covers come as one unit. The whole back of that car has been shredded by something.
So something's broken there. So either it's just been fatigue or it's hit something.
Now let's see if he comes in the pits, because I'm not entirely sure Fassler has any idea. Because he's been driving the way, and yes, he is in the pit, so they have picked up that he is coming in. So
this is the second problem now for the 7 car that they have had to drive through. The first was the puncture, and now he's coming into the pits, and in fact, the whole right-hand side from where the door
That's the refueler
seam
from the
is
refueler, yeah.
all the way back from the refueler all the way back to the rear bodywork. That is gone.
And I don't know if the pit lane guys are down there, but the crew did not look like they were ready. They were not they didn't look like they were expecting that car to come in because they were rushing out from the back of the garage.
Joe Bradley's there.
Oh no, they're expecting it. They've got new bodywork, new rear bodywork section, and the modular section that houses the rear diffuser and rear wing. They're also ready with the dollies. The car up on its air jacks now. They've gotten the fueling done as ever. And the rear bodywork section is damaged from internally. It looked like no external damage. It looks like it's kind of imploded on itself. So whether they've had a failure of some sort, suspension failure or a puncture, I'm waiting to see. The tyres looked intact and they came off. And it's the right rear. The right rear wheel is not coming off. The right rear wheel is not coming off. The bodywork is stuck. Hard to see whether or not there was what was the cause of that, but certainly the right-hand side of that rear bodywork is absolutely shattered, and now we're getting, it's a bit of a scrum down here, as you'd imagine, because the car's being shuffled around, and now they go to work on seeing what caused that.
And boy, you can really hear the shouting in the garage area. They are really having at each other as well as the back of the car.
Yeah, they're struggling to get the rear modular diffuser and rear wing, which of course has all sorts of clips and
here we go,
tubes attached to it. That's the new section being put to the car. Now this is the tester. If it goes straight back on, then there isn't any damage to where the fittings are and where the pegs and the locators are, and it has gone straight back on. So still a puzzle why. Maybe this has got to be damage caused by another car. He's got to have been hit in the rear end. And that rear section of which houses the diffuser and the rear wing has gone onto the back of the car. Now a new engine cover, piece of carbon fibre, is being readied. Again, the tester will be whether that fits straight on. They're still trying to connect the rear section. They're not ready for the engine cover quite yet. The clock is still ticking, and it looks like a right job they've got there. Now this is what I was saying, if things have been ripped off and damaged, it won't just plug back in. And they're not. Nothing's plugging back in on that rear section. And now they're looking at the engine itself and the ancillaries around the engine.
3 minutes already in the pits for that car.
That's a horrendous amount of time.
That's a lap.
It's not really near. It's not near ready yet because they're not ready for the rear engine cover. They're still working on whatever it is that's damaged, and they're still trying to identify any potential damage.
Joey, can you see the right? Joey, can you see the right rear wheel?
Yes.
Have they managed to get that changed? Or
yes.
You're saying they struggled to get it off, so they have managed to do
yes.
that. Okay.
It looked like he was trying to get the wheel off. He wasn't. He was trying to get the rear, the engine cover off, I should say. Now the brand new wheel and tyre on the right rear. It's not. The suspension's fine. Everything on the main part of the car is fine. They're now fiddling with tiny little bits and pieces around the engine. So it's hard to see exactly what that could be. I'm obviously shielded from seeing exactly what they're fiddling with. Maybe it's some kind of loom that links the rear of the car to the front of the car. So while this number 6 soaks up the clock and loses over a lap in the pit, we'll wait and come back to me, guys, and I'll give you an update as this progresses.
If it happens in the pits, you'll hear about it first. Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
The RadioLeMans.com forum is full of people just like you.
People who have opinions and aren't afraid to share them, just like you.
People who love all forms of motorsport, just like you.
At the track, on the radio, online.
Go to RadioLeMans.com and click on the forum button.
RadioLeMans.com. The home of endurance racing. RadioLeMans.com.
The Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015 on 91.2 FM. Around the world on the World Wide Web at RadioLeMans.com. On Sirius 93 and XM 201. Jim Roller coming to you from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Center, along with Paul Truswell and now Paul Tarsi, who has made it stop. And we have drama, 8 hours to go. And finally, we have the first real big bit of drama. Let's go back to Joe Bradley for an update on what's going on with the 7 car, who has now dropped to 4th position.
It's about to be wheeled out. The engine cover has gone back onto the car. It's about to be wheeled out onto the pit apron. It's already been fueled. The team fueled the car as soon as it arrived. They didn't go and address any of the issue or damage. They put the fuel in, and there's some kind of hold-up. I've been ushered out of the way because the car was about to be pushed out. It's not being pushed out quite yet. So still, it sits in the garage. That was the Stracker in the background. This number 7 Audi, though, is not out on the apron quite yet. It's still in the garage.
And while that was going on, all the drama up at Audi, we had the race leader come in. That's Nico Hülkenberg in the number 19, the white Porsche 919. Simple refueling, and the German goes back on his way. He's really stringing together some very good laps. And in terms of housekeeping, we had Pat Dempsey take over from Pat Long in the Patrick Dempsey entered Proton Porsche, and unfortunately more troubles for Pegasus Racing. We had David Cheng hop out, Ho Pin Tung got into the LMP2 Morgan, but they're then pushed him back into the garage, and the bodywork's been up for about 2 or 3 laps. Joe.
Yes, the number 7 has just left, and the last minute touches, as we thought it was about to be wheeled out, the last minute touches was, would you believe, a bit of black tang tape at the front of the engine cover where it attaches to the main monocoque, just to keep that down. I think it was the damage that had been caused maybe to a retaining clip, and they weren't able to use the actual clip, so they've basically banged on some tang tape there to keep that in place. But that number 7 is now resumed, so Lena Gate in conference now with Ralph Hüttner, and just perhaps debriefing on exactly what the problem was with that car. Still yet to find out what caused it, though.
It was 7 minutes in the pits altogether there, Joe, and of course the first thing that happened as soon as Marcel Fessler, who took the car back out again, he brought it in, he's taken it back out again, the first thing that he came across was a slow zone running through the Dunlop curves, the new bits of the circuit going through what were the Forest S's, but he's now up to full speed again and is tramping on, but he has lost out and is now the third of the 3 Audis, 2 laps behind the race leader, and to all intents and purposes they're not going to be able to catch that back, and all they can hope for is just to score some points for the World Endurance Championship.
Let's go back to our Nismo pit lane. Bruce Jones has a word on one of our dark horses in the P2 category, the number 45.
Well, I was just wondering, I saw the bodywork being shifted by that marshal very bravely from the track that caused the slow zone. It seemed to be part of a wing, and it was yellow, so either it came off the Corvette or it came off number 45. So we'll have to wait and see, but I can't think of many other yellow cars. You have a scratch of your head. Slight problem for car 13. That was the better placed of the Rebellions, and that's been pushed back into the garage. The front bodywork's off that. They're looking at the front suspension. Yeah, right front suspension, they're working away. Yeah, I can see who's filming it now. I'm standing just behind them.
That car had a very slow lap back into the pits, Bruce.
Yeah, it had damage to the right front while the drama was taking place with the number 7 car. We saw that car have an off-track excursion after what looked like the right front suspension had a little bit of damage, contact with something. So, Paul Tarsi, good morning. Welcome back, and not much has changed, huh?
Good morning, old chap. It is a bright and lovely morning, and isn't it strange how at Le Mans, year on year, you get to this point where the sun's coming up and the place is coming alive. It is beginning to take on its Sunday best clothing, and there is always something happens.
And somebody's world goes away. We've It is the 45 car, Bruce Jones. Good spot. He was tagged, actually he tagged the front end of one of the AM Ferraris as he was going by through the Forest S's. So good spot by our man in the Nismo pit lane, Bruce Jones. But it is now going to be hero time for the number 7 car if they are going to win this race. I think that it is going to take a Herculean effort at this point. That's just about done it. Let's check in with Joe Bradley real quickly.
Yeah, just hopefully Martin Pass is listening. Everyone has just disappeared to the back of the garage, and I think Martin isn't listening because he's took his Radio Le Mans radio out of his ear. I can just see everyone, including Dr. Ulrich, Ralph Juttner, they've gone way out the back to maybe find out not just what caused that, but how they can rectify this and change tactics to maybe claw that back. Well, that's a big ask, isn't it?
7 minutes, yeah. What was the total time, Paul? Was it 7?
Total time in the pits was 6 minutes and 56 seconds. The in-lap was not particularly slow, obviously. I mean, as Sam was saying, Marcel Fessler really did press on in that last lap into the pits, and it was as if he didn't even know that there was anything wrong with the car. In fact, his in-lap was 3 minutes 37. Yeah, maybe it was 5 seconds slower than you would normally expect for an in-lap, but nothing really very much. As I say, the killer was really that 6 minutes, very nearly 7 minute pit stop. So I think really, in terms of cars for the lead, Jim, we have only 3 cars left on the lead lap now, 2 Porsches against 1 Audi.
And it is it's kind of the youngster Audi. Rene Rast is behind the wheel of that car right now. He's teamed with Philippe Albuquerque and also Marco Bonanomi. Yeah, and that is the car also that has the kind of the gray eminence in the background is Brad Kettler, a man with a lot of experience. He's also very good at coaching young drivers and keeping them focused in this huge event.
You know, the only reason that Rene Rast got the drive in that car?
Probably Brad Kettler.
No, the only reason was because his name was the only name they could find that was short enough to fit on. Once they had Felipe Albuquerque and Marco Bonanomi on the door, the only driver's name that would fit on the side was Rene Rast.
You've been going for this long and you can still think of that angle. I love that, Paul.
Yeah, second place in LMP2 is the Ligier number 26, the G-Drive car. Sam Bird's currently behind the wheel, but I think Julian Cannell is with Bruce Jones.
Julian Cannell, it's going very well for the G-Drive Ligier 26. You're in second place. Are you closing or holding station?
We push. We had a little issue with the refueling beginning of the race, and some bad thing with the belts. We lose many time with this, and we push all the night with Sam and Roman. And me, I have to not to finish, but to work a lot. During my teammates, after they have to sleep a little bit. Because Sam finished with 4 stint, I think. No, we don't. We have to push a lot to rejoin the first place. We hope we are. We hope that the weather is stable.
You're the next driver in the car, clearly. You're the next driver in the car.
Yeah, next driver. I will do 2 stints. After it's Roman 3, and after me again 2 stints. So we have to push. We are in the last part of the 24-hour race. Maybe the hardest part. So we push.
Still 8 hours. Best of luck. Thank you, Julian.
Yes, Bruce, that's correct. 8 hours, 7 hours, 50 minutes to go. Currently, the 47, Mark Howson behind the wheel of that KCMG entry continues as they have all week to lead the P2 category. Then that number 26 Ligier, Sam Bird behind the wheel. Then the 48 Murphy Prototypes, Karen Shandok behind the wheel of that car. And then kind of my dark horse pick. They were kind of quiet throughout qualifying. The 38 car, the Gibson, Oliver Turvey behind the wheel right now. That Joda Sport car, the defending race winners. They're there. If there's a problem for any of those first three, they'll be there with a podium.
But that's all the way through the field we're seeing that. And I can't believe that 2/3 of the way through this race and up at the front of the field, we're talking about that only, in inverted commas, being 3 cars on the lead lap. And that we've seen, therefore, it's been so close all the way through. And just that little sneeze that we saw for the second place, as it was, Audi, is tumbled it down the field.
Busy times for the folks in the Rebellion pit. The number 12 car came in a little while ago with, actually the 13 came in a little while ago with damage to the right front suspension, and now number 12 has made a call to the pits, and Bruce, they've taken it back into the garage.
They have. It looked like a standard pit stop. I was just thinking, gosh, I hope it is, because they're busy on the 13, but James Robinson, who's running the car, had just come across from the pit wall talking into the intercom. But that's to the other people in the team, because the driver's hopped out. There's obviously going to be a driver change. No one's come to the car just yet, but this is a car that has had its problems, and it's dropped down the order somewhat. Looks still in fantastic state. All they're doing at the moment is changing the wheels, and now the rear bodywork comes off. Because if they're just changing the wheels, they could have done that out into the pit lane. But in fact, doesn't look like a lot of hurry around here. It all looks very ordered, which is good, but maybe when people aren't hurrying, it means the problem's far worse than if they were hurrying to fix it. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on that. I'll just walk across the neighbouring garage, see how they're getting on with the number 13. They're still changing the front right corner. They're just putting it into place at the moment, mating it up for the first time. Hope they get it right. So, trouble times at Rebellion, unfortunately. Oh, and by the way, when Julian Canal said we had the little refueling problem, that'll be when the flames were licking over and under the car when Roman Rusinov was doing it yesterday afternoon.
Yes, I looked at both Pauls here in the booth when we heard him say that, and that was like the master of understatement.
a small refueling issue.
Yes.
As we burn down most of Western France. So, still, this race has a long way to go. I know that's the cliche of the day, but it can go anyway. We are seeing just these very, very small increments, small decreases, which are making the difference. We still have Porsche, Audi, Porsche, Audi, Audi, Porsche, and anybody got any views on Toyota? Because we're seeing them in 7th and 8th position. Haven't really mentioned them much, have we?
The number 2 car hasn't really had any cause to be mentioned. The number 1 car did, because it lost a couple of laps being repaired after Anthony Davidson got a bit too exuberant with it, pushing too hard. The number 2 car got a mention as well recently, as it was one of the only cars that actually took advantage of happy hour. Mike Conway put in the fastest lap for that car, and indeed faster than a Toyota has ever been round Le Mans before, because it went round faster than the fastest lap in the race last year from a Toyota. So that kind of was reason to mention it. That was a 3 minutes 23.241, I believe, it was a 3:22.110 for the number 1 car. And yeah, but apart from that, Paul, it's a good question, because they haven't really done anything noteworthy. Pascal Vasselon told us before the race they'd be losing 2 seconds a lap. In fact, they were losing 3 seconds a lap. So they've been way off it, and having 1 car that ran into trouble.
And I think you're absolutely right in terms of they haven't done anything noteworthy. They haven't done anything bad, but they haven't done anything remarkable either. And that what we've seen is a very solid state. And let's face it, for any factory team to be running in 7th and 8th position 2/3 of the way through the race is a pretty strong achievement.
But when you're the defending world champions, you're getting your butt kicked. You're getting your butt kicked, and that's not going to go over well in the boardroom.
No. I mean, if the defence comes that they're 2 seconds a lap faster on average than they were last year, it's a fair defence. The fact is that everybody else has gone forward by 4 seconds a lap.
and that's motor racing. We've got that, and I think you're right, Jim, that it is about, okay, so tomorrow in the boardroom on Monday, it's okay, so we spend all this money, and
what do we get?
Yeah. Because it's not just about a win or a podium place, it's how much coverage did we get? How many, what we used to talk about as column inches.
Yes.
When there were still columns and still were inches.
And inches.
but nonetheless, what we had then was, okay, how much publicity have we got? Now, it comes back to what I was saying, that there they sit, 7th and 8th. The amount of column inches, or whatever the digital equivalent is, tiny. And that's what the boardroom will always look at. Strangely, what we've seen is that Nissan probably have out-qualified them in terms of column inches all
Without
the way
a doubt.
through.
Without a doubt.
And I think, looking at various bits on Twitter and everything else about how these things have panned out, there's some fairly harsh comments about Nissan, but I actually take my hat off to them to get this far with a completely new car and to be brave enough to put it out in the first place. They get all the ticks in all the boxes.
Exactly. Let's go to Bruce Jones, because we have word from our Nismo pit lane team about one of these Nismo injuries.
No, it is a word, but it was just a word of warning. I was waiting down at Rebellion, turned around, and a very smoky Nissan came in and went up to Joe's far end of the pit lane. But I fear another problem. They had a problem with the bodywork rubbing last night. It could well be the same thing. So hopefully Joe is up in the vicinity.
I was about to say it would look like a straightforward pit stop. However, it's not. The number 22 is being wheeled in backwards alongside the number 23, which is already in there with the extensive work going on. I saw turbochargers being dismantled, I saw front end brakes being replaced, and now the 22 is in there with an issue and work going ahead on that Nissan also. The 21, of course, their garage door is shut. Sad to see. But I've got to say, there's not that many garage doors shut this year. The attrition's been somewhat on the positive side, hasn't it?
Only 10 currently officially retired. Isn't that right, Paul? Did I count correctly?
I think you probably did, yes. I haven't been down and looked at that, but I think it's certainly of that order.
9.
I mean,
9,
my suspicion would be that if the temperatures remain low this morning, then that will play into their hands. But if it starts to get warm, then we might see a few more retirements creeping in. Mark Webber into the pits. That's the end of his second stint behind the wheel of the number 17 Porsche, which is in third place. That car having had a 1 minute stop and go penalty earlier in the race, which was for a yellow flag infringement, and they've been trying to play catch up ever since. I can't think of any other significant delay that number 17 car has had. Although as a result of this pit stop, it will fall off the lead lap because Nico Hülkenberg in the number 19 car has already been through and can take and completed another lap, and so Mark Webber has fallen off the lead lap. So here we are, little over 7.5 hours still to go, Jim, and we only have 2 cars on the lead lap. We were talking about the way we expect close races. And up at the pointy end, up at the front end of the P1 class, the overall result, the gaps are beginning to stretch a little bit with various little problems creeping into the race.
Let's go down for a definitive word from Nicola Prost about just what happened with the Rebellion.
Nicola, they're working on the brakes at the front of the car. Is that just because the car's in the garage? What's the work being done on the back of the car? What's the main problem?
Yeah, there seems to be 2 separate problems. We're checking the brakes because obviously a lot of smoke was coming out, and I don't know, I went straight, and when I went out the brakes were not feeling better. And we also have an issue with the engine at the same moment, so not looking very good right now.
So bad to get through the night. Anyhow, I hope it can be fixed. Thanks for talking.
Thank you.
In watching the lap times at the front, it's very interesting. We were talking about metronomic efficiency and that sort of stuff. It's interesting. These guys have been turning, at one point, all of the top four, the 19, the 9, the 17, and the 8, all turned 319s in the range of 319.9 to 319.6. Now we've got the 19 and the 9 turning, the 19 turning a 320.440, and the 9 turning a 320.792. It'll be interesting to see what Weber does, and Oliver Jarvis in the 8 does a 319.421. So the lap times have kind of leveled out from what we saw earlier when Audi was turning consistently faster lap times.
Yes, and I'm thinking back to something that Sam said, that it's all about getting the cars onto the right compound. The trouble is, when you're having to triple stint or quadruple stint the tyres, if you're on the wrong compound, then you end up being on the wrong compound for 3 hours. And if the conditions change in the course of those 3 hours, then of course you're fighting a losing battle anyway. So it's a real tricky thing to get the car onto the right compound for 7 o'clock in the morning. Here we are, 20 past 7. So if you're coming in at say 8 o'clock and you know they're going to still be out there at 11 o'clock, there's going to be quite a temperature change in that time. Heaven knows if it's going to rain or not, but you've got to kind of predict what's going to happen to conditions in order to get the car set up correctly.
And as we see from some of the onboard pictures, there are some ominous clouds around this circuit, but the barometric pressure has gone up in the last hour, so it was tumbling there for a while, and it did look like we may indeed have a weather system come through, but now the barometric pressure has gone back up. The humidity is almost 80%. That's now dropped down to 70%, and now as the graph pops up just at the exact right time, in the last half hour, the barometric pressure has started dropping again. So who knows what's going to happen with the weather, other than the predictable quote is it always rains at some point during this race, but maybe not this year. Maybe it'll just tease us and it'll keep everybody on the pit wall guessing, including everybody in this room.
But we've got graphs and all sorts of things which tell us about barometric pressure. It feels as if it could rain, and that sounds really stupid, but you can actually feel that pressure dropping. You can see the clouds in the sky. It's got that feeling to it. Okay, fair enough. It is only 7:30 in the morning, not even that yet, but it could easily rain. I think if it's going to do it within the next hour or so, and I think that's going to make all the difference. But it could go any way you like.
If you have just joined us at the top of the hour, this race changed drastically when the number 7 car came into the pits with rear bodywork that had just broken away from the car. Joe Bradley, do we have any update as to what may have happened?
Yes, thanks to Martin Pass for this. Everyone's puzzled. Marcel Fassler is as puzzled as anyone because he didn't hit anything. He wasn't hit by anything. The only conclusion, and it's pure, it's just pure guesswork, is that the bodywork has hit a curb or something underneath, and then in so doing, it's broken something bodywork-wise, and then the airflow is what's caused the main problems. The airflow getting into the breakage and then causing the massive amount of damage that we saw eventually the car having to pull in with. So a bit of a puzzle there at Audi, which has pretty much caused them a challenge for the lead, hasn't it?
Yeah, without a doubt. That car is now looking to have a huge comeback drive just to get on the podium if things stay the way they are at the front. Currently, car number 95, its lap number 225, is under investigation. That's one of the Aston Martins, and for exceeding track limits at the Ford chicane. So this is kind of I can't recall seeing anybody being warned for track limits to the point where they've had a purple sign on the timing and scoring, Paul, but I haven't been here as much as you have.
There've been a few, but not many. Right at the start of the race, there were a couple, and there was one penalty for transgressing across the pit exit line, but certainly I think we've learnt our lesson as far as the warnings being given out that we saw during qualifying, which is a good thing. And indeed, even this message, it is only an under investigation message. Yeah. It's not a this is the penalty, get on with it situation.
And it was the last lap by Nicky Thiem. On this lap, he's gone blue in sectors 1 and 2. So Nicky Thiem has got the bit between his teeth. Bruce Jones, you might have a theory?
Not on that one. No, I was just about to let you know that Neil Yarney's taking over the 18 Porsche, so expect the black one to really fly, because to my eye, he's the hot shot in that team. But I'm sure it was Joe who had the theory.
Yeah, I've got a theory on the track limits and why we're seeing penalties being imposed. And I think it leads to the changes that we saw, or we have seen, and the modifications we have seen to the runoffs on the Porsche curve section. They've tarmacked the runoffs there, which is going to obviously lead to race drivers being race drivers and using the absolute limits of what tarmac's available. And so they'll have probably been told in the debrief or the briefing that they were going to be imposing penalties for driving outside the limits of the track. And that's not just at the Porsche curves. They've obviously got to impose penalties on limits everywhere. And we've seen that at the Dunlop chicane, we've seen it at Tertre Rouge, and we've seen it at the Ford chicane. And I think the least areas where we've seen penalties being imposed for are indeed the Porsche curves.
Yeah, because you can't put a foot wrong there and get away with it, even though they have paved the runoff area.
But it's absolutely right that should be taking place, that you cannot do what they've done at the Porsche curves to make it safer, and then to have everybody actually just taking the mickey by running all over the new paved area.
The 18 car has come in. Romain Dumas has been replaced by Neil Yarney. That's that car's 21st pit stop. They were in the pits for a minute and 20 seconds for fuel, tires, and driver change.
And also in the pits within the last couple of minutes, Jim, is the leading GTE AM class car, the number 98 Aston Martin car, which has been pretty consistent, I think, since the start of the race. I don't think any other car has led the GTE AM.
Oh yeah, the 53 car has led, and the 77 car led.
That's right. They did early on, didn't they?
Yep.
And I'm kind of casting my mind back over the last maybe 12 hours rather than the last 16 hours. But no, you're right, there have been other leaders. Anyway, that car has made a pit stop and has now been handed from Pedro Lamy to Paul Dalla Lana. So that car will almost certainly not be lapping as quickly in Dalla Lana's hands as it was doing when Pedro Lamy was driving it. But part of the rules is that you have to have one silver driver and one bronze driver in the car. And of course, you could have two bronzes as well if that's the way you wanted to play it. And indeed, there are some GTE AM cars. I think there's one that actually has three bronze drivers in it. One of the Porsches has three bronze drivers, so that's kind of a minimum, is to have a bronze and a silver driver.
Let's go to our Nismo pit lane team and check in with Bruce Jones.
Nick Tandy, good morning. You just walked into the garage with your helmet, come out the front to look at the weather. It's getting a bit brighter, but what was really bright was your drive last night in the 19. Was that a great tactic? Give you just one stint to start with, and then give you four in the night when you could shine?
Yeah, I guess so. At the time, it seemed like I was just kind of driving around on my own. I thought we were going quite well because we seemed to be passing a lot of cars, but they were keeping me up to date with kind of where we were in relation to the others, and I was keeping an eye on the pit board. But I mean, looking back now and looking over sort of the times and what's been happening overnight, it seems like we're running pretty well.
And obviously you just had a boost because the number 7 car, I don't know if you're aware, maybe it was as you were walking in, just came in with bodywork missing, and they've lost a lap. So the 19 car sitting.
That is news, yeah.
Pretty.
That's good for us, obviously. Yeah, I've literally just been woken up, and if anything happens to Nico in the car or anything, I just have to be on standby in case. But it should be a little while yet before I get back in.
Okay, well, again, well done for last night.
Thanks.
It's 7:30 And there are 7.5 hours remaining in the 83rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Sport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis.
Speculation and debate.
Special guests and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport. Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com.
The hourly updates on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Audi Ultra, lightweight technology.
7:30 on a Sunday morning, when most of us are having a nice lazy breakfast. Others have been driving through the night, and the most successful one to drive through the night has been that number 19 Porsche. 270 laps now completed. Nico Hülkenberg is at the wheel, and it leads the race by a little over 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 17 seconds to be precise. The second place car, the number 9 Audi, the car that René Rast is just taken over at the wheel of, and the only untroubled Audi thus far. That's the second place car, and the only two cars that are on the lead lap, because the third place car is that of Mark Webber. The number 17 red Porsche is 1 lap behind on 269 at the moment. In fourth place, number 8 Audi, Oliver Jarvis at the wheel, is is just behind Mark Webber to the tune of... Oh no, he's nearly a lap behind Mark Webber, isn't he? Marcel Fessler at the wheel of the number 7 Audi, which has been delayed, is closing in on Oliver Jarvis. Those two cars chasing as hard as they can. 13 seconds is all that separates number 7 Audi from number 8 Audi, but they're 4th and 5th behind the two Porsches and the number 9 Audi. In 6th place is the number 18 Porsche. Neil Jani has just taken over behind the wheel of that car. It's 3 laps behind the leader on 267 laps, and pretty much exactly a lap behind Marcel Fessler. In 7th place is number 2, Alexander Wurz, in his Toyota TS040 hybrid. That's now dropped to be 5 laps off the lead lap. In 8th place is the number 1 Toyota, Sebastian Buemi driving that one. That lost 3 extra laps, having bodywork damage repaired following an accident from Anthony Davidson earlier in the race. And then in 9th place is the first of the LMP2 cars. This is the KCMG Oreca, which Richard Bradley is currently driving. And as I say, that is in 9th place overall, 245 laps completed. In 10th place overall is the second of the LMP2 cars. This is the number 26 G-Drive car, which has just come into the pit, so it will lose that place as a result of this pit. So actually it won't, because it's far enough ahead. I think it'll probably keep that second place. Especially because the number 48 has also just come into the pits. So that's Karun Chandok at the wheel of the Murphy Prototypes car at number 48. So pit stops at the bottom end, or the other 2 steps of the LMP2 podium. 26 in second place, 48 in third place. Let's look at the GT categories. In GT Pro, Ferrari has managed to bubble its way up to the top. Tony Villander it is who's driving the AF Corsa Ferrari number 51, who leads by very nearly a minute from Oliver Gavin in the Chevrolet Corvette. The Villander car is just out of the pits, so as a result of it also making a pit stop, it will fall back to second place and hand the lead of the class for the moment to Oliver Gavin with the Chevrolet Corvette. So those two have swapped around. The problem with following the GT class, just to make this point quickly, is that the cars aren't on the same pit stop schedule. So it's difficult to work out exactly who's where, because we get about 5 laps between, or more than that, 7 laps between the pit stops for the Corvette and the Ferrari. But at the moment, it's Corvette ahead of Ferrari. And then in third place is the number 91 Manthey Porsche, which Michael Christensen is driving. That's number 91. In GTE AM, number 98, Paul Dall'Anna, has just taken over the wheel of the Aston Martin, number 98 from Pedro Lamy, and he holds a 2-minute lead over the SMP Ferrari, number 72 of Andrea Bertolini. Incidentally, Dalalan has completed 2:29 laps. Bertolini, as I say, 2 minutes behind. And then James Collado, who is a further 13 seconds behind with another Ferrari, but this is an AF Corsa one, number 71. So it's 98, 72 and 71 in GTE AM.
The hourly updates on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Audi Ultra, lightweight technology.
91.2 FM, Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans for 2015. Paul, while we're in statistical mode, Gavin Brown has asked the inevitable question: how are we doing on record distance? As he scurries to check his one of the multitude of, what do you got there, Paul? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He has fully 7 monitors at his disposal. My eyes would have rolled back in my head about 7 hours ago.
I don't think a record distance is within range, but we're not going to be that far off it. 397 laps is the furthest we've ever been, so to beat that we would need to do 398 laps. The projection is currently showing 395 laps. Now, okay, you know that we're only kind of 3 laps away from equaling the distance, but it's difficult to see, even with more than 7 hours of the race remaining, how we can get up there without kind of busting any speed records that have already been done. So it's not impossible. I won't go out on a limb, but I wouldn't put money on it if I had to. And as I say, the projection is currently showing that the winner of the race will complete 395 laps. So we're not far off.
No, exactly. The number 8 car has come in. Oliver Jarvis, in and out, fuel only, for the number 8 Audi, and he is back underway already. Another lightning fast pit stop, 56 seconds. That's the car's 21st pit stop.
Yes, I think one of the things about the distance record, of course, is that we're dealing with the slow zones, which we haven't had before, and that part of the reason that the slow zones were introduced was because people weren't slowing down under yellow flags.
Yes, I mean, the other aspect, I mean, it is worth making the point. We have had safety cars in this race. If you
3 of them
were asleep when we had them, absolutely right, Jim. We had 3 safety car periods, totaling from the start of the first one, add them all up, the minutes behind the safety car, we've had an hour and a half behind the safety car. And so given that we've had an hour and a half behind the safety car, we've had various yellow slow zones, which I've actually lost count of when it got to 7. Some of them were quite short, admittedly. But I think given that we're that close to the distance record, it just shows what might have been had we run without so many incidents.
Looking at what looks like a very standard pit stop for the number 9 Audi, coming in from second place, René Rast on board. Lovely shiny new set of tyres waiting, but are they just being brought out for no purpose, as we've seen time and again? The refueling goes on, the windscreen's clean. Tyres can be carried back to the rear of the garage, not used. René Rast back on his way back. I think he should get back into second place, unless I'm wrong. Has Mark Webber got past him?
No, Mark Webber will be quite a long way behind.
So in and out for the number 9 car. So the 19 and the 9. Oh, we've got 96 has gone off at the exit of the Porsche curves. The right-hander that leads onto the short chute that takes you to the Ford chicane. He has gone off on driver's right. There's debris that is spilled back out onto the racetrack, and he has impacted the front of that car pretty heavily. The door is open, and we're getting signals from the marshals. Very upset Aston Martin crew.
This is Roald Goethe. Jim?
He's coming through and he's behind the number 19 Porsche, loses control of the car, spins it completely around, and then hits very hard into the driver's right wall, and then bounced all the way from the wall back out to the edge of the racetrack. That was a huge impact.
It was. He was I don't think made any kind of contact with the Audi, but perhaps was just put a little bit off balance by the proximity of
the
car.
Audi was already by him.
Yeah.
It may have just startled him, or
it may well
he
have
may have just tried to be nice and give him room and got out in the grey stuff.
It may have just been the draft as well. I mean, if you've ever taken, the way that the air comes over and through the Audi, it may well be that as a result of the car coming past you, he literally just got pushed off the line by the slipstream of the car.
Well, we were talking about safety cars, and now, Paul, this is our fourth one.
Yeah, I should never have mentioned it, should I? So whoever it was who was asking about record distance, now that's been, there's no chance of reaching that at all. I'm hoping that wall that the Aston Martin hit, I think it's just concrete there, so hopefully...
Yeah, but it would have been nicer if there had been some tires there, because that was a huge impact. I think he got all the way around. I think he spun 360 degrees, or close to 360 degrees, because of the angle of the wall, and then just hit that wall head on.
He hit it at the point where it's beginning to funnel away from the very widest part of the concrete down to the way it used to be, so therefore he was hitting it at much stronger angle than he would have done otherwise. The car bounced back probably 3, 4, 5 cars lengths once it had gone in that hard. And we're now waiting, but that was a big impact, and there certainly seems to be sufficient damage there that he's not going to get back into the race anytime soon.
While we try and suss this out, let's check in with our Nismo pit lane team. Shay Adam has had a driver change with Joe Bradley. She is with us now. Welcome, Shay. Good morning.
Good morning, Jim. I'm not going to do it in the same voice you did at 6 a.m. this morning.
Oh, come on.
No, but unfortunately not such a good morning for the 55 guys. Duncan Cameron just brought the car back into the garage, and Alex Mortimer being strapped in now, but there seems to be a great deal more attention being paid to cleaning off spare bits of rubber and whatnot, debris from the initial radiator and area where the intake is. So this car has been through the night. They've actually got out the air hose to try and blow more of it out. Maybe a sign of overheating as they put 4 new Michelins on the car, and it looks like they're just going to finish cleaning off the windshield and then wheel it back out. So I would wonder if the temperature gauges weren't rising a little bit. I'll try and find somebody and get some more information for you.
Thank you, Shay. Nismo pit lane team. Let's check in with Bruce Jones, who's at the other end of our Nismo pit lane, with Danny Watts.
Danny Watts, I was just asking you before we came on whether you saw any of the debris or whether you were ahead of the Aston Martin having it shunt, but you said there was debris on the track.
Yeah, there's a lot of debris, and I saw a car spewed across the track. I was in the middle of trying to overtake Ferrari GT and come into the pits at the same time, so I didn't see exactly what car it was, or I didn't see the incident, but yeah, there's a lot of debris and carbon over the track. And in fact, on my triple stint there was a few accidents and a lot of rubbish and dirt on the track. But saying that, the grip level is still reasonably high, quite good.
And there's been no rain as yet. We've had lots of COD meteorologists talking about it coming, but it's looking quite good at the moment.
Bruce, you're a commentator, and you've just gone and cursed it.
No, as the others, honest.
Yeah, no, well, what can you do? It's the same for everyone. Everyone had a go in the damp and the wet on the test day and on Wednesday. So it will be, what will happen. So just keep plugging away. We're still going okay. We haven't got the ultimate pace, but the dome keeps going round and round, and that's all that matters here.
And Johnny Kane's gone out, so he's going to have a handful of slow laps behind the safety car when really just wants to be getting on with it.
Yeah, it's the driver's worst nightmare, really, when you leave the pits. You just want to kind of get on it and then get into a rhythm and start feeling what the track's like, what the car's like, and get into a bit of a groove, really, because you know you're going to be in it for a little while. But the car's not too bad. It's handling really well, just lack overall pace.
Okay, keep going. Thanks very much, Danny.
COD meteorologist? Well, I won't have that. I've dampened my finger and everything else to make sure we got this weather forecast right. Been doing that most of my life, Bruce.
We've just trying to pick up what the safety car is going to mean to everybody, whether it improves anybody's chances or does the opposite. Reduces anybody's chances. And what we've got now is very, very, very nearly a lap separating the race leader from the second place car, because they're behind the same safety car and they're nose to tail with the second place car, Rene Rast, just in front of the Hulkenberg Porsche. So they're nose to tail the wrong way around, but separated by 99.99% of a lap, if you can picture that.
I'm hoping that it is not drama for the 48 car, but they have come back into the pits.
Yeah, I think that's probably only 2 laps for Karen Chandok. A new set of tyres, and I'm racking my brains. Did they put them on last time? I'm sure they did. They were trying to fix a little radio antenna or something in the cockpit last time, and it was flagged out. They may have just decided behind the safety car they'll come in and do it properly, and certainly more tape is being put on that, and maybe the new set of tyres were a precaution. But I think he could have picked up a puncture on some of the debris on the circuit. I think that's my guess. But the Murphy Prototypes crew working away. I'll keep an eye on it. But is this a setback, or is this them being very clever? Let's see.
Only time will tell. Thanks for that report, Bruce Jones, from our Nismo pit lane. Again, we are under our 4th safety car of the day for Rode Goethe, who impacted the wall on driver's right in the last corner, the exit of the Porsche curves. He spun when one of the Porsches, the number 19 Porsche that's currently leading the race, had just passed him, and there was no contact, but it was a big sweeping spin and then a violent impact into the retaining wall on driver's right. He bounced the car almost all the way back out onto the racetrack, and medical people have arrived, and if and when we get an update, we will pass that on to you.
But in the meantime, cars running around behind the safety car, and we are seeing the safety car probably more than we expected to, and that is a surprise, because this is a very isolated incident and probably what the slow zones were made for. And I'm surprised that we are actually seeing so much safety car, because we thought we'd done away with that.
Let's give you a little GTE update while we're under the caution. The Corvette leads, number 64. Oliver Gavin behind the wheel of that car. And then comes the Ferrari, number 51, the AF Course entry, Tony Vielander there. And then the 91, the remaining Porsche in the GTE Pro category, because the 92 car, as we had a fire early in the race when Patrick Pilet was behind the wheel, Michael Christensen behind the wheel of that car is in 3rd place. And then in 4th place is the other AF Corsa Ferrari. And Shea Adam, they've come to the pits.
They came into the pits indeed, and it was James Collado behind the wheel, but Davide Rigon is now there. The car was wheeled back into the garage, and 4 brake change and rotors, not just pads. The 51 has come in right in front of it, though. Bit of damage to the right rear from that car from overnight, and a bit of tape making it look kind of sad, but still going, still trying to maintain its championship lead and its pride in saying it's the only GTE Pro car to win this year. But right now they're doing the brake change on that one outside on the pit lane. Right rear is currently going on, and the 71 is ready to be sent back out on track. These AF Course guys really know what they're doing. So look for James Collado. I'll try and find him in the garage. Davide Rigon going out in the 71.
It's a good thing my microphone wasn't open about 30 seconds ago, because Karun Chandok was shouting, "Go, go," and that's because you're out of the car, the 48 Murphy Prototypes. It's back in the race. But you were in here about, what, 1 lap ago?
Yeah, I think we did 2 laps, but we just thought we'll take the opportunity on the safety car to do a driver change. We have to do something to mix things up, because on pace, we're not able to fight against the 05 Orica, the Ligier, or Jota. We don't have the outright speed to do it. The 03 Oricas had a good life for the last 4 years, but I think this is the last hurrah. So we're trying to be innovative and do something different. I was going to do a quadruple stint. I was going to do a quadruple right there, but obviously we just switched them out. We'll see.
And I noticed they took a chance to clear out the radiators. A lot of rubber debris in there.
Yeah, the temperature started to go up. There's a lot of muck in there.
Yeah, I mean, it was okay. I lost a minute and a half when we wanted to check something with the steering to Simon Dolan at the time. So that obviously cost us a big chunk. And then Oliver made about 20 seconds in a slow zone on me because it got green. It got green after I went through it. So he made about 20 seconds on me, and now I think they jumped us. So obviously, there's a few hours to go.
You'll get another chance later. Karun, thanks as always. Karun Chandok, car 48.
James Collado, you gave a big jump of joy there when you saw that the green light came on at the end of pit lane. A very quick brake change for your guys. Has the race been going well for you?
Yeah, I'm just happy for the guys who've done a fantastic job. Obviously, they're very tired now, getting to fatigue a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, for the first time in the race, I started to feel some brake fade. So we know we can't win, but you know, we're going to play safe and try and score as many points as possible. So we decided to change the brakes. But all in all, the pace has been great. Every time I've been in the car's been good. The Aston seems to be, you know, in another league at the moment. They're so much faster than us, and in a straight line and through the corners. So it'll be hard to beat them. But you know, Jimmy and Tony and Giancarlo are doing a great job in the other car. And what's important now is points for the team. But I hope the other driver's okay, because when I went past, it didn't look too good.
Do you still think a podium's achievable today?
Probably not, but you know, you never know what's going to happen. There's still a long race to go, but we've got to see where we end up at the end. At the moment, we just got to try and save the car. It's the only way we're going to get on the podium.
Thanks.
Cheers.
If it happens in the pits, you'll hear about it first. Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
Bruce Jones and Shea Adam, our Nismo pit lane team. And Paul, I see smoke coming out of one of your computers. It's not white smoke, so we don't have a pope. What's the what is the computer telling you about the number 19 car?
I don't know. If there is smoke coming out of it, then I might have a problem, because I've still got 7 hours to go in this race, and I can't afford any smoke at this stage. Otherwise, we'll all be very worried. No, I'm just looking at race leader Nico Hülkenberg. He's been out for a double stint thus far, and he is currently just going through to complete his 13th lap. Now, if there wouldn't be a safety car, then we'd expect him to be coming into the pits at the end of 13 laps. Now, we know the car can do 14 laps. Bear in mind, the safety car has only been out for a little while, though. So can he do 15? And the reason that's important is that if he can't, and he has to come in at the end of this lap that we're on, if we're still under safety car when he comes into the pits, then he's going to have exactly the same problem as Alexander Wurz will have, because he has come into the pits under this safety car. It's a quick pit stop for Alexander, but he won't be allowed to leave the pits exit until the next safety car, Crocodile, comes through at when it next comes round, which will hold him up to the tune of, I would estimate, about 3 minutes. Now, very interestingly, that I don't think they even changed the tyres on Alex Wurz's car, left him on those tyres, and of course those tyres now will be just going colder and colder and colder, and generally not performing very well. Strikes me they could have put a new set on there, but they chose not to. So we'll see how long the safety car is still going to stay out. We haven't had any news of whether it's due in or not at the end of this lap. But I reckon at the end of this lap we'll see the race leader, Nico Hülkenberg, coming into the pits, and that could be an opportunity for Audi, wouldn't you know it, just to get back. They won't get back all of this lap, but they'll get back to within a minute and 15 seconds, I reckon. That will be the gap it will come down to. Remember, it's up to 3 minutes at the moment, so they'll get it down to a minute and 15 seconds if Hülkenberg has to come into the pits at the end of this lap.
So the whole principle of a 3-minute lead goes down to half of that, and that's, again, ridiculous at this sort of time in the race.
And it isn't just fuel, as we're hearing from Shea Adam. There may be more being done to the 19 car when he comes in.
Yeah, they just got a rear wing panel ready for when the car does come in, and they have a rear body panel as well. And actually, they made Nick Tandy get up and move. He was sitting in a quite comfy looking chair, and they sort of motioned him, hey, that's where we need to put your stuff for your car. So whether this is a precautionary thing that they go through or not, I don't know. I haven't seen them do this before, but I will keep my eyes on it. You can be sure of that.
What I think they're probably going to do is if they do have to bring the car in under the safety car, Shay, then because you're almost forced to have to spend 3 minutes in the pit lane, rather than sitting at the end of the pit lane in a queue, you might as well get on and do something useful to the car.
Use the time.
If there is something that's not quite right, if there's something that's beginning to show signs of wear, then you might as well use the time, as Jim says, productively, do the work. So, and they might even end up putting Nick Tandy into the car, because he, after all, lost out on his stint earlier on through largely the same reasons. So it might be a bigger stop for that number 19 car, but it shouldn't affect it materially.
Well, while we're under caution, it's give us an opportunity to run a little contest. This is always one of my favorite parts of doing our shows here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Now, the prize for this Duke Video contest is a box set of the Le Mans videos from 1990 through 1999, the decade of the 90s. So that is the prize. To get the prize, you must answer the following question and tweet the answer to Duke Video, Comp 1,
You're not Camp
a
1,
box set to Radio Le Mans. You wouldn't have passed primary penmanship. Boy, I just got looked over the glasses.
You got the look from
Let's move on to the question before I get it
quickly.
Getting more trouble. How many years between 1990 and 1999 was Porsche the overall winning car? How many times was Porsche the overall winning car between 1990 and 1999? A, twice. B, 4 times. C, 6 times. This is for a box set of the 90s from Duke Video. How many times between 1990 and 1999 was Porsche the overall winning car? A, twice. B, 4 times. Or C, 6 times. Tweet the answer to Duke Video Comp 1, a box C, to @Radio Le Mans.
It's got to be less than 10, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the only answers, Paul, are 2, 4, and 6.
Well, I was just trying to work out by a process of elimination.
Phone a friend, perhaps?
Yeah. Okay.
And of course, with StudioVision being sponsored by Duke Video, that we should really be doing the whole thing to the camera of, is it 2, is it 4, or is it 6? So, yeah, it's getting more and more like a game show, isn't
yes,
it?
every day. I produced one of those once. Oh, dear.
Don't do it
again.
Yes.
Well, Sam Collins had an interesting thought that perhaps what they would do this year as a supplement for one of those like video extras when they do the Blu-ray and the DVD is to have the top 10 moments from StudioVision.
I think it's least bad rather than top 10. I think let's get it right, shall we?
Oh, good heavens. We are under our 4th safety car of the day. We are closing in on 7 hours to go. We hoped this would be a classic. It is shaping up to be quite an event. We're still wondering, questions to be answered. Will Nico Hülkenberg have to pit under this caution for fuel? Paul seems to think he is going to have to, and in fact, we've just seen a snippet of video, and I've heard a wonderful voice in my ear tell me that the crew is getting ready, so probably at the end of this lap, we will get that question answered. Will that be something that Audi, in the form of Rene Rast in the number 9 car, can take advantage of? How long will the safety car stay out on the racetrack? All of those burning questions will be answered when we carry on here on Radio Le Mans, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015.
At At RadioLeMans.com, we live for endurance racing. Le Mans, Bathurst, the Nürburgring, Spa, Silverstone, Fuji, and many more great races on classic circuits around the world, all covered live. Now add Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Road America, and Road Atlanta to the list. IMSA Radio from the International Motorsports Association and Radio Show Limited is a new service bringing you coverage of every session of the Tudor United Sports Car Championship, qualifying and race coverage from the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge and the Support Series races. Live, free, and without commercial interruption, direct to you. Look for the IMSA radio icon on the RadioLeMans.com homepage. RadioLeMans.com.
Brought the number 19 in, did Nico Hülkenberg. He stayed behind the wheel while they put fuel in and a new drinks bottle, but now he is clambered out of the car, giving Nick Tandy a quick pat on the shoulder before Nick slips his seat insert behind the wheel of the 19. The rear engine cover is coming off. The rear wing will come off as well. They will put a new version. That's just the 62 going back out on track. A little bit of American pride there behind me. Nick Tandy is belting himself in. He is getting help from an assistant around the other side of the car from him as the wing is taking a bit longer than they thought it would to take off. A bit of a struggle there. They've got the new one on. They're putting the new top half of the bodywork on the rear of the car, slotting that into place, and it goes nice and click, just like a puzzle piece would. And the mechanics already urging people out of the way. They have done everything they need to do, swinging the car back around. 4 new Michelin tires as well, full of fuel. It's good to go. A little bit of problem with the air jack as part of the nozzle slips off, but doesn't slow them down at all. That's it fired up, and that's it leaving. The red light is still on at the end of pit lane as Nick is driving up there, but he won't have to wait long.
Well, he'll have to wait until the crocodile, the queue behind the safety car, comes past, and that queue is just now coming into the area where Roel Goethe had the accident in the Aston Martin. They're still sweeping things up there, so it's not the worst case situation for the number 19 here, because all he's done is fall just one safety car behind. So the gap that we were talking about will go to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, not on the screens as we see them at the moment, but once the safety cars are withdrawn and we get back to green flag racing. That's at least my estimation of the situation. So the safety car is bringing the queue around now, and as I say, it will allow Nick Tandy to join in on the back of the queue. It will leave him in the lead, but as I say, in effect, it's enabled René Rast to close up to what will end up being about 2.5 minutes, which is not that far off what it was in the first place, because of course the safety car squanched them up in the first place and backed René Rast back into the race leader. So I think overall there's not going to be much you can complain about here.
You may have heard that wonderful rumble behind Paul as he was telling us the situation. That was the 64 car coming in the pits. Bruce Jones?
Well, it looks very orderly. Oliver Gavin, I can see him through the door. In fact, they opened the door, gave him a splash of fresh air, closed the door, back in your own fug, Mr. Gavin, and just a refueling job. And now the car goes up on jacks, so we're going to have fresh tyres? Yes, we are. Going to go all round. Yeah, so just to let you know what fug is, it just means that your own hot air, really, air you've breathed before. But anyhow, they have got time. They're doing not exactly as Porsche did with the Hülkenberg number 19. They know it's about a third of a lap that they have time-wise before the next safety car train comes around. So, well, I thought it was just changing. Hello, we're changing the brakes. What are we doing? We're doing this very, very hurriedly to the left, rear. In fact, both sides at the back, they're changing the brake pads. Have to get a bit. Did they? Okay, well, very good. It's when one of the mechanics came out with a great big grip full of tools. He's put the hot disc on, and the safety car train is coming around. They may not catch the tail of this one. Don't forget, they're the class leaders in GTE Pro. There's still a mechanic that I can see with his head in the rear wheel arch on the back left, but the wheel's about to go on. Can they get up to the end of the pit lane in time to join the end of this train of cars? Or will the pit lane be closed again, at the pit exit being closed? Because the last of the cars in that group has just passed pit exit now. Looks it's the Krone Racing Ligier, and still the 64 Chevrolet is up on its jacks, down on the ground, puff of smoke out of the exhaust, but unfortunately for them, the marshal with the yellow flag is holding it up at pit exit, so close to making it. Doug Louth coming across, and he bangs his arms on his legs. Just the frustration. 10 seconds faster, they'd have made that stop perfect.
That is a horrible break.
And what it's going to do is, by the time the next safety car train gets there, it'll be the safety car train which contains Tony Villander in the Ferrari. So there'll be double frustration because did we leave Oliver Gavin in the car, Bruce? I think you did, didn't you? What, as I say, what we'll get is Oliver watching that train of cars go past, seeing the Ferrari in it, and then he'll be able to join in on the tail of the crocodile. But as far as I can see, I think the Ferrari is pretty near the back of the train anyway. So yippee, it'll set us up with a great battle in GTE Pro. But as I say, it was just a little bit too long for that disc change. But nevertheless, it's always a good thing to get those discs changed. What people tend to forget at this time in the morning, it's just gone 8 o'clock in the morning, is you've still got 7 hours of the race to go, and that's a fair old chunk.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
And that they are still having to do that. And when they're doing that, they need to start building a car for that 7-hour race, based on a car which has done everything so far. If you're going into a 7-hour race, then you will be starting with something bright and shiny.
Endurance racing really is a master class in back timing, because you're back timing your last pit stop to where it is going to give you the optimum run to the checkered flag. You're back timing your tires so you have the optimum tires for the run to the checkered flag. And what I mean by back timing is figuring out at what point at the end of the race you need to be in what position. Much like in our business, in radio and television, we have to hit certain time marks, so we call that back timing. We know that if we have to do the news at the top of the hour, that if we're at 3 minutes and 40 seconds to the top of the hour, we better not play a 3-minute and 50-second song.
That's so
that
true.
Would get you on the naughty step.
The other thing I love about this time of day is you are beginning to see the bits of tape on the cars. You're beginning to see that the cars are obviously dirty, that they're well used. I love that whole thing.
It's much like Bourbon Street. I don't know if you've ever seen Bourbon Street in New Orleans in the daylight, but it sure doesn't look as nice in the morning as it does at night. And the same holds true with these great endurance cars. They look so sleek and sexy at night with those lights burning as they go at high speed around this racetrack. And in the morning, they look a little secondhand.
There's
much
the Ferrari.
like Bourbon Street.
It's the Ferrari's going through, and behind it there's 1, 2, 3 cars. So the Corvette will join in with 3 cars between it and the Ferrari, because the Ferrari's just gone through on that little group there.
Advantage Ferrari. That was a huge mistake by the Corvette guys.
I think probably I wouldn't say it's a huge mistake. It was a roll of the dice, and they didn't quite make it. They needed to change the brakes. They were better off changing the brakes under those conditions, but they didn't quite know how long it was going to take them to do it, and they weren't quite quick enough.
Bruce Jones.
I thought I felt a drop of rain on the side of my neck. I'll come back to that in a second. But the sun's shining, Paul, don't worry. Number 7 Audi in for a pit stop. Marcel Fessler staying on board. They've done the refueling. They've changed the wheels on the driver's right. Now they're changing the wheels on the driver's left. I think I felt a second drop of rain. Ironically, the sun is at its brightest. Other people are looking up, up and down the pit wall to see if there's rain, or I got unlucky with a bird strike. I'm not entirely sure. I don't dare put my hand up. But anyhow, the number 7 pit stop is running very smoothly. They're just checking, of course, because they know they've got a bit more time. Just checking, removing any debris from under the front of the car. clearing out any ducks they possibly can. They'll maximise their time, but I have a sneaking feeling Audi won't just miss the pit exit being closed. They'll get him up there, ready to join. The man with the yellow flag pulls him to a halt as he could, but I think they've timed that just about right. But of course, this race has been somewhat spoilt for number 7 in the past hour.
Yeah. Yes, I mean the problem for the number 7 is it's kind of looking back and looking forward, and looking forward up the road. It is a lap exactly behind the next car ahead of it, and that's without the pit stop that it's just done. And the car ahead of it is the number 17 Porsche. The car behind it is his own teammate, the number 8 Oliver Jarvis car. So green flag is waved. We're back into racing conditions wherever you are on the circuit. 3 safety cars pull off, and we're going racing again, Jim.
Don't we normally get more warning than that, or did I miss it?
No, you missed it.
Okay.
It was up on the screen.
Answered your own question there. Yeah, so we've now got the bunches of cars, 3 separate bunches of cars, which are out on circuit, having been held up behind the 3 safety cars for the period of the last few minutes while they cleaned up the accident to Rolf Goethe's Aston Martin. And this, of course, is when quite often we have seen a follow-on yellow flag, because cars are beginning to fall over each other, particularly where drivers have been frustrated being held back behind or away from a battle.
Or races break out, as we have right now, as the number 17 car just passed the number 9 car for 2nd position. So going into the Mulsanne corner, the number 9 car was slowed a little bit as they came upon the number 47, and the 17 car took advantage of it, and then on the exit of the corner was able to get by the number 26, I believe that is. Get a better view here. No, that's one of the Rebellions.
Yep.
Yeah, he was able to get by one of the Rebellions and has now pulled out about a second, maybe a second and a half on the Audi number 9. So a big move by Mark Webber at the drop of the green flag, as now Nick Tandy leads in the number 19, and then Mark Webber has climbed the number 17 back into 2nd position. Rene Rast is 3rd in the number 9 Audi. Marcel Fassler is 4th in the number 7 Audi. Oliver Jarvis is 5th in the number 8 Audi, and then Neil Yanni is 6th in the number 18 Audi, followed by the 2 Toyotas, Alexander Wirtz and Sebastian Buemi in 7th and 8th.
But Mark Webber hasn't just passed the Audi, he has run away and hidden.
Yes.
That he has just put so much distance between him and the Audi since he overtook on the way down in towards Indianapolis. It is night and day. We have a 15-second stop-go penalty for car 35 for speeding in the pit lane. As we know, those penalties are actually dished out as the circuit goes completely green. So we've got a 15-second penalty for car 35. We have a 35-second stop-go penalty for car 37 for the same misdemeanor of speeding in the pit lane.
Now we have a double yellow at Indianapolis.
That's yellows beget yellows.
It was there and disappeared again very quickly.
Very quickly.
So somebody just had a very quick spin and then continued. Just reflecting on what you were saying, Paul, about the Mark Webber performance there. His car's considerably lighter than that of Rene Rast, and of course, for all Rene's experience, Mark Webber is also a hugely more experienced racing driver, so not entirely surprised to see him jumping ahead there. But Mark is going to have to be coming into the pits in... he's certainly got enough fuel to let him complete this lap, but a lap and a half he'll be coming in, or possibly 2 laps after that if he's managed to save some fuel behind the safety car. But it does mean that Rene Rast in the number 9 Audi will be getting that position back when Mark Webber comes into the pits.
The other thing that you may have talked about, and it was while I was perhaps zoned out and didn't see the warning on the screen that we were going back to green, but we now have 3 cars on the lead lap with Tandy leading, and then Webber and Rast about 2 minutes behind him Rast now is 3 seconds behind Webber as they come through, 3.2 seconds. And in fact, Webber on that last lap did a 4:21 to Rast's 4:27, and of course that's when they were getting back up to speed. Part of that lap was under yellow.
Yeah, you're quite right. We didn't highlight it, but of course as a result of the pit stop for the number 19 car, when they brought it into the garage and left it in the garage, it lost so much. I mean, it lost a couple of minutes in the pits whilst that was going on, and that was sufficient to get Mark Webber, who was the car that was just behind, a lap behind, to get him back onto the lead lap. René Rast was just on the lead lap, but of course that pit stop from Nico Hülkenberg to hand the car over to Nick Tandy was just enough to allow it to happen.
Problems for Christopher Cunningham in the number 34 Ligier. That's one of the Unroke entries, and going up to the Dunlop Bridge, he spun right in close proximity to the 48 car, so a near miss for the Mark Patterson and the Murphy prototypes, but didn't look like there was any contact. I think Cunningham spun on his own. He is back underway, but spinning out of 6th place.
Chris Cumming.
He
doesn't have a ham, and he is.
Thank you.
He is one of the drivers who's trying to use this opportunity to get his laps in. He being the silver driver in that car, with Kevin Estre and Lawrence Van Tour, the other two drivers. He's nearly there, Christopher Cumming. He's done 3 hours and 25 minutes worth of driving, so he's only got to do another 35 minutes and he'll be up to his 4 hours.
That was a Freudian Petey Cunningham moment for me, a good friend of mine who also races in the United States. So, sorry, Christopher.
I thought you'd know Chris because he's a regular PC competitor.
Yes, he is.
In,
he is.
In the
but
United States.
It was that moment when you're going into the Dunlop curve and you suddenly start seeing the pit lane and everything else through your windscreen, and you think, I shouldn't be facing this way.
Mad.
and other translations of well-known English sayings.
Exactly.
But and we're now fully light. It's a bright, shiny day, said the COD meteorologist, as we're seeing.
The COD meteorologist?
That's what Bruce called us. All of us. And I still don't know. Just looking out of the window here, can you see that? Can you see that sky? It's, I think probably the colour would be azure. But
very mixed sky conditions. We have some parts of the sky that look absolutely beautiful, and some parts of the sky that look fairly ominous.
So it's probably the only wild card left to play in this race. We've got everything that's going on, and it could go any way you like.
Just going back to the subject of P2 silver drivers, the class leading P2 car is still the number 47. This is the KCMG car, which currently has Richard Bradley behind the wheel of it, and their silver driver was Matt Howson, and he's done all the driving that he needs to do to qualify for the race and to score championship points and all the rest of it. He doesn't have to do any more. That doesn't say he's not allowed to do any more if they're happy with the car, and they may well put Matt in the car again because he's a perfectly capable driver, but it's one of the few cars in the top few places of LMP2 where the silver driver has done his laps, or his time. It's time that he has to do rather than number of laps. But it really just cements the KCMG's race in position, really, provided everything else can continue to go well for them. They've got a lead of just about exactly a lap on the rest of the field.
We've had a couple inquiries as to the condition of Road Goethe. We do not speculate, and we are awaiting official word from either the team, Aston Martin, or the race officials. But it was a big impact, and so we're not in the business of speculating about that. So as soon as we get something, we'll pass it on to you.
And seeing some great in-car shots. One of the developments that we've seen over the last few years is the proliferation of in-car shots, and you can see what's going on all the way through, all the way around the circuit as well.
And as I say that, this comes through from Aston Martin Racing. They can confirm that Rode is conscious and talking on the radio. He has been taken to the medical center, and there will be a further update shortly. So thank you to the folks at Aston Martin for that quick update.
Yeah, jolly good news indeed, especially bearing in mind events of 2-3 years ago here.
Yeah, it was a big impact, but immensely strong cars. Both GTs and prototypes are built with the big accidents in mind. Nobody wants them, but they do happen. And the 47 car is now down pit lane, the P2 leader. P2 car is in.
Let's get a Nissan update from our Nismo pit lane team, Bruce Jones.
Well, they're both 22 and 23 are still going round. Obviously, we lost 21 when Tsugo Matsuda couldn't bring it back in the dark hours of the night. But both 22 and moments ago 23 have been pushed back into their garages. Front bodywork off the 22, but the good thing is they've just inserted a driver across those broad side pods into the cockpit of 22, so that will be going back. Now the front bodywork, it's quite a cumbersome process taking it off. I think they'll have to improve the release mechanisms for next year when they're going to come back and have the most serious attempt that they can. And again, it's work all around the car. They're changing the front wheels on this. But the main thing for Nissan now is to gather data, go on round in race conditions. We've got 7 and a bit hours or so of this race, as far as I recall, still to go. 21 is out, 22 and 23 are not. They're going to be back on the track as soon as they can.
And good for them that they've done that, because it is a big test session, and if they can get a few more hours of testing and in race conditions, it will stand them in very good stead. But yes, they've had to take that front bonnet off more than they'd planned to, I'm sure.
Another team that has really had an uphill struggle today is the number 4 car, the CLM entry. Diego Montero is the driver behind the wheel of that car now, because Shea Adam, they've finally got it repaired, don't they?
They just keep trying. You've got to admire them for that, but there should come a point in time where they should realize we're not going to achieve the goals that we wanted to, and we're not really doing anything beneficial at this point. Last time it went out, did, I believe, 1 lap and then came back in and sat in the garage for a very long time with several pieces. So it's a bit like a zombie now at this point. It just refuses to go away, unfortunately.
That's an analogy which I haven't heard before of the zombie moment, but it's understandable. And if anybody is now just pulling themselves out of their tent here at the circuit after a busy and hectic night, it's still Porsche, Porsche, Audi, 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 Porsche. That's 1917, 9, 7, 8, and 18. So we've got a very, very tight race still at the top, Jim Roller.
Well, and that's what we have been bragging about for the last... you're going to make me do the math. 17
hours and 22 minutes.
17 hours and 22 minutes.
Sorry, one of the very important screens tells me 17 hours and 23 minutes. I don't do the math, so I just keep that one running all the time.
And I'm normally pretty good at doing base 60 math, but not really with only an hour's sleep.
This side of the studio, we'd be lucky to get to it within the hour. Full side, he's down to the minute.
But yes, this is what we have been expecting since Tuesday. Right now, there are 3 cars on the lead lap, 2 Porsches and the Audi, and they're separated by 2 minutes and 29 seconds. Now, in the world of racing on a 1 mile oval, that's a ridiculous amount. But here on an 8 mile racetrack over a 24-hour period, that's darn near a dead heat.
Well, nearer a dead heat still is the battle for second and third, because even though Mark Webber blew past René Rast on the restart, it's interesting that both of them have been able to stay clear of Nick Tandy, because remember they were right behind him when they were behind the safety car, although then the Porsche had its pit stop, didn't it? So that's the reason that has gone out. But René Rast is just 24 seconds behind Mark Webber. So once René gets settled in, Mark Webber has to... When's Mark Webber's pit stop going to come? It's probably going to come at the end of this lap, actually, isn't it? So Mark Webber, I expect, will be coming in at the end of the lap that he's currently on. And where is he on the circuit? He's coming down into Indianapolis and Arnage, so give him another minute and a half, 2 minutes, and he'll be down here at this part of the circuit into the pits. Then René Rast will have the opportunity to take the second place back. So even if we've got a 2 minute gap for the first to second, there's nothing at all between second and third.
And you're the mathematician, and I'm not going to put you on the spot now, Paul, but the percentage difference in terms of distance covered between first and second, or second and third, must be ridiculously close. That if that's 2 minutes, then that's going to be about 5 miles, and that if we work out how many miles they've covered, you know, it's going to be 99.9 something percent they are the same. So
yeah, it's probably about 2%, but we'll do the maths on that too.
You know, I knew you'd take your calculator out, and that if anybody is watching us on StudioVision,
he loves a challenge.
He does. On www.radiolemans.com, you can watch StudioVision powered by Duke Video and see Paul actually working this out for real right now.
Number 17 makes a call to the pit lane. Mark Webber brings the car almost to a halt and then rolls through into the pit lane area where he has to keep a constant speed as he rolls down and comes to stop right in front of Shea Adam.
He has 4 fresh Michelin tires waiting for him. Whether he chooses to use them or not, we will be determining in about 2 seconds. He will not use them as the pit crews have waved off the photographers, and he goes back out. Fuel only for Mark Webber in the 17.
It's a triple stint now going into a quadruple stint then for the Australian. And whilst it's certainly not the first time that car has been doing it, it's the first time in daylight hours that it's been doing it. And of course, the temperature's not as warm now as it was in the late afternoon yesterday. We've got up to 17.8 degrees centigrade here now, and as I remember, late afternoon yesterday it was about 20 degrees, but it is getting close to the point where Porsche might be close to the
that's 64 Fahrenheit, and that's a very comfortable temperature.
It's a comfortable temperature, but the problem is he's going to be out there for another 45 minutes. How long is it going to be before the temperature starts going up towards the limit of what the operating temperature of the tyre is going to be? So there's an element of risk there, but it's one worth taking. I mean, the car is down in at best second place. It's in third at the moment. And just to go back to answering Paul Tarsi's question from a minute ago, the difference percentage-wise between first and second at the moment is 0.5%, 0.05%. So,
yeah. So it's when you look at it that way, that 99.5%.
As I said, dead heat.
Yeah, yeah. It's ridiculously close. Ridiculously close.
One of the Toyotas has come to the pit lane. It's the number 1 car. Service begins. Fuel at this point, cleaning the windscreen, cleaning the lights, change of the water bottle. Doesn't look like there's going to be a tire stop. Looks like this will be fuel only for the number 1 car, and he is away.
That is so slick, isn't it? All of these teams at the front end of the grid and further down are just so slick at these pit stops now that when you think of the fact that fuel flow is probably the only thing that's limiting them to what they're doing anyway. It's so good.
The hardest bit, in fact, from what I've discovered from talking to people who have to practice these things, is getting the nozzle onto the receiving piece on the car, and actually just fitting that it's like a snap fastener. You have to kind of push it on, but you have to push it on with even pressure right and left to get it right in the right place at first time, and that's what it's all about. Is the thing's moving, it comes towards you as soon as the car's stationary, you have to slip that nozzle on, and that's where the time is made.
And it's actually everything that puts pressure on an individual, everything, because as you say, it's got to go on straight. If it doesn't go on straight, then immediately the temptation is to panic, and then you get the problems that we do see from time to time. But I am just blown away by how professional these things are.
Oliver Gavin, a man on a mission as he was heading up through the Dunlop S's before the Dunlop Bridge. He and the number 42 Straka P2 car came upon one of the AAI Porsches, and they split the car going around the right-hander before the Dunlop Bridge. That was a hairy moment. Oliver Gavin, just 10 seconds behind Tony Vielander now, is a man on a mission.
He certainly is, and that again would have been the nasty moment for the driver of that Porsche, seeing cars coming at him from both directions on the way round the Dunlop curve.
6.5 hours to go in the 83rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Bottom of the hour, you know what that means.
Silverstone,
Spa,
Fuji,
Austin,
the Nürburgring,
Shanghai,
Bahrain,
and the Le Mans 24 Hours. 66 hours of racing.
4 classes,
And over 100 drivers.
Listen to the whole of the 2015 FIA World Endurance Championship exclusively live on RadioLeMans.com.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik.
So we're 17 and a half hours into the 2015 running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. That means there's less now than 6.5 hours to go. And Porsche still lead the way. They've completed 283 laps with the number 19 car, which Nick Tandy is currently driving. It received a little bit of extra bodywork at its last pit stop, which cost it a bit of time, but it was going to cost it the time anyway because of having to come into the pits whilst the safety car was out. In second place, 2 minutes and 38 seconds behind, is the number 9 Audi of Rene Rast, and interestingly that gap is pretty much identical now to what it was before the safety car came out. So that was one case where the safety car kind of effect we lucked into, and it didn't affect things too much. So first number 19, second number 9, third number 17, the second of the two Porsches. This is the one with Mark Webber behind the wheel. Mark has just made a pit stop for fuel only and headed off on his way again, but as a result of that pit stop he's going to be a little bit further behind the Audis. He's 16 seconds behind the number 9 Audi. In fourth place is the number 7 Audi, Marcel Fessler, suffering from having had a long pit stop to repair some bodywork damage which was done to the car just before he got, while he was in the car, and as a result that car has lost a couple of laps on the leaders and has to make up over a lap in order to catch up with the cars ahead. We were all on the lead lap. Behind the number 7 Audi is the number 8 Audi. Oliver Jarvis is at the wheel of that one, and he's only 26 seconds behind Marcel Fessler. So 7 is 4th, 8th is 5th. In 6th place is the other Porsche, the number 18, the black car. Neil Yarney is running in that one. That's had a few delays here and there, a couple of offs at the Mulsanne corner, and then trips back to the garage to have the car repaired. In 7th place is the number 2 Toyota with Alexander Wurz driving. In 8th place is the number 1 Toyota with Sebastian Buemi driving it. And in 9th place is the first of the LMP2 cars. This is the KCMG car, Richard Bradley at the wheel of the Oreca. He's completed 257 laps and has over 3 minutes back to the second place car, which is the number 26 G-Drive Ligier with Julien Canal at the wheel. And then in third place in LMP2 is the number 38, the Mighty Jota car, Mighty Gibson, the Jota car number 38, who is, how far is he behind? He's not quite a lap behind, but very nearly a lap behind, 3 minutes behind. Oliver Turvey then playing catch-up but in third place with the Jota car number 38. That's LMP2. In GTE Pro class, we've got Tony Villander leading the way in the Ferrari as a result of an extra pit stop that was made by the Chevrolet Corvette. Oliver Gavin taking the car back out again, but they changed the brakes while the safety car was out, changed the rear brakes while the safety car was out, and that cost Oliver Gavin the position. He was leading the class, but now he's 10 seconds behind Tony Villander in the Ferrari. So it's 51 from 64 in GTE Pro. Then number 91, the Porsche of Michael Christensen, who is just over a minute behind the Ferrari and Corvette. So 51, 64, 91 in GTE Pro. In GTE AM, number 98, the Aston Martin, still leading the way there. Paul Dalla Lana at the wheel of that car. In second place is Andrea Bertolini, who's a minute and 56 seconds behind in the SMP Ferrari. And then in third in GTE AM is the number 77, Patrick Dempsey, entered. In fact, Patrick Dempsey driven at the moment. The number 77 car is 2 laps behind the class leader, but nevertheless third place in GTE AM. So the first 3 positions in GTE AM: first number 98, second number 72, and third number 77.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik.
Tom Milner, that was a bit of an odd time to do the brake change. You lost out on that pit stop sequence, but are you still happy running second at this point in the race?
Yeah, I mean, to be still in the hunt here is obviously a good thing. That brake change was a bit long. We had enough of a buffer to just only lose 1 safety car, and we ended up losing 2. So that was unfortunate, but the car's good. The whole reason why we did that was make sure that we had a good car for the end. Which at this point we definitely have a good car. So now it's just a matter of getting to the last 2 hours, last hour and a half, and then pushing from there.
Who gets to finish the race?
I'm not sure yet. I've just kind of come back to the garage here since I'm sleeping. So I'll get in next, and I don't know. We'll see. Kind of depends.
Thanks, Tommy. Good luck.
Thanks. No problem.
A Corvette update from our Nismo pit lane team, and we should point out on the racetrack, things have hotted up a little bit. The number 7 car has in fact gotten one of its laps back on the racetrack from the number 19 car as he passed the number 19 going into the Mulsanne corner. He being Marcel Fassler passing Nick Tandy, and that was a great move. And now, as they have made the run all the way up through Indianapolis, Arnage, and are going through the Porsche corners, the Porsche curves, Fassler has pulled away.
And that was a declaration of intent that I'm not going to be sitting here. I am out for
We've
you.
not given up.
Yeah. Keep your eyes on your mirror, because I'm going to be there soon.
And in fact, coming out of the second chicane, there was an absolutely outstanding move as both, again, these faster prototypes split one of the AAI Porsches, and Fassler went around the outside and then ducked right back into the slipstream of the Porsche. It was an absolutely fantastic move. Now we've got trouble for the 40 car, who has gotten himself, did a nice job. Tracy Crone took one for the team there. He'd gotten himself in a little bit deep going into the second chicane on the inside of one of the AM Ferraris. I think that was the number 62 car of Townsend Bell. And he, instead of crashing into Bell, he spun the 40 car.
Yeah, it was a bit like the a mirror image of the incident that he had with one of the ESM cars yesterday going into the first chicane, where he did exactly the same thing, only everything was on the sort of inverse side. It was on the right going into a right-handed one rather than being on the left going into a left-handed one.
And he did tag the ESM car, and they both did the kind of synchronized spin.
It ended in the same result. Just going back to Marcel Fassler, as you say, not giving up, pushing as hard as he can. They know how to win Le Mans, those 3 drivers. They've done it before. One of the reasons is that they never give up. It's not the fastest lap of the car, but it's the fastest lap that Marcel Fassler has done in the car at 3 minutes 18.613. and that was on the lap that he took the place. Then he's come across some traffic, as we saw, and that slowed him down just a little bit, down to a 3 minutes 20. Plus, we're going to slow down even more now because we've got a slow zone on the Mulsanne straight, or not on the Mulsanne straight, but going into the second chicane, Jim, to deal with Tracy Krone's Beach Ligier.
It didn't look like he had beached it that badly. It looks like he may have just stalled it. And once they get him going again, they're running out there with a snatch tractor and some of those very brave orange-clad marshals. Who kudos to them. We couldn't do this wonderful sport without these people who are, frankly, volunteers. They do it for the love of the sport, and they are to be applauded for their efforts. It looks like he may indeed be a little bit beached, as you could see a little bit of the gravel kind of piled up behind his rear tires.
He'd spun on the left-hand part of that second chicane, and that therefore the back had come round, and he's sitting driver's right on the middle of the chicane facing outwards, so certainly a very dangerous position. They can't take the risk, they have to move it.
Let's go to Bruce Jones. We have the AM leader, the number 98 Aston Martin, in the pits.
In the pit and roaring away. That's Paul Dallalana, very simple pit stop, no driver change. Bakker came in from the lead of GTE AM, has gone back into the lead, but the car that's chasing the SMP Racing Ferrari, they did have a driver change, and Andrea Bertolini has hopped out, and Victor Scheiter has hopped on board. So we're going to see if we can catch a word with Andrea. That was a good long stint, but what you need to know is the 98 Aston Martin, at least that's waving the flag for the Aston Martin mark in leading that grouping.
Great news that Aston Martin are still in the hunt here, although obviously GTE Pro, we have Tony Verlander in the Ferrari leading that, with Ollie Gavin in the Corvette next, and then the Christensen Porsche in third place in the Pro category. So that Aston not dominating as they have done in the past.
No, but Ferrari and Corvette are.
Yeah, and that's it's healthy throughout the field, and that we all love the sport and we all love this race, and we know that it goes through peaks and troughs, and this is very, very much a peak. That we've got great factory teams. That it's kind of come down to Porsche versus Audi, and that we might have expected to see Toyota as part of that. We've also, of course, got Nissan, who, they were never going to be. They were never going to be duking it out with the big guys, but they'll be back, and that whole concept that Ben Bowlby has come up with is so innovative, and I just take my hat off to them, because I think they've turned something around, and it might not work, but if it does, it's going to change this sport completely.
I'm certainly giving them a year to prove it. I'm not saying yes or no until they've had a full year to develop that car. I mean, Porsche last year, after a full year of private development, came here and had a rough go of it. Not as rough as Nissan is having, but Nissan isn't as far along in the development as Porsche was when they arrived.
And it was a completely different concept for Nissan.
And frankly, you had some people from Audi that moved across the hall and took a lot of knowledge with them.
Yeah,
so if this is a brand new concept from Nissan.
If it turned out that it did work, then we are into a whole different world of front-engined prototype cars. We're into, because we know how it happens, that it's, call it fashion, call it development, call it evolution, call it what you will, but if a concept works, then everybody else follows suit, and we could have something which is completely different, and that would just be so exciting.
Let's go back to Bruce Jones.
Andrea Bertolini, thanks. It's all right, that was the BR leaving the next garage. Andrea Bertolini second in the GTE AM class for Ferrari, getting closer.
Yeah, it's tough because Aston is really quick, but you know, the 24 hour we will pushing until the end. We try to do our best, and we'll see at the end who will be in the front.
You're looking quite tired. Was it a hard shift?
Yeah, we did a lot of triple stint, and now it's time to rest and to drink a couple of coffee to be ready for the final stint.
Well, let's hope Victor Scheitai can do a good job. Thank you very much, Andrea.
Pit stop also for the number 91 Porsche, the third place car in GTE Pro. Jörg Bergmeister has gotten behind the wheel of that car. So first three cars in the class all on the lead lap. Tony Vilander leading in the Ferrari number 51, chased by Oliver Gavin, 7.9 seconds behind in the number 64 Corvette. And then Jörg Bergmeister now out in the Porsche number 91. When he came into the pits, he's now about 2 minutes and 38 seconds behind after the pit stop. But if anything, any problem should befall either the 51 or 64, Bergmeister is going to be there to pounce.
In the leading car, I am rapidly leaning towards making Nick Tandy my man of the race. Not necessarily but I talked about the hero stint that he did in the middle of the night, which just pulled away from everybody else. He was faster than anybody else on the circuit, and it wasn't anything particularly fantastically special, but it was just better than anybody else was doing at the time, and he was very humble about it afterwards when Bruce, I think it was, or Nick was talking to him. Well, he's only been in the car for a little while, but he's doing it again. He's just easing away from René Rast, and as he eases away from René Rast, he's also easing away from Mark Webber, and Mark Webber's in another Porsche, so he's just expanding those gaps all the time. And if anything, René Rast is going to have to be looking to his mirrors at what Mark Webber is doing behind him, because the balance between the 9 and the 17, the 9 Audi and the 17 Porsche, seems to swing from one way to another. Sometimes the 9 is faster, sometimes the 17 is faster, and when they're only separated as they are at the moment by 22 seconds, you can't afford to be doing that too much. So that's the kind of situation for the top 3 places. And, you know, we've got a 6-hour race to run yet, so there's still plenty of time for anything to go, anything to happen with this.
And obviously with cars running full fuel loads, lower fuel loads, going through all of that some of the cars, I haven't looked at the data, but maybe the Porsche is better with a full fuel load than the Audi is, or vice versa, and so it is nip and tuck all the way through. Now, obviously, all cars are better or worse in different conditions, but nonetheless, what you get is that the nip and tuck is coming backwards and forwards all the time.
Very much so, Paul. And I mean, part of the feature of yesterday's race, the start of the race, the high temperatures meant that the Porsches couldn't keep up with the Audis. It was only when darkness fell that the pendulum kind of swang in Porsche's favour. But you've got to look at the race overall, Jim, and think about where the problems have been hitting. And, you know, they've been hitting Audi just as much as they have Porsche, if not more so. It's only the number 18 Porsche that's had the problems.
Yes, I think there have been definitely more problems. The 8 and 7 have had issues. 9 is so far, as he touches wood, is the only one that really hasn't had any major issues. Bruce Jones, the pit stop cycles continue for the Audi. The number 8 has made a call.
Yes, Oliver Jarvis brought the number 8 Audi in, standard refueling only. What I thought was interesting is as he drove out, they had the onboard camera looking back at his face. And Ollie's got quite sort of intense looking eyes, but it's just the level of tiredness. I saw it when I was speaking to Andrea Bertolini, who just got out of the 72 Ferrari. I think come what may, driving from darkness into the light, you're tired before you start. And I'm sure Ollie Jarvis will need a good rest when he gets out. The number 9 Audi now comes in for a pit stop. Again, they have a whole new set of tyres lined up. Will they put them on board? Let us see. At the moment, they're going through the first part, which is the mechanic hopping on the nose of the car and cleaning the windscreen. But right now, the best place of the Audis, the number 9 René Rast, is staying on board. Will they put new rubber on, or will he be waved out of the way? No one's standing in front of the car to wave him out. Now they are, and I think it is going to be refueling only. Yes, indeed. Underway again goes René Rast.
On the spot and in the heart of the action. The Nismo Pit Lane team. Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015. And Jim Roller coming to you from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Center with the Pauls, Paul Tarsi and Paul Truswell, my two erstwhile colleagues here for the next 10 minutes, and then I'll be turning the microphone over. My race will be run, gentlemen. So,
is that your final stint?
I'll be standing by.
I think you should. I think every
standing by.
I think you should kind of stand at the back and limber up before every pit stop, just to make sure, in case one of us is feeling a bit weak, you know.
Put a microphone on, get all ready.
That's it. Yeah. There was a 15-lap stint from Rene Rast coming in there, largely because most of it was done under the safety car conditions. So he got a little bit of a longer session there. So. So that's the reason why he came in then. It was a scheduled stop. Nick Tandy has probably only got fuel enough for one more lap. So the race leader, for the moment, has stretched his lead between himself and second place man, but he'll be in pretty soon, I reckon, probably on the end of this lap that he's on at the moment.
Like the little engine that could, the Toyotas continue to carry on, plugging along. Shea Adam, what's the latest on the number 2 car?
They were taking a page out of Audi's book there, Jim. They did fuel only, a little bit of a windshield wipe, and then sent Alex Wirtz back out onto track. They didn't even bother with the illusion of new tires, though. They just did fuel and then said, nope, go back out and you're not done yet. But this end of pit lane is starting to get really busy as Chris Cumming is also doing a fuel and go in the 34 P2 car. Now they've decided to do tires since he did have that spin. They only changed the front right, though. They did not change more than one tire. We're starting to see the 12 Rebellion is coming in for its pit stop. The 35 Oak Racing will also be coming in. And a certain number 77, which is a fan favorite, will be making a stop here soon. And Mr. Dempsey himself will be getting out of the car.
We didn't ever come to a conclusion about what caused the bodywork problems on the number 7 Audi. We saw as it started to get light, the half the rear bodywork just get blown away from that number 7 Audi. Now
the team didn't know.
They didn't know, and it happened. I think, having thought about it, that it happened through the Porsche curves, and he did cross the start-finish line far to driver's right, and I think that probably the team said, let's have a look at it, do another lap, and then we'll have it ready for whatever it is that we need. But we have to assume that there was impact, contact somewhere, because
but he says he didn't feel anything, he didn't hit anything. So
if that's the case, that's a design issue.
Yeah, exactly.
And if that's the case, it can happen
speculation.
again.
The speculation was that perhaps he had contacted a curb, and that had possibly cracked something, and then through time with the aerodynamic, pulling at it, that sort of stuff. But yeah, I mean, who knows? That's pure speculation.
Oh, but we do that.
Yes, we do.
And it is just that if it's happened once, it can happen again.
Oh, exactly.
And that's always a worry. That's why so many teams will pitch up here with 3 cars, because you do actually shorten the odds, or lengthen the odds, I'm never sure which way it is, that you can actually
They like to see you come into the betting hall then.
Yeah, they do. Oh, goodness me, yes. I'll just leave my shirt here.
Yes. And my wallet. And my shoes.
Yes. And my children. But it's just a thought.
It's a fair trade.
That it could happen. That the impregnable Audi sometimes just gets a little bit of a chink in that armour.
Well, right now, hopes ride with the number 9 Audi. Rene Rast, kind of waiting for him to cross into Sector 2, to complete Sector 2, to see just how much he trails the number 17 car after we have had his most recent pit stop right now, as you may have heard Paul moments ago tell us, Nick Tandy is leading the race in the number 19 car, but he is due a pit stop. That car has completed 21 pit stops so far, and Weber, Rast, Vassler, Jarvis, Yanni, meaning the rest of the Audis and Porsches, have all completed 22 pit stops. Alexander Wirtz in the number 2 Toyota has completed 22, and number 1 Toyota Sebastian Buemi has completed 21. Paul, of those leaders, who for Porsche has the least amount of time in the pits, and who for Audi?
Yeah, I'm just going to go through those. For Porsche, in fact, all of the Porsches have spent less time in the pits than all of the Audis. So if you lift the top 6, 3 Audis and 3 Porsches in order of the time spent in the pits, then the least time spent in the pits is the number 18 Porsche, which has spent 21 minutes and 47 seconds in the pits. Then you get the number 17 Porsche, 21 minutes and 51 seconds in the pits. Then and only then do you get to the Audi that spent the least time in the pits, and that's the number 9 car. The Porsche that spent the most time in the pits, strangely, is the one that leads the race, the number 19 car, which has spent 25 minutes in the pits.
That tells you how fast they are out on the racetrack if they're able to make up that much time. And speaking of that car, the 19 and the 7 have both come into the pit lane. Let's check with Bruce Jones in Audi country.
Audi country coming to a halt, and again, let's see, are we going to get a change of driver? No, I thought we might see Andre Lotterer coming out, but Marcel Fassler possibly. I think he knows that I want to interview him, so he's staying on board. So we'll have to wait a little longer to find out from the horse's mouth. Anyhow, Shea is down at the Porsche.
The Porsche has already gone away. Fuel only left Nick Tandy behind the wheel of the car. And Bruce, you'll have a better view of this, but I think the Porsche beat the Audi back out onto the circuit.
Yes, Shea, he did. All that work out on the racetrack for the number 7 car to get his lap back. He just got put another lap down again.
That must be so frustrating.
Oh my God.
It's the same old story we've been saying all along, a 5-second difference in the pit stop time purely on refueling. And that was enough, as Shea described, to get the Porsche out ahead of the Audi.
With these cars being so competitive, that to lose 5 seconds that you've scrabbled back must be so disconcerting, because it's going to be very difficult now to get it back, as the 2 cars will now be going onto Mulsanne Straight, and that there will be 5 or 10 cars lengths between them. It all starts again.
Exactly so. Just describing, Marcel Fassler is going out now for a quadruple stint. He's on the 4th part of that stint. Nick Tandy is only going out for his 2nd stint. Remember, he took the car over after the car made its pit stop during the safety car, and now he's going out for his 2nd stint after that, which is a thing that I like, because we can now look at all the lap times and do an average without having to worry when the safety car was out and therefore mess up the average lap times.
A close moment for our race leader in P1 and our race leader in P2, as Tandy was coming towards the pits in the Porsche curves. At the end of the Porsche curves, he came upon the number 47 car, the P2 leader, who was passing one of the AM Ferraris. I think it was the number 72 car. And in fact, they tried to do the old split, and the 47, to give the 19 enough room to get through, went way off the racetrack and almost did some agricultural racing in the grass, but he was able to get it back onto the racing surface before he had to go through the grass. That was a close moment.
And we also have Alex Mortimer in the 55 car, the Ferrari, which was weaving from side to side, going very slowly. And the only thing I can think of that you would do that for is if you're running out of fuel. The crew is ready for him in pit lane, but the car has actually stopped on driver's left just after Indianapolis. I think that car's run out of fuel.
Sorry, which car was that, Paul? I wasn't looking at the screen at the right time.
55 Ferrari.
Thank you for that.
With Alex Mortimer on board.
That did kind of have that look of ka-choo.
Yeah, it's done 14 laps already. It was trying to do 15. Bear in mind that during the time that it was out, we had the safety car out, I think. I need to double check that one. But it's obviously overestimating the amount of economy it could get behind the safety car. 14 laps is easy under normal circumstances, and what they've tried to do is to stretch it to 15 with the safety car influence.
I think there's no doubt about that's what they've tried to do, because it was that weaving from side to side, which maybe if he'd been a mile or more further down the road, it could have worked out, but it seems that car is dry. But let's not forget Klaus Ludwig coming home with a Porsche 962, completely out of fuel, and he drove it back from somewhere round about Indianapolis on the starter motor, if you remember, Paul.
Yeah. I mean, what generally happens in situations like this is that if you just leave it for a while, you get a little bit of condensation, and that then allows a little bit of fuel to go through. They don't quite make starter motors like they used to.
They don't make a lot of things like they used to, Paul. Unfortunately.
Partly from the point of view that the regulations also don't really encourage you to do such things as driving back using the starter motor.
Well, we have 6 hours to go. It's 9 o'clock European Central Time. And it's time for me to say thank you to you two gentlemen. As always, it is a pleasure to be in your presence here in the Mobil 1 Broadcast Center. Have a good rest of your race. I'll be standing by and enjoying the finish. Johnny Palmer's up next.
All the action, all the latest news from the pits and the paddock. Informed comment. There's always been and always will be just one authority on the race. And just one place to listen. Radio Le Mans. You can't manage without it. Mobil 1. Mobil 1. Engineered to perform.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
So 9 o'clock in the morning for the 83rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It feels like the finish is just around the corner. And then I realise, no, hold on a minute, we've still got a whole World Endurance Championship race to go. 6 hours and an awful lot could still happen. We have a Ferrari stopped at Indianapolis. There are question marks as to exactly what happened to the number 7 Audi when it came round minus a bit of bodywork. And the metronomic pace still of Porsche out front. Nick Tandy from Mark Webber, the 19 from the 17. But I just have a feeling that this race still has something, a twist in the tail, maybe more than one twist in the tail. And Paul Tarsi and Paul Truswell will help me go through the next 3 hours between 9 and midday today.
It is 6 hours to go, isn't it? Yes, it is.
I hope so.
Yeah, 18 hours into the race. I don't want to say too much because there's still a long way to go.
Go on.
But I'll give you a clue now, because I don't want to preempt what might happen as a result of the race. But there is a lovely possible link with another race that happened here a few years ago that might happen if something happens at the end of this race.
A few years ago or many, many years ago?
It was a race that I was at, and it's a race that a lot of people here will have been at.
Right.
So it's certainly within living memory.
Yes.
And you can guess what I'm trying to do is interpret who's going to win, and it's just kind of find a little link there to what might that have been. So the Twitter can go mad as to what I might be thinking of.
Please do, by the way, at RSL_studio. That's your invitation to go crazy on Twitter.
But whatever you do, don't give away who's going to win, because there's too far to go.
That was really very, very cryptic until the last bit, Paul, and I think I'm with you now. But we'll wait and see. But so the Ferrari, the number 55 car, has been towed and is now being pushed away from the circuit at Indianapolis, being taken down, I think, to Arnage, looking as we can from that. Crew looking very disconsolate in their pit garage because very obviously that ain't coming home. And that must be so frustrating because somebody has made that call.
Or it was a mistake. I mean, that was the famous thing that happened in 2003, wasn't it? When Frank Bieler ran out of fuel. It was just a bad call by Frank. Didn't get into the pit lane in time. What were we going to say? Oh yes, and of course, because that car's being towed away, that's now the site of the next slow zone. So if, like me, you're looking at average lap times, the slow zone messing those up for a little while whilst we sort those out. So welcome back, Johnny.
Thank you. Yes, it's good to be back. I feel pretty fresh, actually, but that's because I've had about 4 hours sleep. And I'm not sure how long Jeroen Bleekemolen has been in the car, but I do know for a fact that he now joins one half of our Nismo pit lane team, Bruce Jones.
Jeroen, how are you feeling? It's Sunday morning. You're looking a little warm. You just hopped out of the Viper.
Yeah, actually feeling great. I just had a really nice triple stint, setting fastest lap of GTEM. And really driving with the GTE Pro guys. I was with the AF Corsa guys. I followed Fisichella for 1 hour. I think then I followed the other AF Corsa car. But yeah, the car is running great. I really loved my run here.
Who's taken over from you?
Mark Miller, and then it'll be me again until the end. So we'll see. I mean, we're trying to get the podium. It won't be easy. We have the pace, but we had 2 or 3 really small delays, and it's so competitive that we might miss out on the podium.
And how have you found it being able to sort of coach Mark through his rookie performance at Le Mans? Has he really benefited?
Well, I mean, the car is just running really well here. We missed a little bit of top speed, but when I followed the GT Pro cars, I could get nice slipstreams, and then we were okay.
Okay, thanks very much, Jeroen. Clearly, Jeroen didn't quite catch my last question there, but that's understandable. There's a lot of noise down here.
It was a darn good stint, though, Bruce. He hinted at it. He was at the wheel for 3 hours and 12 minutes. And for a big, heavy car like a Viper, that's a very good stint indeed. Not quite sure. I'm a big fan of Jeroen Bleekemolen. And, of course, with a lot of history in the family again here at Le Mans.
Sharing with Mark Miller, as he said, and Mark now in the car, Ben Keating as well. So 2 Americans and the Dutchman Bleekemolen. And yeah, certainly doing the lion's share of the driving in the recent time of the race anyway.
It's that booby trap, isn't it, Paul, of Jeroen Bleekemolen, and you still want to call him Michael rather than Jeroen. And like all those other ones, I keep on wanting to call Alex Buncombe Jonathan, which was his father who raced minis in the UK. And all those racing dynasties are absolutely great fun to play with.
And you want to call Jan Kevin or something, don't you?
Yes. No, actually.
So the Corvette number 64 just making a stop. Ollie Gavin, and in fact side by side for the GT lead, Bruce Jones. You got a good view of that down the pit lane.
It was astonishing. I really didn't think he had enough grunt. Well, of course the Corvette has enough grunt. I just didn't think he had enough time to get ahead of 51. And he tucked his nose, and it took a little complicity from 51, so they didn't touch. But hey, that's what it's about. 6 hours remaining, racing even in the pit lane. So good move there by Ollie Gavin.
Yeah, it's my mistake actually. Tommy Milner now at the wheel and racing Tony Verlander in the number 51 Ferrari from the grid boxes, or the pit stop boxes, to the line. And in the end, the yellow Corvette got the judgment, but it was the old bottleneck at the end of the pit lane, and something had to give, and actually respectful driving in the end from the Finn.
But it was just like real world motorway driving, wasn't it? Because there was that row of cones at the end of the pit lane, and I thought, this is exactly what you see when you've got that non-existent roadworks on the motorway.
And it was all down to the fact that the Corvette had the driver change, and on the previous stop, of course, remember, they'd had that brake change which they'd done on the car whilst the safety car was out, which kind of lost them some time. But it was a 1 minute 25 second pit stop for Corvette in order for them to change driver, get Tommy Milner into the car, whereas the Ferrari, fuel only stopped for the Ferrari at the end there. Tony Villander stayed behind the wheel, and his pit stop time just 49 seconds.
News on the Krone Racing Ligier in just a second, but straight down to our Nismo pit lane team once more, and Shea Adam this time.
The trouble started before they even got to the end of pit lane for the 51. It was very nearly a collision with the 47, the P2 leader, as when Villander was released from his pit box, the 47 was coming into his, and they missed each other by inches. It was cringeworthy, and the Italian contingency of A, of course, universally stood up and threw their hands up in the air and started shouting. So a lot of displeasure before they even got to that little kerfuffle at the end of pit lane.
That's a polite way of saying it, and in fact that kerfuffle is just working its way by now. A car that is off track, Tracy Krone in the number 40 Ligier from Krone Racing, which rotated coming out of Mulsanne corner, nearly collected the number 12 Rebellion at the same time, and is now off to driver's left on the grass there. But thankfully the two leading GT Pro cars were able to get by. They're still nose to tail, Milner from Villander, but were able to get by even though there are double yellows being waved there to warn of the stricken car. So no overtaking for a brief period, but they're well and truly into the green flag area now, heading for Arnage, and Villander keen to get by the American. No opportunity to do that though at the right-hander.
And this really is nip and tuck. When the number 12 came across Tracy Krone's car, it was a bit like somebody that you meet on the stairs, where you both go to go one way, then you both go to go the other. And that the number 12 car did a little jink each way a couple of times before actually deciding to go to driver's left of the stricken Krone car, which now is mobile again, although slowly mobile, coming away from Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, Tracy's found a reverse gear there and managed to get the car away from the Armco barrier, and it is trundling its way now down the straight from Mulsanne corner itself. Lots of cars that need to get by it. Meanwhile, let's stay focused on the GT Pro battle, which is heading towards the end of this lap. This will be 251 laps then for Tommy Milner and Tony Villander. There's about half a second between them, and then a further minute and 5 seconds or thereabouts back to Jörg Bergmeister, who's in the number 91 Porsche.
And we've been talking about the Blake-Molen Viper, which is nose first at the Ford chicane, driver's left, and is now working its way back onto the circuit, going sort of against the general flow on the hard standing between the gravel and the barrier. Back on the track, no damage done, except probably a bit of pride.
To Mark Miller, who has taken over that car from Jeroen Blake-Molen, and yes, rejoins. Thankfully didn't delay the number 31 ESM Ligier, which came close to having to dodge out of the way. But I don't think the run through the Ford chicane for the American car was affected too badly. Paul Truswell.
Yeah, Mark Webber is in pit lane, which is actually say is going to come in at the end of this lap, and then I realised that he'd already got to the end of this lap, and so he's in pit lane coming in for a scheduled stop, this being his 22nd scheduled stop, and that will put him up over the 22-minute mark of length of time in the pit lane. So he's still having a good race, still there. He was in second place, but he'll be pushed down to third as a result of the stop. It should be a fuel-only stop. Oh no, it won't. It's the end of Mark's stint, isn't it? Because it's a quadruple stint for Mark Webber. So that will be the car being handed back over to Timo Bernhardt for the number 17 car, and a longer pit stop therefore required whilst they change the tyres.
And still the The GT Pro battle continues. Because they came out of the pits, we've got this for ages. This is going to be nip and tuck. We're not going to see one of them disappear halfway through what otherwise would be a good battle. My guess is that the Ferrari is slightly faster than the Corvette in this trim right now. He seems to be pushing a little bit harder than the Corvette is comfortable with, although that could change throughout this whole stint. But we have got a treat for the next few minutes and more of the battle between the Corvette and the Ferrari at the front of GTE Pro.
Yeah, remember, Paul, that the Corvette is on newer tyres than the Ferrari, so if the Ferrari can get past, and it looks like it's about to do so, then that's a double good performance from it, because it's been out on that set of tyres already for a whole stint with Tony Villander at the wheel.
Yeah, the driver that was at the wheel of the Chevy Corvette before that altercation in the pit lane as the two cars exited was Ollie Gavin, and he now is with Bruce Jones.
Oliver, this has been an exciting race from start to finish, but just looking how close it was, the 64, your Corvette, just edging out ahead of the 51 Ferrari at pit exit. Fantastic stuff.
Oh, it's amazing. You know, this is one of the best races I've ever been involved in, I think, and you know, it's just been wheel-to-wheel action all the way from the green flag or the tricolour. You know, it's amazing. You know, this race keeps throwing up these amazing battles, and you know, we're racing the guys that won it last year now, wheel-to-wheel. We know that they've got a huge amount of experience. They're a great crew, great team. So you know, we know we've got our work cut out, but we're ready for the challenge. We're ready to have a bit of a bare knuckle fight with these guys, and you know, the Porsche's just there. It's still hanging on, waiting to pick up the pieces. I don't think it's quite got the pace to fight us, but it's just lurking there in the background, and you know, they're just waiting for something to break on our cars, or you know, a little bit of contact or an incident with our two cars getting together. So 6 hours to go, so much to play for. I've just got to go over and see the guys to see when I'm back in. If I'm back in, I don't know. You know, it's just manic.
It's still effectively one round of the World Endurance Championship to run in the 6 hours, you see.
Yes, exactly that. So, you know, it's crazy when you think about it like that. But this, you sometimes get stuck in a bit of a time warp here at Le Mans. You know, and you sort of think, okay, got lots of time to go, and then all of a sudden it's nearly 3 o'clock, or you know, the race is nearly over, and it's just you can't explain it sometimes. It's such a magical place.
You don't need to explain it. Brilliant job, thanks, Ollie.
Handing over to Tommy Milner, who's doing a grand job to keep Tony Villander behind him. The gap is now 1.2 seconds, but as Paul Tarsi's quite rightly said, we're probably in for this duel until the rest of the race, depending on how Corvette play their cards. Do they have the advantage, or is the Ferrari that very slightly the better car? Of course, it's won the race twice now in the last 3 years, going for a fourth win in 3 years. So it's certainly the car of this spell of the World Endurance Championship. Well, it's only been held 3 times now, the World Endurance Championship, through the seasons, and the 51 car has won it every single time. Are we in for the changing of the guard, perhaps, and Chevrolet Corvette with their first win since 2011?
And didn't you just love listening to Oliver Gavin there talking about it? So up for the fight. I mean, what an enthusiast. You could hear the adrenaline buzzing through him there as he talked about this fight. I mean, he talked about a bare knuckle fist fight. And I thought, well, that's a nice idiom, a nice figure of speech. And I thought, no, actually, he's going to go out there and start beating Jimmy Brody up if he sees him round the back of the garage. So if any of the pit crew reporters can get round there, I think that would be the spectacular fight to watch.
I think also we hear about the prototypes often using their passing manoeuvres on GTE cars to their advantage. As they came past us here on that previous lap at the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre, what we saw was that the Corvette actually used the class-leading P2 number 47 to his advantage, getting him between the two of them through the Ford chicane, and that actually probably gave him that second lead that he has now.
Couple of messages on the screen from the clerk of the course, and one is a definite in that the 12 car was given a drive-through, and I don't think the 12 Rebellion has served that yet. The other thing is that the 64 car, which is the Chevrolet Corvette of Oliver Gavin, the pit stop that we were, raised eyebrows at, and for a moment holding our breath to see whether the Corvette and the Ferrari made contact at the end of the pit lane. The 64 pit stop is now under investigation. So do you think, Paul Truswell, that's to do with an unsafe release into the path of the Ferrari?
Yes, or just behaviour in the pit lane. They'll just look at the video and decide whether anything particularly dangerous was being done. I think it will probably be passed with no further action. The Rebellion has taken its drive-through penalty, though. It actually went through marginally before the message came up on the screen that it had to do it. It was marginally after. But anyway, so that was Matthias Besch who went through the pit lane just before you read out that message, Johnny.
So that's done and dusted. We need not worry about that anymore as the Corvette number 64 snakes its way through the Dunlop chicane at the top of the hill and underneath the bridge. So the Corvette, it's a close run thing. They were overlapping very briefly, and it did require Tony Villander to back out of the throttle, I think, just ease off from the pit lane speed limiter to allow the Corvette to nose in front. But certainly it's a close run thing. I'm not sure whether I fully agree with you, Paul, that they will be let off the hook there. It'll be interesting.
It's unfortunate that there isn't enough latitude in the interpretations of the regulations. It either is or isn't.
Yes.
And that if they decide it is, then that's it. There's no way around it. People often talk about the racing incident, don't they? And which actually means absolutely nothing at all. That the racing incident doesn't happen technically, whereas something like that, the overlap in the pit lane, it did or it didn't. I do hope that we don't get robbed of this battle simply because of that.
Number 18 Porsche in the pit lane on schedule, this being the car that's now in 6th place, having had a couple of delays because of having been thrown off the circuit at various points, and that's the main reason why it is that far back, because it's one of the cars with the lowest pit stop time, but it's been parked at Mulsanne Corner for a little bit longer than most cars have, having had 2 offs there, so that's why even though the pit stop time is low, it's that far down the field, the number 18 Neil Yarny Porsche. And then after that, I'm trying to work out whether or not René Rast is increasing his pace a little bit, because the other complexion on this is whether the Porsches, the 919 hybrid Porsches, are going to be able to continue their pace, which they've shown throughout the night, or whether they're going to slip into daylight mode, as we saw yesterday, where the Audis were able to lap consistently more quickly than the Porsches. So as soon as we start getting a few laps, and we've just had one where René Rast was quicker than Nick Tandy, we'll have to see whether or not he's going to be able to then continue it. Unfortunately for Audi, and it's not the first time we've said this at Le Mans, there's only one Audi really against 2 of the opposition, the 2 opposition being 2 Porsches though.
In LMP2, it is still the story of the KCMG Oreca 05. Richard Bradley back at the wheel, the number 47 car leading the class then, from Julien Canal now in the number 26 G-Drive Ligier, the orange and black car. Car 38, Oliver Turvey on board the Jota Sport Gibson, running in 3rd position, so on for a podium after winning the race last year are Jota. 4th place car 48, Mark Patterson back on board the Murphy Prototypes Oreca 03R. Slow Stracker car, I notice, on start-finish line. They're not amongst the top 5, but are just outside of it, actually, as we stand. So in 5th position, it's the Pipo Derani-driven G-Drive Ligier, car number 28, ahead of Chris Cumming in the number 34 Oak Ligier, the American driver who is at the wheel of the number 34 pink and black car. Then it's Nick Leventis on board the number 42 car, and there are yellow flags now being displayed because of the slow Stracker Dome in 7th position in the class. Nick Manassian on board the number 27 BR01 from SMP Racing is next up. Johannes van Overbeek in the Ligier from ESM, car 31, next on the timing screen before you see Ivan Bellarossa for car 45. So Ibanez Racing doing okay and in the top 10 just about, I think, for the French squad. But yeah, slow for Nick Leventis as he climbs the hill through Dunlop Curve.
It's the good news is he's not moving slowly. The bad news is he's not moving at all. That the car has stopped. Oh, and Tracy Crone has gone around in circles again. That car has had such a torrid time. It spent an awful lot of time facing in the wrong direction. That's on the outside of Arnage, car facing into the barrier. I don't think it's touched the barrier, but nonetheless it's sitting there. The car stopped. Nick Leventis' car stopped on the start-finish line, sort of opposite pit out, I think it would be fair to say, is leaking all sorts of nasty stuff in there, and I think that Bruce Jones can give us some more information.
I can. He's opposite, just beyond the Audi garages, so just opposite the innovation station, if you will, and sitting there. He is in the cockpit. Obviously, the marshals run up the pit lane, but they're on the pit wall side, so we need some marshals on the other side of the circuit. Liquid leaking out of the back of the Stracker. Oh, he's got it almost fired up. He's trying to get it going again. It nearly worked. Not going anywhere just yet, I'm afraid.
But the problem with that is that even if he did get it working, he's now got to do a complete lap to get it back into the pits, because there's no hiding place from that. So that's going to be a big ask, as I think the youth of today say.
And the problem is that fluid looks pretty integral to the workings of the car, and obviously with it pouring out the back and all over the road, then there is an issue with the car will actually make that lap that it needs to do before it can head into pit lane and to be seen by the Stracker team. You were posing the question, or at least the theory earlier on, Paul Truswell, that Audi, in an attempt to catch the Porsches that lead the race, might think about stinting their tyres 5 times, so actually adding an extra one onto the quadruple stint that we've seen them do already. Has there been an occasion where they've actually managed to do that, or decided to do that?
No, there hasn't, and I have had a list of about 7 reasons why they may not do that. There are lots of possible reasons why, if all of those conditions are satisfied. But one of the dangers about doing a 5-stint strategy is if the safety car comes out whilst you're out on a 5-stinter, then you kind of have to come in order not to go over your driving limit. Whereas if you're on a 4-stinter and the safety car comes out and you have to stay in the car for another half an hour, it doesn't really matter. Right. The other thing is purely about, we don't know quite how what the tyre wear characteristics are, and whether there are certain things that Michelin with Audi may have put into place which says no, the most you want to do this is for 4 stints. So it hasn't been done, neither by Audi or by Porsche or anybody else. Although we have seen it in previous years of quintuple stints, although in those days the fuel economy wasn't quite as good as it was now, so a quintuple stint wasn't as long as it would be now.
Back to Bruce Jones, part of our Nismo pit lane team, with another update on the 42, Bruce.
Well, just a quickie. The car's been hooked up now and is being towed away, but one of the engineers went running from the Stracker pit wall holding a sort of plastic file, and on one side he had notes, and on the other side he had an illustration of the steering wheel, and obviously that was just a way to try and talk Nick Leventis through all the buttons or the sequence of buttons he might press to get that car going. Doesn't matter, it's being towed away, and as you said, Johnny, was that the life fluid, the life blood of that vehicle leaking out of the back as it sat there on the gentle incline. Anyhow, really cruel luck. Wasn't looking as though it was going to be Stracker's day, and it certainly isn't now.
Yeah, that was my feeling, sadly, for Stracker, and it's now able to climb the Dunlop curve, but only with the use of a tow rope on the end of one of the circuit intervention vehicles. It was in 7th position.
Yes.
Yeah, 7th position. So not losing those spots quite yet, but obviously with no movement, or barely any movement for the 42 car, it will start to slip down the standings for P2.
good news from race control car 64. Pit stop, no further action after investigation. So we continue to see that battle between the Corvette and the Ferrari is going to be unimpeded now, and we can look forward to that, as you said, Johnny, probably for the rest of this race.
So Milner from Villander now nearly up to 8 seconds, so the Corvette starting to stretch its legs ahead of the Ferrari. Jörg Bergmeister in 3rd position in GT Pro in car 91, and then it's Davide Rigon in 4th in the other AF Corsa Ferrari, but quite a way down from the leading pro cars.
We also saw just on a picture there that one of the, and I couldn't say which, one of the Porsches and one of the Audis were side by side past the stricken Straka, and that they did actually touch as they crossed the start-finish line.
Interesting. So Nick Tandy and Marcel Fessler, the cars you're talking about, 19 and 7. And Bruce Jones, did you catch it?
Well, I just happened to look over the pit wall and wondered about it, but one of the Porsche representatives has just sprinted down to race control. I think he wants to make that point very forcibly. Maybe Shea will find out. I'm about to check out and go and see if Jim's eaten all the bacon. But anyhow, he certainly was very quick off the mark, and nobody from Audi had that sort of speed.
Thank you, Bruce. Sterling work, as always, down in our Nismo pit lane, and he'll be handing over very shortly. They're still side by side. Well, they were side by side earlier on. That was a short time ago. And then finally, as they exit the slow zone implemented for the 42 Straka car, Fessler gets the jump on Nick Tandy.
Although it's not actually a battle for a place, nor even to unlap himself, but it's to get one out of the 2 laps that he is behind back. We're in a relatively unusual situation, actually, Johnny, in that with 5.5 hours to go, there is only one car on the lead lap. The leading Porsche, number 19, has lapped the field, and I can't remember who was here for the nighttime stint. I think it was you, wasn't it, when I was saying how Nick Tandy did a storming nighttime stint. You seem to be Nick Tandy's secret weapon, because your stints match with his.
I've commentated on Nick Tandy since he was in mini stocks on short ovals.
Since you were wearing short trousers and
We
long
do go back
socks.
a long way, I have to say.
But well, you are his lucky mascot, because this is another storming stint from Nick. And again, he's the quickest guy out there. And there was a moment when I thought René Rast was going to start closing in on him, but he's not. He's just extended the margin to the point where he's pulling away now from Mark Webber. And I mean, what more can you put on your CV other than I've pulled away from a Grand Prix winner.
300 laps up, so nice little milestone this for Porsche as they seek their 17th win at this world-famous race, and it's the 19 car that they're putting all their hopes on now, as Trussers says, the 19 car having lapped everybody. René Rast in 2nd position in the number 9 car for Audi, and then it's the second of the Porsches, Timo Bernhardt, on board the number 17 car. 9:30 here at Lassart, and therefore we need to do one of these.
The RadioLeMans.com forum is full of people just like you.
People who have opinions and aren't afraid to share them, just like you.
People who love all forms of motorsport, just like you.
At the track, on the radio, online.
Go to RadioLeMans.com and click on the forum button.
RadioLeMans.com.
The Hourly Update, powered by Audi.
So we're 18 and a half hours into the race, 9:30 on Sunday morning. Porsche still leads the race, as they have done since lap 253, and we're now on lap 300. So a good 4 hours of this race have been led now by the number 19 car. it has a lead now of a full lap on the rest of the field. Nick Tandy is at the wheel. In second place is the number 9 Audi, that has Rene Rast at the wheel, let's say a lap behind the rest of the race leader. In third place is number 17 Timo Bernhardt at the wheel of the number 17 red and white Porsche, and he is just 4 seconds behind Rene Rast and is angling to make it a Porsche 1-2 within the next few minutes. In fourth place is the second of the Audis, the number 7 car, which has fallen 2 laps behind the race leaders, mainly due to a bizarre bodywork failure on that car, which caused it to spend quite a long time in the pits having that repaired. In fifth place is the number 8 Audi, Oliver Jarvis at the wheel of that car. He's a minute and a half behind the Marcel Fessler car, just on his way out of the pits at the moment. And in sixth place is the third of the Porsches. So we've got the 3 Audis and the 3 Porsches in the top 6 still. And number 18, Neil Yarni, is now a lap behind Oliver Jarvis. In 7th and 8th places are the 2 Toyotas, as they have been throughout. Remarkable reliability being shown by both of those. Number 2, Alex Wurz, now 6 laps behind the race leader, and Anthony Davidson back in the number 1 car, a full 8 laps behind the race leader. In 9th place is the leading LMP2 car, still the KCMG Oreca, going very, very strongly indeed on 272 laps now completed. In second place in LMP2 is number 26, the G-Drive Ligier with Julien Canal behind the wheel, and in third place in LMP2 is car number 38, the Jota Ligier with its Judd engine with Mitch Evans behind the wheel, and he is a minute and a half behind the G-Drive car, so not impossible that might change before the end of the race. And just to say, just behind that, not very far behind, is the number 48 Murphy Prototypes Oreca with Mark Patterson driving it at the moment. GTE Pro, Corvette leads the way at the moment by 8.5 seconds from Tony Villander in the Ferrari Italia 458 Italia. So at 64, Tommy Milner leads 51, Tony Villander. And Jörg Bergmeister is now in the number 91 Porsche in third place. And the Porsche isn't that far behind either, just a minute behind the 2 battling Corvette and Ferrari. And sadly, the closest Aston Martin in GTE Pro is back in 5th place in the class, and is actually now 46, it's 4 laps behind the class leader. In GTE AM, it's still the Aston Martin, Paul Dalla leading the way there, and he has 2 minutes and 20 seconds of an advantage over Victor Chaitor, number 72, in the SMP Ferrari 458 Italia. And in third place in the GTE AM class, still the number 77 Porsche, the Dempsey Racing Proton Porsche. Marco Zefried is currently behind the wheel, and he is a further 3 laps behind the other 2 cars in the class. So 98, 72 and 77 are the top 3 in GTE AM.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM here at the track and around the world on radiolemans.com. I did predict that there might be a sting in the tail in this race with still 5 hours and 24 minutes to go, and well, the P2 leader Richard Bradley in the KCMG Oreca 05 has come to a grinding halt at Arnage Corner. It's overshot that section of the track, was joined very swiftly by Ollie Plar in the number 23 Nissan GTR LM Nismo, and that car has got back to the pit lane, but the KCMG car is still parked up at Arnage. The door was flipped open and Richard Bradley was beckoning over marshals to try and get the car restarted. A lead of 4 minutes for the 47 car over the 26 Ligier from G-Drive, driven at the moment by Julien Canal. And it's back moving is the 47 car, so Richard Bradley has done the old reset and the car is moving once again. Maybe KCMG can breathe once more, but the Singapore-born Richard Bradley, that will have certainly tested his reserve a little bit, because for a moment there It was almost as if he was staring retirement in the face, but the Orica, oh, it's slow again at the Dunlop Bridge. The problem's not sorted. All of a sudden, the power cut out again for that Orica 05.
It was a 6-minute 44-second lap on its previous lap, Johnny. And he didn't go into the pits, interestingly, having fixed it, and then you just caught sight of it stopping again, did you?
Yes, the top of the hill at Dunlop Bridge, and that's exactly where the power should be kicking back in again, heading for Forest S's. So their car definitely slow because there are some... oh, right, okay, that's all. No, Nick Damon has pointed out to me that there's actually a slow zone up there, so the car has not actually cut out. It is decreasing speed to go into a slow zone at zones 4 and 5, so we should be okay actually.
Right. We had the Nissan and the class leading 47 car both off at Arnage at the same time. However, those were completely unrelated, and the Nissan has made it back to the pits, but once again they've had to take that front engine cover off.
So the next question is, have we explained the slow zone up at the Dunlop Bridge and the Forest S's? What is that in place for?
It's the Chris Cumming car, I think, number 34, the Oak Racing Ligier with the HPD engine, which is, I think, the one that's off there.
It may also be Nick Leventis in the 42 Straka, which has made its way round to that sort of area of the track, which is at the S's.
Yeah, I don't think it would have got that far.
Recovery of car 42 in zone 5, which is the S's.
Oh, right, okay.
Yes, Nick Leventis actually was able to coast down the hill from the Dunlop Bridge and got round through the Forest S's.
But let's make the point that
as far as it was.
Fans of KCMG, you can breathe again because the car was just trundling its way through at the required speed limit through zones 4 and 5. So Richard Bradley has whatever the problem was up at Arnage, he seems to have solved it and did not, as Paul Truswell quite rightly points out, did not feel the need to pit at the end of that lap. Marco Seefried also going through that part of the circuit now at the S's and on towards Tête Rouge, and Marco driving the third placed GTE AM car, which is the Porsche from Proton Competition, behind the 72 of Victor Shaitov or SMP Racing, the class led by Paul Dalla as Paul said in the update. So 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. Breathe again. Julien Canal is in second position in the Ligier. Actually, the gap came down to only 1 minute and 25 seconds now, so it's certainly come down by a considerable margin, the length of time that Richard Bradley was sat at Arnage.
Yeah, we'll try and keep an eye on where they are relatively on the circuit, because we now have lost the slow zone at the S's.
Because the Straka car is now within the overlap of the Armco barrier, within a safe position, so recovery of that has taken place. Nick Leventis, by the way, still sat on the side pod, no doubt trying to sort out the issue, but there's smoke coming out the back of that car, and it looks like the liquid that was draining out of it has now stopped. Now, sometimes that's a good sign, sometimes it's a very bad sign because it means the liquid's run out. So, down to Shay Adam, who is part of our Nismo pit lane team. Shay.
They do the absolute least.
Oh wow, that was a tough one. That had some reserves in it, but yeah, the car is good. We're on a bit of a managed program right now, so tough to stick to the number. But in any event, I think we're in a good place.
Are you going to get back in the car?
You know, I'm not sure. I think depending on how the race plays out, we're good between Matt and Pedro to the end, and I think if we have love to finish.
That would be something for the record books for sure for you and the team as well. What's it like driving out there leading at Le Mans?
Yeah, you know what? I think any time in a 24-hour race when you can see the come up and you've got a car in the lead, you're in a rare and special place. So that's how I feel. It's a real privilege to be working with these guys, and everyone's just put their heart and soul into it. So it's great to be able to pay back.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Shay.
Voice of Paul Dalla from the number 98 Aston Martin, with Matthias Lauda now at the wheel, and the leader has pitted. Nick Tandy stays on board the number 19 Porsche. That was the car's 23rd pit stop. There was also a stop, by the way, for the 7 Audi, and we didn't mention the number 9 Audi coming in either, René Rast, which looked like a pretty standard stop for what is now the third placed car, circulating about a minute behind Timo Bernhardt, the second of the Porsches, number 17. We'll go up the other end of the Nismo pit lane and speak to Owen Mildenhall. What have you got, Owen?
Just a routine stop for the 91 Porsche, the third place GT Pro car. With Skjul Bergmeister stayed in the car, just fuel, no tyres, and he was back out again.
Thank you for that update. And more information to throw on the fact that the leader's been in, Paul?
Not so much the leader being in, because that's Nick Tandy staying in the car and going on for a triple stint. What will be interesting to see is at the end of this stint whether Nick Tandy is able to stay in the car for a quadruple stint, as it's kind of whether it's in nighttime mode or whether they start hedging their bets and go to triple stints. The size of the margin that the number 19 Porsche has is almost large enough that I would say, if you need to play it safe, play it safe. So don't necessarily push the parameters. You can win this race just by staying safe, and maybe that will mean they start going down to triple stinting the tyres on the Porsche, and I think they should have enough. In fact, I'm sure they'll have enough tyres of their 12 sets that they're allocated in order to get it to the checkered flag, even by triple stinting them. René Rast at the wheel of the number 9 Audi, we said that one came into the pits as well. He stayed in the car, as Johnny said, but he goes on to a quadruple stint. So Audi are still quadruple stinting, no question about that.
Message on the timing screen which tells us that cars 7 and 19, the incident involving those two machines, is now under investigation. That's where we were suggesting there may have been side-to-side contact between Nick Tandy, the race leader at the time, and still in fact, and Marcel Fessler. It was during the slow zone through Dunlop Curve that was initially put in place to enable the Stracker car to be recovered. And of course the Stracker car now down towards the Forest S's, but that will be looked at.
And if anything, it was Marcel Fessler who was being pushy, and Nick Tandy was just playing things by the book, because he was just sitting there, and Marcel Fessler was kind of trying to get up on the inside of him. But that was my interpretation. We'll see what happens.
Not allowed to speculate, Paul.
Am I not?
No.
I'm sure I've got speculation in my contract.
You've got to stick to the facts and nothing else.
Maybe they gave me the wrong contract.
I mentioned Stracker, and Shea Adam has an update on the number 42 car.
I just checked in with our Smoking Dog compatriots and gave them thumbs up, thumbs to the middle, thumbs down, and a toolkit to give to Nick Leventis so that he can shift manually. They'll have to take the engine cover off out there, driver doing all the work, so Nick Leventis is about to get his hands really dirty. That him back to the garage where they can do work and hopefully get out and finish the race.
Yeah, fingers crossed for Stracker, who, as I say, are up towards Tete Rouge now in the 42 car, but safely off the track. So back to green flag running all the way around this 8.5 mile circuit, and it's very busy towards Indianapolis now, with 5 cars circulating together, not necessarily for position, but there is certainly lappery taking place there. One of the Oak cars sneaking by a Ferrari into Arnage. Also in that sequence, I reckon it's Marco Seefried in the number 77 Proton competition car, and the Krone Racing Ligier pointing in the right direction now. Did I say? Nick Johnson at the wheel.
The beauty of having had relatively few retirements is we've still got a very busy racetrack out there, which is jolly nice. Just going back to what Shea was just saying, and it was a bit of a crackly line, and I was crunching food anyway, so I couldn't hear. It was crackling double. Did she say they were going to take a toolkit out to him so that he could put it into gear?
She did. Yes, she did. Correct. I know there was a toolkit going on. I'm not sure whether there's a gear problem, but yes, by the sounds of things, that's what's going to happen.
Because you have to work on the car with the tools that are carried on the car.
That's what I thought. So you can't have outside assistance with extra tools taken to wherever the car is.
No.
And with the amount of water that was pouring out of the back of that, I think it's going to need more than a screwdriver and a couple of cable ties to get that going.
What they might be doing, I know what they've got, because there is a toolkit on board the car.
Yes.
What they'll be doing is they'll be showing Nick Leventis, this is the tool you need to use, and they'll be holding it up so he can then look in the toolbox so that he can find that tool. That would be allowed.
Yeah.
But to kind of leave the tools somewhere and then for Nick Leventis to find them
conveniently
would not be the first time, but wouldn't be within the letter of the rules.
I think not be the first time would be a bit of an understatement, Paul.
And it would be very much in the spirit of Le Mans.
Since 1923, people have been finding bits of toolkit and finding bits of stuff in the grass verge, etc., around this circuit when they've needed to.
Grass is so short, though, these days.
Yes, it's no hiding place in every sense. But if they're out to talk Nick Leventis through that, but I still stand by the fact that there was an awful lot of liquid pouring out of the back of that car, and that can't be a good sign. And he's still got an awfully long way to drive it back, even if they did get it going.
3 GT cars totally together down from Tête Rouge towards the first chicane. One of those is the number 62 Scuderia Corsa car, by the way, which is driven by Jeff Siegel at the moment, battling away with Marco Seefried in car 77. So that is for position. Those two cars separated by just 1.2 seconds. And also in the mix, although different class and further down the order actually, is Alex McDowell in the number 99 Hanergy Aston Martin, so he's trying to get lapped back on these 2 GTE AM cars.
And all around the whole circuit, there are battles, there are people getting unlapped, there are nips and tucks of everything. It really still is all the way in every class, can go in any way you like.
Now, suitably, about to speak to our Nismo pit lane team, one member of it, Shea Adam, is the man from Nismo, Darren Cox. And we are persevering with what was a crackly line a short time ago. I'm afraid we don't even have crackles now. And clearly there is an awful lot of radio frequency in and around the pit lane right now with 5 hours and 10 minutes to go. Radio traffic, I think, is going to increase, if anything, between now and the rest of the race. So, news from the other end of our Nismo pit lane, and Owen Mildenhall, who has news on the 13 car, which is taking a stop, Owen.
Yeah, that's right, the number 13 Rebellion came into the pits, was put on dollies straight back into the garage, and the team have got the rear engine cover off and the rear wing off. There's a lot of people crowded around the back of the car. I can't actually see what the problem is at the moment, but I have seen a dreaded battery charge being plugged in, so I wonder if it may be some sort of alternator or problem, but I'll try and find out what the problem is. But there's a lot of work going on down here at the moment.
Thank you for that. The 64 Chevrolet Corvette continues to power on its leading GTE Pro. In fact, let's give you a rundown of how the GTs stand at the moment with 5 hours and 9 minutes to go. It's Tommy Milner in the number 64 car that leads the way after 260 laps, leading by almost 10 seconds now from Tony Villander in the number 51 Ferrari 458 from AF Corsa. The 91 Porsche of Jörg Bergmeister is next in the sequence, but he's got over 2 minutes to try and find to be with those two cars. And as Ollie Gavin said, it will take a bit of bad luck for either the 64 or the 51 for the 91 to be back in the race. On for a podium, though, let us not forget, for Porsche Team Manthey. Fourth in GTE Pro is the 71 car of Davide Rigon from AF Corsa. Then it's Nicky Team in the 95 Dane Train from Aston Martin, and the 99 car of Alex McDowell, it's next in the sequence, 6th position for the Hanergy-backed car. GTE AM is headed by Matthias Laud, who we heard from Paul Dallalana not too long ago, and the 98 car on course for victory in GTE AM. Victor Scheitar is 2nd position in number 72, the SMP Racing Ferrari, and then it's Jeff Siegel in 62, another Ferrari 458, the American run team. First time at Le Mans for Scuderia Corsa, and they're running 3 rookies, but on for a podium for the first time that they're here. They're having a good little battle though with Marco Seefried in car 77. Back to Owen Mildenhall.
Here with Christian Apps. Christian, your car's just come in. Your car's just come into the garage. Can you tell me what the problem is with the car?
I'm not quite sure. I just suddenly felt a loss of power, and yeah, I mean the guys are checking it now. I don't think they know yet what happened or what the issue is. But obviously, yeah, I had to come in. There was no point staying out there. There was no power at all. So hope they can fix it. They fixed a few issues already, so I'm quite sure they can also manage this, and then we will get back out.
And then this is your first Le Mans, am I right in thinking? How's it been for you? I know you've had a lot of problems, but how's your first Le Mans been for you?
It's been quite crazy, to be honest. It's my first ever 24-hour race. Basically, it was also the first time that I was in an LMP1 car or in a prototype at all. So there were so many things for me to learn, and I'm just building up confidence with every stint I do, and it's a fantastic experience for me, and yeah, hopefully we get to the finish.
Well, I hope so, and I've got to say that the engine note of this car is a bit of a fan favourite with all the fans out there, so it must be very noisy for you, given you've been doing Formula E all year.
Yeah, it's definitely louder than my Formula E, but that's not too difficult. No, it's a great engine, I think. It's running pretty smooth. We had no issues up until now, and yeah, I hope they can fix it, and then we will hear a good sound again.
Brilliant. Thank you, Daniel. I hope you get to the end. Thank you.
Daniel Abt with our man Owen Mildenhall there, fresh from the number 13 Rebellion Racing R1 with its AER engine, and you certainly can tell those cars coming round wherever you stood here at Circuit de la Sarre. Thank you for joining Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015 here at the track on 91.2 FM and around the world on radiolemans.com, not only in sound but also vision this year too with StudioVision. You can find that on the homepage, very obviously placed, powered by Duke Video. You can see me and Paul Tarsi waving at the camera now, and also Paul Truswell, who sat at the Mobile Woking Data Centre for 2015. He's brought the whole thing over the English Channel, and it's working pretty sweetly now, isn't it?
It's yes, we had a yes. It's good enough. No, it's
good enough.
It's better than good enough. It's worked very, very sweetly indeed, and I've I think been able to answer all of the questions that have been thrown at me, and several more besides. So another thank you to all of those people who made it possible. And just looking down to call in the next pit stoppers, as it were, and that is likely to be the second-placed Porsche, which is currently being driven by Timo Bernhardt, number 17. And you know, the closer that we get to the end of this race, the more this looks like Porsche putting the pieces into place to make this into a 1-2 rather than just making it into a race win, because René Rast is falling away from the pace of Timo Bernhardt, and I don't think it's anything particularly to do with René, although he's obviously the newcomer to the Audi prototype fold. He has driven here at Le Mans before, but and earlier on he was lapping quite quickly enough, but it would seem at the moment that the Porsches have found the sweet spot where they're able to lap more quickly than the Audis, and the Audis can't really keep up.
And it must be slightly bittersweet for René Rast to see that, because his early major career was in Porsches, of course. So he's looking at that badge and thinking, oh dear, maybe I backed the wrong horse here.
And well, time will be the proof of that one, won't it? But
yes.
Yeah, René, I remember being very successful in Porsche Super Cup in his early career.
Indeed, yes, was very much the man to beat in that, and wasn't very often beaten.
2010 champion, 2009 just missed out when he was runner-up, but I mean, the Porsche Super Cup has really bred some great sports car racing. It's so close at times, one make series, and whether you choose to stay with Porsches or indeed move to another manufacturer, the racecraft that you can learn in sort of mini enduro races that support Formula 1 Grand Prix, second to none. Nick Tandy with a lot of experience in the Porsche Super Cup too.
Exactly so, although just to go back to René Rast for a minute, he's been associated with Porsche, with Audi I should say, since 2012, when he has been driving. Since when he's been driving Audi R8s with a great deal of success as well. So he managed to dovetail those two together fairly successfully. Anyway, he's capable but seemingly unable to keep up the pace of the two flying Porsches up ahead of him. But as I say, he's going to inherit second place back. Actually, he might not, to be honest, because Timo Bernhardt is now sufficiently far ahead that he can get into the pits, get his fuel, and get on his way again without losing that position. I think we'll see what happens. Timo Bernhardt due in the red Porsche then at the end of the lap that he is currently on, and it should be a fuel-only pit stop for the Porsche. And as I say, it should be able to stay in second place. Although still a lap it's currently on the same lap as the leader, but as a result of the pit stop it will drop a lap behind the race leader.
But if the 17 can get in and out, then that's going to make an awful lot of difference simply to the psychology of this, that they're not anymore just trading places, that would put those Porsches strongly at the top of this field.
The 17 Porsche pits from second position, Timo Bernhardt at the wheel of the red Porsche. And I get the feeling that conditions are pretty good on the racetrack at the moment, because there are one or two personal best times for the car, that is, not necessarily for the driver on board right now, but it will be the best time for the driver as well, by nature of the fact that it's the best time for that individual car. But we're seeing lots of blue times, which indicate the best for that car so far in the whole of the race. And bearing in mind now we've had almost 19 hours of it, that shouldn't go unnoticed. Nick Johnson, the latest to do a personal best time for the 40 car, but I noticed also that Tony Villander did so in the 51 Ferrari. 64, Tommy Milner, thank you, also going quickly with an overall lap time which was pretty good, and he's now bettered that through sector 2 with an 89.6. So
the strange thing is, we didn't get the happy hour period. Just didn't happen. Whether the weather wasn't quite right or whether people just weren't geared up for it, I don't know. But nobody really. I think the two Toyotas set personal best times during happy hour, but none of the Porsches or Audis did, which I found quite an interesting little aspect to it.
And looking at the timing screens with several blue sector times and lap times, you'd have to say that this is perhaps happy hour version 2.
Are we going to get a new fastest lap of the race? Bear in mind the best so far is from Rene Rast, a 3:17.647, which was done way back on lap 62.
When Felipe Albuquerque was driving the car, so it wasn't Rast who was driving.
Okay, so it is bang on 10 o'clock in the morning here in France. Thank you for joining Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, and Paul Tarsi is going to disappear. Is that your last stint for this year, although we may well get voices on at the very end of our broadcast?
I think disappearing would be a tough one, but nonetheless I'm going to take the headphones off and go and get some breakfast. Yes, that is my last one. Johnny, thank you very much indeed for your company, and I'm just going to sit and watch this motor race because it is going to be a stormer. Can't wait. And to everybody out there in Radio Le Mans land, thank you very much indeed. We'll talk to you soon.
Stay tuned to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. We have 5 hours to go.
At RadioLeMans.com, we live for endurance racing. Le Mans, Bathurst, the Nürburgring, Spa, Silverstone, Fuji, and many more great races on classic circuits around the world, all covered live. Now add Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Road America, and Road Atlanta to the list. IMSA Radio, from the International Motorsports Association and Radio Show Limited, is a new service bringing you coverage of every session of the Tudor United Sports Car Championship, qualifying and race coverage from the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge and the Support Series races, live, free, and without commercial interruption, direct to you. Look for the IMSA radio icon on the RadioLeMans.com homepage. The home of endurance racing.
RadioLeMans.com.
Greetings from the 83rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Johnny Palmer here, broadcasting from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre, along with Paul Trustwell, and now Marshall Pruitt, who is back alongside me in our commentary booth. We have our Nismo pit lane team as well, bringing you all the stories from the pit lane for the next hour. And it's 10 o'clock, so 5 hours to go, and people obviously coming and going. If you're at the track and listening to us on 91.2 FM, you'll have no doubt one or two blanks to need to be filled in, and we can do that gladly. And Marshall, like me, a little earlier on, I had a snooze, you've had a snooze, and there were one or two questions you need to ask now. So let's try and fill in the blanks for you.
Yeah, let's work through the lovely advantage that our friends at Porsche have with the number 19. It's also great to see, frankly, the 19, the Young Guns car, battling with Audi's Young Gun car, the number 9. Granted that number 9 is currently 2 laps down.
Yes. So the 19 has such an advantage. Well, the last time you and I were on, it was all about the 19 and the 7, wasn't it? And the 7 car, we still need to get to the bottom of exactly what happened. Was Marcel Fessler at the wheel when it came in minus some bodywork?
Yes, indeed. And I think the Audi crew themselves are a bit mystified by what happened. Fessler didn't confess to having hit anything, indeed asserted that he hadn't hit anything. But things like that don't just happen, so I suspect there was a minor brush, side-by-side type of brush with something which caused some hairline fracture, and then with the unusual aerodynamics of the Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, which takes air into the car and then diffuses it literally through the rear of the car, not only through the diffuser but also out of the rear wheel arches, through the holes in the sides of the rear wheel arches. And I suspect that all of that funny air pressure set up some kind of pressure problem, and not the whole bodywork, but a piece of the bodywork was torn from the bits that it was supposed to be attached to, and was left in the middle of the road.
That would be a perfect thing for one of our pit reporters to get to the bottom of, simply because these cars deal with pressure the entire race. Pressure doesn't just magically make bodywork pop off.
As soon as Marcel decides to get out of the car, because he seems to have been in there forever, and this is a long stint for the Swiss driver. But yes, that is something on our list, to make a beeline for Marcel Fessler to try and throw a bit more light on exactly what happened. By the way, the 48 Murphy Prototypes car has recently looped at what looked like Arnage. Could have been Mulsanne Corner, only got a glimpse of that.
I think it was Mulsanne. Mark Patterson at the wheel.
Yeah, the American Mark Patterson driving the 4th placed Orica 03R. He's got it now pointing in the right direction and is heading for Forest S's. Still these impressive times coming through for all sorts of cars up and down the order. I just wonder whether we're moments away from a new fastest lap, Marshall Pruitt. We didn't quite get happy hour overnight, but clearly the air is just right for some really good times right now.
Yeah, and it is hotting up. I did walk down to Tete Rouge and back within the past 2 hours, and it's not hot, but you can definitely feel that it is starting to come up just a little bit. Cloud cover keeping the sun from hitting the track directly, but I think we are in the last bits of that sweet spot for speed.
Couple of pit stops for GTE Pro, by the way. Tommy Milner's brought the Chevrolet 64 in, the Corvette C7R, and that looked like a clean stop. 1 minute and 3 seconds for the American team, and it's back out into the race. So too the 51 Ferrari of AF Corsa. Jean-Maria Bruni taking over from Tony Villander, so there was a driver change, but actually the stops were fairly similar.
And when we were here a few hours ago, we were wondering if and when the 51 would make its presence felt. Granted, 24 seconds to Milner in the Corvette, but we do have that Corvette Ferrari battle right now.
And did lead the class not an awful long time ago. They were nose to tail lap after lap, but that gap has opened up now, Paul Trustwell, between the Chevy and the Ferrari.
It has indeed. See how long it's able to do so. The main reason for it doing that was when they came out of the pits. The Corvette was on a new set of tyres and the Ferrari on a used set of tyres. And although Villander was able to keep up for the first few laps, as the stint has gone on, so tyre degradation has got worse, and that's why Tony Villander's not now able to keep up with the Corvette as well as he was. You just said something that triggered something in my mind, Johnny, which was about Marcel Fessler not getting out of that car because he seems to have been in it forever. You're not far wrong. He's been in it for 3 hours, 38 minutes and 50 seconds now. So he's going to have to get out of that car within the next 20 minutes, otherwise he's going to run into drive time problems. He's currently on his 8th lap of the stint, and so he'll be wanting to get up to 13, which obviously is another 5 laps away. 5 laps times 3.5 it takes him up to about 15 minutes. So he's going to be running perilously close to the 4 hours by the time this stint does actually finish. Although it is a monster stint from Fessler, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it'll end up being a 5 shift stint. That was Fessler who brought the car in before the bodywork, or when the bodywork problem happened, and went out again afterwards. And during the point where they changed the bodywork, they also changed the tyres, so the tyres haven't lasted as long as Fessler has in this particular driving shift.
And Shea Adam, who is part of our Nismo pit lane team, can add a little bit more flesh to the bones on the situation with the number 7. If the microphone works, and we have had 1 or 2 niggly issues with Shea's microphone purely because the amount of radio frequency bouncing around right now. Not hearing you, I'm afraid, Shea, but we'll keep persevering and try and solve that problem. A couple of minutes away from updating you with the P2 battle. By the way, Mark Patterson now pitting. He's done 1 more lap since the spin, hasn't he?
Yeah, continued on.
Yeah, so that was presumably the scheduled end to his stint. He may well stay in the car. From 4th place, though, he does come down pit road. Meanwhile, the KCMG Orica, which is just heading through Dunlop Curve now and braking for the chicane at the top of the hill. Bit of a drama for Richard Bradley not so long ago when the car came to a grinding halt at Arnage Corner and he lost about 3 minutes of the lead that he had, but that's extending out again, I think. Julien Canal, we're not in a situation right now where the sequence of the cars where they are on the lap to be able to tell you the difference.
Just quickly, Mark Patterson, you mentioned coming into the pits. He still hasn't done his 4 hours driving time, which is the minimum that he is compelled to do by virtue of being the silver stroke bronze driver in the Murphy Prototypes team car. So he'll still have to go out and do a few more laps in order to get up to his 4 hour minimum driving time.
And that's 4 hours across the race.
Across the whole race,
isn't it? An accumulative thing.
Yes,
you don't have to do them all in one go.
That's where 4 hours becomes a minimum rather than 4 hours as a maximum.
Yeah. 3 of the P2 cars pitting, in fact. From 2nd position, Julien Canal for G-Drive and their Ligier. Patterson, we've told you about. Laurens Vanthoor, the Belgian driver, in from the 34 car as well. Their Oak Racing Ligier stopping. That was a decent in-lap for Laurens. And it remains to be seen whether he's going to stay on board. Nick Tandy continues to lead. Lap 3:12 now. And still ahead by a whole lap over everybody else from Timo Bernhardt and Rene Rast. That was certainly the situation a short time ago. Yeah, so he's lapped the field and that hasn't changed.
Last lap of 3:19.7. I mean, we're not relaxing at all, Johnny. With the leading KCMG Oreca and P2, also interesting there. We're barring that brief stoppage on track and a brief stoppage in pit lane to replace right side number plate. That car in its Le Mans debut has just been almost unstoppable.
Yeah, the best lap of this stint from Nick Tandy, 3 minutes 19.015, and he's now on the 9th lap of the stint. And it's looking, if it carries on at this rate, that it might actually turn into the fastest stint of the race. Now, his first 2 stints were affected by slow zones and safety cars, so this is his first chance really to have a fully green racetrack to really put the hammer down. And what I'll be interested to see is whether he is, as I say, chooses to do the triple stint, or they leave him out for the 4 stint shift. But I really wouldn't be at all surprised if we don't see this Porsche just taking things a little bit easy, because with a 1 lap cushion, that's when you can just start, even with over 4.5 hours of the race remaining, you can just start to think about how are we going to get this to get to the finish without any problems.
Johnny, that has to be the story of the race. Here we are with almost just under 5 hours left in the race, and the leaders are turning qualifying laps, things last year that would have eclipsed qualifying pole time simply amazing to see the pace at which this race is taking place. Obviously, we've had a number of yellows, but nonetheless, in terms of outright pace, outright speed, what we've seen in 2015 with the P1 hybrids, it's fairly ridiculous. I also don't know if we're going to see that again with some of the things they're looking at for, well, I think the ACO and FA has found their comfort level for speed with the P1 hybrids. I don't know if we are going to come back next year and see these same types of speed. So for those at home enjoying and those here at the track, soak it in.
Yep, savour these moments, particularly in the LMP2 battle. I gave you a flavour of what was going on there in terms of the recent pit stops. It's a class still led then by Richard Bradley in the KCMG Orica 05, number 47, from now Roman Rusinov, who's taken over from Julien Canal in the number 26 Ligier with the G-Drive backing. Then it's Mitch Evans in the number 38 Gibson, which is the car run by Jota Sport, last year's winner and on course for a podium. It's actually very narrow margin though between Rusinov and Mitch Evans, just 1.9 seconds where the 26 car has rejoined the race. The 28 car is the sister machine for G-Drive, and Ricardo Gonzalez at the wheel of that number 28 car in 4th position. Lawrence Vantor is 5th in number 34, the Oak Racing Ligier. Mark Patterson still in pit lane, but scored as in 6th position. 7th place is David Markozov, the 27 SMP Racing entered BR01. John Fogarty in the 31 Extreme Speed Motorsports Ligier next up, ahead of Ivan Bellarosa in the 45 car. There were one or two people who unkindly said the 45 car wouldn't get very far into this race. Well, to be fair, with 4 hours and 46 minutes to go, very new squad to the European Le Mans Series and indeed Le Mans itself. They're doing pretty well.
And they've gone about this race, frankly, the same way I would if I were their size and had their resources. They have not been attacking the course relentlessly. They've been very smart for a debut per se. So if you look at what they've done, are they going to win? No. Are they going to podium? Very unlikely. But are they going to go away with the knowledge that they need to come back and be more competitive next year? Yeah, absolutely. Another thing that's been impressing me as well is Mitch Evans. He's definitely making a case for long-term employment here if this is where he wants to end up. We know he wants Formula One, as we all do. Hell, I do, and I'm 44. But if that were to not work out for young Mitch, I think he's shown folks that he deserves to be here in a prototype.
And the Jota squad are used to winning races as well. A good place to ply your trade in sports car racing. Problems for the 37 SMP Racing BR01 with a rear left puncture. So car 37 is touring its way around the latter part of the lap. This is Mikhail Elishin at the wheel of the car, actually on an out lap. So the tyres may be fresh.
Turns into an in lap and then another out lap, unfortunately, for the Russian.
That might be a case of double seat. In fact, lapped by the sister car there as they work their way through the second stages of the Porsche curves. I'd be surprised if that was a brand new set of tyres. They will have been double, triple, maybe even quadruple stinting those at SMP Racing, and it's gone bang on the left rear, but not too far to go now, and thankfully the tyre is still in one piece, so it hasn't started to eat away. Or it's, having said
it's there's not a lot of life left in that to stay on the rims.
We're close to seeing the bodywork being churned up by the tyre. I think he's just about going to make it. So Mikhail breaks the beam now over the white line at the start of the pit lane, and the team are there ready to receive the BR01. Another good time this time for Victor Scheitar, who is running in 2nd position in the GTE AM division. That's the car's best time of the race so far. Trying to close in on Matthias Laudas, just on a 4:01, and Scheitar found about 4 seconds on the leading Aston. So the BR01 comes to a halt, and the tyre will be changed. Are they going to change all 4 corners? No, it looks like just a fresh tyre for the rear left that is ready.
The one of the features of having the regulations the way they work, Johnny, is that if you do have a puncture, then if you don't have all the rest of the tyres, so they're going to do the rest of the tyres. I was going to say, if you don't have all the rest of the tyres left on your allocation, there are 4 tyres in addition that you can use to replace punctures. And Marshall, I'm not quite sure if you saw, I think they just changed the rears there, didn't they? Or did they do the rears and the fronts?
Just the rears from what I saw.
Okay.
Let's get confirmation from our man on the spot, part of our Nismo pit lane team, Owen Mildenhall.
Yep, he's right. It was just a rear change, and Miko Alesian also did a really nice job driving the car back because there was hardly any damage to the bodywork, just a little bit of rubber marking, but no damage to the bodywork.
And the 4 tyres you talk about are jokers, effectively, aren't they?
They are in addition to the 12 sets that you're allowed. So you're allowed 12 sets, i.e. 48 tyres, and then 4 in addition. So 52 tyres altogether to do the whole 24 hours on.
Pit stop for the number 8 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, and it's Ollie Jarvis at the wheels there. Also, do we have one of the Rebellions about to stop? The 13 car of Dom Kreihammer still circulating in 21st position, and the 12 car Nick Heidfeld way down with various issues for the other Rebellion R1. Certainly.
Also due in, Johnny, is the number 9 René Rast Audi out of 3rd place. So kind of in the Audi pit stop cycle at the moment. The René Rast car being the best Audi that they've got at the moment, and say with that car in 3rd place. And over the last, I would say 2 hours, René Rast has really dropped away from the Porsches, and I think that's been a kind of a double whammy, Marshall. It's been the Audis not quite going as quickly, but the Porsches are going quicker. The kind of 2 things going in opposite directions.
Watching them through traffic was also quite interesting. You can see that the Audi drivers are able to drive their cars harder in traffic, meaning slightly more angle, a little bit more slide. They can throw the cars wherever they want. Unfortunately, when they get onto a straightaway, those Porsches flex their muscles. So, to your point, what we've seen so far now with fewer cars in the way, more open track, fairly optimal track conditions, we've just seen the Porsches put their horsepower down. In the slower corners, though, definitely interesting to see the Audi step in a little bit, claw a little bit back.
Yeah, exactly so, and certainly the way the pendulum swings, there was a time when it was seemingly yesterday swinging towards Audi. At the moment it's swinging back towards Porsche, and the main issue at the moment is all just question marks over whether the Porsche can be reliable. They've certainly got the speed, they've certainly got the pit lane strategy sorted out. It now just becomes a question of the final 4 hours and 40 minutes of the race that remains.
Somebody new in the commentary box. Hugh Chamberlain joins us.
He's not new.
Well, no, not this year, I think. Right? This is the first time you've been on, isn't it?
Yeah, probably.
We had people on Twitter earlier on saying, where is the annual Hugh Chamberlain interview on Radio Le Mans, Mobil1RadioLeMans.com? And I said, well, it's going to appear at any moment.
Well,
and
it did.
I'm lucky enough to be able to conduct it myself. How are you, Hugh?
I'm extremely well, thank you, because unlike most of you, I managed to get some sleep last night.
And me, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Cheat.
I know.
I was about yesterday, but you were very busy.
Car in the pit lane is the number 9 René Rast Audi R18 Quattro.
And this will be a driver change, Johnny.
Will be a driver change. A reminder that we're not only in sound but also in vision this year, courtesy of StudioVision, which is embedded on the RadioLeMans.com website, powered by Duke Video. So if you look straight down that lens, Hugh,
Pretty,
wave to the people at
pretty,
home.
aren't we?
Oh, aren't we just?
As a duel.
Yes.
Or a duo.
So what's new in the life of Hugh Chamberlain? I saw you at Imola earlier on this year. You were running one of the LMP3 cars.
Well, I was helping them, I think it is, yes. They're, it was a new team and new to endurance racing anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm actually quite impressed with the motor cars, because the concept, if you read it, you think, it's got to be mad. You can't produce a car for that sort of money. But if you produce 10 or 12, Lawrence has shown that you probably can produce them for that sort of money. And they're a very good car, and an ideal stepping stone up into the proper stuff, without being rude about P3. But you'd never have them here, I can't see. I doubt. And possibly they'll run them on Saturday morning next year, but that's merely a Chamberlainism. I don't really believe that, but there we are, it might be.
They did run here at test day, and many people would have thought that was the precursor to them being included in the rules for the entry, but Lawrence Tomlinson was pretty adamant when we interviewed him from Ginetta to say probably never going to happen.
Well, he would know much more than I, but I'd be surprised if they didn't. It is an ACO idea.
Yeah.
And things that are ACO stamped ideas normally go on to be something. And I'm not suggesting that P2 becomes P1 and P3 becomes P2, but I do think that they were trying to do something with the LMP2, you know, the old Formula Le Mans cars, or the Courage P65, as you remember them in 1923. So it's been a long time progressing from the LMP2 to what I think is going to be the replacement of P3.
Yeah.
But they're good cars, and of course they look like cars that are built and designed and built for today, rather than something that is an outgoing concept of the open two-seater.
It's just Ginetta that have those chassis at the moment, but there is here this weekend on display, I think on the Oak Racing Hospitality area, a new LMP3 car from Ligier, which looks great in the carbon.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tempted?
No. Me? No.
But I think it's going to be good to have some competition within that class.
Oh, for sure. And there's no question that the other companies will produce cars. But it's the old story, really, that is the mess of, in inverted commas, of P2. How do you control a cost cap?
Yeah.
If you have a multi-billionaire who says, I think I'm going to make myself a car, and my accounts show that I bought it for 150 grand, how is anybody going to argue?
Mm.
And you look at it and you say, that didn't cost 150 grand, that's rubbish. But there will be people who produce them, and if they're prepared to sell a copy at 150 grand, then that's what happens. But it's the same with P2. And if you look at the cars there now, they were probably produced, or some of them were certainly produced for slightly more than the 300 and thingy-bob that they're supposed to be now. But the regulations are there to stop it. There's only supposed to be one tuner of engines per manufacturer. And because Nissan have got so many, then there are 2 or 3 producers of tuners of these motor cars, or the engines. So it's very difficult to control the cost cap, very difficult. But it's simply a case of, well, you've made one for yourself, I'm sorry, but if I want to buy one from you, you have to sell it to me for X, being P3, P2. And that is going to be damn difficult if you have so much money you can produce them.
Just getting confirmation via social media that the number 55 Ferrari has officially retired now, having run out of fuel and got stranded out on the circuit. So car 55 from AF Corsa, sadly not going to reach the end of the race. And Paul Trustwell, an update on...
Well, I was going to say, presumably as well, the Stracker car is...
Number 42.
42, going to be, if not a retirement already officially posted, then I can't see how much longer it's going to last. I mean, it's not on the timing lists at the moment. And the SMP Ferrari has also just had a moment at the Indianapolis left-hander, and this is the car which is second placed in GTE AM, with Victor Scheitar behind the wheel, having just lost it on the way through Indianapolis, Johnny, behind a slower car.
Well, he was pushing really hard because there had been the car's personal best time only a few moments ago, and he was desperately trying to catch up with Matthias Lauda, not getting a chance to witness the incident again to tell you exactly what happened down there at Indianapolis. But certainly the 17 Porsche, driven by Timo Bernhardt, was briefly held up there by one of the GTE AM Porsches. Race leader is in, so Nick Tandy deciding to pit on lap 316, and this will be pit stop number 24.
And this is another scheduled pit stop for what I'm hesitant to call a very clockwork-like run from Porsche. And it looks like Nick Tandy is going to stay behind the wheel. So Porsche continuing then to do 4 stints for every set of tyres.
Just a reminder that Mark Patterson came in for a stop, which I thought was scheduled a long while ago now, and the car, the Murphy Prototypes Orica 03R, hasn't actually left pit lane, so that's stuck in there. still scored as 6th position behind Laurens Vanthoor, but losing time hand over fist to David Markozov in the SMP Racing BR01. So race leader back into the race. And isn't it so interesting, Hugh Chamberlain, that the race leader is kind of the young gun car. It's not the season World Endurance Championship Porsche, but actually the extra one for Spa and this event at Le Mans. And also a car going particularly well is the number 9 Audi, which again is not the regular season car. So it's all the youngsters doing particularly well.
Irritating, isn't it?
You're kind of getting in the way of other people's championships.
I know, it's not good enough. I'm not into ability, or I hate ability. But it's, in fact, what happens, I think, is that you get these guys, and if you have luck here at Le Mans, you have to have a certain amount of luck. And if you're a seasoned man and you take the mickey and try to scuttle past somebody, that's one thing. But if you're a young lad and you might back out a bit because you're worried about what your boss might tell you, then you can get away with it much better in some way.
But I think as well, Hugh, the focus is very much for these guys on Le Mans only, whereas for the others, it's just one race in the World Endurance Championship. All right, it's the biggest race in the World Endurance Championship, but for both the 9 and the 19 cars from Audi and Porsche respectively, it's the culmination of their season here this weekend. And you must come into the race thinking, right, have we done everything that we need to do? Have we checked all the things? I mean, you have lists probably still dating back to when you ran cars here of all the things that have to be done. And I'm sure you must find it a big help if the drivers are coming and say, have you done this? Have you done that?
Yeah, sure. That you do that. I mean, you take it a foolish lad who doesn't take any notice of things that other people tell him, because you do get completely stuck in what you're trying to do yourself, and somebody says, hang on a minute, what are you doing? And we do that. I remember we had a pit stop, and you could just see the guy who had the release of the air jacks between the back of the bodywork and the airfoil, and I went and said, go on, down you go. And he went, and I could see with his head shaking, why not put the damn car down? No. And he said, and the wheels weren't on. So he was probably right.
He was on the ball that day.
He was on the ball that day, but yes. I wasn't. And you look at all these things, and you know that you're right, and you know you should have, but something had happened. They had to delay, and they hadn't got any wheels on. And so you do have to take notice. You have to change, and it's the guy that can change is the one that will finish at the top end, I'm afraid.
Trying to get an update on the number 48 car, and who better to speak to than Greg Murphy himself. He joins Owen Mildenhall now.
Greg, you've had a really solid run with the car, but the car's been on high stands in the garage for a few minutes. Looks like it's about to rejoin. What was the problem?
Mark had contact with another car earlier on, you probably saw it, and then had a spin and caused some more damage. So we came in and repaired the initial damage with some tank tape, then the further damage made it, we had to go get a new rear section, and we should be back out in a few minutes. We broke a damper as well, so we'll be back out. You know the story, we won't give up. So we'll be out in a few minutes. So
brilliant, thanks Greg, best of luck.
Cheers mate.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
speculation and debate,
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com.
The hourly updates on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Audi Ultra, lightweight technology.
With 19 and a half hours gone, just 4.5 hours remain of the 2015 Le Mans 24 hours. A Porsche victory is looking slightly more likely now. Number 19, Nick Tandy, still leads the race. 317 laps complete. He's a lap ahead. No, he's not quite yes, he is a lap ahead of the rest of the field, because Timo Bernhardt in the number 17 car is only on 316 laps. So it's Porsche 1-2 with number 19 ahead of number 17 and 1 lap apart between the two of them. A further 2.5 minutes behind is now the number 9 Audi, which Marco Bononomi has taken over at the wheel of. So number 9 is third. In fourth place is number 7 Audi, which Andre Lotterer is now driving, and he is a further 2.5 minutes behind. In fifth place is car number 8, Loic Duval. Audi's then in third, fourth and fifth places at the moment, and Loic is 43 seconds behind Andre Lotterer, 7 from 8. In sixth place is the number 18 Porsche, Neil Gianni behind the wheel of that one. It's completed 314 laps. In seventh place is car number 2, Stefan Sarazan at the wheel of the Toyota TS040 Hybrid on 310 laps. And in 8th place is car number 1, Anthony Davidson, on 308 laps. 9th place is the fastest of the LMP2 cars, car number 47. That's completed 287 laps. The KCMG Orica with Richard Bradley at the wheel. In 10th place is the second of the LMP2 cars. This is the number 26 G-Drive Racing Ligier on 286 laps, albeit 2.5 minutes only behind the class leader. And then in third place in LMP2 is car number 38, the Jota Ligier with its Judd engine, also on 286 laps, less than a minute behind the G-Drive Ligier. So it's 47, 26, 38, the leading positions in P2. GTE Pro still being led by Tommy Milner in the Corvette, but only by 11 seconds. Jimmy Bruni at the wheel of the Ferrari 458 Italia is closing in on him, it would seem at the moment at least, having now got new tyres on the Ferrari. So Jimmy Bruni then at the moment 11 seconds behind number 64 Chevrolet Corvette. And in third place in GTE Pro, Jörg Bergmeister at the wheel of the Team Manthey Racing Porsche, a minute and 16 seconds behind the class leader in... sorry, not the class leader, a minute and 16 seconds behind the second place car in the class. So GTE Pro is first number 64, second number 51, and third number 91. In GTE AM, the leader there in GTE AM, and still the Aston Martin, number 98, Matthias Lauder at the wheel, has done 269 laps, second in GTE AM, having got the car out of the gravel at Indianapolis. Number 72, Victor Chaitar, has done 267 laps. And in third place in GTE AM is car number 62, the Scuderia Corsa Ferrari, new entry into the top 3 of GTE AM there. And that's Jeff Siegel at the wheel with 266 laps completed. But he's only 13 seconds ahead of the Dempsey Proton Porsche with Marco Seefried at the wheel, car number 77 then. So close battle for third place in GTE AM.
Audi, Vorsprung durch Technik.
And it's just gone 10:30 here at Circuit de la Sarthe, so 4 hours and 25 minutes to go. Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell, and for one more question, Hugh Chamberlain. Tell me then, Hugh, what are your plans for the rest of 2015, and are we going to see you at this big race in 12 months' time? Have you got avenues to pursue?
Well, I certainly hope so.
Yes.
I am doing another couple of races excuse me, in the LMP with an LMP3 car, and we have plans for the winter and which might include, depending on what the regulation, what the people who actually look at these things, whether they decide that you could actually use a P3 car in Daytona, for example,
right?
Which would be interesting. And after that, or at the same time as that, there's this Pacific series. So I'm looking at those before. When we know what that's going to happen there, then I'll be able to tell you about next year. But there are certain things to get underway before that first.
Great to see you.
It's very kind of you to.
I'm sure you're enjoying it as much as we are.
Well, yes, I enjoyed it particularly because I snuck away last night.
Yes.
It's rather nice to come back in the morning and say,
refreshed.
How was it? I can't remember because I was asleep. Unlike you guys who spend all your time looking for a small amount of floor that you can acquire.
Yes, or some chairs that I lined up last night. Thankfully, we haven't had any rain yet, and I need to check with Paul Truswell what the forecast is. But to get through the whole of the race without any rain would be quite
Paul will
quite
know.
something. Paul will know. He'll have the
He
forecast
controls
going.
these things.
Hugh, absolute pleasure, and we hope to see you in competitive action.
Okay,
maybe
chap.
In
Thanks
2016,
again.
Hugh Chamberlain there, here on Mobil One, RadioLeMans.com. Will allow Marshall Pruitt to come back into the booth now to offer an insight from Racer.com. What is the forecast, Paul Truswell, for the remaining 4 and a bit hours then?
I've given up, to be honest.
Have you?
It's
so unreliable?
Well, yes, I think so. I said to somebody actually at the beginning of the race, how reliable does the weather forecast be? And he said, well, actually the forecast has been very, very reliable. It was just when everything that was going to happen, which they got completely wrong. No, I mean, apart from there was 2 drops of rain that fell down the back of Bruce Jones's neck. I remember at one point he told us that he had a drop of rain, and then there was another one that came down after it.
And he reckoned there were some other people nearby to him who were looking skyward.
Looking skywards, yes. So
and then we never heard any more about that.
Either that, or it was somebody on the balcony with a can of Coca-Cola or something that was fizzing it. There's still 4 and a bit hours to go there, so there's still a chance of rain. But I think the further we go, the better the chances are. Let's keep our fingers crossed at least, because it makes everything far more straightforward if it stays dry, even though it adds a level of complexity to the race. And for our many listeners who are on site, it also makes packing the tent up far easier if it's dry.
I wore my old shoes, my dirty shoes, expecting rain. Want to save the good ones for a better time. So yeah, hopefully we'll not have any reason for these today. Hoping to go the rest of the race without rain. But if we did want to spice things up a little bit, that would Bernie Ecclestone maybe could fly in a little tanker plane with water and create a bit of excitement for us.
Nick Damon's got a quick update from our Nismo pit lane on 1 or 2 pit stops.
Yes, one which is entirely expected, which is the 91 third place GTE Pro Porsche coming in for a full service. Ricard Leet is getting out, your Bergmeister is getting out, Ricard Leet is getting in. Another stop which is completely expected is that the CLM, the Colin, is back in the pits again with smoke coming out of it, which is about the 73rd time it's coming to the pits with smoke coming out of it. But they're turning to the plucky little engine that can, because they're going up that hill and they're not giving up, and they're going to try and get it out again as Ricard Leet takes out the third place pro car in GTE Pro.
Thank you, Nick.
One of the things I've noticed, Johnny, and this is completely immaterial, but just based on sounds, have to admit the 3 twin-turbo V6 AER engines, I would put those down as possibly the best-sounding motors here this year. Throaty, nasty, angry. Obviously, the cars that they're powering are not having the best races, but nonetheless, just in terms of pure sound, you close your eyes when they go by, you can always tell those AER sound lovely.
Point's already been made to Daniel Abt, actually, by our very own Owen Mildenhall. What a shock it must have been for him to step from a Formula E car, which has next to no noise, to all of a sudden that wail.
Lovely soundtrack,
of
absolutely.
an AER right behind his head. And yet, you've made a trip up to Tete Rouge in recent times. I did that last night, and the fun game is close your eyes and guess which car's coming by. They do have very distinctive sounds, some of these cars. I still like those TSO 40s as well, steaming through. And we haven't really mentioned the Toyotas of late, but they're still in their kind of, the locked positions of 7th and 8th positions. Continuing round, yes, off the pace, but the Toyota engine proving very reliable.
And we're now 1 spot away from having the AM leader, the GTE AM leader, on the first page of timing and scoring. So not as if we want any of the cars on the first page to fall out, but just an interesting demonstration of the attrition we've had so far.
Back down to Nick Damon in the Nissan pit lane, he's found Jörg Bergmeister, who's just stepped out of the number 91 Porsche.
I'm going to disappoint you. This is a radio interview. There's no point holding up a placard to look at this placard about greetings to Porsche drivers. I can read it out. Hang on. They wanted me to say greetings to all Porsche events all over the world. Thanks for your support. There we are. Because I'm not television. I've tried to be. Jörg, I spoke to you a few hours ago and you weren't particularly happy. I mean, things have picked up really. You're at the back end of the podium and the car seems to be behaving better.
Yeah, definitely. Since the track rubbered in, the car got quite a bit better. We still don't have the pace of the guys in the front, but we do our thing and see where we end up.
Is it really a case now you can't bring the fight to them? Is it just you haven't got the speed? Is that balanced performance or handling?
Well, I'm not supposed to talk about BOP, but yeah, to me it's BOP. One of the Astons just drove by me on the straight like I was parked, and I think they even run more downforce than us, so it's pretty obvious.
But so effectively, really, have you had to change the way you ran the car to think, right, okay, we can't do it on pace, we're going to have to do it on reliability? Have you wound it back slightly to make sure you make the end?
No, we pushed flat out. Reliability is hopefully not an issue. We had one little issue with a damper in the middle of the night, but other than that, the car ran flawlessly, and fingers crossed that stays that way.
Jorg, thank you very much. Obviously, there was a slight reliability problem on the sister car, but we'll gloss over that.
Yes, and I'm sure that will have been on the minds of the team down there at Mount I to have a car retire after only 14 laps with a massive engine failure and a huge fire in the back of the car. The other car, though, has continued on, touching wood as I say that.
Yeah, whomever placed a bet on one of the factory Porsches being first out of the race is currently shopping for the new mansion, because I don't think anyone would have predicted that.
Leader from LMP2 is in, Richard Bradley driving the KCMG Orica 05 down pit lane, and also you're expecting one of the leaders in.
Yeah, the number 17, the second placed Porsche, Timo Bernhardt, will be coming in for a fuel-only stop.
Right on cue.
To go on to his third stint. So we're in that kind of where it all becomes a bit of a chore at this point. They've been going through the pit stop cycle so often now. We're into the mid-20s, 24, 25 pit stops per team. But what has been amazing is the total pit stop time with every pit stop. Of course, it's just a fuel-only pit stop being less than a minute. There are some cars out there that are actually averaging less than a minute per pit stop. So, if you look at this second place car that's just come in, 24 stops and a total time in the pits of 23 minutes and 58 seconds. So, not just good reliability, but just good consistent work in the pits on every pit stop.
Really good time for Andre Lotterer. Again, personal best times popping up around in all sorts of different places on the screen, but particularly for the 7 car, just in a 3:18.404, which is that car's best time of the race.
And Davison weighing in as well in the number 1 Toyota with a 3:20.9. So again, feeding back to the point of this pace is ridiculous. We've found our way into a 24-hour qualifying battle, and if we had that every year, I'd be the happiest person in the world.
Nick Damon was able to witness the number 17 Porsche coming in for a stop. It looked pretty normal and to plan, Nick.
I think if you look in the dictionary and look under the word routine, you'll see a video of that stop. Yes. There has been a real sea change in pit stops this year, and it's been driven by the ability of the factory teams, or perhaps the requirement of the factory teams to run, 4 stints in the car as much as they can. I mean, last year 3 stints with Ironman, and in the 8 years I've been here, a double stint was a big thing. So that's really changed, and it's been noticeable because that's run all the way down the other classes. We're seeing GTE cars having to double stint their tyres, which they never had to do. We're seeing LMP cars going for triples they never had to do. So it has been a completely different Le Mans experience in the pit lane for me and the rest of the pit lane crew here at the Nismo pit lane crew.
Yes, one of the things I didn't actually mention, when we had the number 7 Audi in for Marcel Fessler to hand it over to Andre Lotterer, his time behind the wheel, they have this limit of 4 hours, 3 hours, 57 minutes and 40 seconds behind the wheel. Marcel Fessler, I've been touting Nick Tandy as being one of the drivers of the race, but Marcel Fessler running to within 2 minutes and 20 seconds of his maximum driving time. That's Audi precision for you.
We said it was going to be close.
Yeah, yes.
And they took it right to the wire, but absolutely within the regulations.
But it was a full 13-lap stint. He didn't have to come in early in order to make it a 4-hour stint. He did his 13 laps, but he must have been a bit scared as he was going around the last lap that he wasn't going to come across a slow zone or something, which would have messed up his last in-lap, because that could have taken him over the 4 hours, of course.
Let's head down to our Nismo pit lane team and to Owen Mildenhall once more.
Hi there, Johnny. I'm at the end, right at the very end of the pit lane with the 23 Nissan, and again the Nissan crew, hard-working Nissan crew, are doing another front brake disc change. With its tiny little rear brakes, the Nissan's obviously chewing through its front disc, so they're doing another disc change, and hopefully they'll get the 23 Nissan out very shortly.
That is, unless I'm very much mistaken, it's one of the reasons why the wheels on the front of the car have to be so vast in order to get these huge front brake discs in the car and able to run suitably well. Obviously, one of these things is that bringing the car to effectively an open test session for the public to view. They're going to be encountering issues and problems and things to iron out all the time.
Yes, I think the other culprit, I suppose is the word, of this problem is that they were expecting the hybrid to do some of the braking for them.
Right.
So to take the energy of the braking system, to take the kinetic energy away and put it into the kinetic energy system, because there isn't any energy recovery system working, or very little energy recovery system working, then all of the energy has to be taken into the actual discs and the pads themselves. So inevitably they wear out more quickly than they will do in the finished product when they have a lot more energy recovery coming from the front wheels.
I think that's something that's happened in Formula One of late as well. When hybrids have failed on a Formula One car, the brakes aren't designed to slow the car down on their own, and they actually fail because they're having to do so much work.
Exactly so, yeah.
The Nissan team has also had to do resizing throughout their testing program, because obviously they came in expecting 8 megajoule, and as that number has come down, they've had to resize their braking package to suit the lack of ERS assistance.
Nick Tandy continues to lead. We're on lap 323, and he has a lap's advantage over teammate Timo Bernhard in the sister car number 17, the red Porsche. Then it's 3 Audis, 9 from 7 from 8, 3rd, 4th and 5th, Bononomi, Lotra and Loic Duval. And we know Lotra is upping the pace and has recently gone as quick as that car's managed all race in the number 7. And then in 6th position it's Neil Jani in the number 18 Porsche, the black Porsche, which is in 6th position. Then the 2 Toyotas, Sarrazin ahead of Davidson. And P2 headed by Nicolas Lapierre in car 47 from Roman Rusanov in the G-Drive Ligier. Mitch Evans 3rd place for Jota Sport in car 38.
Just looking at some of the patterns of not necessarily the patterns of the race, but patterns of the last 3 or 4 hours, Johnny. And it's noticeable that the number 7 Audi is lapping more quickly than the number 9 car. Marco Bononomi at the wheel of the number 9 car now, and Andre Lotter at the number 7. But as I say, looking at the overall trend, that's also taking into account previous drivers of those cars. But the number 7 car very much closing in on that final podium spot for number 9. And looking at the kind of battle between the 2 Porsches, if we can sort of admit for a minute that there is a battle between the 2 Porsches, and even though Timo Bernhard going very well in the number 17 car, he just can't live with the pace that the number 19 is going, especially when it seems to have this chap Tandy behind the wheel, who just seems to be able to give it that little bit of extra oomph. And that's nothing against Nico Hulkenberg or Earl Bamber, but put Tandy in the car and it just seems to go a bit quicker.
The last 24-hour race we're at, Johnny, Nick Tandy might not have been the most popular person within the Porsche camp, and we now see him more than making up for that. Been putting in stellar performance when we were here a few hours ago, and again, and just throughout the entire race. I think Nick is making a big statement within his new family.
So we mentioned Earl Bamber, who is one of Nick's teammates, and he's now down in the Nismo pit lane with Nick Damon.
Earl Bamber, you're getting ready to get into the car when Nick Tandy finally gives it. Alex, describe your emotions as you're now on the cusp of something amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an incredible race so far. It's been ups and downs the whole way. Been really tough through the night. Haven't had much sleep, but it's been great. We've just been running our own race, to be honest. We had the goal to just try and hit our marks, don't make any contact, stuff like that, and it's worked out well. We've got really good speed in the car as well. The Porsche guys have given us a great car here today, so yeah, but there's still 4 hours to go, and I don't like that.
Several hours since you've last been in the car. The track will have changed. The light's different. What is your tactic? What are your plan for those first few laps when you go out there? Do you go there with an idea, I'm going to work myself in, or just see what happens?
I mean, at the end of the day, I just need to, work your way into the groove again, and then, just tick off the laps. There's, fortunately right now we're not too much pressure from behind, so, we're not like this coming into the stint. So, just find my way and then settle into a nice rhythm. But like I said, the car's good. Nick's done a phenomenal job, and also Nico all day long. So, let's see if we can survive this last 4 hours.
As you say, you've got quite a gap. Does that mean you're not going to push to the nth degree, or can you not let up here today?
No, we can't let up. Audi's right behind number 17, so 17 has to keep pushing, so we have to keep pushing as well. So, like we always said, this is going to be a 24-hour sprint race, and that's exactly what it's been the whole way.
Thank you. And behind me, coming to a stop, is the black Porsche, and that's going to be a driver change, the 18 car. It's Neil Yarni getting out, and Mark Lee getting in. I've got that the wrong way around, possibly.
It's Johnny getting out.
Yeah, and there's Mark Lee getting in, and full service with tyres. And this car again is doing a very routine stop that involves changing a driver. So all going at Porsche. Earl is remarkably relaxed as a man tries to kill me with a tyre there. I'm not sure what he's like inside, but he's certainly giving the Iceman out exterior.
Only 24 years old, at his first Le Mans, and sharing with Nico Hülkenberg and Nick Tandy. But this, the 19 car, is it actually eligible for World Endurance Championship points, Paul Truswell?
The car isn't, but the drivers are.
Right. So if for whatever reason they were in future rounds of this year's championship, they could add to their scores, but you can't add a third car into the championship.
Exactly. So for scoring manufacturers' points, you have to be registered for the championship.
Yeah.
For scoring drivers' points, you don't need to be registered for the championship.
7 minutes to 11 here at Circuit de la Sarthe. This is how the LMGT Pro class looks, and the Tommy Milner car leading the way then, the Chevrolet Corvette number 64 from Jean-Marie Bruni in the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, and the gap's very slim once again there. 2 seconds or thereabouts, I notice. Just pull away from the LMGT Pro battle for a moment to report on a drive-through penalty for the number 7 Audi for disrespecting the slow zone. Now that surely is the incident involving the number 19 car.
Yeah, with Strack on the front straight when the number 42 came to a halt with engine problems. They're showing the replay right now. That was whatever comfort zone you consider Eduardo Freitas to have, I would say that more than exceeded.
Having just watched it on the replay, I suspect it was as much for the sudden change in direction as it was for the speed that was being used by the number 7 car there, because they'll have a speed limiter on and they'll have set it, but I suspect what happened was that because it wasn't Andre at the time, was it? It was Marcel Fessler who was driving the car at the time, would have done that rather sudden swerve to the right-hand side, and I suspect it was that upset the race administrators rather than necessarily the precise speed that he was doing. Anyway, Andre has taken it for the sake of Marcel Fessler, and Marcel Fessler will now owe Andre a schnapps, or whatever Swiss people give to Germans to apologise for their fault. Lots of discussion going on in the Joest garage between between Wolfgang Ulrich and senior members of Audi AG, and Reinhold Joest also down there in attendance.
The wording is very clear for the number 7, disrespect of slow zone.
Yeah. Yes, well, that doesn't necessarily mean too much speeding, but yeah, I do take your point there, Marshall.
The point being is if it was speeding, it would say speeding.
Yeah.
It's clearly for the maneuver, which I think everybody would agree at the time was beyond what was expected.
So Tommy Milner leads GT Pro from Bruni and Richard Lietz in the number 91 Porsche. So it's Chevrolet, Ferrari, Porsche, and then another Ferrari for AF Corsa. Olivier Bretta has just brought that car in from 4th position for a pit stop. Next in the pros is Marco Sorensen driving the number 95 Aston Martin, and Alex McDowell still on board the number 99 Hanergy Aston Martin in 6th place, but 41st in the overall standings. As far as GT Am is concerned, Matthias Lauda still leads that in the number 98, works Aston Vantage. 274 laps in the book then for the 98 car from Victor Scheitar. Despite that moment at Indianapolis, nosing the car into the gravel trap, it got free of that and had to pit to make sure the car was straight and ready for the next stint. But the 72 car retained second position. Third place for the 62 Scuderia Corsa American run, Jeff Siegel driven 62 Ferrari 458. Pat Long on an outlap now is in fourth position in the 77 Proton competition Porsche, and car 53, the SRT Viper driven by Mark Miller, is in sixth position. Fifth position, in fact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, fifth position ahead of sixth placed Manu Collard in the 83 Ferrari, and he's the chap, what's the statistic again, that's done the most Le Mans and still racing?
Yeah, so of the people who are here at Le Mans this year, Manuel Collard is the most experienced driver. And if you just give me 2 seconds to get to the right page in the notebook. I don't know why I still use notes for this, but some things look up a little bit easier. Yeah, Collard on 20 participations already, this being his 21st. Olivier Beretta is on 19, this being his 20th. But by competing here this year, Manu Collard matches the tally of Andy Wallace. And if he comes back next year, then he'll match the tally of Jan Lammers. Second in 2005, and actually was pole position in 2005 as well, was Manuel Collard. First raced here in 1995, which is 20 years ago this year, isn't it? So that means that he's been here every single year since his debut.
And mixing with some impressive company there in as far as the stats are concerned, and the amount of Le Mans done. I wonder how many more he's wanting to do. Plenty, I'm sure, and it'll depend on the invites back, I suppose, but doing a grand job in the 83 car, and likely to be asked back again by AF Corsa, I'm sure.
I imagine he'll want to be back here competing all the way through the 100th, so
there you go.
That tally could grow quite a bit.
You're right. A 322.633 for Stefan Sarazan now in the number 2 Toyota, which is the car's best lap of the race so far. There's been a pit stop for the number 38 Jota Sport Zytek, by the way. Third position in the P2s, and that was fuel only for Mitch Evans, who stayed on board.
GTE Pro is definitely something to keep an eye on, especially between the first two cars, Johnny. We have Tommy Milner and Jimmy Bruni going at it, as they have been, of the battles throughout the 4 classes, well, 5 classes, but of the 4 types. We definitely, I think, have GTE Pro standing out as the one that is most interesting at the moment.
Homing in on 11 a.m. here at Circuit de la Sarthe. That means 4 hours to go. Still a European Le Mans Series race then to get through, and Nick Tandy leads by a lap over Timo Bernhardt. It's Porsche from Porsche, 19 from 17, and then the 3 Audis, Marco Bononomi in the 9, Andre Lotterer in the 7, and Loic Duval in the 8. And what a time to go into the next hour. An interesting message on the screen, because the track is declared wet, and we did say how many more twists and turns are we going to get in this race. It seems like we've got a little bit of rain, Paul Truswell.
Yes, the significant aspect of that is that it frees the teams to use wet weather tyres, and that means that any tyres which are marked as being wet weather tyres can then be used, and they don't count towards your allocation of slick. So if there was a problem with the number of tyres that people were used, then at least they are allowed now to use wet weather tyres. But there must be another reason for it than just people running out of tyres. And the other thing I noticed is that the Audi team were pulling out a new rear bodywork piece to be possibly fitted to one of the teams at the next pit stop. Bearing in mind particularly that we've already had one bodywork failure on an Audi, the number 7 car. I just wonder if one of the other cars is going to have a new rear bodywork deck fitted at its next pit stop.
Like a well-written play, almost as if it's been scripted by Eduardo Freitas. On the hour, things shift all of a sudden. We'll tell you more then about this potential twist in the weather in a moment.
The RadioLeMans.com forum is full of people just like you.
People who have opinions and aren't afraid to share them, just like you.
People who love all forms of motorsport, just like you.
At the track, on the radio, online.
Go to RadioLeMans.com and click on the forum button.
RadioLeMans.com.
All the action, all the latest news from the pits and the paddock. Informed comment. There's always been and always will be just one authority on the race and just one place to listen. Radio Le Mans. You can't manage without it.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM here at the circuit and around the world on RadioLeMans.com. It's Johnny Palmer, Marshall Pruitt of Racer.com and Paul Truswell taking you through the next hour, the 21st hour of this race at 11 a.m. and we have a message on the screen here in our Mobil 1 broadcast centre to say that the track is declared wet and also a time penalty for car number 99. That's one of the lower order GT Pro cars. 1 minute and 25 seconds is a stop-go for Alex McDowell for speeding in the pit lane. But as Paul Truswell has just noted, this really unlocks a number of more tyres for the teams because all of a sudden you can use wet weather tyres on the track. I don't think the rain's coming down massively heavily, and it's certainly localised as well. By no means the whole lap, Marshall Pruitt, affected by the weather, but it will be something that the teams have to bear in mind.
We also have the number 8 Audi coming in from 5th place. Looks like they're getting ready to possibly replace or repair the left rear portion of the engine cover. Flapping in the breeze, that is something they'll want to address right away before that tears itself away.
Certainly not raining in the pit lane, reports Nick Damon, so our end of the circuit appears to be dry, but that doesn't necessarily account for the rest of the 8.5 miles of this track.
It may well be that Eduardo has one of those computers, a bit like our little weather computer, that is that the one that has the mind of its own, who kind of just says, look, it is inevitable that there is some rain on the way. So Eduardo is merely saying at this point he is so certain that there is going to be rain between now and the end of the race that he is just stating the case that if you want to use wet weather tyres, you are free to do so, because that is all he is effectively saying. Bruce Jones comes in with a very loud piece of miming to say it is raining now.
Raining here.
Raining here. What was the other thing I was going to say? Oh yes, thanks to John Heintoff for just passing me some news from the number 9 Audi. I was suggesting that it wasn't able to keep up with the Porsches following a time during the race when it was able to keep up. Well, as much as anything else, it was the Audi going slower, and apparently the reason for it going slower is that car was having intermittent hybrid power cutouts, which would explain quite reasonably why the number 9 car, having been the best performing Audi, all of a sudden kind of seemed to fade and is now being caught by Andre Lotterer. Although having said that, Andre Lotterer is certainly putting in some very fast laps of late and has just set the fastest full stint average for his last stint, which was a 13-lap stint with an average lap time, just think about this one, Marshall, an average lap time across 13 laps of 3 minutes 19.45.
That's ridiculous, but the kind of ridiculous that we love. And think about it, what these teams are doing with these cars right now is just hammering away at the track relentlessly. Really no consideration for ease, for making sure that everything gets to the finish line. They're confident they can push these cars at 100% and make the finish line. Also think about this time last year, Johnny, where we had some mechanical issues with the leading hybrids, but those were more on the mechanical side, turbo failures or turbo issues. If the only thing we've seen so far really among the leading prototypes is a slight hybrid cutout, that's also another fascinating development where we have this raw massive speed, as you just said, Paul, over the course of a full stint, a 319 average with less than 4 hours left to go in the race. So I don't know if any of us pictured this, that we would have this level of reliability this far into the race among the leaders.
Timo Bernhardt way off into the gravel there. He was trying to lap one of the Ferraris, the 71 I think it was, and Bernhardt in the number 17 Porsche had to go right through the gravel, tried to go to the right hand side, then the left hand side, avoided contact but couldn't hold on to the 919 and skated right across the gravel. Will Porsche risk those tyres or change them?
I'll tell you, that thing has some impressive traction on
yeah.
rocks and dirt. It will.
The way it rejoined over the lip there, the Dunlop S's was a violent turn for the car. Then he can get the lap redone under the bridge, and Bernhardt down at Mulsanne corner now.
And they'll be watching all the tire pressure monitoring systems, looking at the temps, looking at the pressures, but not just the physical pressure, but also the temperature within the tire as well. So the team should have a very good inkling as to whether there was any damage from puncture or anything that would require a stop. So at least this late, I'm not sure that they would just pit out of precaution. I think they'd probably rely on technology.
That looked to me like a carbon copy of the incident in which Thierry Boutsen crashed at that very same corner in, I think it was 1998 or 1999 in a Toyota, coming up behind a car. In those days there was a barrier there instead of a whacking great gravel bed, and Thierry Boutsen he hurt himself quite badly. I don't think he actually broke anything, but it was one of those back-type problems where he did hurt himself quite badly, and it was a very similar moment where he came up across a slower car, didn't have anywhere to go, and just ended up exactly where the TV screens are showing us that Mark Lieb is now. But as I say, in those days there was a barrier there, a bit of a lucky escape there.
That's a high rate of speed to go tripping across gravel and rock up a hill as well.
True rallycross moment for Timo Bernhard. He's no doubt very grateful that the car didn't dig in and then flip the thing over, because that could very easily have happened. Let's head down to our Nismo pit lane team member Nick Damon. It's all change in LMGT Pro, Nick, because two stoppers, the 51 and the 64. The Ferrari still at the hands of Gianmaria Bruni, but Jordan Taylor, I notice, has now got into the 64 car, so that slipped down to second. But more pressing, a problem for the third place number 91 Porsche, Nick.
Yeah, and there's a big problem. The car came in after only being out for about 25 minutes, so took on fuel, they wheeled it in. It looked for every indication they were just going to do a brake pad check, but a disc change. But they've now, in a rather laborious way, got it up onto the high stands. They're looking around the bottom of the car at the back, and that's of course where all the motive falls into Porsche. They have waggled things, they've looked at things, but it looks like this is quite a mechanical and quite serious. It's not leaking anything as I lean down and have a look, but they're unscrewing the under tray to get at something. So I'm afraid the reliability that pulled them into third has deserted them. I can't see a screen. Who's fourth and how far behind are they, Johnny?
Fourth place, Davide Rigon in the number 71 Ferrari. I think that was the one that was nearly collected by Timo Bernhard up towards the chicane.
That one had a long time in the pits a while ago for a new starter motor, so I'm sure this Porsche in for 20 minutes, that could be the podium gone.
Yeah, I'm sure Trussers will be able to work out exactly the time between the two cars, but we're talking about Richard Lietz, who has completed 277 laps or 278 laps. Difficult to tell from the way the screen is displaying information right now.
Richard Lietz has completed 278 laps,
right.
Johnny, and the next car up in GTE Pro is Davide Rigon, who's completed 277.
And is a minute behind Matthias Lauda, who is leading GTE AM at the moment. So Beretta needs to find a minute on the number 98 Aston, and then a further lap before he can go into third position.
And three of our class leaders, Johnny, have been just machines. The 19 leading overall, been an absolute machine. The 47 and P2, I think that's probably been just locked in place the entire race. And also in GTE AM, the 98 Aston Martin as well, with Matthias Lauda behind the wheel. Three of the four classes have had leaders, frankly, just holding on, refusing to let go. Now, this is where you start to worry about whether you can do that the entire way or if things start to go a little bit wrong.
Nick Tandy on his way into the pits, I suspect, Johnny, for the end of this stint. He's been driving for 3 hours and a bit. How much and a bit? 3 hours and 6 minutes thus far. And so he'll be coming in, as I say, at the end of this lap. A quadruple stint, single set of tyres, the initial part of the stint under yellow flag conditions, but he too has done the fastest full tank stint for that car, although by comparison, just to give it, put Andre Lotterer's average lap time into perspective, and this bear in mind from the leading car, 3 minutes 20.903 is the fastest stint average from Nick Tandy.
David Markazov has just straight lined the first chicane on the Mulsanne in the P2 BR01, number 27 from SMP Racing. And the race leader, quite rightly, from Paul Truswell, is in. So Nick Damon is there. And you can report some rain as well, I think.
It is spitting. This is not Zandvoort-like weather, let me tell you right now. It's a small amount of spit in the wind. It's going to affect nothing at the moment. It's going to need to get a lot heavier before it is instantly evaporated on the racetrack surface. But out has already got Nick Tandy after another stunning 3-hour plus set. Earl Bamber, we talked to a little while ago, has got in. He's going to play himself in. As you can imagine, this is all measured efficiency. They've got a nice cushion on this car, and the overall stuff is going very, very well. Fueled it, tyres, driver all in. As I see the number 7 car go past me, I'm not sure whether that's going to be serving its penalty. Well, it served that, but the leader is just a little. Yeah, they do just top up a Mobil 1. Beautifully marked bottles of a compressed bottle. The Mobil 1 went in there into the right-hand bank of into the right-hand side of the engine, and I'm sure to give all 4 of the V4 cylinders a nice drink.
We have our first surface condition note here. We actually have slippery surfaces in zone 6, 7, 11, and 12.
Which is Tête Rouge, the exit of Tête Rouge, and the exit of the first chicane, by the way.
Leader putting on slicks, so although we are starting to see rain become an issue in select portions of the track, leader has chosen to go back out on slick tires. So we will know soon whether they will be back in or be able to stay out.
And Andre Lotre pitted that time as well in the number 7 Audi, and that was just a fuel stop for the squad that is currently, well, Audi looking at 3rd, 4th and 5th positions, and the 7 car running 4th behind Bononomi in the number 9 car.
Yeah, it's not so far behind, but they're going to have to do something in order to catch up, and Lotre driving quickly will help, and if the number 9 car does have intermittent hybrid problems, and that might get it to the 3rd spot on the podium. According to my little projection here, 4 more pit stops for the leading car if all goes well, so they can actually get to the flag. Earl Bamber could actually drive the car to the flag because it's less than 4 hours between here and the end of the race, but in any case 4 more pit stops required for that car.
More punctures for the SMP car. Now, was it the 37?
The 37, yeah.
Michele Leschin, wasn't it?
Yep,
with the rear left puncture. And this time, the 27 car, which had straight line the chicane, I think on that same lap, has just suddenly let the front left go.
Yeah.
So I wonder whether that was actually a problem with the tyre, which prevented him from turning in at the chicane.
Both bros having tyre problems, bro.
Yeah, I would again put the speculation that being a new car, they haven't quite got the camber angles so precisely tuned that perhaps some of those camber angles not quite what they should be, and that's why those tyres are letting go on the SMP racing cars.
Well, that's complete speculation, Paul. I mean, the reality is we were 20 hours into the race. They've had issues within the last hour, so if that were indeed an issue, we would have been seeing that from the start of the race.
It just seems to happen to those more than other cars.
The P2 order, by the way, at just after 10 past 11. Nicolas Lapierre leading the 47 car. Again, a really good stint from Nicolas, who has found a good home at KCMG, and the Platinum driver pedalling on very quickly to retain the lead for KCMG, number 47. Roman Rusinov in the number 26 car. The G-Drive Ligier is in 2nd position. Mitch Evans also earning his corn this weekend in the number 38 Jota Sport Gibson. Really going strongly to potentially give Jota a podium to back up last year's victory. Lawrence Vantor in the number 34 Oak Racing Ligier is 4th. 5th place is the other G-Drive car, again a Ligier, Ricardo Gonzalez, the Mexican driver at the wheel. Nathaniel Baton back in the control of the 48 Orica 03R from Murphy Prototypes. That is in 6th position. 7th place Ed Brown for Extreme Speed Motorsports in the number 31 Ligier, and David Markazov, despite the puncture, still scored as in 8th position, but is now, unsurprisingly, in pit road. He's had that tyre changed and he's already out, so that was a quick stop for SMP, 1 minute and 45 seconds.
We're starting to see what the spotty bits of rain are doing to the lap times right now, Johnny. Last lap by Earl Bamber, 27.0, obviously just fresh out of the pits, but also if you look at the other cars, the leaders in P1 per se, 25s, 23s, 24s. So
there is also a slow zone,
Yes.
though, Marshall, between Arnage and the Porsche curves, or coming into the Porsche curves, which is having its impact on slow zones. You got slow because of the conditions, slow because of the slow zone, and
yeah, when they come around this time, we'll definitely see. Yeah, now that's been pushed out to a 5:12, but at least prior to the slow zone itself, we were seeing lap times come up about 4 to 5 seconds.
So a switch around for the lead car, number 19. Nick Tandy steps out, Earl Bamber clambers on board, and our man down in the Nismo pit lane, Nick Damon, has found Nick Tandy, that is. Go ahead.
You came up with beaming smile. That's another fantastic session, and suddenly you've got a lap on the opposition.
Yeah, it was pretty good actually, and it was fun as well. Playing around with the number 7 car, it was quite a good little fight we were having for a little bit. I think that obviously they were trying to push a bit harder than we were, so there was times when we'd get past, but then I was a little bit cautious in traffic and whatnot, and they'd catch back up again. But it was a nice little stint again.
Bit of an instant in the slow zone coming up past the start finish straight as well.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there, because it's I mean, it clearly states in the regulation you have to be two car lengths apart, which is why I was holding back from the Ferrari. That's the regulation, so I'm not quite sure what they were doing. But other than that, you know, it was a good little battle. They're all good drivers in the Audi, so it's always good fighting them.
Well, you're pleased now you got to stop and go for that. Actually, I don't know whether you were told that.
I didn't know, but it's like I say, it's a clear regulation, so I don't know what he was up to.
So we've got less than 4 hours. I take it you won't get back in the car again. How are you going to spend the time?
Watching the rest of the race on the monitor.
You actually are going to watch, are you?
Yeah, I think I will. Just to make sure one of us could have a cramp or an injury or something. I've got to still be around. The plan is that I think Earl and Nico will probably split the last sort of section between them as evenly as possible, so that we maximise the tyre usage, if you like, get the most out of the tyres when we can change them.
Nick, well done.
Thanks. Cheers.
Nick Tandy with our very own Nick Damon down in the Nismo pit lane team, and what a optimum time to speak to the man at Nismo, looking after our Nismo pit lane team. You've got 3 cars here, Darren Cox, this weekend, and is it fair to say that you've explored them intimately throughout the week in terms of keeping them going in what you have expressed is a public test session now, but they're still going, aren't they?
Well, I think we've got, when I left the garage, we had one on track, the 23 car with Jan in it, which looks like that's still going round. Harry, I don't know if you've seen the Eurosport coverage, but he hit an unidentified flying object in the middle of the night, about 300 and something kilometres an hour, which pretty much
340 k's.
Is that right? Okay, all right. Which obviously just basically paid to that race all the problems we've now got and knock-on effects of that accident. You know, is quite a lot of damage to the car. So yeah, it really is just trying to keep it going round to the end, and you know, almost as a thank you to the fans that have been supporting us, but also, you know, the guys in the garage deserve to see at least one car go over the line, because they've been working like Trojans. The 22 car guys woke up on Friday morning, they haven't been to bed yet. So you know, they did a engine change on Friday which didn't go according to plan, and yeah, they stayed up and finished it, went out in warm up, and then stayed up and are still going. And you know, they're the ones, unfortunately, that have had the car in the garage the most. It's always the way. So yeah, it's been challenging, but you know what, this race is hard for a reason, and if it was easy, then we wouldn't love it the way we do. It really is sometimes, I put an expletive here, race, but that's why we love it, because it is so difficult, and it has been a really tough public debut of our car. You know, to come to the first race of this car, radical concept with 3 cars in a very short space of time, 14 months since we started the project, was always going to be a challenge, and the guys have done their very, very best, and the drivers have behaved themselves as well. You know, they're all racers, as is everyone in the garage, but they've stayed off the curbs, they've not raced anyone, they've gone around doing what we wanted them to do. try different settings on traction control. We've tried different suspension setups, tyre pressures, tyre compounds, and it's frustrating. It's bloody frustrating for all of us. We're all racers on the programme, but it's the right thing to do, just to go around and see how many laps we can do.
You've obviously had a plan for this year and indeed for 2014 as well, and I've lost count of the amount of times that plan has needed to be revised, not through any fault of your own and not through any lack of effort either, but it is about realigning your sights, I suppose, for the next portion of the campaign.
Yeah, I think they say plans are good until you engage the enemy, and we obviously the original plan was to do Silverstone and Spa, which was, when you look back on it, was very, very optimistic. As I say, we got the green light in April 2014, so 14 months before this race, 12 months effectively before Silverstone. That is a massively compressed timeline. But we had to do it because the regulations changed in 17. We couldn't come just in 16 for 1 year with regulations. We would be in a position we are in today next year, so we had to try and do it this year. So it's a massive learning curve. 3 cars again, which is more than 50% of an effort on top of that. Drafting in even more people, now we move on. I mean, we've already got an aero kit ready for the high downforce circuits, all in development, and some changes to the actual car. And we move on. We have a luxury in most people's eyes, getting out of this race and saying, crikey, in 2.5 months you're going to go and race again with almost a brand new car again. And Ben, I just heard Ben saying to an executive from Japan, we've got 10 more weeks until we have to race again. So let's see how we go there at the Nürburgring.
Has 3 cars been a help or a hindrance? I would imagine if you've got 3 chassis, then you can encounter problems more quickly and sort of solve them more efficiently. Or would it have helped you to have had 2 or even just 1 car here?
Well, hindsight is a great thing, but I still don't know quite what the answer is yet. If the 21 car would have been the only one that had finished, it would have been a great, well done, because the 3rd car was the one that finished, but it doesn't work like that. I mean, the guys in the garage now, if they're listening to this, will probably say it was a bloody stupid idea to have 3 cars, but that was our commitment. It means that we've got a test car for the rest of the season for 16 that we can use. It was built up, and it means that next year we're not in such another learning curve to run 3 cars. We know what we're all about. So I don't know the answer to that question at the moment. No.
Well, that's
I would say it's probably been a good thing to do.
I think it would have been brave to just come with 1, like you say, put all your eggs in one basket, literally. So virtually brand new car for the Nürburgring, the next round.
The aero kit is very different, and we're working on some suspension upgrades, if you like, that will help the shorter circuits, which will help the aero pack basically, so they work in comparison.
What is the plan for 2016 though? Because I read about Porsche and the 919 when they designed that in 2011. It was always the plan to actually come with a totally brand new car for 2015, as far back as 11. Are you going to come? I mean, have you thought as far ahead as season 2?
The car will be very similar. The tub will be the same. The aero configuration you see here will be very similar. But obviously, one of the things we were supposed to bring this year was 4-wheel drive with 8 megajoules, and that's what we'll be aiming to bring for next year. Just look at if you watch an onboard of us against the other P1s, and Olivier Plat and Alex, as they got out of the car, both said the same thing to me: is just get us out the corners quicker. And that's a combination of 2 things. One, the 4-wheel drive, clearly, but secondly, having that KERS, power that we haven't got. So, and then it just is a whole heap of pain because, we're trying to drive everything through the front on exit. So that means we have to compromise on setup in a way. So yeah, it's corner exit and a bit of high speed through the Porsche KERS, which we would be able to fix. If it was just that, we'd be very, very happy in our first year. But just watch the onboards, the guys just absolutely go away from us. But mid corner in the slow stuff, we're there or thereabouts, but it's all about the exit of the corner that we're losing out because we haven't got the KERS, we haven't got 4-wheel drive.
And will you have that in 10 weeks' time?
No, we'll have, that's a 2016 project, yeah, absolutely. But we'll start working on that. The KERS decision has almost been made, and we've got a parallel process on that, and hopefully we'll have that testing in October for next year.
Brake disc. Front brake disc problem has been a recent issue for which car?
No, I think we did 23. I'm losing track. I should have some notes. 23 just had a brake disc change.
Is it wearing the brake discs because you've got no hybrid to slow the car?
They're wearing it more than we would expect, yeah. And we're being very conservative on that. I mean, there's no point stretching it because we're where we are. So yeah, we've been very conservative on that. But yeah, of course, we were supposed to be braking with the equivalent of more than 8 megajoules of braking energy. And now the discs have got to do that. So the fact that they're holding up round here is a pretty good testament to the new cooling pack that's on there.
And you say you're all racers, all 9 drivers certainly, really keen to succeed at this race. How is generally the mood in the camp?
Amazingly good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fantastic. We did choose the drivers. I think we chose the drivers wisely. I think people recognise that. We've got a couple of sort of young superstars in there that I think will be the amongst the future of sports car racing stars in the future. I mean, I did say. And John will remember this, that I thought that the 19 Porsche might be the one that's up the front. Great driver line-up in that. I think Tandy's, is going to be a massive star of the future. And one of our colleagues has also spoken highly of El Bamba. So you've got these young guys. You've got these young guys in our team. Specifically, I guess the headline, is the 2 guys that are in the car at the moment. Although Harry's probably just sat in the garage, with Tinknell and Mardenborough doing a good job. But all 9, the strength and depth in the driver lineup is fantastic. And the great thing is from different backgrounds. So they really have gelled. And we do things a little bit differently. They got the tram into the drivers' parade all together with the fans, and the interaction and banter that they had was there. And honestly, they've had a very, very challenging time. We told them to keep off the curbs. If you look at your window here, you see the exit of the last corner. They're not on the curbs at all. The Audis are straddling the curbs. They've got probably a car width and a half more. And if anyone's done any racing, that itself in a compromise in one corner shows you how much we're asking these guys to rein in their competitive juices. But then you look up there and you tell Mardenborough to go slowly, and there's a bit of spit of rain, and he's just done his fastest middle sector of the race. So they're still racers, and long may that continue. But I've told them all they're all racing. In a few weeks' time. Szulzicki and Buncombe are down at Paul Ricard next weekend in a GT3 car. Jan's racing in GP3. Who else is racing? Lucas is racing in Thailand next weekend in Super GT. So I said, right, boys, this is not the weekend to race. You've all got a race next weekend, and that's what you need to be doing. And despite their youth, they're following instructions to the letter. And I've got to say, well done to them. But there's a bunch of people that need even more praise, and that's the bloke in the garage. They've just been absolute Trojans, and I want to thank them, and also to the fans for their patience. We've got the Japanese flag wavers right opposite our garage, and they haven't stopped waving the flags, and they've come all the way from Japan to do that. It's a very traditional Nissan thing, and I guess that someone want to talk about the fact that the 17 car just come into the pits.
Well, I don't need to tell you this, but keep plugging away. You've got the support, as I'm sure you know, and there's so many people that want you to succeed, and I'm sure you'll look back on 2015 in a year, 2 years' time and think, aren't we glad that we pushed on through that?
Yeah, when I'm sitting with my therapist, I should look back on 2015 and think that it was an interesting year, yeah. Character building.
Yeah, that's what they call it, Darren. Absolutely.
Darren but Cox. Thanks to the fans and thanks to you guys for all your support. Really appreciate it.
No trouble at all, and we wish you every success in the future. That's Darren Cox from the Nissan GTR LM Nismo project. And as he quite rightly says, Paul Trustwell, the 17 Porsche, driven by Timo Bernhardt, after that very gravelly moment a couple of laps ago, is in for its 26th stop.
Yes, in a perfectly routine pit stop in which all they did was refuel it and send him on his way again. Whether there was any chat about which bits of the circuit to use and which bits of the gravel to use, we know not. But Timo then goes on his way again. Again, it was a slightly longer, for Porsche standards, a slightly longer pit stop, probably checking the under tray and whatnot. 57 seconds was the pit stop, which is the same kind of time that we would usually get for an Audi in the pits, but not for a Porsche. So a little bit of the extra 4 or 5 seconds taken there to just check the car over, I would suspect. But Timo Bernhardt on his way again, going off on another quadruple. So the temperatures or whatever it was that was stopping Porsche from heading towards quadruple stints yesterday, not there today, and they're doing quadruples here at the moment. I think the thing that I was kind of taking the moment of quiet whilst we were hearing from Darren to try and work out was, is it going to be possible, and indeed if it is going to be possible, when will it happen, that the number 7 Audi will catch up with and overtake Marco Bononomi, or will overtake the number 9 car at least, because with those problems on the hybrid that we're hearing about for the number 9 car, it certainly seems that there is an inevitable closing of the gap between the 9 and the 7 for that final podium spot, which Audi will take it, assuming that the other positions remain the same. Of course, there could be anything that happens in the interim, but certainly according to the little projection, by about lap 370, which will be before the end of the race, there could well be a change for that third podium place as the number 7 Audi gets ahead of the number 9.
11:30 here in France. We'll do an hourly update in a moment, but just before we go to that, Nick Damon has found from AF Corsa Matt Griffin.
Yeah, one of our favourite racers, but unfortunately not in a race suit. Things not going to plan the 55, Matt.
No, these racing cars need fuel in them to make them go forward, and ours didn't have any at the end of Alex's last stint there. I mean, we need to investigate the reason for it. We think that maybe the fuel pump didn't prime in the last stint, which means that the collector tank didn't get full fuel. But yeah, it's disappointing. These races are tough enough, and if you have a crash when the drivers are absolutely pushing on the limit, it can happen. Or as Porsche have had a couple of catastrophic engine failures, it's one thing, but to finish the fuel and to retire that way is gutting, and particularly as our car was really, really quick, we were really, really going well. But this is Le Mans, and nothing's ever simple at Le Mans.
Was it a situation where there was no warning, or did he know he was going to run out of fuel for like 3/4 of a lap?
No, there was no warning as such. We were on plan. We had the plan was to run like that. So we knew we would have been maybe tight on fuel, but the plan was to run there. So my engineer just said to me, if he had it back, he wouldn't do anything different. So we'll see.
Bad luck. Enjoy the trip home. You get away before the crowds.
I will. Yeah, I might have a beer or two.
Thanks, Matt.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
Speculation and debate.
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik.
Just gone 11:30 on Sunday morning, less than 3.5 hours of the race remaining. Still Porsche leads, Earl Bamber at the wheel of the number 19 919 hybrid. 335 laps now in the book for that car, and it still has a lap lead over the second placed Porsche, the number 17 car, Timo Bernhardt, having just been in for a refueling stop and rejoined again without any problems. In the third place though, and benefiting from problems for the number 9 Audi, we now have a new third place car because Andre Lotterer at the wheel of the number 7 has come through in third place. He is a further lap behind Timo Bernhardt, but Marco Bononomi brought the number 9 Audi into the pits just as we were going into this segment of the race, and was pushed back into the garage, and one can only assume that they're trying to get to the bottom of the problems with that hybrid on that car, which we have heard was causing it problems anyway. And they say they can do the sums just as well as I could, and said that look, they were going to lose out to the number 7 car anyway, so they pushed that car back into the garage. It's still there at the moment and losing places all the time, so up into 4th place has now come the number 8 Audi, a further minute and a quarter behind the number 7 car. In 6th place still at the moment is the number 18 Porsche, but it's only going to be a matter of time before that moves up. except that the number 9 Audi is on the way again, so that should be its position. So number 9 in 5th place, number 18 in 6th place, then the 2 Toyotas, as they have been throughout, kind of playing the best of the rest role, with number 2 Toyota ahead of the number 1 car, Stefan Sarazan at the wheel of the number 2, and Kaz Nakajima at the wheel of number 1. And they are respectively 7 and 9 laps behind the race leader. Down to the LMP2s, well, not really, because that's in 9th place overall, the leading LMP2 car. Number 47, still KCMG with their new Oreca, the Oreca 05 with the Nissan engine, leading LMP2. In 2nd place in LMP2 is the G-Drive Ligier, also with a Nissan engine, and Sam Bird doing the driving at the moment. He's exactly a minute behind the P2 leader. Just a minute separates 47 from 26. And still in LMP2, 3rd place is car number 38, the Jota Sport Ligier, with Mitch Evans at the wheel, but he is only 15 seconds behind Sam Bird, so very close for 2nd place still in P2. In GTE Pro, Jimmy Bruni with the AF Corsa Ferrari leads the way, 286 laps completed, 26 seconds now ahead of the Corvette in 2nd place, with Jordan Taylor now behind the wheel. 3rd in GT Pro is James Collado at the wheel of the other AF Corsa Ferrari, and he is on 283 laps completed. The GTE AM leader is the number 98 Aston Martin Vantage, still on 283 laps. Pedro Lamy leading the way there. In 2nd place in GTE AM is the 72 SMP Ferrari 458, Andrea Bertolini at the wheel of that one. He's on 281 laps, and also on 281 laps, it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds behind is the number 62 Scuderia Corsa Ferrari, which is being driven by Townsend Bell at the moment, and that car has completed 281 laps. So the GTE AM positions: first number 98, second number 72, and third number 62.
The hourly updates on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Audi Ultra, lightweight technology.
Very quickly down to our Nismo pit lane team. Nick Damon has found Olivier Beretta.
Olivier, now a real fight between you and the Porsche for the final place on the podium. But you came in there for your stop and there was a problem on the rear right. What had happened?
No, we just had a little issue, and we just wanted to be safe. And they control it, and now the car is fine.
You were out for the last half hour or so when we've been told there's rain. Was it wet at all out on the track?
Well, I just tried to stay in the track, focus and making no mistake, and it was okay.
The car seems to be going well now after its problems. Do you think you can stay ahead of the Porsche?
We'll see. The race is still long. We'll see.
Thank you, Olivier. Thank you.
So, Beretta in relatively good spirits, all things considered. Very squirrely moment for Marco Bononomi in the number 9 Audi at the second chicane. Had to shortcut it through the tyre bales and nearly lost it on the exit as well to rejoin the track just then, Marshall.
Yeah, a pair of problems for the 9. Came into the pits, was wheeled into their garage, took the nose off. And keep in mind that with how the radiators are ducted in that car, a lot of that comes in not just from the front, obviously, but down below through the keel beneath the driver's feet. And you saw the mechanics reaching in as if they were trying to pull something out. So I wonder if there was something clogging or blocking either into radiators or possibly affecting the floor and clean airflow there. But a lot of reaching in, basically shoulder deep. Got that cleared, got the nose back on, car went out, and on his outlap, Marco went for a bit of a wild ride entering the second chicane. Had to straight line that, and then also had a little bit of oversteer on the way out. So he's pushing hard.
Yeah, they were doing their best James Herriot impression there to give birth to a calf, maybe, with the arms trying to pull out whatever it might be. A little bit of track debris or maybe grass that's worked its way onto the track. The BR01 car sideways exiting Mulsanne corner there with the Aston behind. The one with the green strip is a GTE car, I seem to remember. Confirmation of that.
No, go on, sorry.
It will be the number 98, I reckon, of Pedro Lamy, which is making its way down towards Indianapolis. Leading the class, the GTE AM car. and the Portuguese back on board. Jimmy Bruni in the 51 Ferrari, though, leads GTE Pro from Jordan Taylor in the number 64 Chevy Corvette.
Handy 24 seconds right now by Bruni, leading the Corvette. Also moving up to P2, Nicolas Lapierre continuing to lead in that juggernaut 47 KCMG brand new Oreca 05, holding a full lap over Sam Bird in the 26 G-Drive Ligier. And up front, something we continue to love, 3:19.5 last lap for leader Earl Bamber. Timo Bernhard in second place, 3:21.1. Andre Lauderer in third place, best of the Audis, 3:19.3. So 2/10 off the leader, but granted, he has 2 more tours to go before that really comes into play.
Automatically, I can tell that Andrea Bertolini's on board the SMP Racing Ferrari. Nothing against his co-drivers, but just the body language of that 458. You know Bertolini is inside that car and probably to the finish now with 3 hours and 19 minutes to go. He is powering through those Porsche curves and into the Ford chicane.
If you listen, you can hear the tires crying. They're just begging, please stop. Let us live. But yeah, trust me, Andrea has been doing this for a long time. He knows nothing less than 100%, so one of many GT pros in the field.
Andre Lauderer is continuing to give it all his very best shot. As I say, with the number 7 car, having only done 5 laps. Oh no, that's why it was a short stint, wasn't it? Because of the drive-through penalty that he had to take, where no work was allowed to be done on the car, and that's probably helped fire him up a little bit. So he's now on his second stint of this particular tour. Been doing another 4 laps, in fact. And 3 laps at the end of this one, and still lapping consistently under or around the 3:20 mark, sometimes a little bit under, sometimes a little bit over, but lapping consistently. He's now relatively safe in third, and I suppose the question is he going to be able to lap quickly enough to catch up with Timo Bernhard at the wheel of the red and white Porsche number 17? And the answer to the question is I don't think he is, although he's giving it his best shot. Part of the reason is because the Porsche generally has these saves 5 seconds every pit stop. So even if Andre Lauderer is able to pick up, say, a second a lap, then he loses half of that advantage every time he comes into the pits, because the Porsche's pit stops are 5 seconds quicker.
So at the head of the order, Earl Bamber leading the way, 338 laps now completed in the 19 car. Timo Bernhard in car 17, 337. He goes through now, in fact, to complete that lap. And a stop-go penalty has been issued to car 28, which is the 5th placed P2 car. Gustavo Jackerman currently at the wheel. A 45-second stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So that's going to further spice things up towards the lower end of the P2 runners. It's a class that's led, by the way, by Nicolas Lapierre in the 47 car. 'Twas ever thus, really. The KTMG Oreca has been so dominant from the off in their Oreca 05. Sam Bird driving the number 26 car, so the sister machine to the one that's got the penalty. Sam Bird looking good for a podium, as is Jota Sport, and they're new for 2015, the Gibson, which was formerly the Zytek. The 38 Jota Sport car on for a podium with Mitch Evans at the wheel.
Problems in the pits for the Manthey Porsche. Dreadful, difficult trying to get the right rear wheel off the car, and that seems to be snagging against the right rear bodywork as they're pulling it off. I don't think it's a hub problem. You can possibly see the screen closer than I can, Marshall. It seems to be more a bodywork problem than
the top of the wheel is hitting the top of the wheel arch itself. They've undone portion of the latching system, but you now have everybody with pry bars essentially trying to peel up the right rear fender so they can extract the tire.
We have a man on the spot. That's Joe Bradley, part of our Nismo pit lane team.
Jump in, Joe. Get in there and help him.
I'm feeling like I should actually. If I can get if I can crawl underneath and push from the inside, then we may be able to do this. But you're right, it is bodywork. The wheel is actually moving on the hub from what I can see. I'm positioned right at the rear of the car, and there goes the bodywork, and also a smack in the head for one of the mechanics who was in the way of the lever as it gave way against the wheel arch, and he didn't half get a hit in the head there. they're going to have to pry away. Now they're cutting away the wheel arch on this right rear. That's not me, that's the tool they're using.
No, I can hear it. It's almost like a circular saw moving to slice away part of the wheel arch there to enable to get the wheel off the car. It's the rear right which is so troublesome. Meanwhile, the number 30 ESM Ligier has had a moment up at Tête Rouge, which is a turning point really.
That would have been a fairly high speed exit there for the number 30. Back on track, moving a wee bit slowly, so I'm not sure if there's a tire issue or something that forced the car off. Here we go with a replay.
Ooh, yes. And into the tyre wall, side-to-side contact though, so hopefully that won't have given to cause too much sort of structural damage, because the car's very strong along the side portion there.
Yeah.
Just a glancing blow.
The Scott Sharp, the driver of that Extreme Speed Motorsports car.
We've also seen on the class-leading P247 KCMG Oreca, left front portion of the nose, the fender portion itself appears to be riding a wee bit high. Curious if that's going to require a premature stop, or if that's something that will stay in place and allow them to tend to that their next routine stop.
Yeah, there is a little crack emerging between where the nose slots onto the front of the car, I notice. Well, you picked it out, and is that working itself loose, or will the clips keep it in a safe position? We'll monitor that as well with Nicolas Lapierre. And all of a sudden, well, we wonder whether we were around the corner from an absolute best time. We didn't get magic hour overnight, but we do. And surprise, surprise, It's Andre Lotre sticking in a fastest lap of the race so far at quarter to midday. This is quite possibly the latest time we've had a fastest lap, but it's a 3:17.475 race pace from the third placed Audi number 7.
Can we officially put to rest the question of, are they pushing, are they saving the cars? Today, endurance racing is sprint racing. Pick the amount of hours. This is sprint racing. We have to endure the sprint, but good Lord, there's no saving going on here. No, that's brilliant.
That is the second fastest lap time of the whole weekend. The only lap time that has been faster than that the whole weekend was the pole position time, which Neil Yarny did. It's faster than every other lap.
This is classic, guys.
And we did say during qualifying, didn't we? I can't remember who it was who asked me the question, but somebody said, was that going to be the fastest lap we would see throughout the whole weekend? And I said, no. I said, we'll get a faster lap in the race. We haven't quite got there yet, but Andre Lotte was going to save my bacon. Oops, I didn't mean to say bacon.
Well, I've been saving a feature for next week that I'll run about the 1,000 horsepower cars at Le Mans. And the cool thing is part of that's a retro story, and those who've been here have seen some of those cars, but the Nissan was supposed to be there, but of the three leading manufacturers in P1, they're all well over 1,000 horsepower. They won't necessarily claim that, Johnny. You look at some of their official press clippings and such, and some are a little cagey about those numbers, but they are racing and competing when the hybrid is deploying full power off the corners at over 1,000 horsepower. That's insane. Again, not a qualifying special. This isn't 2 or 3 laps, blow up, put in a new motor. We're talking internal combustion engine, hybrid power combined, doing that for 24 hours straight. We've never seen anything like it.
You'll have to, Paul Truswell, when you get a moment, give me an average speed as well for that lap time, because I'll be fascinated to know what the average speed around this track is for a 3:17.475. Down to Nick Damon in the Nismo pit lane, though, for an update on the number 8 Audi. That's not the quickest car at the moment, but the one in 4th position, it's in the pit lane, it's in the garage now.
Yeah, the number 8 car came in, it got a full set of fuel, but then it was eased onto the dollies. I think it's Ollie Jarvis who got out, but in definitely got Lucas de Grassi. There was some bodywork, sort of not so much damage, but bodywork not quite attached properly behind the rear, or in front, sorry, of the rear left wheel. They are putting on a new, it looks like they're just putting on a new engine cover. There's so many mechanics there. They've got about 134 mechanics. Not trying to hide us from view, because they're all trying to do something, and they are just working on that rear left. There appears to be a bit of damage. They're taping up the bits that aren't covered by the body, which is actually where in the older cars the particulate filter was, but I'm not actually sure they still run particulate filters. It's very so advanced now they don't need to, but there is a lot of work out the rear left. It's just about finished now, and they're pushing us all the way to get us. All right, hang on. Cool. He's a bit handsy, that one. Pushing us out the way, and the car will be coming out in a few seconds after having a mostly duct tape repair, but also a new rear deck.
And finally, Joe Bradley, some progress with the number 91 Porsche.
Yeah, I think the Porsche team Mantai's future in quick service tyre stops for the public are over because they remodel the rear of your car as well as they're doing it. They've literally had to cut the wheel arch away, and I'm not talking about the external wheel arch, that was the inner wheel arch. I've never seen anything like that ever on any kind of Porsche race car. A road going, that is production standard Porsche going race car. Quite unprecedented in my world. They basically cut away the carbon fibre wheel arch, and then the wheel came off, and then the job then was to remodel it with tank tape. So tank tape up and down the pit lane, it seems.
It makes me wonder if there's a stub axle issue, Johnny, because obviously when you remove the wheel nut, you go to pull the wheel and tire off, that should come straight with you. But if the actual piece that the wheel slides over, the threaded bit that the nut goes onto, if that's loose at all or is basically not attached, you essentially aren't able to decouple both. So curious, because having that problem the way they had it, I'm not sure if I've seen that exact problem play out like that before.
And more news on the number 8, Nick Damon.
Yeah, the number 8 went out, which is, it was a short repair, it was a necessary repair. The interesting thing was, whilst they changed drivers, they didn't change tyres.
It had only done 2 stints on that set of tyres, Nick, and something that we were considering before was that it's actually quicker to change the drivers than it is to change the tyres, because you can do the drivers whilst the fuel is going in. There's life in the tyres, and I'm not quite sure why Loic Duval would have got out, but certainly Lucas Di Grassi, as you say, has now got in. Loic has only done the 2 stints, so maybe Loic not quite feeling up to doing a further stint, or Lucas Di Grassi getting in for the final push through to the checkered flag, because he can now take the car to the checkered flag. They'll have to put another set of tyres on it at some stage, but they'll be perhaps hoping for a better opportunity to do that, perhaps when there's a slow zone around the circuit somewhere.
Just gone 10 to midday in the 83rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans here at the track on 91.2 FM and around the world on radiolemans.com. Of course, we're in StudioVision as well this year, powered by Duke Video. That's all embedded on the homepage. You can see me and Marshall thoroughly enjoying
our apologies for that view.
Encounter. No. Hey, we're being broadcast live into people's living rooms here that can't be at the circuit. There's something to be proud of.
It's 2:52 at home in the morning at home in California right now, Johnny. When I land home tomorrow, I'll be falling asleep mid-afternoon.
The GT Pro field headed by Jean-Maria Bruni in the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari 458 Italia, leading by nearly 21 seconds. Jordan Taylor in the Chevrolet Corvette C7R is in second position, number 64. Third place in GT Pro is the other Ferrari from AF Corsa, James Collado, the Brit, at the wheel there. Fourth position, the number 95 Aston of Marco Sorensen, that's the Dane train. And then next up, it's the 99 car, Richie Stanaway, the Kiwi, back on board the yellow and red Hanergy-backed Aston Martin Vantage. If you're a fan of GT Am, it's Pedro Lamy in the lead, by the way, at the wheel of the number 98 Aston Martin, on the first page of our timing and scoring, which puts him in 21st in the overall standings, leading by quite a distance, although Andrea Bertolini absolutely driving the wheels off his SMP Racing Ferrari, all crossed up a couple of laps ago, heading into the Dunlop chicane. Number 72 then is in second position. Third place is the number 77 Patrick Long-driven Porsche from Proton Competition. Richie Stanaway actually turning up the wick there in the number 99 Aston Martin, doing the car's best lap of the race, a 3:54.2. Townsend Bell is fourth in GT Am. That's the number 62 Scuderia Corsa Ferrari. The debutants, 3 debuts for the drivers and also for the team as well. Mark Miller on board the SRT Viper. Car 53 is fifth in class, and Manu Collard in the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari is sixth.
And the 62 being investigated possibly for speeding on pit lane as well.
And Andre Lotterer, no more chance of him doing any quicker laps, at least not on this stint, because I suspect he's going to have run out of fuel. Well, he's not, because he's going to come into the pits at the end of this lap. The average speed, incidentally, Johnny, you were asking about that for that fastest lap of the race that he put in, 248.5 kilometres per hour, 248 98.5 in miles an hour. That's about 154 miles an hour. That's an average speed.
It's ridiculous.
Around the 13.629 kilometers per hour.
Wow-wee. Okay.
Yeah,
I just need to take a breather to even comprehend that. I know it's 85% throttle around here, but even so, there are some very slow bits as well.
It's one of those were you there when it happened moments.
Andre Lotterer isn't going to take a breath back, and he's just going to go into the pits, get some more fuel, and go out and do it all over again. Fastest lap ever in a race around the Le Mans circuit in this configuration or in any other. That speed of 248 kilometers per hour is the fastest race lap ever around the Le Mans circuit.
I'm reminded that the Jotus board is a Gibson Nissan. I did know that, so probably a slip of the tongue. It's a Gibson 015S Nissan, new chassis, by the way, for the Jotus Sport team, and it's the same car that Greaves Motorsport are running this year. Sadly, Greaves haven't made the distance this year in their number 41 car, but Jotus Sport on for a podium with Mitch Evans at the wheel, Ollie Turvey and Simon Dolan, the co-drivers. Down to our Nismo pit lane team and Joe Bradley for a quick update.
Yeah, just something I've noticed of, again, unprecedented. The Ferrari 62, that's the Scuderia Corsa car, that's currently in fourth place. Townsend Bell at the wheel, came in for a pit stop, fuel only. But then when they got to the point where they needed to start the car, one of the mechanics got this huge cattle prod thing, which is like a 2-meter long rod, and from the rear of the car, poked it up the car's rear end and started the car kind of remotely away from the driver. And that's exactly what he did. I asked the question, what were you doing with that stick? And he said, I started the car from the rear. And right next door is the race leader, number 19 Porsche in, that's the white one, of course.
Earl Bamber at the wheel.
Earl Bamber stays at the wheel of that, and fuel only for that car.
Thank you, Joe. Is that something you've encountered before, Marshall?
No, careful with prodding the prancing horse. Yeah, you might get kicked. So I guess good on them for getting through that safely.
And let's go down to the other end of our Nismo pit lane to speak to Nick Damon, who's just watched the stop for the number 7.
Yes, and they fooled me. I thought they were going to do a full service. They had Benoit Tollier all ready to go, but they just stuck some fuel in. Now, coming to halt in front of his number 9 machine. Now, I think this kind of problem, it's got a wire trailing from the rear legality panel. They're fueling it and cleaning the windscreen, but I think this is going to go, I win a prize. It has gone up and jacked. Now, this car is also, the number 9 car is now visiting the garage as well, being pushed back. I'm not sure whether they're just kind of cleaning up bits that are falling off slowly, as the leader in GTE Pro, the 64 Corvette, stops for a fuel-only stop to my right. So suddenly had a bit of flurry activity. The number 9, though, the nose has come off it. That's not the front nose, that's just the nose has come off it. And both doors are open. I'm not sure whether they're going to do a driver change. Felipe Albuquerque not ready at the moment.
This is the second time they've done this with this car, isn't it? Because
same exact thing.
Came in after a 7-lap stint and it's now in after a 6-lap stint.
So that's the number 9 Audi wheeled into the garage for the second time within a span of minutes. The number 8 has been in as well. So we're seeing a couple of the lead cars for P1 blink per se from one manufacturer. The Porsches, at least so far, continuing to motor on uninterrupted.
Just a couple more minutes for me before it's a shift change here in the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre overlooking the Ford chicane, but nose to tail in LMGT and by the way, and that's Pat Long having a right old scrap with Townsend Bell.
These are two good American friends, Pat Long in the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche, Townsend Bell in the Scuderia Corsa Ferrari. They love beating up on each other. These two have been friends and rivals for a while now. And yeah, this is something where they are going as hard as possible, but you know they're smiling as well. Would not be surprised if Townsend did his Paul Tracy impression, fed a little bit of chrome horn to his pal, Pat Long. This is going to be good.
LMGT Pro leader, by the way, in and change a driver. Tony Villander stepping on board the number 51 Ferrari. It also got fuel and tyres and has kept the race lead, but it's slim margins ahead of Jordan Taylor. They are on very slightly different cycles. When the Ferrari gets new tyres, the Corvette double stints, and vice versa. So you get this yin and yang effect. There's about 6 seconds between Villander and Jordan Taylor now. Third position is James Collado in GT Pro and GT Am, led by Pedro Lamy, but by far the closest fight on track within GT Am is Pat Long versus Townsend Bell. At the end of the lap now, the light blue and black Porsche ahead of the all-red Scuderia Corsa Ferrari 458, as still work continues on the number 9 Audi. Marco Bononomi, is he still in the car? Has he got out? I think he's now out of the car as Audi set to work with.
Yeah, that looked like some fairly major effort going on. Some large hand tools being applied to the number 9. Not sure how soon we're going to see that car out. Definitely for the cars behind them, the Toyotas in particular, this is what they want and what they need. Just looking at the picture from a championship standpoint, further they can move up, the better for them points-wise.
So new front left corner to go on, reports Nick Damon. It is midday though here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. So time for me to hand over. Absolute pleasure once again to work with Marshall Pruitt and Paul Truswell here at this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. It'll be John Hindhaugh to take you to the finish, and I'll be back for a bit of post-race tech when this thing finally comes to an end. Bye for now.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Silverstone,
Spa,
Fuji,
Austin,
the Nürburgring,
Shanghai,
Bahrain,
and the Le Mans 24 Hours. 66 hours of racing.
4 classes.
And over 100 drivers.
Listen to the whole of the 2015 FIA World Endurance Championship exclusively live on radiolemans.com.
RadioLeMans.com, Motorsport's original internet broadcaster. Our world-class live coverage has been setting the standard for over a decade, and now it's even easier to listen. Just go to RadioLeMans.com. You don't need an app or a download. It's motorsport 24 hours a day, every day. And remember, we have a huge archive of motorsport audio ready when you want to listen. Live, on demand, on download. 3 ways to listen, 1 place to go. RadioLeMans.com.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
Paul, I'm back. Let's turn that on.
So, could we go a bit longer?
Yes. Yes. Actually, I'm. Don't worry, folks. John will be with you in about 90 minutes. He asked me to fill in while he takes care of some things. So a little bonus coverage for me, which I'm really excited about, because we are really into the meat of this race, aren't we?
I don't know about the meat of it. It's more the dessert. It's the it's the cognac at the end of the dessert. It's the final topping. Because to be quite frank, I couldn't kind of. It's that kind of end phase when we're on the verge of getting history made here, but then there's the small matter of 180 minutes still to go, and there's an awful lot that could happen in that time, not just for the lead battle for the overall lead, but also in the battle for the classes, particularly in GT, where we've got 5 seconds, a little bit over 5 seconds, separating Tony Villander in the number 51 Ferrari, Jim, from the number 64 Corvette. Jordan Taylor pressing on as hard as he can, trying to close down that Ferrari in kind of a 51 that currently leads GTE Pro. That's the smallest gap that we've got. the battle for the overall lead, to be quite honest, it's not that the two cars are on the same lap, the two Porsches, but they are separated by something over 2.5 minutes, and the next pit stopper amongst first and second is going to be the second placed Porsche, car currently in the hands of Timo Bernhardt, number 17, the red one, and that will be coming in about 3 laps time, whilst the Audi challenge, first of all, we had the penalties for the number 7 car and the bodywork for the number 7 car, and now the problems with the hybrid that affected the number 9, and further work going on in the pit lane now for number 8. So we talked about reliability. It's Porsche that's showing good reliability so far.
They really are. They really are. Let's check in with our Nismo pit lane team. Nick Damon is with the number 8 car.
Yeah, the number 8 car, as I said, when it came in a while ago, it didn't take tyres. It went out, and something I suspected, and now has been confirmed, it's come back 3 laps later, is it went out on the slick intermediates. Last year, Michelin weren't marking them the same way, so we couldn't tell, but this year they are marked slightly differently. They have an extra white patch on them, so he went out on the slick intermediates, come back and put ordinary full dries on, so that was an odd decision when it wasn't raining. Perhaps I think we'll throw a dice, see what we can get out of it. They don't last much. The number 9 car, which went in just as we top of the hour change, that's still suffering from an issue on its front left. They're replacing the whole front left corner, including the drivetrain. Doesn't seem to be accident damage. I can only assume it's a failure somewhere in the system. So Audi are the ones who are unravelling.
I still have a job for Nick, which I thought you were going to do for me, but you can do this one, Nick, for me if you want to do it off air and then tell me privately afterwards. That would be fine, but I'm still very annoyed that none of the Porsches have done 14 laps on a tank full of fuel, except when there's been a safety car situation. And I say annoyed, that's me being slightly mischievous about it, because I'm quite happy to accept that's the way it is. What I don't understand is whether it's a deliberate choice on behalf of Porsche to run the race like that, or whether it's something that they haven't been able to do anything about, and if not, why haven't they been able to do anything about it? Because as far as the regulations are concerned, there is enough fuel aboard that car to go 14 laps on its tank full.
The other member of our Nismo pit lane team is Joe Bradley. Let's bring him in now. Go, Joe.
Hopefully going to get a word with Nico Hulkenberg if he'll allow. Hi, Nico. How have you enjoyed that then?
A lot, to be honest.
You looked like you did. You were absolutely flat chat at one point, weren't you?
Yeah. I mean, it's just fun. It's a great track. It's a great race. Everything is really good. So the night run in particular, I really enjoyed, and I like running in the darkness. So yeah, we're looking good so far, but obviously we still have quite a bit of time to go. So we'll need to keep it up.
Well, yes, indeed. Everyone wants to know the physical compatibility or comparability between what you drive normally in Formula One to these cars. Are they very close?
Yeah, I think this is definitely very demanding. Also because you spend more time in the car than a Formula One Grand Prix. So therefore physically, but also mentally, this is quite tough and demanding. Often, especially if you have long periods behind the safety car, they can be quite tough as well. With weaving and keeping temperatures in the tire makes you feel a bit sick sometimes, or at least I had that feeling. But
yeah, I suppose as well, you're not asked to drive your Formula One car with only 3 hours sleep.
Exactly, that's also a difference. You're right.
Tell us, if you can, your car has gone 14 laps on fuel, and we were expecting the car to go 15 laps on fuel. Is that something that you would know?
I'm not sure about that, to be honest.
I know, you're just the driver.
I just drive it as fast as I can in the right direction.
Also, Nico, the kind of things that you can, I suppose, fiddle with in the car, all the dials and the how does that compare to Formula One?
Yeah, it's actually very similar. Both cars have a lot of tools, electronical tools like diff, brake balance, like KERS or ERS settings that you can help your balance with. So in that respect, it's quite comparable.
Great to see you here, Nico, and it's something I've never normally see you smile at a Formula One meeting. You've done a lot of that this weekend.
No, that's not true. I've been smiling there too. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
on the spot and in the heart of the action. The Nismo Pit Lane team. Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
Jim Roller's just nipped off for a quick cup of tea because we've got a guest in here that I'm going to jump in and do a little chat with. And welcome JJ from Spider Clothing, Senior Vice President of Everything, it says on,
Seems like it.
On your car. Spider we've seen, of course, on a number of the Porsches, particularly the Dempsey car, which is out on the circuit at the moment doing a cracking job for the team, sitting in third position with Pat Long behind the wheel at the moment. I have seen your clothing brand in the States with Audi Customer Racing and a number of other brands. What's the genesis? What's the genesis of the team? Where does the brand come from, JJ?
Well, we're 35 years old and primarily known for ski apparel. I mean, that's our roots. We've been based in Boulder, Colorado now for quite some time. Our founder's a Canadian. Oh boy, yeah, there's some action.
And that is a battle for position, and Townsend Belt's gone around as he tried to go around Pat Long. Well, you're the good luck charm there, because Pat Long had to really defend Patrick Dempsey down in the pit lane, watching the same pictures as us, and trying to remain calm. But secretly, he'll be very happy that Townsend Bell, who was having a good look, trying to go around the outside, the left-hand side, as they came down into the heavy braking area at the Mulsanne corner, and really that's not a place to pass. He got into the grate and the back end of the Ferrari going around. Nothing Townsend can do just really well. Powers it up so he doesn't end up in the gravel and fits in the right direction. Nice. And the replay of Patrick Dempsey realising that third position, for the moment at least, in the Spider-sponsored 77 Porsche with Pat Long on the driving duties at the moment, is a little bit safe. You absolutely their lucky charm. You see, look what happens. 35 years of ski apparel, so this is very much technical clothing then.
It is, and in fact, everything we're doing for Patrick is as well. Essentially, outside of say a cotton T-shirt, the performance comes straight down into the jackets, the polo shirts, and the guys can wear it all day, and it's working for them.
And why the move into motorsport?
It's funny, in some way we've always been there. It's our founder collects vintage racers, and a number of us are Porsche guys as well inside. It's all about speed and progression, and our inspiration comes from these performance machines, and there's no limits, and that's how we do it.
How's things changed in 35 years? Massively. If I think back in my limited knowledge of what we now call technical clothing, it would have been, for motorcycling or for skiing, it would have been silk underwear in the early days.
Oh yeah, the materials are funny enough, still based in natural fibers very often, and like coconut fiber, for example, is what some of the GT stuff, Spider GT product is made out of, and it's naturally antimicrobial, and like I said, it's like working for you all the time.
I'm on the road a lot, and the guys at Audi Customer Racing were good enough to give me a couple of polo shirts, which I now use as my travel shirt. And there's a back end to this story, which I'll come to in a moment. The great thing I find about them, I can wear them for 8 hours on a plane. I get to my hotel, I literally rinse them out in the bathroom, hang them on a hanger, and they're good to go the next morning.
Yeah, and that's the genesis of what we're doing. The Spider GT product is essentially all designed, to throw in a duffel bag, go on the road. You take 6 things, and they're interchangeable. You can get dressed in the dark and still look good. We always say.
Many people have said that of my fashion sense, JJ, to be honest. You know me too well.
And that's the thing. Everything Patrick's wearing right now, for example, it looks like he's wearing black jeans, but they're actually a 4-way stretch DWR, black jean. That's like fully technical, but it looks like you can wear it every day, and he does.
And you're based in North America?
We are. We're based in Boulder, Colorado, yeah.
Right, okay, so right in the right area for the ski wear.
We are. Great roads, though, too.
Yeah, great roads in that. But I sense an intention to broaden your horizons a little bit with the move into motorsport. Patrick's in the World Endurance Championship. There's a little bit of a coming together with us here at Radio Show Limit and RadioLeMans.com, which we'll tell the fans about in a moment. So just broadening the horizons, trying to get a bit more of a global...
Well, yeah, it's actually happened organically. Like a lot of the motorsports guys have come to us because you don't see things that look like Spider GT on the paddock, and for us to be partnered up with Dempsey Proton and gosh, the Porsche people have been so welcoming and so awesome. It's just been a delight. But yeah, it's a natural progression because the stuff works in the car, it works on the road, and obviously it works for the teams too, so we couldn't be happier. It's perfect.
And delighted to say that there's a tie-up with our IMSA radio product and Spider. You're going to be supplying some clothes for the team out in the US, and there's also going to be a customer-facing side of that, which many of our fans have been asking for quite a long time. Eve will be tweeting the details of that as soon as we get it ready, and we thank you for that support. But I'm really impressed with the quality. Some of the stuff that I'm wearing under motorcycle leathers particularly, I know that's not what it was designed for,
right, yeah.
but it works really well.
Yeah, it does. See, people use the stuff as a base layer too. Under leathers, I mean, geez, I wear some of the stuff under my fire suit at home even, you know, just because it's like it's
you wear a fire
fiber.
suit around the house just for fun?
Yeah, no, a little Porsche Club stuff. You know, it's no big deal. But it's super versatility is the name of the game. It's performance lifestyle apparel. We were a ski brand. We are a global lifestyle apparel brand now. Spider's like we basically just hit the rockets.
How far can you go with the kind of technologies that we're talking about now? Where's the next big step? You say that you still work for a lot of the time in natural fibers. Is there going to be a time when somebody pours two things into a test tube and goes, oh, I've created something?
Oh, we do it all the time. I mean, I'm just referencing one example of the kind of technology that we always do. I mean, my dream is that someday where every single thing we have on is actually working for us. I mean, we all love our cotton t-shirts and we always will, but every other item you're wearing should be breathing, it should be antimicrobial, it should be wicking moisture away from your body, it should be functioning at all times, and that's what Spider's been rooted in for 35 years.
And trust me, if you'd been in the studio for the last 28 hours, you would be absolutely know that
I
was
believe it. I believe
from your lips to God says.
It's pretty steamy outside too.
Listen, thank you very much for the support of Motorsport. We wish you well in this new venture. Welcome to the family.
Thank
welcome
you.
to the Radio Show Limited and RadioLeMans.com family as well.
It's been a pleasure, and I just want to thank Dempsey Proton Racing and Patrick Dempsey himself. Of course, he's been great. We've had a fantastic week here. So thanks for having me.
And we'll see you back in the States soon. A couple of weeks' time, our sister brand, IMSA Radio Live for the whole weekend from Watkins Glen and the 6 hours, and more news about the tie-up with Spider Clothing and RadioLeMans.com coming up in the next few days. Watch the front page and your Twitter feeds. Remember, at Radio Le Mans and at RSL_studio.
At RadioLeMans.com, we live for endurance racing. Le Mans, Bathurst, the Nürburgring, Spa, Silverstone, Fuji, and many more great races on classic circuits around the world, all covered live. Now add Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Road America, and Road Atlanta to the list. IMSA Radio from the International Motorsports Association and Radio Show Limited is a new service bringing you coverage of every session of the Tudor United Sports Car Championship, qualifying and race coverage from the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge and the Support Series races. Live, free, and without commercial interruption, direct to you. Look for the IMSA Radio icon on the RadioLeMans.com homepage. The home of endurance racing, RadioLeMans.com.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM, and this race will just not settle in. This is absolutely mind-boggling. We are 2 hours, 42 and a half minutes remaining, and things are still wide open in most of the classes. Trouble for the number 47 car. Nicolas Lapierre, on an outlap, has gone off the racetrack at Indianapolis. He's been pushed back and is now underway. We haven't seen any sort of no, it wasn't at Indianapolis.
Yes, it was.
Oh, it was. Okay. We haven't seen any sort of replay to explain how he got that far off the racetrack, but it was a situation where that's just that could throw the cat amongst the pigeons here, as now the Jota number 38 is in second position. Before all of that, he was only a minute and 38 seconds behind, so we'll have to see how that all shakes out, Paul.
Yeah, the Jota car still has a pit stop to make, and the other one, the Sam Bird, the G-Drive car,
number 26,
has just made a pit stop. So we've kind of got a pit stop effect here. I'm not quite sure who was on duty, forgive me, but at some point during the night, the KCMG car did have a grinding to a halt moment. It wasn't a spinning off moment, as it looks like this one might have been with Nicolas Lapierre at the wheel. This was a grinding to a halt problem up at the Dunlop curve, the Dunlop chicane, and it seemed to be with the kind of turn it all off and count to 10 and then turn it all on again, it worked all right again, to the extent that after that it was a 6-minute lap. I don't actually remember who was driving it at the time. I think it probably was Richard Bradley. He got it going again and was able to continue racing without even bothering to come into the pits. But it kind of put a little question mark over the car. And just coming down the straight now.
Yeah, he's again gone around without coming into the pits, as he has now gone through the first chicane on the Mulsanne straightaway. And joining me here in our Mobil 1 broadcast center is Owen. I've been calling you Mindleton all weekend. I sincerely apologize for that.
It's a bit of a mouthful. Mildenhall. I think it's
Mildenhall.
Like the American Air Base.
That's right. Exactly. That's what I realized. I looked at your business card and went, oh, that's like the air base. So Owen Mildenhall is with us, and the 38 car, as Paul has promised, just making its pit stop.
And I think that's actually Mitch Evans getting out and Oliver Turvey in the car now. So they've made a driver change there as well. So it's Oliver Turvey.
Let's check in with Nick Damon, part of our Nismo pit lane team. He was Johnny on the spot.
Yeah, there's a kind of
Nicky on the spot.
Oh, that's nice. There's a kind of a sense of deja vu, because this time last year they had a problem. Georgia had a problem right at the start of the race, played catch up the whole time and won. This year they've had a problem right at the start of the race. They've been playing catch up, and so far they've got themselves very close into second. If Nicolas Lapierre lobs it off one more time, they'll probably get themselves into first. But certainly the atmosphere in the garage. I'm going to try and see if I can just grab a quick word with Mitch, just got out the car. Mitch, can I grab a quick word?
It's a monster stint from Mitch.
Sorry, yep. Mitch, that was a monster stint.
Yeah, another quadruple stint. Managed to pull back a lot of time again, which is great. And obviously the 47 car had a few offs, which was, played into our benefit. Hopefully, late in the race, we can, challenge the guys at the front. We're getting there. It's taken a while, obviously, like 20 hours to get here. But, we're challenging back in contention for, obviously, the lead and in a strong podium position. So hopefully, Ollie can bring it home, and we'll see what happens in the rest of the race.
You've driven through many conditions in this last 3 hours. A bit of rain, a greasy, dirty track. I mean, how has it evolved during that time?
Yeah, it's obviously getting hotter as well, so the tyre deg's getting, it's increasing. To be honest, the rain didn't really affect it. It's just obviously mentally it can play with you a bit. If it was any harder, then it would have been a bit of an issue. So unfortunately, for us, it probably would have helped if there was a bit more rain to spice things up, but then it just increased the risk for yourself. So I'm happy with my stint, and hopefully Ollie can have a strong one and bring it home.
Mitch, thank you very much. And if I have anybody in my car, I think I'll go for Ollie Turley.
Yeah, Mitch Evans managing 2 hours and 45 minutes behind the wheel. Nothing compared to what Andre Lotterer did when he turned in a 3 hours and 57 minute stint.
Remember a couple of years ago when you and I were at the Nürburgring and it was like a coming out party for Maxime Martin? He kind of put that BMW on his shoulders and dragged it back to the front through that horrible conditions. That's what kind of drive Mitch Evans has had today. This is kind of a bit of a coming out party. This is him proving that he belongs in a prototype, I think.
Yeah, and that's right. And Mitch has Le Mans history. I told you earlier in the week, I think, Jim, his father was here and took part in the test day here in 1985, I think it was, or 84, and then wasn't able to take part in the race. But so there is an element. I think Mitch was actually here with his father as a scruffy little 10-year-old boy, and now here he is driving. So it's a lovely story, and. I love these kind of family stories.
Yeah.
Kids who come here as a boy and then end up doing racing here.
And I think the other thing with Mitch as well is he's got another string to his bow, which is managed by a certain Mark Webber. So again, he's got another, he's got another sports car in there as well. So
hurt.
I think this could be the beginning of a nice long sports car career for Mitch.
We had a brief stop by the number 18 Porsche. Looked like it was routine. Nick Damon, tires, driver change.
I think that's me, Jim. It's it was. By the time I got to it, where they were changing tyres, it looked like just a fuel stop because I didn't see them change driver, but they did change tyres, and that's an odd one, isn't it?
They can actually change the driver while they fuel the car, so we've been seeing that a little bit more. Romain Dumas is listed in the car. Was he in the car before the pit stop, Paul? Do you recall?
Yes, Romain came in and stayed in the car.
So your policeman's eye has not failed you yet.
Hey,
you retired old bean, you.
Not bad for 400 metres. I tell you what, though, it was like watching a load of Skittles being built at a bowling alley when the mechanic ran round with the wheel and tyre and just clattered into a couple of photographers who literally went on their back.
Must have been either a puncture, Joe. Because it was only that was literally Romain's first stint out, or they might have done what one of the Audis did, which was to slap some of the intermediate slicks onto the car because of the threat of wet weather. So they might have just had a stint on what was turned out to be an unsuitable tyre, and then decided that was no good. No point in changing the driver, but just let's get him onto some proper slick tyres.
We're about 5 minutes away from our bottom of the hour rundown, and we'll give you a full rundown. But we've been discussing the race at the front. We've told you a little bit about how wide open it really is still in P2, with a lot of question marks hanging over that 47 car, having a Control-Alt-Delete moment, having a run off the racetrack, and how he has really got to stay focused on what's going to happen with that car, because Sam Bird and Oliver Turvey, Bird in the number 26 G-Drive Ligier and Turvey in the Jota Gibson, are right there if Lapierre makes any sort of mistake in the 47. We've got the same situation in GTE Pro, Owen, because right now the Chevrolet Corvette number 64 and the AF Corsa Ferrari number 51. Tony Wielander's in the Ferrari. Jordan Taylor is in the Corvette. They're separated by 8 seconds. That's in 8 seconds with 2 hours and a half to go. That's pretty close. This is wide open.
I mean, to have an 8-second gap after 22 hours of racing, and these guys have been battling like this for the entire race. You know, I've been in the pits for a lot of the night, and they were pushing like this at 3 in the morning, and it's just been a non-stop battle. And you know, when we're lucky here looking at some pictures of Jordan Taylor's onboards, you know, you can tell from the onboard picture just how hard he's pushing.
Oh, yeah.
Then these guys really want this. You know.
We used to joke in the United States that in the GTE Pro class, you'd bungee cord all the cars together at the beginning of the race, and that's as far apart as they would get. Is they would get a little bit apart, but then they'd come back in together. And by the end of the race, there would always be 2 or 3 within a second and a half of each other. It was for a TV producer, it was great because you always knew if things started to get boring, just go watch GT for a while, because at some point somebody's going to make a move on somebody.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think they've, you know, as ever at Le Mans, the GT Pro class has delivers enormously great racing.
In the AM class, it's still Pedro Lamy. That 98 car has been on rails throughout this event. The Aston Martin, it's always tough to beat in the in the class. 72 Ferrari, Andrea Bertolini is in second place, and as John told you while he was talking to the folks from Spider, a near miss between the 77 and the 62. The 71 Ferrari has made a call to the pits, and Joe Bradley of our Nismo pit lane team is there.
Yeah, and it's not just looking like a scheduled one, because the car has been jacked and swiveled and is now in the pit garage, and they're looking at the rear of the car. The engine cover is off, mid-engine car, remember this one, and so a problem for the 71 Ferrari, and that was well up the field in the GTE Pro class, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It came in out of third position, as a matter of fact. So that hopefully will open the door for Sorensen in the number 95 Aston Martin. Out on the racetrack, though, that battle that got the great reaction from Patrick Dempsey when Townsend Bell lost control in the Mulsanne corner has rejoined. Bell has caught Patrick Long, and they are nose to tail heading up the hill towards the Dunlop Bridge.
That's very odd, because that was quite a long way for Townsend to have to catch up again, which suggests that, and Patrick Long's not a slow driver, so it suggests that maybe there's a bit of a problem on that Porsche, which Pat Long is having to carry. But I mean, you're absolutely right, Jim. But the Ferrari has really caught the Porsche quickly there, hasn't it?
Now, one of the things I was going to ask you, Paul, is whether these two guys have got enough drive time left to go right to the end, or whether we're going to have to see driver changes with these two cars before the end.
Find that out, and we'll probably do that after the update at the bottom of the hour, because it'll take me a couple of minutes to get down to that far part of the screen.
I'm sure the 77 is going to want to try and leave Patrick Long in there if he can. I'm not sure about the 62, though. So that'll be interesting. We'll get that from Paul after the bottom of the hour update, as he says, as these two go nose to tail. Let's check in quickly again with Joe Bradley. Update on that 71 Ferrari.
Yeah, all I've seen them do is tighten up the bolts and the wattets and the nuts on the right rear upright, which is where the rear damper will attach to, and also it obviously carries the hub with the brake disc. So they've just tightened things on the rear end, so maybe the driver reported a bit of a vibration or the like, which figures because pretty much the whole car's been shook and rattled and stood on, if that makes sense, just to see if there's anything loose, which would give the driver a vibration. So just on what I can see, it's probably been that kind of inquiry, a bit of a vibration.
Well, let's see if Townsend Bell learned his lesson the last time he was this close to Patrick Long heading down into Mulsanne. It doesn't look like it as he tries a quick look on the outside. Yes, he did. He was a little bit further back this time, Owen, but he did look around the outside, and Long kind of let his car drift a little bit. I wouldn't say it was a block, but he sure was using the middle of the road, and Townsend Bell fell back into line. They are now nose to tail as they have gone through Mulsanne and now are heading towards the run towards the long straightaway. Really now the fastest part of the racetrack, the run from Mulsanne Corner to Indianapolis. They go under the Toyota Hybrid Bridge and will carry on now as Bell looks again to the outside as they make the right-hand corner, which is flat into Indianapolis. And now they make the left through Indianapolis. Long using all the road out to the curb, and now Bell tucks right in behind. He looks again to the outside, but Patrick Long is there as they make the right-hand turn at Arnage and will now head towards the Porsche curves. We'll see who holds the advantage there. That's going to be a really tough spot for Bell to make a move because these GT cars are flat out through that section of the racetrack.
Absolutely right, Jim. Both of them will have to change drivers before the end of the race, though, just to sort that one out. So we're going to have driver change pit stops for the pair of them before the end.
And I think looking, there's definitely no question the Ferrari's got a straight line advantage over the Porsche, but Patrick Long's a real pro, and you can tell he's being very clever where he positions the car. It's not dirty, he's not weaving, but he's just positioning the car very cleverly.
He's not blocking, but he's made that Porsche really pudgy. And now one of the Audis goes through that mix, and it breaks that battle up, as often is the case, as we get a great shot of poor Patrick Dempsey, who's that gum is going to be well and truly worn out by the time he gets done with the next 2.5 hours as they go through the Porsche curves. And indeed, here comes Townsend Bell into the pits. So it will be interesting to see who gets in or not. Paul, is this about on time?
Yep, that's a scheduled stop for the Ferrari.
So let's go to our Nismo pit lane and Joe Bradley for the number 62 stop.
Yeah, I questioned whether the 62 Ferrari was pitting on schedule because I'm on the pit wall over the shoulder of their team engineers, and he's been called in. They're not doing anything. This is a penalty. It's a 15-second stop and go penalty is what I'm being told. That's why the team shook. There was a waving of hands and a shaking of heads. Now, and that's a shame because that's broke up that beautiful battle there between the Porsche and the Ferrari.
That is a really tough break because if he is indeed due a pit stop, that means he's going to have to go make another lap and come back in to make the pit stop.
Yeah, he'd done 10 laps on his stint. Now, the previous stint round, he did 12, did Townsend Bell. So,
and the penalty was for speeding on pit road, so it had to be from the previous pit stop.
Yeah, they quite often take a while to assess them because there's so many various reports coming in from marshals. Some of them get actioned into penalties, some of them get regarded as no further action, but they all need to be investigated. So I've had a little bit to do with this kind of stuff that goes on at race control. There's very little time. You may think you see pictures of these race control people just sitting quietly, calmly watching monitors. Most of the time they're chasing up various protests and discussing with various people.
And we've got 2.5 hours remaining in this 83rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Mobil 1, 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2015.
At RadioLeMans.com, we live for endurance racing. Le Mans, Bathurst, the Nürburgring, Spa, Silverstone, Fuji, and many more great races on classic circuits around the world, all covered live. Now add Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Road America, and Road Atlanta to the list. IMSA Radio from the International Motorsports Association and Radio Show Limited is a new service bringing you coverage of every session of the Tudor United Sports Car Championship, qualifying and race coverage from the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge and the Support Series races. Live, free, and without commercial interruption, direct to you. Look for the IMSA radio icon on the RadioLeMans.com homepage.
The Hourly Update, powered by Audi.
At 6:30 this morning, the Porsche number 19 took the lead, and it's been there ever since. It's now 12:30, so 6 hours solid in the lead with no changes of lead. It's kind of a remarkable little record of its own, but it's 12:30 in the afternoon. We've had 21 and a half hours of the race, less than 2.5 hours to go. Earl Bamber is at the wheel of the number 19 car. It's completed 353 laps now, and it still leads the race by a lap, and leads the number 17 Porsche, the team car, which is currently in the hands of Brendan Hartley, and don't say anything more than that for the moment, I think, Paul. In third place, number 7 is the Audi. Andre Lotterer chasing as hard as he dare, but he is still a lap behind Brendan Hartley, 2 laps behind the race leader. He's completed 351 laps. On 350 laps is the number 8 Audi with Lucas de Grassi behind the wheel. So 19, 17, 7, 8 are your first 4. In 5th place is the number 18 Porsche for Romain Dumas, and the indication of how quickly people are going. We had Andre Lotterer setting the fastest lap of the race overall a little while ago. Lucas de Grassi has just turned his best lap for that car at 3 minutes 18.420, so the car's going as rapidly now as they have in the whole of Le Mans week thus far. Porsche 18 then is in 5th place. Up to 6th place now has come the fastest of the Toyotas. Number 2, Mike Conway, back at the wheel of that car, and it is also going pretty quickly. It's just set a fast time in Sector 2. That's the Mulsanne Straight section of the circuit. He's completed 346 laps though, which makes him 7 laps behind the race leader, but number 2 is 6th. In 7th place, having had a couple of extra unscheduled pit stops to remedy a hybrid motor problem, is the number 9 Audi, which Felipe Albuquerque is now driving. He's completed 345 laps in total. In 8th place is the second of the Toyotas, number 1, Kazuki Nakajima is driving. He's completed 344 laps. In 9th is the leader of the LMP2 class, Nicolas Lapierre, at the wheel of the very dominant, but with a couple of question marks over its reliability. It's had a couple of hiccups. Number 47, the KCMG car, the Oreca 05 Nissan. And then in 10th place, second in LMP2, is number 26, Sam Bird, in the G-Drive Ligier Nissan. He's on 319 laps, a minute and 17 seconds behind Nicolas Lapierre. In 3rd place in LMP2 is the number 38 Jota Ligier with the 38 with the Jota car, and then behind that is Sam Bird has done 300 and let me get this right. Sam Bird has done 319 laps, as has Oliver Turvey in the number 38 Jota car. And he is just 27 seconds behind Sam Bird. So Sam Bird against Oliver Turvey, very much a battle in 2nd place in LMP2. In GTE Pro, Tony Verlander and Jordan Taylor is also very much a battle. 11 seconds is all that separates those two, number 51 and 64, Ferrari leading Corvette. In third place in GTE Pro is now the number 71 AF Corsa Ferrari, James Collado, at the wheel, although he is on 296 laps, in effect some 20 minutes down the road, 4 laps adrift of the class second place man. In GTE AM, it is still Pedro Lamy at the wheel of the Aston Martin Vantage. 299 laps completed for the Aston, number 98. In second place in GTE AM, the SMP Ferrari. Andrea Bertolini back at the wheel of that car on 297 laps, 2 laps behind. And in third place in GTE AM on 296 laps is the is the Porsche, Patrick Long, number 77, having this great battle with Townsend Bell, although that car's just made a pit stop, so has dropped back, but it won't be long before Pat Long has to make his equivalent pit stop in the 77 car. So close battles in P2, in GTE Pro and in GTE AM.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik. The latest news from the pit lane is brought to you by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
Nismo pit lane with Joe Bradley, and we've got the number 7 Audi due on pit lane because Colby, a detective, but the clue is that the crew are already waiting to greet the car, and it looks like they've got the little trolleys ready. So it's not going to be just a regular fuel stop and away. It looks like the car is requiring attention. Driver ready as well. I'm not sure who that is. I think it's Trullier. Yes, so Benoit Trullier is ready with his seat and waiting. But also the serious stuff is those trolleys. So the car is going to go back into the garage, and it arrives right now. And the overall leader is in with Bruce down at Porsche.
In, I'm just down the other end of the pit lane. It all looks it's going to be a fairly standard pit stop. Just while he's pulling in, Townsend Bell was in 4th place in GTE AM, chasing after Patrick Dempsey, but he did an outlap, got a slow puncture, came back in for a second pit stop, so advantage definitely with the Dempsey team. I'm looking up the pit lane towards number 19. It looks like a standard refueling only stop. I'll just wait. Lots of screaming behind me, but that's excitement from the local commentator about number 7 being pushed back into the garage, Joe.
Yes, as the number 19 race, the race leader so far just trundles past me. You might have just heard there in the background. The number 7 Audi is into its garage. The rear engine cover is off. There's an oil replenishing bottle I can see now, but there's a lot of attention going on in the back of that car. I obviously can't see exactly specifically what they're looking at. But and we have got 2 mechanics standing on each side pod, either side of the cockpit area, and 2 mechanics leaning in. They really are well built. 2 hefty looking guys just stood on the side pod. I suppose it's a carbon fibre side pod, and nothing shifted on it. Something very quickly has been serviced because the engine cover is now going back on, and we're being shoved out the way while the car is wheeled back out. Benoit Trullier is now in the car, and that was done on the pit apron whilst the car was being refueled. So some kind of servicing issue there, of maybe something to do with oil. It did require 4 mechanics though.
Thus the reason for having to take it back into the garage, because then as many cars can work on it, or as many guys can work on the car as is possible. So we'll leave Joe to suss out just what the service was that was done on that car. And as we said, trouble, Owen, for the number 62 car, who had to stop and go penalty, then had to come back in for his service. So it'll be interesting to see just how far behind he ends up from Patrick Long once scoring settles out.
Yeah, that's a real shame for that car, because as we saw, he had the spin and then he caught back up to Patrick Long, so they've clearly got the pace in that car to get themselves towards the podium, but these little penalties and the little spins are just making it very hard for themselves.
Owen is new this year. He's our Le Mans rookie this year. If you'd like to see what Owen looks like, you can look at StudioVision. He's a handsome guy. It's at radiolemans.com, powered this year by Duke Video. And let's go. We've got a contest that we're going to run, but before we do that, let's go back to Joe Bradley, because the former traffic warden has turned detective and and I can't take credit for that. That's what Alan McNish called him the other day. And he has word on the 7 car.
Yeah, thanks to Martin Pass from Audi again. It was just an oil replenishment. And when I said to Martin, why did it take so many people? He gave me a Martin Pass look. And together we concluded that the reason was it took so many people. And they can't do that out on the pit apron because you can only have 2 guys over the white line at any time. So the reason why they wheeled it back in, one, you need a guy, at least maybe 1 or 2 guys, to hold the rear engine cover up, while the other guys go to work and replenish the actual oil. So that's why it went into the garage, because it needed a number of people on the car at the same time, which is not allowed outside of the garage across the white line.
I seem to have heard that somewhere. I don't remember where I heard that. Thank you for that, Joe. Good job.
So just to quickly clear up the drivers and then we can do the competition, Jim. Ben Treluay now at the wheel of that one. Earl Bamber stayed at the wheel of the Porsche.
You're always about covering the race. He's our conscience. Good for Paul. This is our next Duke Video competition. Our previous one, you'll recall, was dealing with the 90s, and at Ferrari Engineer was the winner of the 90s box set. Now we have a turn of the century box set. We've got 2000 to 2009 box set from Duke Video of the Le Mans retrospective videos. In 2009, Peugeot won Le Mans, but how many years had passed since their previous win? Answer A is 8. Answer B is 16. Answer C is 32. Send your answer with the hashtag Duke Video Comp 2 to @Radio Le Mans. That's hashtag Duke Video Comp 2 to @Radio Le Mans. Again, the answers are A, 8, B, 16, C, 32. How many years was it between Peugeot victories, remembering that they won their last one in 2009? We'll have the answer and the winner after our 1:30 update, which is in about 45 minutes. So get those tweets in now. And here comes the number 7 car back in to the feet of Joe Bradley in our Nismo pit lane. So this is going from bad to worse, my friend, isn't it?
Yeah, it appears so. Maybe Martin wasn't quite accurate with his assessment that it was just
that's all they did.
Yeah, and now they just topped up the fuel. Very little fuel went in, as you can imagine, with just 1 lap of running. You can see what 200 miles an hour does to tank tape as well, as it's been ripped off the side of the cockpit. And once again, the car is wheeled backwards on its trolleys into the garage, and the engine cover this time isn't coming off. More tank tape being applied, and it may be the engine cover's been coming loose or something, because...
Well, remember, Joe, the right side of the back deck of this car is already blown off once, literally tearing the bodywork in half at the back, from the driver's door to the legality panel behind the right rear wheel. Just flew off at the exit of the Porsche curves at one point earlier in the day. So this may be some concerns about that happening again.
I think that's what it is, because we've got sheets of previously prepared tank tape being applied to the rear deck where it joins with the main monocoque. And now that having applied the tape, the car's wheeled back out, swiveled round, pointing to the pit exit. You'll hear it come off its jacks. Number 7 resumes.
Remember how they used to squeal when they would leave the pits, Joe, the Audis? The R8, the old R8? That was a great sound.
That was the 30th pit stop for that car, and I won't say the wheels have fallen off its attempt, but...
they're real wobbly.
It was... at one point it was everybody's favourites. At one point it was the best Audi. Then it had the problem with the rear bodywork. That dropped it back. It had the puncture earlier on in the race, of course, which delayed it. And it caught that time up that it lost. But it's now, as I say, when you consider the number of pit stops that have been had by some of the other leading runners, the other leading runners have had 27 pit stops, and in the case of the number 1 Toyota, only 26 pit stops. To hit 30 is going way out of the normal constraints of what Audi does.
No rest for the wicked, Joe Bradley, as the number 8 car has now come in the pits.
Yeah, I've just pulled up a chair actually. I'm going to just sit here and watch these, and it is the number 8 that is being refueled.
Remember, it's radio. You got to tell us about it. You can't
I know
just
I am.
watch
I
it,
just
you know,
can't
okay.
see. That's all, because I'm going to need to stand up and come off my Audi chair. I just thought I'd sit down with the mechanics and have a bit of a natter about the bodywork that was fluttering. It's the organisers that told the number 7 car. That's the number 8 going out with just fuel. But getting back to the number 7 car, the organisers had called the team to say you need to bring your car in, because they could actually visually see the rear deck fluttering in the airflow, and they were worried they were going to lose that again. And it's the retaining lugs on the deck where it attaches to the main monocoque that was damaged previously, which was ages ago it seems now. Well, that's why this is happening, because the retaining lugs aren't there anymore, so they're having to fix it with tape, with tank tape.
See, you always were an underrated policeman.
I thought I was a traffic warden.
No, that's what McNish said.
It's a bitter pill.
I wasn't underrated. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you were. You should have been a chief inspector.
It's a bitter pill for these Audis. They're squabbling over the third podium spot with both of them. I mean, that was a scheduled stop for Lucas Di Grassi, so I shouldn't say that was a bad result for it, but had little problems along the way as well when 2 of its drivers insisted on throwing it off the track earlier on, and that's meant that it spent a lot of time sat up at the Mulsanne corner while it was being pulled back. So that was the reason why the number 8 Audi got delayed. Only a little bit, and these little bits do add up though. But, it's the kind of little things which separate you from perfection, which mean the difference between winning and losing this race. And Audi just hasn't been perfect this weekend, not with any of the 3 cars.
And it's going to be interesting to see if that 7 continues to have problems. We could see the 8 in with a shout for the podium.
Well, there's very little to choose between them. Yeah, there's a minute between them.
Di Grassi has been turning laps in the 21s. His last lap was a 26, before, but that was his in lap, so that really doesn't count. But yeah, before that he was turning 20s and 21s.
The galling thing for them is that before they had the problems just then with the number 7, he was actually closing on Brendan Hartley's Porsche. So never mind about squabbling over the 3rd place in the podium, they were actually trying to get 2nd place. And it would have been a really tall order because there's enough of a gap, but with 2 hours of the race remaining, it would have given the Audi team something to chase for, and certainly that team of drivers always wants to chase, whether it's Trellier, whether it's Festel, or whether it's Lotterer, and they were closing, so there was an opportunity to put the Porsches under pressure again. But then it's all, as I used the phrase about the wheels falling off, it's not a complete disaster, but it's turning from looking at one side to looking behind you to see who's coming up behind you.
Exactly. Trouble for the 95 car. Christopher Nygaard had a very unique line through the... Oh, I can't believe I just said that. Christopher had a unique line through the Ford chicane as he bounced his way over gravel, through grass, and over curbs. And that is not going to bode well for them for that team to get a podium. Broke one of my own rules there. Don't modify absolutes. So the 64 car continues to try and chase down Tony Vilander in the number 51 Ferrari. Jordan Taylor is indeed in 2nd place, but he's fallen, Owen, he's fallen back by some 6 seconds. So it looks with 2 hours to go, they're going to have to pick up the pace and they're going to need some help.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the last lap time that those cars have both done, it's not encouraging for the Corvette, because we're looking at a 3:57 for the Corvette and a 3:55 for the Ferrari. So he's not gaining on the Ferrari at the moment. So whether that's a question of where they are in their tyre cycles or just whether the Ferrari's got the raw pace at the moment.
Will we see a driver change on that 64, or do you think,
I think
Jordan Taylor will carry through to the finish?
I think Jordan's been in it for quite a while.
Yeah, that's what I thought, and he may be getting
checked
fatigued.
Down the list. Yeah, Jordan has to come in any case. A little bit over 2 hours to go. I don't know if...
In fact, here he comes, Paul. Sorry to interrupt,
Yep.
but Jordan Taylor's coming in the pits. Go ahead and finish your thought.
Yeah, there was a little game that I started before you actually came on duty, Jim. Was a little link that I found that I don't really want to mention too much about because it takes certain assumptions about who might be going to win the race. But seeing as it's getting closer to that point, I was hoping the Twitter sphere might open up with guesses as to who it might be. But drawing attention to the fact that the leading Porsche has 2 drivers in it who haven't actually been here before.
That is that's an interesting tale. Let's go to the pits. Let's start with Bruce Jones because both the first and second place car are on pit road.
Yeah, and moving fast is Tony Villander. The 51 Ferrari is underway. He goes right past the Corvette. Obviously, that came in about a dozen seconds down on the Ferrari. The Corvette still standing, being serviced, and out of pit exit goes the Ferrari. Very clean stop. Joe.
Yeah, and that's the race right there, isn't it? The GTE Pro race just happening on pit lane right now. On the Nismo pit lane is where the action is at the moment with this 64 Corvette having its wheels and tyres changed. It's already being refueled. Jordan Taylor has jumped out of the car, allowing Oliver Gavin. Similar in size, these two tall and skinny. Here we go. Marvellous. Now, the thing I love about the Corvette, guys, they don't disappear too far. And they kind of hang around the front of the garage.
That's because they had proper media training. As the number 71 goes by to take over second place from that Corvette, no, he's laps down, so he will get a lap back on the Corvette, but that is all. The Corvette will remain in second position. Now, game on, because Oliver Gavin, I'm sure, is going to have the bit between his teeth, Owen, and Villander, Paul, he's going to have to make, he's not going to be able to stay into the end of the race, will he?
No, exactly that. There's this nice, both cars come in at the same time, but they do different things at each pit stop. So it kind of swaps around. So it's the same strategy in terms of when they come in, but one does a driver change, the other stays in, and then it swaps around each time. So it is cat and mouse. And of course, the advantage that Oliver Gavin has, not only is he fresh, but the tyres are fresh, whereas he's chasing a Ferrari that's on used tyres. I read it. It was written across your forehead, Owen.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, because we were just discussing the fact that those tyres were very old, and we were looking at the Corvette being sort of 2 seconds down the Ferrari, but now that Gavin's on new tyres, we could see that swing around the other way now that Villander's on the older rubber. So it's going to be, as you say, very cat and mouse. It's going to be one to watch right to the end.
And I don't know if you heard the interview with him earlier, Owen, but he's set on stun right now, because when we talked to him in the pits, he was all about it. He says, this thing's going to be a bar brawl and everything else. And then look, I think it was Joe Bradley that actually talked to him. It was Bruce, come on in, because you were there, and you said that it looked like he was about to go back behind the garage area and have at it with somebody.
Yeah, I mean, there was a big smile on Ollie's face, but I mean, he was bouncing up and down on the balls of his feet. He'd just done a long stint, but he was still really pumped up. But, in the sort of way that should put fear into any opponent, because it wasn't aggressive aggression, if you will. It was quite, positive aggression. He was relishing the challenge that was ahead. The fact he went down and let the tyres down on Bruni's bike around the back of the garage is neither here nor there. But that level of competition, so there was 12 seconds between them when they made their respective pit stops, and as Paul explained, of course, this time around we had Ollie Gavin put into a much longer pit stop for Corvette Racing. But next time around, or sometime in the next 2 hours or so, AF Corsa will have to make the long stop when they take Villander out. So plenty to play for.
This is wide open. This is going to be fantastic all the way down as we are closing in on just 2 hours to go. Just 2 hours to go. Pit stop for the, pit stop for the number 17. He is actually broken the beam and headed towards Bruce Jones.
The red Porsche sliding quietly up the pit lane. Nice clean approach. No other cars in front of it on the pit apron, and it just looks as though it's, the classic mechanic on the bonnet cleaning the screen. And refueling going on now. As always, there are fresh tyres sitting out there. I'm not sure we're going to get them. It's always a question of when the guy in the front of the car jumps back and then starts waving his arms. And so he does, hand up saying, hold it, hold it, hold it. Drop more fuel and off you go. So very clean pit stop for the second place, number 17 Porsche.
Brendan Hartley in the car, staying in the car.
All right, Paul, 2 hours to go. You're the team manager at Porsche. In fact, you're higher up the ladder than that. You're the guy that makes the decisions. Does the 19 car win this race? And you have the headline being stolen by Nico Hülkenberg because he's the current Formula One driver, and it'll be Nico Hülkenberg and two other guys you've never heard of before. Well, we have, of course, but the rest of the world, they aren't exactly household names. Or does the 17 car win this race? The 17 car winning the 17th time for Porsche. It's the car that is the commemorative car of the first win, and it's Mark Webber, your biggest star. You make the call, Paul.
The fastest car wins. I mean, there's no question in my mind that you manipulate this result. You never manipulate a result. If the roles would be reversed and the number 17 car would be ahead, you leave the positions there. There's a lap between them. You prompted me and said I was going to roll my eyes with this one. You do not manipulate races. You would come in.
A lot of people manipulate races.
You know the sort of. Well, exactly. You know the sort of flack that you get from the media for manipulating Formula One races whenever that has happened. With the reputation that this race has now had, and a growing reputation, with the spirit of endurance racing and the integrity of endurance racing, if you will, it would be the last thing you would ever do. And I mean, I know that wasn't your question specifically. Yeah. I'm sure it came off the Twitter sphere.
No, that was something John and I were actually talking about a while ago.
You don't even touch it. You leave the race the way it is. I'm shocked, honestly. I really am. This team.
I hope they don't break your heart.
Well, I will. I will be genuinely shocked. I mean, this team has put together a absolutely faultless race. They haven't. What was the penalty that the reason it's behind is because it had to undergo the stop-go penalty, wasn't it? And I can't quite remember what it was for now, but there was a stop-go penalty that the number 17 had for it was overtaking under the yellow flag, or it was a slow zone infringement. I know I'll leave it at that because otherwise I'll get all emotional about it.
Let's go to Joe Bradley because we have an update on the first two cars in P2. The 47 has been in, the leader, and now the 38 is in the pits.
Yeah, the 47 KCMG car took on fuel and tyres but left the driver in. I think it's a bit of a... This is the stage of the race that every pit stop has its own little media scrum of photographers and everybody else. And that's the jolter away with just fuel on board for that team. So at first we had the GTE Pro race right here on the Nismo pit lane. Right there we had the P2 battle for the lead right here on the Nismo pit lane.
If it happens in the pits, you'll hear about it first. Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
Silverstone,
Spa,
Fuji,
Austin,
the Nürburgring,
Shanghai,
Bahrain,
and the Le Mans 24 Hours. 66 hours of racing.
4 classes.
And over 100 drivers.
Listen to the whole of the 2015 FIA World Endurance Championship exclusively live on RadioLeMans.com.
Radio Le Mans is the only way to keep up with all the track action here at Lassar, with full coverage of every second that the cars are on the circuit. Plus interviews, insight and good old gossip from behind the scenes. Listening to Radio Le Mans is a sure way to sound like an expert, even if this is your first time at the 24 hours. But don't forget that RadioLeMans.com gives you the 24-hour feeling all year round. There's live coverage of major events, the biggest motorsport archive on the web, lively discussion programs, listener forum. It's full-on motorsport. It's full-time motorsport. RadioLeMans.com.
Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM, and around the world on RadioLeMans.com. In the United States, the final 2 hours of this Endurance Classic. The 83rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans can be heard on Sirius 93 and XM 201. Hi, everyone. We've got 2 hours to go. I'm Jim Roller. I'll be with you for another half hour, and then John Hindhoff will take you all the way to the finish. We're broadcasting from our Mobil 1 Broadcast Center, where I've got Owen Mildenhall to my left and Paul Truswell to my right. We've got our Nismo pit lane team of Joe Bradley and Bruce Jones, and this is setting up in 4 different classes to be a very exciting finish to this race. Don't forget, at the bottom of the hour, we're going to announce the winner of our latest Duke video competition. This is for a box set of the Le Mans retrospectives from the year 2000 to 2009, and the question you have to answer is this. In 2009, Peugeot won Le Mans, but how many years had it passed since their previous win? Answer A is 8, answer B is 16, and answer C is 32. Send your answer with the hashtag DukeVideoComp2. That's hashtag DukeVideoComp2 to @RadioLeMans, and we will announce the winner and the answer after our update in about 30 minutes. All right, Paul, I threw the hand grenade over in your area there. Now you can throw one back at me.
Well, just going to try and cast your mind back to when we were talking in the middle of the night, and I said, is it too early to start talking about what distance we're going to do, how many laps are we going to do?
Yeah.
I just wondered if you could remember what I said back then would be the number of laps we were going to have to complete.
I don't remember the number, but I remember that you said that we would end up about 3 short.
Okay, so the record distance is 397
That's right.
laps.
Okay.
And so 3 short is
94.
Okay, so I'll leave it at that for the moment.
They got to get to 98.
They've got to get to 98 to break the record. Yep. 397 is the current record. And the number that I'm not going to say again, but you've said, and we'll leave it at that, and then we'll see where we finish up in a couple of hours' time, because in a couple of hours' time we'll be talking about the winner and things, and we'll forget to look at the number of laps completed. But I know there are other people who play this game at home, we'll see how close everybody gets. But it's a lot easier to do now because there's only 2 hours to go. I can't quite remember at what point it was during the night when we discussed it. But
well, it had to be between. It was about a half hour after I came on, which is at. No, it was in the morning, so it would have been 6 a.m. when I came on. So about 6:30 this morning.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I think it was well past half distance, but
yes, it was.
Yeah. So there we go. That's one to.
Question from Bruce is: have you seen anything? Because we haven't seen anything here on our scoring monitors about the 51 having to serve a penalty. Is there anything in your decision list that you get over there?
Nope. Presumably. I just wonder if that was for.
No, the pit. Bruce is asking. He says because the pit crew is standing by waiting for him. So, well, we'll have to see. Just let that play out on the racetrack. The last time they went, we had a change of position. We very well may have, because when they came by the last time. The 64 was only 9/10 of a second behind the 51, and now the 64 is all alone and headed through the Ford chicane, and he has indeed taken over the lead. So Oliver Gavin has taken over the lead from Tony Vilander, and Vilander is indeed coming into the pits. So good spot, Bruce Jones. He must have a puncture or some sort of problem with that car, because Oliver Gavin has left him in the dust. Gavin already up to the Dunlop Bridge, and Vilander is just now coming under the gantry that leads into the pit lane.
Was the diffuser where it should be? Because I thought as it went past here, it seemed to be flapping a little bit. So Bruce will be able to tell us.
Go, Bruce.
Yeah, well, they've got the dolly jacks ready. They're just going through the motions of refueling, but the dolly jacks are ready, so suddenly this has swung totally towards Corvette Racing as the 51 Ferrari is on those jacks. They're waiting for permission from someone, not from me, I hope, to swing the car around and put it into the garage. Fisichella's loosening his belt. Sorry, Tony Vilander, he will be hopping out. Yes, the back of the car is a little tatty, but I think that's been taped up before. I'll walk around it and see if I can see the other side, but there is driver's right, yes, and Vilander's shaking his head there. So maybe a replay somewhere around the circuit will prove what happened. And out climbs Tony, and Jean-Marie Bruni's whacking him on the shoulder, saying, either get out or get in, or what are you doing? No, belt yourself back in. There was all sorts of confusion, and Tony, Jean-Marie is just with his race suit around his midriff. He wants Vilander strapped back in. He doesn't want to lose the time well, while the rear is being repaired.
Yeah, as the car came past, I just thought the diffuser looked as though it was lower than it ought to be. And
well, what's the driver situation? Does he have to get out?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Being
from the point of view
risk of going over his time, or does he have more time?
Where's number 51 gone?
I think he's getting out now. No, he's strapping in. It's very, very, I hate to say it, very, very Italian down here. It's very, very heated under the collar, and Jean-Marie is walking away from the car, and now Vilander is getting out. So in, out, in, out. It's very hard to tell what's what, but they've come to a conclusion. And Jean-Marie looks though he's almost praying to someone there. He's got his hands clasped together, and I think he can feel this one slipping away. How cruel in the final couple of hours. In fact, we've got someone in the driver's seat, but it's a mechanic now. So,
yeah.
Oh, dearie me.
The replay that we saw, Bruce, was on driver's right, going through the Mulsanne corner. Vilander was tight to the apex, and it looked like he hit one of the green bollards with the right rear of the car pretty hard, then skidded wide, and at that point was when Gavin was able to cut up the inside, and in the run from Mulsanne to Indianapolis, Gavin just left him as there was some sort of problem. It almost looked like Owen, like he might have missed a shift or something. He was that slow.
I was just going to say, I'm obviously guessing from the TV pictures here, but from the mechanic jumping in and playing with the paddles behind the steering wheel and the fact the rear wheels are spinning in the air, for me, I would suggest the car looks like it's maybe stuck in gear and they've got a gearbox problem.
Bruce?
I can't be sure, but they've turned the engine off, and now they're definitely working around the tail end of the car. But there are lots of mechanics. It's quite hard to see what's what, but they're taking more and more bits off the back of the car. So I think this is very, very cruel, and Jean-Marie Bruni can't even bear to stay in the garage. He's had to go and sort of explode quietly in the back. So the hunt that Oliver Gavin was so relishing, well, it's not going to happen. It's all fallen into his lap. He should be able to stroke on. I'll try and get hold of Jean-Marie. He's running at about 64,000 feet at the moment, though.
Well, you stay on that. Gavin should be coming through any moment to put the 51 car a lap down, as here he comes through the Ford chicane, and this is going to leave the 51 in very dire straits as Gavin will go through. The 64 car now has put a lap on the 51, and that is just a nail in the coffin for the 51 car. That's going to be very hard to make up with an hour and 49 minutes remaining in the race.
Yes, Jim, the next car up is the other AF Corsa Ferrari, but that's 4 laps behind, so it's going to take a wee while for that to actually catch up and take away the place of the sister car. So it really has just handed it into the lap of the Chevrolet Corvette. But after their trials and tribulations, I don't think there's many people that will resent them that.
It's been 4 years since they won here. This will be a bit of a rags to riches story. It's hard to say rags to riches with a team as successful as Corvette, but considering the fact that they lost a very important bullet in their gun for this race when poor Jan Magnussen had that horrible crash in the Porsche curves, he's okay. The car certainly wasn't. It's been down to these guys to get it done today.
Right, quite rightly so.
Well, I was going to sort of echo what you guys were saying. That's a real heartbreak for AF Corsa. But if there was ever a year for Corvette to win Le Mans, this is the year. But given who's coming back next year, if they're going to want to win this year ahead of when Ford come back next year. So that's good news for Corvette if they do pull that off with 2 hours to go.
And on the looking at P2, Nicolas Lapierre continues, despite seemingly running that car on the ragged edge, always never knowing whether there's going to be another problem with the car or not. The 47 car, the KCMG entry, the Orica, is continuing to lead. Then the 26, that's the G-Drive Ligier with Sam Bird behind the wheel, is in second place. He's 52 seconds behind. And then the number 38 with Oliver Turvey behind the wheel, that's the Joda Gibson, is 1 minute and 4 seconds behind our leader. So the 47 has led but if they have any more troubles, that lead is going to be gone, and this thing will be wide open.
Absolutely, and the same as last year, Turvey's is pushing like crazy to win this. They're not settling for third. If you look at the lap times that Oliver Turvey's doing, he's a second quicker than Sam Bird, and Sam Bird's not a slow driver.
No,
so the Joda guys are, like last year, really pushing for this. But I think, as you say, they need some errors from the people in front.
And in AM, it is now still Pedro Lamy behind the wheel of the Aston Martin. That is the change. The Aston Martin is still leading, the 98 car. And then in second place in the class is the 72 Ferrari. Bertolini behind the wheel of that car. And then Patrick Long continues to hold third place. Now, Townsend Bell has turned over that 62 car to Jeff Siegel. And Siegel, who is a very experienced Ferrari racer, is trying to cut into Patrick Long's lead, but I don't think that's going to happen because I think Long has got a lot more experience and is turning laps in the range of about 3 to 4 seconds a lap faster than Siegel. So I think that right now, all things being equal, Patrick Long just needs to keep that on the black stuff to help consolidate that lead so that when he has to get out of the car, whoever takes it to the finish will be able to do so without looking at a rearview mirror that's full of the competition.
Yeah, just looking down to see Patrick Long has actually been doing a triple stint at the wheel of that car, Jim. So he's actually been driving the car. He's number 77, isn't he? Yeah, he's been in the car for 2 hours and 20 minutes. So he could theoretically take it through to the flag and not overrun the 4 hours. I mean, he might feel like a change, but either Patrick Dempsey or Marco Zayfried could take it. But as I say, he's got the driving limits time on his side, so he could take it to the flag.
Let's check in first with Joe Bradley. He has news of the 98, and then we'll go to Bruce Jones.
Yeah, Nismo pit lane moment for the GTE AM leader of Pedro Lamy. Pedro staying at the wheel of the car. The fuel has already gone into the car, and now we've got an oil replenishment going on there. They've got a big, huge, what can only be described as a bit like a thermos flask. That's the 98 car rumbling by, and it fits onto a connector on the roof of the car, and that's how they replenish the oil, and that car is back out into the lead of the GTE AM.
Well, that sounds all very, very nice and calm, Joe. Certainly not the case in the AF Corsa 51 garage. And I've seen something I've not seen before. Clearly, I understand that Gianmaria Bruni is the driving force in that team. He's the driver that's won so many championships. He also operates that team. He was bossing people left, right and centre. If they weren't doing things fast enough, he was almost shaking them. And I then grabbed Tony Villander, who seemed slightly less volatile, but he was almost in tears and just, ushered me away. No one can speak down there. Maybe that's just because Gianmaria is shouting so much, but what a cruel finish to their race. But, you very seldom see TV crews that almost don't dare step in there. Such was the tension at AF Corsa. They've still got a lot of repairs to do. We're not entirely sure what it was. It could well be a drive shaft. Talk me through the incident where the car ran wide. You saw on the replay.
Well, actually, it wasn't so much that, well, he did run wide, but it seemed like he almost bounced off the bollard, didn't it, Owen? I mean, he just took a normal line through the Bolson corner, but he was very tight to the inside, and they have those green bollards around the inside, and it looked like he clipped one of those and then ran wide, almost like he bounced off of it in a way.
But it's difficult to know what was cause or effect, because if he's lost a drive shaft on the entry to the corner, that's going to unbalance the car, or if he was in neutral and couldn't select a gear, or was in too high a gear. So to me, it definitely looks like some sort of transmission, drive shaft, or gearbox problem to me.
Well, Bruce, though, you're a big, you're a rugby guy. You're brave. Seems like you'd be in there and getting a comment from Jimmy Bruni.
Yeah, no. The referee sent me off already, I'm afraid. I'm off for my half-time orange. Well, in fact, the key players are at the back of the garage, behind the screens. Up front, it's just a sea of mechanics, and they sort of making it very clear they don't want me to wander into the back.
Do you think you're hearing helmets and stuff like that being thrown around in the back there?
Handbags, sadly. But, when the mechanics get out torches to dig around at the back, you realise, in fact, I can count about 17 of them working on the tail of the car. They're digging deep and then deeper still. So I think, frankly, for Gianmaria Bruni and Tony Villander. Oh, is that drive shaft coming in? No, they've just got a big stick to hit something. Oh, dearie me.
God.
I think they might as well have coffee,
Hopefully
guys.
it's not Tony Villander. The interesting thing of all this, we've seen a couple of different shots of the garage area for Corvette, above and beyond the shots we've seen of the garage area of the madness going on around the 51 car. There is no sense of celebration. There is, even when it happened, they just sat there very professionally. They know an hour and 41 minutes, a lot can happen, and they're not wishing any ill on anybody. And very professional in just how they're sitting there. Oliver Gavin getting about his business.
Well, I mean, there's obviously, the race isn't won yet. I mean, what is encouraging is that there's 95 AF Corsa mechanics there working on this thing. I mean, they're not giving up. And I did say that the nearest competition is the other AF Corsa car, and that obviously is the team car. The next GTE Pro car behind that is actually Christopher Nygaard at the wheel of the Aston Martin, who is a further lap behind that. So if they can get the car repaired, even if it's going to take them, say, 20 minutes, provided it's then running and it will be reasonably reliable, then it'll still be two AF Corsa Ferraris on the podium behind the Corvette. And that's something to be worked on. And the encouraging thing is that despite Bruce's suggestion that they should all give up and go and have a cup of tea, they're very much dedicated to getting that car fixed and on the track again.
Without a doubt. And Collado is 2 laps behind them at this point, if I'm reading that right, Paul. That Vierlander's completed 309 laps. Collado's working lap 307, so he's got 2 more laps to make up. And then the 95 car is on 304, so he's got 5 laps to make up, Owen. That's still a pretty big, that's going to take a while. That's going to take the better 5 laps. That's going to take the better part of 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I think it's worth them doing the work because, as Paul says, it's also worth bearing in mind their WEC full season car as well, so they need the points in the championship. So that's the other thing to bear in mind. And I think the other thing it highlights is just how well the 98 amateur Aston Martin is doing. It's actually our second overall GT car.
That's the other thing I didn't throw in there on you, Paul, when we were having our 17 and 19 discussion, is the points implications. But in reality, that's not true because the 19, for the purposes of points, doesn't even exist.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
The 17 will get full points for finishing second.
And that is
and that may ultimately be why they wouldn't do that.
I'm not going there. The point that Owen made there, which is a valid one, I didn't mean to ignore you, Owen, is how well the AM class car has done in overall terms. The 3rd fastest GT car, overall GT. Well, no, in the race, I mean. In the race positions, 3rd fastest. It's been there for a while, you're right. Yeah, has been the Aston Martin. The AM Aston Martin is the 3rd fastest GT car.
And he's been that way all week. I mean, that car has been very quick all week and been right amongst the pro leaders in times all week long.
Yeah, and I think having been down in the pits in the early hours of this morning when Fernando Reis had his accident in the pro Aston Martin, those guys must be feeling a bit sick now because they'd be right in this fight now if they didn't have that problem in the early hours of this morning.
Absolutely. I mean, hats off to Pedro Lamy, who's I'll look up the driving time of the various drivers, but Pedro Lamy, as the platinum driver, has been very, very ably supported indeed by Paul Dalla Lana and Matthias Lauda, the two. Matthias Lauda is a silver driver, Dalla Lana is a bronze driver, and we actually heard from him at one point during the night, I seem to remember, and it was good to hear from Paul Dalla Lana as being part of the mainstay Aston Martin racing team.
Yeah, our quasi-Canadian Shea interviewed the Canadian, Paul Dalla Lana.
Where do we go from number 90? It's 98, isn't it, that car? The driving times, whilst I think about it for each of the drivers, actually Paul Dalla Lana, the lightweight driver, has been Matthias Lauda. Matthias has done 6 hours and 10 minutes. Paul Dalla Lana has done 6 hours and 20 minutes. Pedro Lamy has done the other 9 hours and 20 minutes. So we've got. It's Paul Dalla Lana at the who's at the wheel of it at the moment. Oh, it's Pedro Lamy at the wheel of it at the moment. But I say both Paul Dalla and Matthias Lauda have both done over 6 hours each.
I hope that when they go to GT Premier, they come up with a different name for this class, because it just sticks in my throat to put the word amateur anywhere near Pedro Lamy's name.
I hear what you say. I think the new class is called GT Premium.
And then just GT?
No, the whole class is called GT Premium. And I don't know how.
Premium Amateur?
No, it's just called Premium. I don't think they've defined how the classes within classes is going to work yet. But no, I see what you're saying.
One of the things I have noticed on the timing screen is we're really seeing, we may have lost this GT Pro battles, unfortunately with the problem for the AF Corse Ferrari, but we haven't lost the LMP2 battle, because if we look at the times that the Nicolas Lapierre and Oliver Turvey are turning in, we're seeing they're both really, really pushing, both in the 338s.
Consistently, and they are pushing very hard. As we're seeing, look at the top three, Owen. The top four. 321.6, 321.5, 321.7, and then Degrassi with a 318.6. I mean, we have an hour and 35 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean,
I would have. You could have. I mean, Nick Damon beat me out of a watch in a bet. You could have probably got my house if you'd have been willing to bet me that we would have this many of these prototypes running this hard with 90 minutes to go in this race.
Well, and I can guarantee you there's going to be drama still to happen with this, because
without a doubt.
It just has the hallmark of it, and people will be on eggshells and tenterhooks in the pit lane for absolutely sure.
This has got to be the worst 90 minutes of their lives every year.
Best.
Best for us, worst for them.
The point that Owen makes is well made, though, that Oliver Turvey is really chasing down that second place. But as he does so he's kind of pushing Sam Bird up closer and closer towards Nicolas Lapierre. And of course, the last thing that the KCMG car wants is any pressure on it at all, because it's kind of got a little bit of hiccups about it, and you just think if they have to actually start pushing it, that something else might just crack on that car.
Let's go to Bruce Jones, because the leader is in for his next to last pit stop.
Two things you need to know. One is that Earl Bamber is getting out while the car's refueled, and Nico Hülkenberg will take it over to take the number 19 to the finish and perhaps victory. And the other thing, while it all runs a very steady course, there are little drops of rain falling in the pit lane. Just thought I'd mention it, because it could have a bearing on what happens over the next 2 laps. New tyres going on to brand new tyres going onto the number 19 Porsche. Are they simple slicks? They'd have to be. They're only little drops of rain, and I think they're evaporating on landing. The little drops can turn to big things. This could be just the wrong moment to make a pit stop, but they are sitting on a lap's lead or thereabouts, so looking good for 19. Down on the ground and off it powers.
Wow. Oh, that would throw the cat amongst the pigeons, wouldn't it, Owen?
Yeah, it certainly would, and I think that's the one thing that universally none of these teams would want. I think at this stage in the 24-hour race, drivers, team managers, none of them are going to want to see the conditions change.
Everybody's raced so hard, you wouldn't want to see somebody losing it out of a really just horrid break because of a freak shower or something like that. If the car breaks because they've been pushing it to the limit for 23 and a half hours, that's fine. But to get caught out with a bad tire choice or something, that would be a horrible way to lose. Go ahead, Bruce.
Just saying that the 3 drops have sort of dropped and doesn't seem to be any more, but we do have these little intermittent moments, and I just thought it was quite precipitous. It was almost precipitating.
Are you standing?
You sure it's not bird poo or something?
No, I think he's standing underneath the champagne bar.
Oh.
Not unintentionally.
Well, I know you, Bruce, so I know you choose your spots to commentate from very carefully.
Was it warm or cold?
Who cares?
Yeah. Now, So Nico Hülkenberg's got into the car and is going to take it to the finish, I think you said, Bruce. And the car was making its penultimate stop. So it's just had what it's done, 368 laps now. That's the stop. That's the lap that it came in on to make it stop. So knowing how many laps they do per stint, and they've been doing it throughout, you should now be able to work out how many laps they're going to do at the end of the race. So can't give you any more clues than that, can I?
Are you expecting an answer from me?
Oh yeah, this is a fully interactive tutorial, Jim. I pump out the questions, and you're supposed to be making notes and coming back with your workings out for me. But I will take them via Twitter or Facebook or whatever else you want to communicate.
I've got a lot of things to run here, but I'll put pen to paper as soon as John comes in, which should be in just a few minutes after the hourly update at the bottom of the hour, and I will deliver you an answer.
Owen is scratching his head there, and I think he's worked it out, but he's not going to tell the world just yet.
Good for him. That's all right. That's all right. I won't cheat. I'm not going to cheat off his paper. I'm not going to cheat off his paper.
But no, I mean this.
What do you think? Nobody will.
The way that this, we can almost start talking about it now. I mean, the way that this race has gone for Porsche, I'm really interested in Owen's views on it. I mean, obviously it is a bit early to start talking about it, but I don't think very many people thought that with 90 minutes to go would be looking at a Porsche 1-2.
Oh, no, certainly.
Certainly not. I mean, I think no one doubted they had the pace, but if you look at their reliability in the 6-hour races, there was always a question mark over their reliability, and that hasn't occurred in this race. They've just been pretty much, so far, we don't want to jinx it, but so far they've been pretty good. So, and going back to the story about which car they want to win, I'm sort of 100% with you. I think they wouldn't care as long as it's a Porsche. And if it does end up being the Hülkenberg car, in some ways they've got a great story there, because they've got two drivers in the shape of Tandy and Bamber that have come through the Porsche Super Cup. It's their training ground. They've come through their own training ground all the way up to their P1 program. So it's a great advert for their young driver program.
Let's go to Joe Bradley first, and then Bruce Jones in our Nismo pit lane. Joe has an Audi moment.
Yeah, just as I was making my way down to pit in for the changeover, the number 8 Audi is in, Jim, but it's a way away from me. All I can tell you is it's on pit road for a scheduled
driver change, I would think. Lucas de Grassi bringing the car in, but he keeps behind the wheel. In fact, it was fuel only for Lucas, so Lucas de Grassi at the wheel of the number 8.
Just a quickie, Paul, from the AF Corsa pits. Has 71 now usurped 51 to go second in GTE Pro?
Yes.
Okay, well, that was with Davide Rigon taking over, and Jean-Marie Brody thinks if you're going to do the job properly, do it yourself. So he's now just clambering aboard the 51 there. The good thing is they've stopped taking bits off as Villander straps him in and are now putting things on the back of the car. But you've still got about 8 mechanics around the tail end. But the fact that maybe they've said to Jean-Marie, get in the car, you've been shouting at us too much. But anyhow, he is strapped in, and there was a lot of remonstration with anyone he could remonstrate with before he got on board. I think he's quite warm under the collar. But that car, I hope, will get to the end of the race, and I'm sure Jean-Marie will thrash it within an inch of its life when he gets out onto the circuit. But that very, very strong run. They didn't have the ultimate pace, but they're just super consistent, as we've seen time and again. But unfortunately, there was a sting in the tail for them.
Yes, and still have 2 laps of an advantage before they get caught by the number 95 Dane train Aston Martin. So as long as they get on with it now, then there's still going to be a double AF Corsa podium in the offing for the GTE Pro class, and also there'll be the potential of a GTE AM car on the. Actually, there won't, will there? Because Jeff Siegel was. Jeff Siegel's in the Scuderia Corsa car anyway, so in the Pro class at least, there's good prospects for AF Corsa. And for Aston Martin, of course, they've still got the class-leading GTE AM car with Pedro Lamy still behind the wheel of the number 98 car, but it will be it's a question of what might have been once again for the GTE Pro Aston Martins managing not to get themselves into the top 3.
Well, we've reached the bottom of yet another hour. We are 90 minutes to the finish of this 83rd running of this Endurance Classic, and it's time for another hourly update, and John Hindhaugh will take you to the finish after that.
The RadioLeMans.com forum is full of people just like you.
People who have opinions and aren't afraid to share them, just like you.
People who love all forms of motorsport, just like you.
At the track, on the radio, online.
Go to RadioLeMans.com and click on the forum button.
RadioLeMans.com.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik.
There's 90 minutes left of the 2015 Le Mans 24 hours. 22 and a half hours are already clocked up. 370 laps have already been clocked up by the number 19 Porsche. It's got one more pit stop scheduled. Nico Hülkenberg took over the driving of the car at the last pit stop, and it no longer has a lap lead on the rest of the field because the number 17 Porsche, which is now in second place, should be coming into the pits very shortly indeed to make its equivalent pit stop. Brendan Hartley is currently behind the wheel of the number 17, and that car will almost certainly come in to be handed over to Mark Webber at its final stop in about 3 laps time. So 19 on 370 laps, 17 on 369 laps. In third place, number 7 is the least troubled Audi, the number 7 car in the hands of Benoit Treluet. He's on 367 laps. In fourth place is the number 8 Audi. Lucas de Grassi is at the wheel of that. He is also on 367 laps, but about 2 minutes behind Benoit Treluet. In fifth place is the number 18 Porsche. Romain Dumas is on 366 laps at only 2 minutes and 40 seconds behind Lucas de Grassi in the Audi, but more pit stops to come from that car, the number 18 Porsche, before the end of the race. In fact, 2 more pit stops for the Romain Dumas car. In sixth place is car number 2, the Toyota. Mike Conway now driving that car. He's done 362 laps. In seventh place, number 9, the last of the Audis, Felipe Albuquerque. He must be wondering what might have been, having set the fastest lap at one point in the race. 361 laps completed for the number 9 car. In eighth place, car number 1, Kazuki Nakajima at the wheel of the Toyota TS040. 361 laps completed. 3 minutes, though, very nearly a lap behind the Audi. In ninth place, car number 47 is the leading LMP2 car. That's the number 47 KCMG car with Nicolas Lapierre driving. 335 laps completed. In 10th place, second in LMP2, number 26, the G-Drive Ligier Nissan. 335 laps completed, just 58 seconds behind the class leader Nicolas Lapierre. And then in third place in LMP2, number 38, the Jota Gibson Nissan, also on 335 laps, and now right on the tail of Sam Bird. That's going to be one to look out for in the closing stages. Oliver Turvey pushing everything he's got with the Jota Gibson Nissan, number 38. Very quickly through the GTE Pro classes, Oliver Gavin now leads GTE Pro on 316 laps in Corvette number 64. Second in GTE Pro is the number 71 Ferrari, Davide Rigon at the wheel of that car on 310 laps. And third in GTE Pro is the number 51 car, but it's still in the pits, and that is the AF Corsa Ferrari, which Jimmy Bruni is about to take back out into the race on 309 laps. That's the excellent. Okay, so well done for Jimmy Bruni. 29 minutes in the pits, that car being worked on, the AF Corsa Ferrari, and we'll see at the end of the race how close you are to your lap estimation, Jim.
You're not going to tell everybody?
At the end of the race.
Oh, okay. All right.
Audi. Vorsprung durch Technik.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
Speculation and debate.
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com.
If you count your year from June to June, then visit RadioLeMans.com. Radio Le Mans is more than a radio station, and now more than 1 week a year. RadioLeMans.com features news, images, video, and of course our world-famous radio station. And it's there on the web right through the year. Visit RadioLeMans.com right now. RadioLeMans.com for whenever your life needs a bit of June.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the last 90 minutes of Mobil One Radio Le Mans for 2015. That was what you call a hot swap. If you're watching on RadioLeMans.com, thank you to Jim Roller for giving me a little bit of respite before coming in to the flag. It's still the two Porsches out in front. It's not going to be a popular victory, is it? Really? And it's not even the right Porsche that's going to win. Oh dear. What a disappointment. So we've got, have we got any battles, Paul? The 47 still well ahead.
It's LMP2 is where you need to be looking. Second place in LMP2 is a right humdinger, Oliver Turvey, on an absolute charge. And in fact, I think he's now got it. Now he's got... there's enough time here, Owen, for him to begin to put the KCMG car under some pressure. And that really would be a fairy tale, wouldn't it?
It's just exactly like last year. You know, this is exactly what Turvey did last year. You know, it's just pushing to the end, and I think they're really hungry for it. I don't think there's any desire for them to settle for a podium. I think these guys are going for the win again.
Well, they've sorted the podium out. They've sorted the podium out a little while ago, and I can't watch anymore. This is all getting too much for me. I really should get more sleep. But
I mean, Turvey's just consistently in the 338s, 337s. You know, so he's really pushing. I mean, Lapierre was in the 39s, but his last lap was a 3 minutes 40. So
okay, I'm going to make this computer tell me whether it's going to be Turvey or Lapierre. Tell me, computer, what is it going to be?
Bruce Jones can add to this. Bruce?
Yeah, just looked at the screens. The number 4's limping home slowly, but 38 I went over. They're all standing around in the garage. I think Oliver Turvey, having made that move, his pit stop's coming soon. Sam Bird has made his stop, but the pile of tyres behind all the mechanics have got grooves on them. They have tread, and it has been spitting a little harder here. I think they must be running out of laps in which they can keep Oliver on the track while they decide what they're going to do with him. But the little drops of rain have stopped. Back to you, John.
Nissan 23 in trouble at the run-on from Porsche Curves down towards the White House. If he was going past the little white Lola, that would be great, because he doesn't like it down there. But neither does the number 23 Nissan. He's gone straight on. There are plumes of smoke coming from the front of the car. Now, whether that's brake or engine related, they've had a lot of brake issues on the 23 at the moment. Is who behind the wheel? It's Jan Mardenborough. He just went straight on, couldn't make the corner. It looks like he almost had no brake pedal there. He's got the double yellow on the Magneti Marelli Marshall in the carb, the flag in the carb system. Meantime, the number 4 problems with that right rear wheel. You've got to give Colin Collis his due. He is going to beat the Nissans, isn't he? If he carries on at the moment, unless Michael Krum, who's in the pits at the moment, can get that car out and make up a few laps.
You have to admire these guys' Le Mans spirit, because having been in the pit lane most of the night, this car was in the garage so many times.
126 fuel pumps is a new Le Mans record for the CLM.
They just didn't give up though, and you have to admire that. And I think that's heartbreak if that Nissan can't get to the end. They may well be at the back, but those guys in the Nissan garage have just worked so hard, so it'd be good for those cars to get across the line. So let's hope they can get that car moving again.
I don't know this to be true, but I would think that between the three Nissans, the three Nissan Nismo GT RLMs, named after a radio station as well, of course, which is, you know, another good reason to support them, that they have probably done between them more mileage than has been done in the whole programme over the last, well, actually take out what happened in the last few days other than just today and yesterday in terms of what happened in the race. There's one of them done 200 laps, isn't there? In fact, no, nearly 300 laps for 234 and 221. but well over 200 laps, and that's a sizable amount of mileage, and that bodes well for the rest of the FIA WEC season. In the pit lane, Ollie Turvey out of second position, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, just a regular refueling, and I thought the timing was going to be truly dreadful because he had to swerve around the 95 Aston Martin that was wanting to pull out from 2 garages away. Very steady pit stop, and the good news is it stopped spinning in the pits, and those groove tyres are still on the trolley in the garage. Fuel only, Turvey in to fight all the way to the end of the race. Now 1 minute, just over an hour and a quarter to the checker. Great chase so far from a really dismal first hour for Jota Sport.
Well, it's rinse and repeat from last year, Paul. I mean, I would have put a whole pound possibly on anyone having issues early on, particularly in LMP2 being so competitive, not being able to do what Jota did last year.
Except if it was Jota doing it again this year.
I said they can't afford to have any issues like they had last year and drop all the way to the back.
I hate it when people quote you afterwards and say, you said this and that.
I always quote myself, Paul, you know me.
Yes, I do. Now, I've just tried to work out how long it's going to take for the Jota car to catch, not to pass, but just to catch the KCMG car. That's got to have its own pit stop, of course, but I reckon it's going to take 69 minutes for it to catch up.
And we're looking at, 76 minutes to go.
Which gives him 7 minutes to get past.
I hope it works out like that.
Two laps.
And the handicap has done a fantastic job here at Le Mans in 2015, and the kids love it. Shea Adam is down at Porsche, counting back from the end of the race now, and just a couple of stops to go, Shea.
17 came in, did a quick pit stop. There was no driver change, which means that Kiwi Brendan Hartley-Hare stays behind the wheel to finish out the race in the bright red Sunderland-colored Porsche. But a little bit further down pit lane, a bit of a twist on what we thought would happen. Pat Long will not be finishing the race for the 77 Dempsey Proton Racing team. It will be Marco Seefried, and he is currently waiting to get into the car.
Really?
Yes,
That's
sir.
interesting. All right. Last time I saw Marco Seefried in a car, he was facing the wrong way twice. So let's hope he doesn't do that this time. Bit of pressure on him then to take that car to the end. Leading in GTE arm is Pedro Lamy for the 98 car. What a start to the FIA WEC season they've had. And it looks as though with over a lap lead then to Bertolini in second in the Ferrari number 72. Tyres for the KCMG, Nick Pierre. Let's just watch this. Bruce is waiting just a couple of laps further down, and no tyres for KCMG. Let's go to their major competitor, Ollie Turvey. He's been set to stun in the 38, the mighty 38, and Nico Lapierre is defending a lead. Bruce.
Simon Dolan, the tension's rising. It seems like it's 12 months ago. We've just heard some calculations from Mr. Trustwell that it should take at this rate 69 minutes for Oliver Turvey to catch the KCMG car, and when he said that there was 76 minutes remaining. Is that about right?
Yeah, maybe, but then maybe not. Anything can happen. Oliver is just out there pushing like mad. He's a machine, that guy. He's doing 37s like there's no tomorrow. Taken out by an Audi. Yeah, we all know, at Le Mans there's an hour to go and anything can happen. But yeah, at the moment we're still sort of trying to consolidate P2. Sam's on new tyres and we all know how quick he is. So yeah, all to play for with an hour to go.
So is your plan for 2016 to have a better opening hour? It seems 2 years running you've made it so hard for yourself.
Yeah, well, yeah. Next year we'll do it with no stress. We just keep going round and round with no problems. Yeah, that'll be the day.
We'll see. Best of luck, Simon.
The latest news from the pit lane is brought to you by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
So Porsches 1 and 2 with a lap between them. Keep a lap between them, and then the drivers can't take matters into their own hands. Always a good thing. It's a matter for the championship, of course, because the 19 car, in terms of the championship for teams and manufacturers, isn't scoring points. So the 17 car will get the full points for that, although the drivers will get their points here. in terms of third place will be net second for Audi, of course, and that is the right Audi in second. So they will come out of this with a increased lead in the championship over Porsche in terms of the one that the manufacturer care about, the manufacturer's championship. That's all things being equal, of course. Just still watching, it was 56 seconds as Ollie Turvey went across the line, and he makes some of that back up again. Took 3 seconds out of the leader, Nico Lapierre. Nico has been rejuvenated since joining KCMG. Obviously, we don't know the circumstances of the issues with Toyota. Indeed, he's still listed as one of their test and development drivers. They've both been very professional about this, but clearly there was some kind of falling out. He was very unhappy, and now he's very happy again, and he's smiling a lot, and he's loving his driving.
Yeah, and there must be something about that KCMG car, because obviously a certain Mr. Tandy was driving that earlier in the season, and he's not doing too bad this weekend either, so there must be something about that car. But I'm just been blown away by that team. They've just been running faultlessly from start to finish. It's just a really stunning performance, and they must be biting their fingernails and hoping they can just hang on to the end, because, you know, are they actually, that's a question for Paul, but are they actually not led every single lap from start to finish?
Yes. I think.
I'll have to check whether it's every single. It feels like it's every single lap, certainly.
I don't think anyone was close enough to them, even on the. It would only be on the first pit stop rotation or in the first safety car that it might have changed.
That's okay. Give me a couple of minutes. I've got to go through 300 and something laps of lap chart here.
338 for them. And the other thing that I'd like you to be having a look at, because people are asking, is which of the drivers in the 19 car has won the race for them? I would say Nick Tandy, in terms of his lap times and his averages.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, he did 2. I mean, you know, me and my hero stints. Yeah. He did 2 hero stints. One in the night, when
he had the rhythm of the night, didn't he?
He was quicker than everybody. He was quicker than all of the Audis. He was quicker than Mark Webber in the Porsche. He was just playing faster than anybody out there.
I heard you saying that's not bad, having you say, V, that you're pulling away from an ex-Formula 1 driver. In his previous stint, he'd been quicker than a world champion and the previous year's Le Mans winner as well. So he was the pace. It was at least the equal of everyone.
But then when he got in the car for what was actually his third stint, because his first stint was a bit of an abortive one, because instead of doing a triple or a whatever, he was brought in after 15 laps. And because of the way the safety car worked, it didn't make sense to leave him in to do any more, because otherwise he might have gone over time depending on safety car. So it was the right decision to do, but he kind of didn't get a proper go. So the second stint was the night stint, or his first proper stint, which was his second actual time in the car was the night stint. And then the next stint after that was in the early hour, not the early hours, but fresh this morning. And he just suddenly started doing it again. And Webber was in the car. Okay, Webber was in second place in the number 17 car, but again, Nick was pulling away. And again, none of the Audis had any answer to him. So no question in my mind, that was a yes. That was a very long yes, but it was a yes.
So obviously the headlines of the newspaper tomorrow, it will be Nick Tandy wins Le Mans for Porsche.
I don't think... I'll be happy if we get any headlines, to be honest, because, I mean, you and I are...
I'll guarantee you that even in the motoring press, the motorsport press, that the only name that is mentioned in any headline is Hulkenberg or F1.
Well, apart from the Porsche word, yeah. You're right, but it doesn't matter.
It does to me, because it just makes it look a bit easy that he's dropped it, he's been parachuted in after out of F1, and he's going to win it, and everybody's going to say, no, see, it's easy, this endurance racing. And everybody who's in the bubble will say that. And I think it's a bit wrong.
Have we got an hour to go yet?
No.
Not quite. Have you been listening to my tease? So I've invented a little clever link.
Have you?
You know me and me clever links, which I've only teased a little bit, but we're on the kind of edge of it now.
Right.
Which is the fact that the car that he's leading at the moment, if it continues to lead, will have 2 rookies in it.
Mm-hmm. Never been to Le Mans before?
Never
in
raced
any way, shape or form?
I don't know if they've been here before, but they've never raced here before.
Right.
Because neither Nico Hulkenberg nor Earl Bamber have raced here at Le Mans before. That's all I'm going to say. After we get into the last hour, if I may, I'll just have a 2-minute lovely little link.
Right, sorry, say that again. Which 2 have not raced here before?
Nico Hulkenberg and Earl Bamber.
Didn't Earl Bamber race in the support race here last year?
Never raced in the 24 hours.
Okay, right.
I'm not trying to be clever about it.
No. I was just working out whether you were trying to throw the googly at us to see.
Certainly not. I'm not
playing down the wrong line.
I'm not a googly person, John. How long have we been working together?
Yes, exactly. One out the back of the hand there from Trustwell. From the Mobil One Broadcast Centre live, it is Radio Le Mans for 2015. The crowds, the huge crowds, beginning to make their way back to their grandstand seats and get themselves ready for the last hour as the number 4 car has made it all the way back around.
Is that the one with the wobbly wheel?
This is the wobbly wheel CLM, and Herculean efforts from these guys. And well, Colin Collis was a bit defensive with Joe Bradley earlier on, as if he'd been picked out of a lineup for some description. But it looks like they're going to try and get that car to the end. Shea Adam is in the pit lane.
The 18 just cruised into its pit box in front of me with Neil Yanni waiting eagerly to get behind the wheel of the car. If this one can't get the overall win, look for it to be putting in some pretty quick times, as Neil is getting 4 new Michelin tires. He'll be heading back out in a handful of seconds, and they're not looking for the win, but they are looking for that fastest lap. They don't want Audi to keep that.
Yeah, they want the full set, don't they? Paul, fastest lap and the victory. And Paul has done some number crunching. There's bits of numbers all around his feet. He's crunched them so much. And the 47 KCMG car in 9th position has
not led every lap, I'm afraid. It was close, but there was half a dozen laps at the beginning of the race when the Thierry by TDS racing car was ahead of it. But nevertheless, I mean, I think if you look back, it's been a pretty dominant.
That's as dominant this year in P2 as Straka were the year that they won and had that perfect run, as Bentley were in 03 when their car won overall. And in fact, if I remember rightly, at the top of the hour, at the sheets that the ACO put out at the top of the hour, the winning car was on the top of all 24 of those sheets.
That's probably right.
And didn't they have some ridiculously small time in the pits? I mean, bigger fuel tanks in those.
28 minutes.
Yeah. Off for the number 40 Krone racing car.
Which has Tracy Crone back at the wheel again.
Tracy just turning in. Oh, he got hit by a rather, well, that was the 29 car that was in close proximity, and those two into one were not going to go. I'm not assigning blame here, but that wasn't sensible really on either part there, Owen, at this time of the race or at any time of the race.
Seemed a strange thing to do with an hour to go in a 24-hour race, especially as they weren't seemingly battling for position. So it seemed a very strange manoeuvre. But looking at the time sheets, what I have noticed is that on new tyres, Sam Bird's not out of this LMP2 battle either. He's just done a 39.9, so he's not out of this battle either. So that's going to be a three-way fight in P2.
Pipi Tarani is just a little bit too far back, I think, to make any impression, unless, of course, one of the cars ahead stumbles, and that is still a possibility, a sad one at this stage. He's in 4th position, but back 4 laps on the leading 3, who are all still on the lead lap in LMP2, which is remarkable after 22 hours and 56 minutes. The GT Pro has Ollie Gavin back at the lead again in the Chevrolet Corvette, well inside the top 20 at 18. And his closest GT competitor is the AM leader, Pedro Lamy. That's rather blown up, that one, hasn't it? And it's the 71 car that's back in 2nd place with Davide Rigon. The interest there is Marco Seefried in 3rd place. Can he either put some pressure on Andrea Bertolini in the SMP Ferrari in 2nd, or can Jeff Siegel try and do something? He's almost a full lap back though on Seefried, as the Krone car is heading back towards the pit lane, and it has a left rear puncture, and that's going to be a very long way home, of course, because that happened, I should have said, the contact between that and the 26 car happened right in front of us, Paul, just beyond the entrance to the pit lane.
At the Ford chicane, yes, he's made it to the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight, but as you say, a long way still to go.
Just a quick note, and it's a sad one, I'm afraid. The 23 Nissan GT-R LM has retired. That's official from at Nismo at 1350 CET. A terminal gearbox problem for Jan Mardenborough. Heartbreaking so near the end, they say. But you know what? They came here to put some miles, to put some kilometres under the wheels of that car, and they have done that.
And in some ways, I'd rather them do that and be an honourable retirement than just bring the car through to the checkered flag as a kind of walking wounded special.
Are they anywhere near the 70%? They were about 3/4 through, but I'm guessing they've dropped back because the pace at the front has been pretty hot.
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't looked, but I would be surprised if it were. I will do that check in a minute. I just want to draw your attention, John, because we had this last-minute gearbox problem for the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. It managed to get back out again thanks to the shouting and screaming of Jimmy Bruni, apart from anything else. But
I can only imagine.
It's not assured a place on the podium necessarily, because Christopher Nygaard at the wheel of the number 95 Aston Martin is but a minute and 48 seconds behind. Now, if that car is having a problem with its gearbox, then it might not be going quite as quickly, and so it might be putting it within range of the Aston Martin. So we could well have another battle to look out for there for third place in GTE Pro by the end of the race.
Which has been exciting and interesting all the way through for a number of different reasons. We have had the side-by-side, the front to back, but we've also had the attrition as well. And I think that just goes to the pace that's being set nowadays, even by the GT cars. Yeah. Johnny Morlam saying very early on in the race yesterday, fourth hour, it must have been, that GTs are running flat out all the time. There's no energy saving, there's no harvesting. You go out, you lift the thumb off the pit lane speed limiter and you burn the fuel till you come back in.
But as well, you also then have to optimise situations to the extent that you start having to double stint tyres. And we had the situation where Oliver Gavin triple stinted. And you called me a liar. I mean, he actually got into the car.
I was just amazed.
He got in the car and he triple stinted it. So
amazing.
It is. It's an indication of the standards to which these GTE cars run these days.
And I'm indebted to Stephen Gates for tweeting through the picture to at @RSL_studio, which I will pass on to the world of the Nismo 23 GT-R LM with the bonnet section off, and Jan's clearly had a look at it, but there's nothing that can be done there. What a sad end for that valiant effort. Well, we're coming in towards the last hour. You're listening to Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans for 2015, Sirius 91 XM 201, here at the track on 91.2 and around the world at radiolemans.com.
The RadioLeMans.com forum is full of people just like you.
People who have opinions and aren't afraid to share them, just like you.
People who love all forms of motorsport, just like you.
At the track, on the radio, online.
Go to RadioLeMans.com and click on the forum button.
RadioLeMans.com. The sound of endurance racing around the world. RadioLeMans.com. Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1.
Mobil 1.
It's the 83rd running of the Grand Prix Endurance, the Le Mans 24 Hours from Circuit de la Sarthe in central France, where the time is just after 2 o'clock Central European time. We're live across the world from the Mobil 1 broadcast centre overlooking the final couple of corners, the Ford chicane. And Ford are dropping into this maelstrom of action in 2016 with their, we presume, 4-car assault, presuming they get the invitations, of course, and they could not be dropping into a more competitive time in sports car racing. For the last 23 hours, we have seen brilliant racing in all 4 categories. We've seen extraordinary overtaking that would have befit a 20-minute sprint race, never mind a 24-hour endurance contest. We've seen tactics, yes. We've seen reliability par excellence at the front of the field, particularly by Porsche, who were thought to be deficient in that category. And we've seen heartbreak for some of the teams who have come so close to their goal and will not yet make it. The latest in that category, with just an hour to go, well, 10 minutes more than the last hour to go, Jan Mardenborough and his Nismo GT LM stranded on the old part of the circuit down towards Whitehouse, a little bit further back from that, beside the Travel Destinations RadioLeMans.com campsite. That car out with a gearbox problem. In the studio with me, Paul Trustwell, as he has been for the last 30 hours or so, and Graham Goodwin, editor of DailySportsCar.com. In the pit lane, Shea Adam is one of our Nismo pit lane reporters, and we'll go down there for a quick update from her. Shea?
Well, John, we've been waiting for what seems like hours for the Chrome car to get back in. They have a brand new body panel ready to go and are trying to decide whether or not to put it on the pit lane or put it on the back of the garage. 4 new Michelin tires have been brought out. Scratch that, they are scuffed Michelin tires. They are not new. They don't have any new sets left. They are now trying to assess via the pictures they're seeing on Eurosport, and finally the car has gotten back down to pit lane, how extensive this damage is, but the engineer is encouraging Tracy to take his time getting it back. The good news is the carcass has stayed intact. The Michelin tire has actually done its job and held up, and it has not shredded a lot of the body panels. I don't think they'll actually need to put a new rear wing on. But this is going to cause trouble for the car pitting immediately in front of it. The 62 Scuderia Corsa Ferrari, they're expecting Jeff Siegel to come in any second now. And, oh, by the way, the 51 and 71 guys have fresh tires in their garage as well. I'll keep an eye on this and let you know how things develop, John.
Thank you, Shea. Paul Trustwell.
And I think you've got both of the ESM cars, the Extreme Speed Motorsport cars, in at the same time as well, Shea. And I think they are pitted roughly in the same place as Krone.
You are absolutely correct, Paul. I didn't even notice because they're about 5 pit boxes up. They're just on the other side of Porsche. But both of them have come to complete stops on the pit apron. No work being done to the 31 that I can see. It was the first one to come in. Now it's being rolled back. Must have just been a quick fuel for them. Definitely no tires. The 30, which is stopped closer towards pit out, also getting fuel, no tires, no driver change. The lineups will stay as is for now. ESM number 31 already headed back out. 30 just waiting for the last drops of fuel to get in the tank.
I think we might keep an eye out as to whether or not Tracy, first things first, by the way, did a magnificent job in getting that car back with as limited damage as he did. But I suspect we may see a penalty going the way of that car, because no real attempt to brake, for good reason in some ways, at the blend line, and I suspect he came in rather too hot to the pit lane, so expect possibly when they get that car back out that there might be a penalty to follow. But it has been drama galore, hasn't it, just in the last few minutes with the incident for the CLM, which saw that car complete a 15-minute lap, then with Jan Mardenborough, and well, I don't think tragic's too big a word, is it really, this close to the end of a 24-hour race with an effort that brave. There's some irony that the car is sitting there motionless on the old circuit, Paul.
That's right, and just going back to John's question from earlier on, who would have qualified or not? No, Jan Mardenborough wouldn't have qualified. At this stage, he would have needed to complete 265 laps.
Is that in the Duckworth-Lewis method, is it?
And
as we were talking about cricket earlier on.
And that also, it doesn't exclude, because it could go out and do 20 laps in the last hour, but it puts seriously in doubt the question of whether the number 4 CLM will complete enough laps to be qualified at the end of the race. But it does mean that everybody from 38th position upwards are safely going to complete enough laps to qualify under the 70% rule. You have to complete 70% of the laps completed by the winner at the flag in order to be qualified, and to cross the line on the last lap and take the checkered flag.
I just want to re-explain something that I said earlier on. I was not suggesting for a moment that Hulkenberg doesn't deserve this victory and that he's not a good driver. I'm just saying that this is 3 drivers, two of whom are rookie drivers. One of those rookies who's played an absolute blinder here, and also Nick Tandy, sorry, isn't a rookie here, but he still played an absolute blinder. But that, unfortunately, will not be the story that is told, and that is what I am going to be slightly grumpy about on Monday and Tuesday.
It's not like you at all, John.
It's not the fact. It's not the fact that it's Hulkenberg or Porsche. It's the fact that how it will be perceived outside of the 8.5 miles that we are standing in at the moment.
Has the question been asked yet on air? Who was the last rookie to win Le Mans?
No, but you have got my link. That is precisely the link that I was trying to tease about 3 hours ago. Because the last time that a rookie won at Le Mans has a nice link to this one. And we'll leave it at that for about half an hour.
But there was 2 rookies that won for Peugeot back in...
It was after that?
90... That's the last time 2 rookies won, must have been.
Let the Twitter sphere discuss it
I think the Twitter sphere should discuss it.
And then, once they've discussed it a bit, then you can give it away, Tom.
And there's lots of, as always, because this is an historic race, it has a lot of history attached to it. There's lots of firsts, lots of patterns, and that's the kind of thing I love. And should the crew that at this point, I have to say, deserves this win, bring it home in under an hour's time now, 52 minutes, there's another nice, neat circle that'll be complete.
Just going to go down to the pits in just a wee moment. Just a reminder for you to start thinking about your nominations, please, for the I Respect Spirit of the Race Awards, something that we started here at Le Mans a few years ago with Jonathan and our very good friends at I Respect. And there are so many thoughts that we could have, but it's not about our thoughts, but I will ask for a nomination from the on-air team that are here. It will be at Radio Le Mans, hashtag SOTR. At Radio Le Mans, hashtag SOTR. And if you want to be involved in post-race tech, remember the checkered flag is only the end of the race, not the end of the broadcast. We'll be discussing matters arising, questions, whatever you want to talk about after the checkered flag. Then it will be hashtag LMPRT. And can you send that to at RSL_studio, please? So at Radio Le Mans for hashtag SOTR and at LMPRT to, hashtag LMPRT to RSL_studio for the matters arising after the race. Down in the pit lane, it's Bruce Jones.
Bruce Jones with Matt House, and into the final hour. KCMG has had this amazing run, literally never been toppled from the top of the charts, but the tension must be rising. You're about 50 seconds to the good. Nicolas Lapierre at the wheel. Is he going to finish the race? Are you going to have a go, or is Richard going to hop on?
No, Richard's going to go in next. We had a plan right from the beginning. I did the sunrise, the sunset and some of the graveyard shift, so my bit's done now. Richard's going to jump in for the last half an hour. I think we'll probably just change driver. The less time we spend in the pits, the better. Nico's just done 5 stints, has just been absolutely phenomenal. So Richard's going to hopefully bring it home.
Now, from the start of the meeting, there seemed to be lots of niggly little problems, and Greg Wheeler kept on saying, we just want to get these out of the way. But most of us from the outside said, you've got all the speed, but clearly another niggly problem's coming. But it hasn't really, has it?
No, I mean, we have had problems, a couple of things with reliability, a couple of things in the pit stops, a couple of things with drivers. It's just this race is so many opportunities to make mistakes in this race. Not the lap's long, you're tired, you're running in strange conditions. I mean, the windscreen was completely covered at one stage, couldn't see through it. I mean, that's all new to us at KCMG, but other than that, obviously the guys have done an amazing job because the car has just been flawless. So touch wood, it stays like that until 3 p.m.
And how are you feeling right now? The clock is ticking fast, but maybe it's ticking very slowly for you.
Yeah, especially now it started raining, and just looked at the weather radar, and it certainly looks like something will happen. Problem with rain is you just don't know how much rain, you don't know what tyre to put on. Do you stay out on slicks and risk it? Do you change to intermediates? It's just a stress we don't really want. My poor engineer is absolutely tearing his hair. He wants tequila, actually. I don't blame him. I kind of do as well. So, no, very, very tense at the moment. And, as I say, the boys have been flawless. So if we have to go to intermediates, it'll be a slick pit stop. And Richard is the man to bring it home in first place.
Well, fingers crossed, Matt. Great race.
Well, the emotions are varying down in pit lane. At Scuderia Corsa, they are not happy. When the 62 Ferrari came in for its pit stop, they did the normal routine service, and then a guy with a long metal wire came and started jabbing at the back of the car, trying to loosen some debris. That cost them time. And then the marshal came over to let them know that they'd done something wrong, to which they have a penalty impending. So look for that to pop up on your screen soon. But their pit box is situated immediately next to the 19's pit box, which brought out dolly jacks before their pit. So that made my heart rate go up to about 190 beats per second. And then it turned out to be a false alarm. They put fuel in the car and sent Earl Bamber back out on its way. So thanks for that, Porsche guys. You really got my attention now.
Hulkenberg that went back out in that car, obviously. Light rain at Porsche curves, and on the front straight at the moment. Is there yet one more twist in this tail? The rain is all around the racetrack at the moment, literally all around the racetrack. It's come up very gently from the south and east this morning, and I was wondering if we were going to get to the end. As far back as last Friday when we arrived, I was told that the last hour of race would have quite heavy rain, and I was sceptical that anybody could know that then. And off in the Ford chicane, there's been a big incident for an Aston Martin. It's the 98 car.
It's the arm leader.
This is the arm leader drama in the last hour, and that car is going no further. It's Paul Dalla has dropped it there. That was his outlap on the penultimate. In fact, that might have been the run to the flag for Paul Dalla, and that car is going nowhere. It's destroyed the front end of the car. Now, did he do this on his own? He did. He just went straight on, and that's a big hit coming through the middle part of the chicane. He couldn't get the car slowed down or turned in. And there's a shake of the head and a resignation in the Aston Martin, the hard-working Aston Martin racing pit. That is true tragedy.
Was trying to spin up the rear wheels to get that car moving, shattered.
Well, even if he does, he's got to get it across the track and straight in the pit lane. He won't be able to get that car around the circuit. Double yellows right in front of us.
You said, I think, 20 seconds before that happened, has this got another twist for us, John? There is another twist for us. It's a class-leading
Well, is that because
car.
it's just a tad damp there? I said it had been raining. I'm not sure there's enough on the circuit to make that. It just looked like the car wouldn't turn in. And
that is...
There was no attempt to turn the wheel there by Dalla, as if he knew he wasn't going to make it, but there was just nothing he could do.
And if there would be any rain, the marshals are good enough to be putting red and yellow flags out. So
that, John, class-leading car, race-leading car,
front end destroyed,
and championship-winning leading car.
Yeah, 100% record for that car at the moment. It's in a very dangerous place. Driver's right, just after the middle part of the Ford chicane, and that will bring out, I think, a slow zone at least in that area. There is a Manitou, a snatch tractor not so far away, but he'll have to come contra-race to get to Dalla car. Well, slow zone has been implemented, and Andrea Bertolini takes the opportunity to come straight down the pit lane and take what will be the last stop for the SMP, the SMP Ferrari, which will inherit the lead. And that pushes the Dempsey car up to second, the 62 Ferrari, the All-American car, up into third. And in fourth position now, the other Ferrari, the 83 of Francois Perrotta. This is in the AM class. Oh, what drama. What drama.
What do Aston Martin Racing have to do to win here? Absolutely astonishing. Within the final hour, the 98 car, which has run away with this class, not been touched in this class, and with Pedro Lamy, an absolute hero here today with serious bout of chickenpox. Pedro?
Yes, I only found that out
yep.
relatively. That was kept quite quiet, wasn't it? It wasn't as if they were trying to make any excuses at all.
No, he's not been very well, but he's driven his more than his fair share, and no, that's bitter goal. We don't like to see that. Whoever it is, this late in a race.
the driving times, because I looked this one up at one stage during the race. Pedro Lamy did 10 hours, just over 10 hours of the driving. The other two, Matthias Lauda and Paul Dalla Lana, both doing more than 6 hours each. 6 hours and 10 for Lauda, 6 hours and 20 for Dalla Lana. So it's not as if Paul hadn't done a fair chunk of driving.
No.
You know, he's required to do a minimum of 4 hours, but he's done more than 6.
Well, that means Patrick Dempsey at the moment is on the second step of the podium in his Spider GT wet.
Worth saying, we're getting some pictures of Patrick Dempsey. We saw his reaction with that fantastic battle earlier on between
Townsend
Pat Long
Bell.
and Townsend
Yeah.
Bell. There's nothing like joy in his face for this one. Of course, he's going to be pleased to get the result that they look like they're set to get. But his immediate concern there is for the other driver.
And Paul Dalla Lana is out of the car. He's having a look at the front.
He's being told by the
hands
marshals.
on hips. The marshals are saying
no.
Courage, mon brave. But that's not going anywhere. He's thinking about it. Just comes into the corner. He's on a decent enough line, but seems to do you know what's happened there? His foot slipped off the pedal.
Wrong
That's what's
pedal.
happened there. His foot has slipped. That's his outlap, because he got it turned in and then it accelerated between the left-hand first corner to the middle apex, and he just didn't turn at all into the second part. Well, he's got to get back across the track, and we will try and get a word with him with our Nismo pit lane.
It's 40 years to the 40 years since a Golf car won overall here, John, and I'm afraid one's not going to win a class here this year.
A number of people saying, isn't this 3 years running that Aston have lost a class win in the last hour? Almost Andretti-like levels of bad fortune for Aston here. At studio_RSL for your PRT questions, please. Hashtag LMPRT. And for Spirit of the Race, at Radio Le Mans, please. And hashtag SOTR. And as someone has just pointed out, Marty K. Yes, you're absolutely right, Marty. Close your eyes and point in any direction in the pit lane, and there'll be a candidate for SOTR.
I think that's right this year. It does seem to have been quite a laboured...
heroic.
Yes, laboured and heroic. I think that's good. We watch tens of thousands of fans on the main start-finish straight crane. They're next to what's going on down here at the Ford chicane, and I'm afraid it does mark the end of another brave effort. The number 98 Aston Martin Racing car, the GTM leader,
Paul is
into the final hour.
slapping both hands onto the side of his temples on his helmet, being consoled partially by the marshals, clearly not totally, as Neil Yanni picks his way through traffic on the far side of the circuit from us and heads off on another lap. And there is a bit of precipitation on his windscreen, very light. It's that psychological rain that motorcycle racers talk about, coming down to the right-hand kink before Mulsanne corner. And the very, very sad sight from our Mobil 1 broadcast centre of the Aston Martin. The class leader, as was, being craned away by the snatch vehicle and put out of harm's way. The yellow flags have been withdrawn and the track is clear, but that is no succour at all to the Aston Martin racing team.
The tyre barrier, John, did its job magnificently there.
Absolutely, completely.
That was a big, big hit.
It was amazing how much speed, Graham, that car picked up from the slowing down and turning. There was no hint of slowing down.
I think your call was absolutely right. It looked to me like a slip on the pedals potentially there. There seems little other explanation for it. It was a quite remarkable moment.
So 39 minutes to go. What else have we got in this last portion of the race, with last pit stops coming through? What happened to the 97, by the way, that stopped in the middle of the night?
Engine.
That's right.
Never seen again, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. That was Paul Aldous who was asking that. And
Fiona Miller was telling me on her way back from I think on the way to the hotel to sleep overnight, was amazed at a village miles and miles from here to see the 97 car coming back in a flatbed the other way.
Yes.
The other thing is that Nicolas Lapierre has picked up the pace in the KCMG Oreca, and that car has kind of maintained its gap over the flying Oliver Turvey. But as we heard, that is going to have to come in for a pit stop sooner or later. Nicolas has so far been at the wheel for 3 hours 38 minutes.
I've a feeling Sam Bird has just pitted out of sequence, because I think Sam was in relatively recently and he's dropped back now to about a minute behind Jota plus this pit stop.
What he's doing, I think, is just back timing. He's getting the final pit stop out of the way, and then he'll have enough fuel to get to the checkered flag. You are, where are we, 26? No, actually, it was a full stint. It was an 11 lap stint.
This race does play tricks with you, doesn't it, in terms of the time as it winds through?
One of the featured differences, I don't know if we've picked this out really, I've kind of been noticing it, and then every time I was going to say I'd got around to saying something else instead. One of the advantages that the KCMG car has had is it's been doing consistently 12 laps per stint, whereas the Jota car and also the G-Drive car have really only been managing 11 laps on a stint. So another kind of case of advantage and advantage and advantage piling on top of each other. But Nicolas Lapierre will be due in, I expect, within the next 2 laps. Oliver Turvey will be due in at the end of the lap that he's currently on, and Sam Bird, well, he's just had his pit stop, and then they'll be able to take it through to the checkered flag. The race leader, Nico Hulkenberg, has already had his last pit stop and should now be, he'll be right on the edge actually. I'm computing to go to lap 394, have been for some time, and he'll be right on the edge of getting to the flag on that lap, and that will be his final 13 lap stint.
Oliver Turvey just pits now in the Jota Sport car. Another extraordinary comeback, really deja vu race for Jota Sports. It was quite astonishing. Early problem, as it was last year, and a drive back through the field for the new look Jota squad this year, of course. But currently running in second position. Ollie Turvey at the wheel of the Mighty 38. And it would have been rather an unusual one. Could it and should it have won the same car with a completely different name?
Yes. No, I mean, it was... it's an illustration, isn't it, though, of just how long this race is, because it's such a long race, there is so much that can always happen. And even, the incident we've just seen, we sort of think that's right at the end of the race, but in fact, there's still half an hour and more to go.
Into the pit lane comes Marco Seifried for the 77, second in AM class Porsche, and down in the pit lane we have Shea Adam, and this is more GT news.
Andrea Bertolini was looking like a second place finish, and if for 35 more minutes you could stand on the top step of the podium, even better than you thought you would get.
Yeah, we remain always focused. We had also some problem during the race because 3 hours ago Victor went out on the gravel. So, but is again half an hour. You have to be really focused. I am sorry for Paul because he did a really strong race. But this is a motorsport, and of course we are happy now. But again, finger crossed, and we'll see in half an hour where we'll be.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Just a thought here, gentlemen. Could this be the first ever Russian flagged winner of a class at Le Mans? I suspect it very well might be. At the moment we have 2 Russian flag teams in podium positions, with the G-Drive squad, Sam Bird at the wheel of the 26 car, the Ligier, the G-Drive racing car. But leading the class in GTE, SMP Racing came into this year, of course, as the European Le Mans Series GT champions. Have stepped up to the World Championship this year, and yet another little paragraph in the history of this race. Truly an international event.
Come on, Paul, put us out of our misery with your little factoid.
The last car that had a rookie in it and won overall at Le Mans was a Porsche.
It was.
Well, it sort of was a Porsche.
No, it actually was.
It was a real Porsche in 1998.
Yes, I was thinking 97 and Alex Wirtz, but no, of course.
Porsche. Alex. Well, it was a proper Porsche, and it was celebrating 100 years of Porsche, so it was an entirely proper Porsche. It had Adam McNish in it, and it had Stefan Ortelli in it, who'd both been here before, but it also had Laurent Aiello, who was making his debut.
He was, and there's another link, as you mentioned a man just then. It's Alex Wirtz was 96, 1996.
No, he was only 22.
No, exactly. He was the last youngest driver to win.
Yes.
Obviously, we've got now. You've got Earl Bamber. Very young man indeed, 24 I think, Earl.
Yes.
So not quite as young as Alex was. He's the youngest since Alex Wirtz to win the race.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean, yes.
Yep.
So, but he's not the youngest,
He's
but
not
he's
the
the
youngest since Alex Wirtz. And who knows what future lies ahead for Alex after this year. And there's been a couple of bits and pieces in the press about decisions being made after 2015. He's opined.
Oh.
And I think I don't like being right in these circumstances, but 1 minute stop-go penalty indeed for car 40, the Krone racing car. That would have been for Tracy being a little bit too eager to get to the warm embrace of the team to get that problem at the rear of the car sorted. It's still on pit lane, or rather in the garage, having the rear end refettled. Let's hope he can make the finish.
Shit.
The 40 actually just rolled out in front of me before the 17 is expecting a pit stop. That was actually rather good timing.
Thanks, Shep.
Not known for that.
Let's nip down to the pit lane and to the area around KCMG. Here's Bruce Jones.
I had hoped to get Nicolas Lapierre when he got out of the car. He's almost too knackered to stand, too exhausted, but I've got Greg Wheeler. How do you sum up that stint, that quintuple stint from Nicolas there?
I can sum it up in one word.
Polite word?
Stunning, absolutely stunning. I've worked with a lot of drivers in my life and absolutely stunned by his ability, his speed. And there he is, you can get it from the horse's mouth.
Well, let's hope so. That's a lot of hugging in the garage there. It was a job well done for KCMG.
Yeah, this Lamar, if we get the victory, it'll be his victory.
Thanks very much, Greg Wheeler.
Oh, that's very sweet, isn't it?
Isn't it? And Nico Lapierre coming back to Le Mans course after a stint with the factory Toyota team. That's ended rather unfortunately for Nico in the middle of last year, but came back and he's found his smile, and if it continues like this, that smile will surely continue. And rather ironically, he looks like he's set to be on a podium that his factory team won't be.
Yes, good point.
And in fact lies just one position overall in the order behind the second of the two Toyotas.
Remarkable.
I think of the standout performances here, quite aside from Porsche, have massively impressed me here. But this did not go the way I expected it to go at all. However, if you were looking for other standout performances, yes, you could point to that drive back through the field from Jota. But with the exception of a couple of whoopsies under braking, the 47 crew have just driven a near faultless race. It's been magnificent.
Can't remember who was standing next to me earlier on when I said what a time to find reliability, because they've not had. We got to 6 hours. That's further than they've had without any problems all season.
Absolutely. And by the way, I'm sure this would be the first Hong Kong flag team to actually win at Le Mans. So history all over the place here.
Some dispute though about the flags that are on the entry list, because those drivers.
KCMG are based in Hong Kong.
Yes,
yes,
all right.
It's not the drivers so much as
it's the entry.
Yeah, but okay.
If you're asking me about the Pegasus one being German, I can answer that one as well.
Cheaper entrance license.
Completely so. They're based in Strasbourg, and as Julian Schell told me very clearly, it is 7 times cheaper to be a racing team licensed in Germany than France.
There's a good reason why wealthy people become wealthy, isn't it? Just draw attention. I mean, we're getting a bit down, I feel, here, but I think they need to big up a little bit Nico Hülkenberg. He's just set a 3:21.572. Now, bearing in mind he leads the race by a lap, and there's less than half an hour to go.
Sure, it's the spirit, isn't it?
To be charging round at a time that's faster than last year's pole is a fairly spirited bit of driving from Nico Hülkenberg. And, you know, he is still charging round. And if he is, then you can be sure that there's about 38 others who are also charging around at the top of their game.
I think that there's still the possibility on pace of a position or two maybe getting close to changing depending on the way things go. We've got a gap that's under a minute for a podium position here in LMP2. John?
Bruce Jones is about to step out of his duties for the Nismo pit lane team. Before you go, Bruce, put your mic up and tell me who your nomination for the I Respect Spirit of the Race would be.
I think it's the person who changed 126 fuel pumps on the CLM. But actually, you almost don't know where to look. But I think you have to look to teams that go through adversity. And CLM could have parked it early on. They were down to their final two fuel pumps, and they kept on digging away. And apart from Colin Collis, most of them did it with a great big smile on their face. So, but Colin often has a thunderous expression. But actually, having just seen how tired Nicolas Lapierre was when he climbed out of that KTM Giorica, I think he's done a really, really special job there.
Thank you, Bruce. Bruce Jones down there in the Nismo pit lane team. And for the final time then in the 24 hours of 2015, here's our hourly update.
At RadioLeMans.com, we live for endurance racing. Le Mans, Bathurst, the Nürburgring, Spa, Silverstone, Fuji, and many more great races on classic circuits around the world, all covered live. Now add Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Road America, and Road Atlanta to the list. IMSA Radio, from the International Motorsports Association and Radio Show Limited, is a new service bringing you coverage of every session of the Tudor United Sports Car Championship, qualifying and race coverage from the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge and the Support Series races. Live, free, and without commercial interruption, direct to you. Look for the IMSA radio icon on the RadioLeMans.com homepage.
The hourly updates on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Audi Ultra, lightweight technology.
Just 26 minutes of the 2015 Le Mans 24 hours remain, and for the last time, the hourly update. The 19 Porsche still leads the way. Nico Hülkenberg is now behind the wheel of it, and he has now completed 387 laps. On 386 laps is the number 17 Porsche. That has Brendan Hartley behind the wheel. It's in second place, and in third place on 385 laps is the number 7 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro, Benoit Treluet at the wheel of the car. In fourth place is the number 8 Audi R18. That's Lucas de Grassi driving it. It's completed 384 laps. And in fifth place is car number 18, the last of the three Porsches, making it a 100% reliability record for those three. 383 laps for the number 18 car in fifth. In sixth place is the fastest of the Toyotas, the TS040 hybrid, Alexander Wurz at the wheel, 379 laps completed. And in seventh place is the number 9 Audi, Felipe Albuquerque at the wheel, 378 laps completed. In eighth place, the number 1 Toyota, Sebastian Buemi at the wheel of it, also on 378 laps. And then in ninth place is the LMP2 leader still, the KCMG Orica with Richard Bradley at the wheel, number 47. He is just 48 seconds now ahead of the number 38 Jota Gibson Nissan with the car that's come up from behind, and Oliver Turvey then number 38 just 47 seconds behind, and at number 26 in third place in the G-Drive Ligier Nissan on 358 laps and less than a minute behind the Jota car as well. So 47, 38, 26 in LMP2. In GTE Pro, Oliver Gavin with the car number 64, the Chevrolet Corvette, has the lead of the class. In second place is the number 71 AF Corsa Ferrari. It is about 5 laps behind in the class, and then third in GTE Pro is Jimmy Bruni at the wheel of the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. which is a further 2 laps behind the team car. In GTE AM, the leader there is the number 72, the SMP Racing entered Ferrari 458 Italia. 325 laps completed for number 72, Victor Scheitar at the wheel of that car. In second place is the number 77 Proton, Dempsey Proton Porsche, which is being driven by Marco Seyfried at the moment on 324 laps. And third in GTE AM is the number 62 Scuderia Corsa Ferrari with Jeffrey Siegel at the wheel, and he's done 323 laps. Just 23 minutes remain of the race. Johnny Palmer.
The hourly updates on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Audi Ultra, lightweight technology.
Yes, it's Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM here at the track and around the world on radiolemans.com. This is a bit of a surprise for me. It looks like it's me and you, Graham Goodwin, to the finish of the race, just 22 minutes away now. And Paul Truswell.
Of course, I'm Paul Truswell.
But that's a given, isn't it? Because you've been here from the start.
The thing is, Paul gets to do the start and the finish every year, and all the bits in between as well.
That's right.
But I go all quiet at this stage because I get all teary-eyed.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah.
I think
he is as well. I thought he was just having his on.
No, he does. He does.
No, absolutely. So 388 laps completed for the race leader Nico Hülkenberg in the number 919 hybrid, the Porsche, leading from the sister car, driven by Brendan Hartley, the number 17 in second position, and then it's Benoit Treluet in the number 7 Audi from Lucas Di Grassi in the 8 Audi, Neil Janney in the 18 Porsche, and Alexander Wurz driving the number 2 Toyota in 6th position. P2 still headed by the number 47 KCMG Orica 05, Richard Bradley back at the wheel. Ollie Gavin on course to bring Chevrolet Corvette their first GT Pro win since 2011. And the GT Amateur class really shaken up in the last half an hour with a big crash for Paul Dall'Anna at the final corner. And sadly, the number 98 Aston out on the spot, so Victor Scheitar taking the lead in the number 72. In fact, it was Andrea Bertolini at the time, after a real good stint for the SMP racing driver, the Italian. Second place in GT AM is Marco Seyfried. Paul.
Coming through on another lap there is Nico Hülkenberg coming across start-finish line. His last lap was a 3 minutes 20.342. That one was a 3 minutes 20.860. I mean, I said 3 minutes 21 was a good lap a couple of laps ago. And now he's lapping in the 3 minutes 20s. That's 2 laps in the 3 minutes 20s for Nico Hülkenberg. I mean, these guys only know how to push, and Nico is pushing pretty hard. At this stage in the race, to be lapping, okay, I mean, pole position was a bit far off perhaps to compare it with, but to be lapping within 4 seconds of pole position time at this stage in the 24 hours, when you have a lap of a lead anyway, it's not like you're being chased.
Is this unnecessary risk, would you say, or is it where he's most comfortable, in the sweet spot?
Absolutely, it's where the car is most comfortable.
Yeah. So actually the safer way to drive, you could argue, for a purebred racing car, which is hurling its way now down towards the first chicane on the Mulsanne. Still, point and squirt, just incredible directional change for that Porsche 919 hybrid. Nico turns it in and it says, yes, absolutely, the grip is there. And out the other side of the chicane it goes, down the Mulsanne straight. And how many more laps are we likely to have, Paul Truswell? I'm sure you've done the sums, with 20 minutes to go, though, for the race-leading number 19 car.
I've been aiming for 394 for the best part of 8 hours now, so I think probably we're still going to be around 394.
Yeah.
Still Hülkenberg pushing on, though, isn't he? A couple of seconds a lap quicker than anybody else out there, just the moment, enjoying the moment, I'm sure, as the crowds... Well, they began to gather hours ago along the start-finish straight and around the spectator areas around this fantastic and historic circuit. I don't know what the crowd number is going to be for this year, but my guess is it's a whopper, judging by what we've been seeing in the village and across the campsites through the latter part of the week and into the weekend. They've been treated to some fantastic racing in all 4 classes. We've not always been able to say that, but in all 4 classes we've seen some fantastic wheel-to-wheel stuff throughout the last 23 and a half hours.
I mean, we should have known, because the only class in which there wasn't a really good race up at the front was the GTE AM class. And yet that was the one which had the biggest sting in the tail of it, and in many ways has provided us with the biggest surprise in terms of the race leader. I'll say no more than that, with the SMP Racing Ferrari, Graham.
I think it's great to see teams coming through from nations that perhaps haven't had the heritage in motorsport. We've got that moment with the Russian team SMP Racing, run under the banner, from the offices, if you like, of AF Corsa, but very Russian team. We've always been running with Russian drivers, and with the fabulous Andrea Bertolini providing some Italian muscle in the middle of that effort, but also with KCMG and this Hong Kong flagged efforts that is feeding through to this team on the Le Mans programme through a myriad of other programmes in Asia. It's a great thing that the family of endurance racing is going global.
I reckon that the leading Audi has been leading this race now for something like 8.5 or 9 hours. So it's was very tight earlier on. We had, I wouldn't say a record number of changes of lead, because that wouldn't be true, but we had 27 changes of lead, but they were all in the first, not the first half, but the first 2/3 of the race. And then all of a sudden, it was the Audis, to a large extent, that tripped over themselves, that had little problems, and in many ways weren't, and I said this earlier on before you were actually here, Graham, but they were rather un-Audi-like in the way that they approached the race.
Are we expecting the 19 car to pit again before the end of the race? Because Shea Adam can see signs down in pit road that the team are preparing for the 19 car.
The rate that it's going, I'm afraid it might, because it's going too fast and it's going to get too many laps in. I'm planning on it doing 394, as I just said, but because it's going through too quickly, it might actually get to 395. And if it does that, then it is going to need another lap to get it through to the it's going to need to come into the pits for fuel to get it to the finish. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see it come in for a splash and dash.
It's got plenty in hand to do that. Rain reported around the track again in the closing minutes, 16 minutes and 45 seconds, and heavier rain, Johnny, than we've seen for some little while here.
Yeah, thank you to Alan Prosser, who's just tweeted to @RSL_studio to update us that it is raining on the Mulsanne Straight now, zones 12 and 13, which is the exit of the first chicane, basically. And tyres being prepared at the number 19 car. Shea thinks she might be able to see some dolly jacks as well. Is that right, Shea?
Thank goodness they have put away the dolly jacks. They have just brought out 4 new Michelins. If you've got them, use them, right? I mean, at this point, there's really no harm being done. But that was another moment of heart failure, thanks to the 19 Porsche crew. But no, he's definitely coming in. They have the fuel hose prepared, and the 4 tires spread out and ready to be changed. It's a bit difficult with all the journalists hanging around on the actual pit box area, though. The crew having to push people out of the way and actually funneling them into the 18's pit box as well. But the 40 Krone car has just pitted immediately before where the 19 Porsche goes, save for 1 box. But they have full wets ready to go. I wonder if that's just because Tracy's run out of other tires, but no, 19 is coming in.
Well, there is a little bit of rain on the back section of the circuit, Graham.
Well, yeah, I think the dollies would have been there on a just-in-case basis, but also because we've seen some of the other teams, haven't we, get caught out with other teams pitting in front of them. So just a minor repositioning of the car, be safe, get the car back out there where it needs to be on the grey stuff, or rather the increasingly black stuff at the moment.
Those new tyres that Shea described as bringing out, I'm not a wagering person, but I would expect those to be the Michelin Intermediate Slick, because for 4 laps then they'll easily last, and they do just insure you against the weather.
And guess what? That's exactly what we've just heard from both of the pit lane reporters. Yet again, Paul Trustwell, don't mess with the wizard. He knows what he's talking about.
Confirmation from both Nick and Shea down in the Nismo pit lane that they are intermediates, and of course this race was declared as a wet race a good while ago now, so that all of a sudden unlocks a whole new division of tyre, if you like, category of tyre that you can use in the race. The 77 Porsche making its way into Indianapolis, a surprise second place runner now for Marco Seefried, for Pat Long And for Patrick Dempsey, after the crash with Paul Delalanus, number 98 Aston, and down to Shea Adam, who can report on the stop for the 19 car. Shea.
Tires were a false alarm as well. They just put fuel in, just the tiniest little bit, and a new drinks bottle for Nico Hulkenberg so that he can celebrate. I wonder if there might be some champagne in that one.
So the proverbial splash and dash, Paul Truswell.
That's right, and as I say, as a result of that, he might end up proving me a liar and doing 395 laps. But I think everybody else should be safe because, you look at the lap times that Brendan Hartley's been doing. He's been down to 3:22s, although I wouldn't be surprised actually if Brendan doesn't come in as well, because he's actually finished up doing quite a long stint here. I was half expecting him to hand over to Mark Webber just to make it a bit fair towards the end of the race. But let's just see what happened there.
So at the moment, Porsche 1-2, as it has been for some little while now after various maladies for Audi. Pretty certain, by the way, guys, that Audi have had a running problem with whether or not it's airflow, whether or not it's vibration with that bodywork. We saw, didn't we, the number 7 car lose part of its rear deck. Pictures we got for Daily Sports Car showed very clearly stress fractures on the left side of that car as well when that happened. And we've seen at least 2 of the cars come in for repairs to the deck.
Yeah.
So it is, I think, an issue that they've been carrying for the latter part of this race.
More rain being reported between the 2 chicanes on the Mulsanne, and this time the slippery surface flag being displayed. It looks like the red and yellow striped flag, just to indicate that the grip on the road surface is not quite as much as it was a lap ago.
And the other thing, whilst talking of Audi and their problems, the number 9 car, which for a long time looked like Audi's best shot at victory in this race, also suffered from hybrid problems, with the hybrid kind of doing intermittent problems, intermittent on-off type problems for that car, which they brought it in and attempted to address, and that car had 2 or 3 unscheduled pit stops.
And I believe the change this year for that car is that car cannot run without its hybrid. That is, I believe, a change to the setup of that car this year, and perhaps a cost of the upgrades they've managed to put in there. For me, though, the story of this race, aside from obviously the glories that lie beneath the next 10 or 12 minutes, has been that it swung like a pendulum, I think. It was Porsche, it came to Audi, and then it fell back the other way, and it was an astonishing performance, I thought, by the Porsche team at a time when they really needed to actually impose their authority on this race. And, you know, more than one of the crews you should really take a huge amount of credit for the way they've actually attacked this. It was not what we expected from Porsche. Have we seen a Porsche in the box? We did, but very briefly, didn't we, in the early stages. But it's been a remarkably reliable run from the 3 Porsches. Not something we've seen in the 6-hour races so far in the World Endurance Championship. And of course, it's going to leapfrog them up the order with the double points for the second car, the full season car, the 17.
Tweeting to RSL_studio, Saharjesh, rain getting heavier at Porsche curves. Alan Prosser says likewise. Danielle Boughton, raining at Maison Blanche now. And so too says Jason Gore, and Leroy as well, also raining at the Ford chicane. It's starting to come down at a fair rate of knots here. And is this going to worry the teams? Because depending on how heavy it gets in the next 10 minutes, the sky doesn't look overly dark, but there are 1 or 2 lingering clouds that will make it greasy. Pretty much from the halfway point of the lap, halfway down Mulsanne into Mulsanne corner, and certainly at Porsche curves as well.
So slippery surface being shown now in zones 13 through to 20, and then again in zone 30. And you're absolutely right, guys. It is not quite tipping it down, but it's certainly not just spitting out there. It's raining pretty heavily, we've been told. I can see out the window this side and behind us that the rain is only going to get heavier here.
I don't know what you would do. I mean, I would expect just people to stay out and tippy-toey it round, but we'll wait and see what happens, because I think there's a risk associated with whichever strategy you choose, bring them in or stay out. Just going back, and we might have to move on to the other classes in a moment, but just going back to the surprises of the race, one of the things that caught me by surprise was how, as it got dark, the Audis, rather than going more quickly, ended up going more slowly, and André Lotterer came into the pits, and he himself expressed surprise that they weren't able to go more quickly, just found the car going slowly.
Well, if you're here at the circuit listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans around the circuit on 91.2, you can tell your grandchildren that you were here on the day that whatever we're going to see across the finish line happened. Just you and 263,500 close friends. Absolutely astonishing crowd numbers this year. Congratulations to all of you for being here. Congratulations to the organisers for what I think has been a fantastic Le Mans 24 Hours for the 83rd running.
And it'd be fascinating, if possible, to find out just how many Brits were in amongst that crowd.
Just a few.
But yeah, I would imagine a whole load, because I've done certainly the walk down to Tête Rouge and heard lots of, well, not just English accents, Scottish, Welsh, Irish accents as well. And this really is not only a fabulous event, but a great festival as well. Saturday night, the concert was really going strongly. Loads of people enjoying the live music. And Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich in the Porsche garage already passing on his congratulations, and that is just the level of sportsmanship involved in the World Endurance Championship. We know that already.
Of course we do, but it's great to see it. They did this when Peugeot won. They showed Peugeot the way to lose, and they've done it again now with Porsche, Wolfgang Hatz and Fritz Enzinger. It's great to see. That is the spirit of endurance. It's not just been a good winner, it's been a darn good loser. And congratulations to Audi for the way they've gone about this race and the way they've gone about the end of this race.
Don't forget your nominations for the Spirit of the Race Award. We're always after those. I know John was plugging for those a little earlier on as well, but make sure you tweet them to @Radio Le Mans. Include the hashtag SOTR, Spirit of the Race, and we will make sure that they're all added into the pot, and we will work out an overall winner there. Whoever gets the most votes wins the Spirit of the Race Award for the 2015 running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Also, of course, we'll be doing Le Mans post-race tech with all points arising from the last 24-25 hours of motorsport. Tweet those to @RSL_studio and include the hashtag LMPRT for any burning issues that you would like answering, or conversation starters. Get those in now as well. 7 minutes to go. Nico Hülkenberg heading underneath the Dunlop Bridge and now towards Forest Esses. And after that splash and dash, he's on lap 394 now, still with a lap advantage over the 17 Porsche driven by Brendan Hartley. And then it's Audi from Audi, Treluet and Lucas Di Grassi.
He's going to end up with one too many, isn't he? He's going to end up with 395. But,
typical.
Yeah. Never mind, but no, I mean it has been an astonishing race throughout all the classes, as you've been saying, and you just can't take it away from these guys. They've done what they've set out to do, and it's been quite remarkable.
I mean, before we get into what inevitably will focus on the overall winner, let's just recognise some of those moments in the other classes. For LMP2 has been an absolute barnstormer. KCMG took the race to the rest of the field, were chased hard by a number of the teams, but let's just one moment for the Thierry Bar TDS team, because they were running in a very strong second position out of the race, but through no fault of their own. I'm afraid a mistake by Fernando Reis taking out the 46 car when it was running in an extremely strong second position. Fantastic run by the Jota Sport team coming back through the field. Great run too by the G-Drive squad, and beyond that, some of perhaps the less fashionable teams. Murphy Prototypes have been right there all the way throughout. They had a bit of a problem, needed more or less a new rear end for the whole car, but they're sitting at the moment in a strong fifth position, deserve a cheer when they go by the Tribunes at the end of this race. GTE Pro, gentlemen, what can you say about that? And what a magnificent show of GT racing they put us through, I think I want to say. Throughout one of the pictures of the 24 hours for me was that three wide in GTE Pro, that fantastic battle for the overall lead. Everybody had a piece of that battle, Paul. Everybody had a piece of it.
It was, and the thing was, it kind of ebbed and flowed as well, because we had this fascinating situation where they were running on different strategies, where one was doing the tyre change when the other one was doing the fuel-only stop. And Corvette kind of got suckered into doing longer stints on the tyres than they really wanted to, because Aston Martin were doing. Ferrari were doing it anyway, and it was all a little bit of... rather than a strategy based on what's the optimum for us to do, it turned into, what are they doing? Oh, we better do that as well.
Well, Ferrari led it, Aston Martin led it, Corvette are leading it and stand at the door. I still don't want to call this, stand at the door of another win here at Le Mans. Then you get into GTE Am, the fourth class, if you like, where it really is a kind of Pro-Am contest.
Yeah, and it's been fabulous to watch as well. Just a real shame that it had to end the way that it did for a dominant Aston Martin Vantage, the number 98. Of course, the other AM car in the field had a heavy crash as well with Rolf Goethe at the wheel. He went to the medical centre, 96 and 98 out, but SMP Racing in the number 72 Ferrari there, if you like to pick up the pieces, but they had to be there or thereabouts and had been circulating in second position for many, many hours. Andrea Bertolini with a brilliant stint prior to Victor Scheitar taking the car over for the Russian squad, and the 458 leads the amateur category then, ahead of Marco Seefried in the number 77 Porsche, shared with Pat Long and Patrick Dempsey, and the 62 car, which for the first time is competing here at Le Mans with three debutants. Jeff Siegel at the wheel and the number 62 car on course for a podium.
I'm being, we're going to be on the last lap right now, but I'm being prompted that we guys need to decide our Spirit of the Race award, and I'm going to look at Paul Truswell. You've been there the longest, his shoulders just droop. I know there's a long, long list, Paul. I'm going to give you three options here, Paul. Three. I mean, I think the Nismo crew, I entirely agree with what Bruce Jones said. People who come through adversity, fantastic effort by the guys in that garage, by the guys in those cars to get those cars to the finish. Another opportunity here, the Team AAI guys, and pulling back from the brink of disaster after that fire for the 67 car. At the moment, it said it is going round and round this race circuit and will look set to finish this race. And Gary Hirsch, who desperately tried to get that car back after a disastrous battery failure. Almost, I think I noted at one point, almost trying to build a battery out of sticks and leaves. Tried to jury-rig something from the data logger battery to get the car back. Didn't quite work. They're just a few examples.
Absolutely. I'm only going to go for one, and it's going to be slightly off the wall because it always is. My heart is always with LMP1, and so I'm going to go for the LMP1 Spirit of the Race. It has to be Toyota Motorsport, because they realised as soon as they got here, they didn't stand a chance, but they've plugged away at it. They've got two cars to the finish. They tried as hard as they could go, and that for me is the spirit of Le Mans.
I know I shouldn't let my heart rule my head, but going back many, many years, I've known Nick Tandy for such a long time. I knew Joe Tandy, his brother, as well. I was there in 2005 when Joe won the Formula Palmer Audi Championship, and I just think Nick's love of motorsport, no matter what level, I've seen him race a classic hot rod that he keeps in a barn at home in Bedford at Northampton International Raceway, and now he's on the world stage winning the biggest race in the world. So I think Nick Tandy, for me, gets it.
Good call. And Nick, if we get him across this line first, will become the 30th British driver to win the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and another circle is complete. For me, I'm going to go with the Nismo guys. It's a programme I've been very fond of from the very start. It has been, I think, a triumph against adversity to get a car home here. Huge difficulties with that package. They've made a splash in lots of very positive ways. Now they all know they've got to go away from here and prove it.
Can I just do one other thank you? Because without a lot of help from Alex at Alcamel Systems and a couple of other people who've asked me not to name them, but they know who they are, for getting this setup working, because it's been bloody hard work, but it has worked brilliantly. And I honestly, a very sincere thank you, but especially to all the guys at Alcamel, but especially Alex, because he was the one who came over here on race morning in order to help me, because I just couldn't get it to work. He looked at what I should have plugged in, told me you need to plug that in, and I said, oh yes I do, don't I? And he then went back, and the only time that it rained was when he came over with his laptop to check it.
I've got one final thank you. I'm looking to my left, and to John and Eve, the powers behind Radio Le Mans, for letting us do this, guys, for just letting us be here and do this. I'm getting here from Shea Adam in pit lane, in the Nismo pit lane. this is just, it's awesome to be here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Better still to be watching this on the final lap, Johnny Palmer, and the scenes ahead of us.
Through they come then into the Porsche curves, and Porsche took the decision this year to paint their 3 cars in different colours, the past, the present and the future. And how iconic is it that the car that is given the future name with the youngest drivers and a young Earl Bamber on board, along with Nico Hülkenberg and Nick Tandy. It'll be Hülkenberg to bring the car home, and for the first time in 17 years, after mission our return last year in 2014, Porsche with their 919 hybrid take the 2015 Le Mans 24 Hours from the sister car of Brendan Hartley in the number 17 car. They were back last year. It's taken them another year to take victory, and this is really taking the fight to Audi now.
Fantastic.
What will the World Endurance Championship bring us for the rest of the year?
There's an honour lap, I gather, now for all the cars. They'll complete, I believe, another further full lap. KCMG have managed to come home winners in LMP2 home as well. We wait for Corvette Racing and their 8th win in the class win here at Le Mans 24 Hours. It'll be 5 for Ollie Gavin, it'll be 2 for Tommy Milner, and a debut win in class for Jordan Taylor.
Yeah, first time Chevy have won here since 2011, and well, just imagine their mood on Thursday when Jan Magnussen had that big crash at Porsche curves. It eliminated the 63 car on the spot, but they win in the 64 car.
Third place Audi across the line as well there, the number 7 car. Benoit Trollier, Marcel Fessler, André Lotterer, they plugged away and had a difficult race, but finished in splendid isolation at the end of Le Mans, and I don't think that's ever happened before, that they've just come across the start-finish line and not found anybody else there.
Homecoming now, the number 72 SMP Racing car. This is the Ferrari 458, the Russian flag car. Victor Shaitar, Alexei Basov and Andrea Bertolini bring home the number 72 car.
Yep, and I have to have a feeling for the Aston Martins that crashed out very late on, the number 98 car, particularly with Paul Dall'Anna on board. But a Nissan reaches the end of the race as well. Over the line it goes at the number 22 car, receiving the checkered flag with Michael Crum on board, 40th in the overall standings. Nick Damon and Shea Adam are down there in the Nismo pit lane team.
Earl Bamber, when I first talked to you, he's being dragged away. Hang on just 60 seconds, guys. Throw to Nick.
There's tears here from Nick Tandy. Nick, tell us how you feel. You are Le Mans champion, Nick.
It's a bit overwhelming. But yeah, it's not a bad result for
Earl, when I first met you about a year and a half ago, you were just so excited to have beaten Pat Long on track. Now you've won the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Congratulations. What are you thinking?
I can't actually believe it. You know, it's been an incredible day. Absolutely amazing. And number 17 for Porsche.
Big hangover for you. Congratulations.
So Earl Bamber and a choked up Nick Tandy, as you could understand there, speaking to Shea Adam and Nick Damon respectively. More finishers, well, still expected actually. We haven't seen the GT Pro winners across the line yet. The 64 car still on its final lap with Oliver Gavin at the wheel. Nicolas Lapierre now joins Nick Damon.
Nico, it's fantastic to see you win. What a great way to get back into the racing groove.
Yeah, very, very nice to be here with this team. Still a young team, but they did very well. So happy about this victory. It was quite tough in the end, you know. So pleased, you know, so pleased. Last year was very tough for me here, so very happy to win this one.
It must be especially poignant, the problems you had at the end of last year, to come back, you're on the top step, you've won your class. Also, you've just basically dragged this car to victory.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of work to do with this car. It was pretty new. But in the end, we pushed very hard, and we knew that this was going to be our opportunity. We took it, and I'm very proud of my team today.
Nico, very proud of you. Back with Shea.
That sound can only mean one thing. America has won the GT LM class. Jordan Taylor, Tommy Milner, and Ollie Gavin.
Shea is still trying to talk, by the way.
Crazy down here, but Jordan Taylor, Le Mans winner, that's nothing that anyone can ever take away from you. Congratulations.
I know, I mean, it's surreal. I'm not often speechless, but
I mean, it's great to be part of this program. I mean, we only had one car this weekend, so all the pressure was on, this one effort, but we had both the 63 and 64 crews working on it. The drivers on the other car stayed to help out in any way they could, so it was a full team win.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And straight to Nick, who's got Timo Bernhardt from the 17 car.
Timo, congratulations. Second, happy or just wish you on the top step?
No, I mean, for sure. I mean, I'm happy it's a double victory for Porsche, and I put so much effort in this program. So for sure, I'm very happy for the guys. We had such a hard fight, and for sure I wanted to win. But this is a good feeling because you celebrate with the whole team, and it's an unbelievable feeling.
And it's great for World Championship points.
And this is as well, but Le Mans on its own, I mean, it was such a tough race. So in the end, I'm very relieved because it was a hard fight, hard race.
Thanks, Timo. And back to Shay.
Tommy Milner, win number 2 in class at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Is this one even better than 2011?
Absolutely. After all the trouble that we had this weekend with the 63 car, and for us as Corvette Racing to come together as one team like this, all of the guys to make this happen, it's an amazing feeling.
It's a heck of a way to break a winless drought.
That's for sure. This race is the last year and a half, the trouble that we've had, but always believed in this team, this Corvette Racing team. It's the best car in the world.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Jota Sport miss out on repeating their victory from last year by 48.1 seconds, and from that team, Simon Dolan's with Nick.
Simon, almost a repeat of last year, but not bad, still a podium.
Yeah, we can live with that, can't we? What a race. I can't believe how close it was again, and just how on it everybody was. P2 is just going mental. It's so close now, and the cars are so reliable. It's I'm really happy.
And very quickly, a quick word from Mark Webber. Mark, a Formula 1 driver has won it. The next Formula 1 driver comes second, and 2 of the Porsche Juniors won it as well. Basically, you just need talent, yeah?
Yeah, wow, what a day. I mean, sensational podium. I think to have Nico and Earl and brilliant day for our Porsche. Incredible. It's hard to put words. It's a 1-2.
Thanks, Mark. You're being ushered away from me.
Well, yes, that's only Porsche's second win in the current phase of the World Endurance Championship. They won in Brazil last year, and then this time around this year at the Le Mans 24 Hours. They will dearly, of course, love the fact that they've won this as a one-off event, but also they get double points as drivers. That may not actually be very useful because they're not regular championship runners.
No, the 17 crew will get those points.
Of course,
the 17 crew gets those points.
Yes,
it basically means that 919 joins a very famous list: 917, 935, 936, 956, 962 and 911 have all won Le Mans.
Back to Nick Damon one more time.
Stefan, it's quite a disappointing day for Toyota, isn't it, really? You came here and it's just not worked.
Yeah, it's very disappointing. We came here for fight, and we just follow the others far away behind. Well done. And it's difficult for us. Last year we was leading and we had a problem. We missed the victory last year, and this year it was not possible. We were too slow, so we have to push really hard to improve the pace.
How do you motivate yourself to carry on going round for those really long stints where you know there's no chance of victory?
Yeah, it's very special, but we are a driver, and when we are in a car, what we do is pushing, and we give our best just for the mechanics, for everybody, We cannot go and take it easy, so we have to push, but we have to push this win. After Le Mans, we have to push for next year.
Stefan, thank you very much.
Stefan Sarazan there from the number 2 Toyota TS040, and they were sticking to their programme, hoping that the race would come to them, but clearly work to do for the 2 and the 1 in order to not only defend their World Endurance Championship, but to win this great race as well. Nick Damon one more time as part of our Nismo pit lane team.
Giancarlo Fisichella, a podium place.
Yeah, but it's a disappointing podium. We were leading the race nearly 2 hours through the end. We did our best. The crew did a fantastic job. Overnight we went very quick. We made up a few positions. We were nearly a lap down yesterday, and third it's okay. We are on the podium, but it's a shame don't be on the top of the podium.
Giancarlo, great to see you at Le Mans. Thanks very much.
Well, definite mood there, which is downbeat because they were in the box seat to take the victory after it looked for the first few hours of this race that Ferrari really weren't in the mixture at all. It came to them, but sadly they have to make do with 2 cars on the podium but not the race win.
But what they will do is to secure a pretty good position in the World Championship with the 51 cars. Corvettes, of course, not in the FIA World Endurance Championship. Both the Ferraris are, so for second and third position here, and that's what they've secured. With the 71 car coming home behind the 64 Corvettes and then the 51 car, they should, I think, once the gloom of not quite getting the top step subsides, get there. Great to see the cars doing this parade lap. I like this. I think this is a great addition to the theatre here at Le Mans. The Porsches have already made their way by the 19 and the 17. We've seen the 18 car coming through, the black car coming through, Ford chicane now with a gaggle of the P2 cars. They've done pretty well in terms of the attrition rate this year. Maybe that, with the changing of the guard, is something we can look forward to. There is the P2 winning 47 KCMG car coming towards the tribunes now. That's electric blue and silver car, very popular, getting quite rightly rounds of applause as she comes by for a second time. Number 1 Toyota comes through. We move, don't we, from the podium celebrations here to that moment of consideration as to what this means for the other prize that's up for grabs, and that's where Toyota are going to be interested now, is can they retain a World Championship?
Let's head back to our Nismo pit lane and Shea Adam.
Matt Hausen, congratulations. It won't be very long. What's going through your mind right now?
It's totally surreal. I mean, we led, I think, pretty much every lap of that race, so winning it's one thing, but to just dominate like that, you know, we made a lot of mistakes, but I'm so proud of KCMG. My teammates were fantastic. So, yeah, it's out of this world.
You've earned that tequila. Go enjoy.
And Nick Damon at the other end of the pit lane.
Andre, third. You've won enough. How do you feel?
Well, it was a good race, you know. It's a shame we had too many issues, and the problem with this race, only the victory counts, you know. It's just all there is to get. But nevertheless, on the podium, better than nothing, and grateful to be up there.
Thanks, Andre.
There was a strong chance this year of getting a driver crew, as in the same drivers, to actually win Le Mans for a 4th time, which has never been done before, but the number 7 car misses out. Back to Shea Adam.
Stefan Johansson, I know you're not driving here today, but still being with the team that got a podium, that's quite an achievement for Scuderia, of course.
Absolutely. I think it's beyond our expectations. You know, everybody did a fantastic job. We had a little bit of a, not a struggle, but we were struggling to find the speed in practice. But once the race got underway and everybody got in a rhythm, all the guys did a fantastic job, and the team, and flawless race, really. It's great.
Congratulations, you must be so proud.
Thank you.
Stefan Johansson speaking to Shea Adam, and now all 3 of the drivers of the 19 Porsche having come down the pit lane in the wrong direction, with Nico Hulkenberg at the wheel, Earl Bamber sat on one of the side pods and Nick Tandy on the other. They've now reached Victory Lane and the checkered flag floor there, with many photographs being taken, and all 3 drivers stood right on top of their winning chariot for a second.
Absolute joy for Nico Hulkenberg and for Earl Bamber. I think Nick Tandy's overcome by this. I don't think he can quite believe it. I think he's pretty stunned in the best way possible. And there's so many people in the media in particular that would just love it for Nick.
Let's hear from Patrick Long, who's now with Shea. Pat Long having finished in 2nd position in the GT amateur class. It's Marco Seefried who finished the car in the race.
And
here is Pat.
Boy, dream for him, and he's going to walk out on that podium and finally reach something that he wasn't sure he would ever see. But what all the list, all this.
Wry smile from Andre Lotterer. He should be pleased with a podium, but with his past success, he quite clearly isn't. And there's now handshakes all round with Mark Webber and Timo Bernhardt. as the winning drivers from the number 19 car are just trying to soak this in. They're trying to pinch themselves, I think, and realise this is actually happening for Hulkenberg, Tandy and Bamber. And in a moment or two, well, the next stage of the presentation is even more bizarre, I suppose, for three guys who really maybe didn't expect to win the thing. They thought they were capable of doing that, but you could argue that maybe the resources were towards the 18 and the 17, the World Endurance Championship cars, rather than the extra entry. But Porsche won't care. Any win for Porsche, the first time in 17 years. Remember, 1998 was the last time a Porsche won here at Le Mans. Mission 2014 was their return, and just a year later, they've taken the big prize.
18 wins now in the books for Porsche at this great race, and well, with Earl Bamber there, and a young man that is the third, I think, New Zealander, third Kiwi to win this great race. The last two were in 1966. Chris Amon, Bruce McLaren, and next year, when these guys come back, and we hope to see them again as defending champions, of course, there'll be another echo of that 1966 win with the return of Ford to the Le Mans 24 Hours with the new GT. Not only that, as we've got a Kiwi 1 and 2, which is quite astonishing for that small nation, and let's hope that makes big headlines and brings more fans to the sport as a result of that. 2 of 4 of the Kiwis making it onto the overall podium, and a third in the person of Mitch Evans making it onto the P2 podium. Fantastic result for New Zealand.
Yeah, certainly in a rich vein of form are the Kiwis, and it's only a very small nation, of course, but they do love their racing on the other side of the world from here. And could that be a real hotbed of talent in coming years? All you need is some personality to spark it, and then interest will follow. So in a moment or two, the three winning drivers who have been high-fiving each other for the last 5 minutes around the car will climb those steps and work their way out onto the podium, where the trophy for the Le Mans 24 Hours has been sat for pretty much all of the race, which has been a real good touch. Is that something that happens every year? It just sits there waiting? Yeah.
It sits there from when Rupert Stadler brings it back from Audi the previous year, and then it lands up on the podium, and it sits there for the whole of the race, with the tricolour flying proud above the podium.
Well, the three big stories, of course, aside from Porsche, are the three winning drivers. Nico Hulkenberg, the first current Formula One driver to win this great race since 1991. Nick Tandy, and all the emotion that goes with Nick's backstory in British motorsport, the 30th British winner of this great race, the 42nd overall race win for a Brit, and Earl Bamber. Now, Earl Bamber, what a story for Earl Bamber. He wasn't even a Porsche factory driver at the end of last year, came into the GT squad, had an awful first race for Porsche with a mistake at Daytona that took out the team car. I think, was it Mark Lieb aboard that car? It was one of the other P1 guys when the two GT cars came a cropper. But that is all ancient history, because the real history has happened here today. Earl Bamber is a Le Mans 24 Hours winner. The Le Mans 24 Hours winners for 2015. Porsche with Bamber, Tandy and Hulkenberg. That's history.
It is, absolutely, and well, it's as you said earlier on, the first time a rookie's won since 1998. That was Porsche's last win 17 years ago as well, and Audi been so dominant with 13 wins out of the last 15 years. Something maybe had to give this year, although Audi really gave it their hardest. And of course, having won the opening 2 rounds of the World Endurance Championship, don't count them out for the championship title before the year is out. Hello from a very tired but proud Kiwi. Andrew Cooksley has tweeted to @RSL_studio. Andrew, thank you ever so much. It's 1:18 a.m, but well worth a 38+ hour day. Well done for staying up the distance. Yeah, it's all been worth it, hasn't it? Particularly to see one of your fellow countrymen on the podium. Still waiting, by the way, for Hulkenberg, Tandy and Bamber to work their way up to the top step, or the top level, as the planes flying over here spewing out the French tricolour in their smoke over the venue just seems almost like weeks ago.
Oh, doesn't it? It seemed a very long 24 hours in the nicest possible way. This race can be grueling. It can be testing physically, mentally and emotionally. Paul, I think, was right. Lots of people shed a tear here, and there's nothing to be ashamed of about that. This is a very involving part of the sport. And amongst the people, I think that were very involved on every single level was Sam Bird, a key part of the LMP2 race this weekend, and Nick Damon has him down in pit lane.
Sam, it's the only time you've been slow so far this weekend is getting down to the podium.
Sorry, repeat, I didn't hear you.
It's the only time you've been slow all weekend getting down to the podium.
Yeah, my legs are sore, my back's sore, my neck's sore, I'm tired, but relieved it's over. I had a pretty rubbish Le Mans in 2014. It's so nice to come back and finish on the podium. I'm so happy for my team and my teammates who have worked really hard. We didn't have the package this weekend, we didn't have the speed, but I pushed until I had no more.
Sam, well done, mate. And how many hours did you do?
I think quite a few.
Thanks, mate. You need to go that way. I'm doing the job of the man ushering now.
Well, Sam Bird, you could hear a little bit there of the physical endurance involved and some of the emotional endurance as well. And Sam reminding himself and us that we've got drivers wanting to come back and do better, maybe the second time they tackle this fantastic event. Sam Bird, you've certainly done that. A hatful of points for the World Championship campaign and getting on the podium.
He
Paul.
drove 10 hours, 39 minutes and 57 seconds.
He could have made it around 10 hours and 40, couldn't he?
Well, he could, but he didn't.
Still counting your votes for the Spirit of the Race Award, by the way. Hashtag SOTR with your suggestion, your nomination to @Radio Le Mans, and we will announce the winner. We are counting all the nominations now. We'll announce the winner during post-race tech, which John Hindhoff will conduct right after this show. Back down to Nick Damon in the pit lane.
With Dr. Ulrich. Dr. Ulrich, greeting your friend. He's got a beer on hand after that race. Do you need a beer, Dr. Ulrich?
I have a beer in my hand, but I mean it's a small one. It was a great race, I think, and people enjoyed it. Unfortunately, we couldn't go the pace of our competitors during the night. There we lost a little bit of time, and this was not so good for us. We tried to catch up and have then been running in some issues that normally are not the way we are used to. We have not been perfect, and if you're not perfect and you have a strong competitor, there's no way to win this race.
You did seem to have a lot of issues, and some of them with the bodywork. Was that just one car having issues with bodywork, or was it a problem for all the cars with this new low drag body?
I mean, it has nothing to do with the low drag body. It have been issues that have been just a problem of fixation of bodywork parts. And there for sure we have to work on it, we have to improve. But we also have to know that Le Mans is dressing a car in a very special way. The car number 9, that was for a long period of time the one that was still challenging for the victory, unfortunately was running at the end of the race into problems with his hybrid system, which didn't work properly anymore. And it caused at the end as well that we had to change the suspension because the drive shaft from the front axle from the hybrid system failed. So this was bringing this car in a very bad situation. The rest, I have to say, we have not been lucky with getting a puncture on the very, very competitive and leading car number 7 at the beginning of the race, and the accident of Loic Neval, which was for sure not in his hands. Edwell was pushing a car that was going for victory at this moment of the race out of going for it. I mean, therefore, we had a little bit of bad luck, but bad luck is never the real reason of not winning a race.
So does your mind now turn to 10 weeks' time at the Nürburgring, or are you already planning for next year's car to come back and win this 24 hours back again?
The work for next year's car has already begun. We are now pushing for the rest of the championship. We are still in a good position, and we really are keen to win it.
Dr. Ulrich, thank you very much. Thanks for your candor. Thank you.
Dr. Ulrich, classy dude. He really is. Absolute gentleman and a real sportsman. I think he will take at least one tiny bit of sucker, gents, from one record that Audi have taken from Porsche this weekend, Paul.
Yes, the fastest ever lap in a race around any configuration of the Le Mans 24-hour circuit. It was Felipe Albuquerque at the wheel of the number 9 car when it was still running, as we heard there.
It wasn't. It was beaten this morning.
Oh, it was, wasn't it? Sorry, yes, yes, it was, wasn't it? Because I didn't copy that down over there. It was over here. Sorry, number 7, Andre Lotterer, 3 minutes 17.475 it finished up at, wasn't it? 3:17.475, 154.3 miles an hour average speed.
That's unbelievable.
And was it Loic Duval who had the previous fastest lap on the configuration in terms of average lap
well,
time?
while Paul's looking that one up, I'll tell you who he beat, because the overall fastest lap ever before the 24 hours this year was Jackie Oliver in a Porsche 917 in 1971.
Wasn't in a race though. That was in.
It wasn't a race, but that was down to time rather than average speed.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
The average speed was Loic Duval in the Orica run Peugeot 908 FAP in 2010.
Full fat 900 horsepower
That's
everywhere.
That's the one. Yes, and that was the quickest race lap, which actually beat.
It's like the Nürburgring.
Oliver's time.
It's like the Nürburgring,
246.4 kilometres per hour,
an average speed,
as opposed to this one, which is 248 kilometres per hour.
Staggering stuff. Staggering developments.
You can hear the cheers in the background, and Nick Damon is there soaking up the atmosphere. You've got Alan McNish with you, Nick.
Hello, Alan McNish. Hello, Collective. Did the Collective enjoy this race? They loved it. How about you as an Audi ambassador? Well, I'd have preferred it if we were 1, 2, 3, but I think Porsche deserved it. They drove a fantastic race, prepared very well. For us, it didn't all go according to plan. We had a few trials and tribulations through it, but I tell you, as a fan, forget an Audi ambassador, as a fan, it was one heck of a run. I tell you, the competition through the categories. I watched the GTLM battle through the night, the LMP2 battle heated up towards the end, and clearly the LMP1 had a little bit of my attention as well, though. You know how hard it is to win here. Are you surprised it was the number 9 car with 2 rookies and a guy who's only done it once before? Yeah, but if I rewind to 1998, the last time that they won, it was basically 3 rookies that won it. Stefan Ortelli had done a couple of GTs. I'd sort of fronted up for practice, basically, and Leroy Aiello hadn't sat in the car before we started qualifying, and we won it. Sometimes it works like that, but it took me 10 years to win it again. And so from that point of view, it's not easy to win this race, and when you do, when you stand up in the podium, you've got to absorb it and you've got to appreciate it, because races like this don't come every week. And let's be parochial, great to see a British winner. Yeah, it is. You know, well, we'll be a little bit patriotic about it, shall we? It is, and it's also good to see some young blood in it as well. That's the other thing, because you know, it's a race where experience does count, but it's also a race where speed counts, and this year speed did count. Alan, thank you very much indeed.
This is the national anthem for the winning team. Porsche get their first win in 17 years. Let's soak this up. Manufacturers on the podium, Porsche 1, 2 and Audi in 3rd position. They might be the same group, kind of.
Well, oddly enough,
it hasn't even great to witness them fight each other.
There's been no team orders there, either within or aside from between the marks. Great to hear from Alan McNish there on those 2 points. Number 1 was that Porsche won and what that means. The second thing is the new blood. 2 men have won, powered by Porsche and by Audi. Tom Christensen was one, Alan was the other. And it is great to see, maybe not a change in the guard yet, but certainly a new generation being welcomed to the Le Mans 24 Hours.
And it can only be healthy for the future of the Le Mans 24 Hours and indeed the World Endurance Championship. Trophies then now being held aloft of the 3 winning drivers. Congratulations from Mobil1RadioLeMans.com to Nick Tandy, to Nico Hulkenberg and to Earl Bamber, and namely to Porsche for bringing their 919 hybrid home as the winner in the 83rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the event live here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. My thanks to Graham Goodwin and Paul Truswell, who can chillax now after being up for something like 38 hours. So thanks also to all the members of the pit lane team, to Joe Bradley, to Bruce Jones, to Jay Adam, to Nick Damon. Thank you to Jim Roller earlier on as well. Thank you to, who else have we got? Paul Tarsi, Dave Evans, the technical crew, Owen Mildenhall, of course, brand new member for this year. Thank you to Jax, who's looked after a lot of the social media stuff, to Paul Dunk, who has made tea and coffee and driven me to the supermarket back and forth, and John Hindhoff, of course, as well, but namely the responsible adult who keeps us all together, gets us in the right place at the right time, kind of. And without her, this wouldn't happen. We have thoroughly enjoyed bringing you the 2015 edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Stay tuned for post-race tech and get your suggestions in, your questions in, via Twitter at @RSL_studio.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at RadioLeMans.com.
When we say live from the event, that's exactly what we mean. Our team of experts are at the track, pounding the paddock, patrolling the pits. More driver interviews, more insight, more information, more excitement. As it happens, it's live, it's here. RadioLeMans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1. The checkered flag ends the race, but not the race talk. Post-race tech on RadioLeMans.com. Have your say. Ask the experts. Make your point. Post-race tech. The end of the race is only the beginning.
Well, hello everybody and welcome along to Post-Race Tech. This is John Hindhoff and the rest of the team. A point to rising, if you will, hashtag LMPRT to @RSL_studio. Lots to talk about. We'll rattle through as much as we can. We'll get Graham Goodwin started on this and then we'll bring in some of the team. What are the consequences, says Sam McKee, of Nismo trying to run full season in P1H with no hybrid and possibly slower than 110% pace?
They've got an awful lot to prove. They need to show linear progress from here on in. They've been open thus far, John, with the challenges of this programme. I hope they can continue along that track. It was great to see them here, in full force, and I think they did far, far better than most of even their supporters expected them to do here. Getting a car home was what Darren Cox said he wanted to do. They very nearly made it too, and they got the third an awful way along the road as well. There's lots to be congratulated for lots of congratulations due to them for that, but there must be a lot more to come from that programme, and soon, and they will know it more than anybody.
I'm going to let you step down because I know you've got jobs to do for dailysportscar.com, and Bruce Jones will jump in with the headset to my left. One of the big announcements of the weekend, Bruce, was about Ford coming back. I'm jumping all over the place here because there's so much stuff, so if I don't ask your exact question, I'm going to try and group them together if I may. Paul's going to just be listening in as he starts packing up, so if we get any statistical questions, I'll shout up for Mr. Trustwell. Is that all right, Paul?
Unless you get any of the answers wrong, and then I'll pipe up as well.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, the Ford were making the big announcement on Friday. Anthony Thomas, among others, saying, "What do you reckon, guys, for Ford GT's program in terms of drivers? Anybody in today's race? Indy, maybe Aussie V8s. Where they've got a lot to choose from, Bruce, in terms of where Ford's motorsport program is, as we heard Raj Nair say on our countdown to green, which seems 5 minutes ago, but clearly isn't. But GT, and as we've seen today, GTE in the pro category is becoming quite a specialist thing now.
I think it really is. I mean, when I was little and when you were little, Ford was in every facet of motorsport.
Yes, it was.
From
from Formula One down over,
and across to rallying, sport, everything. It was absolutely everything. Where are they? That's beside the point. But where they're going to get them from, I think they've got to draw them from within the current ranks of sports car racing. Maybe in one of the drivers in each of the 4 cars, they can afford to bring in a wild card from somewhere else. But this is a very, very specific. It's a sprint from start to finish. And we've seen time and again, people coming into sports car racing, they have to learn how to work with a team of other drivers and within the sport, and to be able to run the really, really long stints. You can't just grab someone from touring car racing.
Chip Ganassi Racing, the overarching organisation, Felix Sabates, their long-time sponsor. Does that give perhaps a hint to where some of the drivers might come from?
I think most certainly. And I think if it'd be very tempting for Ford to pick people from the 4 corners of the earth to gain maximum interest in this. But I don't think Ford is doing this simply for publicity. They're doing this to win. That generates the good publicity. Multimatic
are going to be running the FIA WEC part of this under the auspices of the Ganassi umbrella. George Howard Chapel is there. And ironically, of course, the last time Ford won Le Mans, it was masterminded by a man who'd come from Aston Martin as well. Do we look at the current GTE ranks and possibly even into Aston Martin for drivers that will be approached at some stage? You've got Jimmy Bruni out there, a world champion who's driven forever for Ferrari. I hear he's been approached already, but not by Ford, by another GT manufacturer. All of a sudden, GTE, it's this big melting pot.
Yeah, and I don't think that within sports cars, I also think they'll pick from the LMP2 pot.
Oh, really?
No, I just do, because I think we've got a lot of talent in there, but I think a lot of them maybe rather fancy being with a works manufacturer. And
that's what we said earlier about if you're a works driver, you're at the very highest level. It doesn't matter whether you're works GT, works LMP1, Formula One, rally cars or whatever. That puts you on a different standing.
Yeah, and also you can step down a level and come away with a victory. Look at Nicolas Lapierre, down from LMP1 in not altogether clear circumstances from Toyota last year. He slotted in, and you heard Greg Wheeler say at the end, he was the man. That quintuple stint at the end. It's about putting yourself in a winning car. It's a simple thing. Is it a winning car? Time will tell. But Ford's history over time has been it gets there.
Is there room for a couple of wild cards, particularly here at Le Mans? I mean, the problem is now with the FIA World Endurance Championship and with IMS. IMS is a bit different because you've got shorter races, longer races. You've got the 24 and the 12 at the start of the season. You've got the 6 hours of the Glen, which is where we'll be in a couple of weeks' time on our sister service, IMS Radio. But 3 drivers in GT. Most of the works teams do it with 2 now and bring in the 3rd driver just for Le Mans. Is there room for a wild card, bringing in somebody maybe from IndyCar or something like that?
IndyCar, they could pick from DTM, they can pick from British Touring Cars, they can pick from many, many pots. And I
so
think
it doesn't have to be someone already with a blue oval on that overalls, you think?
No, I don't think so, but I think it's incredibly exciting. Were they coming in to do LMP1, LMP2, whatever? I think they'd have to be a bit more specific. But I think in this there is the scope. And just look at Earl Bamber. Not so long ago,
he was commentating with you and I.
Exactly, and he managed to claw his way into doing the Asia Pacific Porsche Championship, then the Super Cup, and then in no time at all he's here. Look at Nick Tandy. Boy, that's an even faster climb from someone who's doing respectably to someone who is now a Le Mans winner. How extraordinary.
Ironically, his biggest ambition in life is to go and be a NASCAR driver.
Not now.
If he's not under contract to Porsche and I was Ford, I'd been banging on Tandy's door right now because I reckon he'd go in a flash.
And I think there's another thing. I think there are many sports car drivers out there who feel they're the number 3 driver in a trio. They might fancy being the number 1 driver for one of Ford's cars next year. So I think they could be picking very far and wide, right across the board in the WEC.
Andrew James, a fairly simple one. Straka, one of the big fan favourites. They've done such a good job even to get to this race. Says such a shame that Straka retired. What exactly was the issue with the car? Paul, can you remember why the Straka went out?
I'm trying to remember whether it did go out. Oh yes, no, it did. It stopped halfway to the around the Dunlop curve.
Oh yes, it was a gearbox issue,
was
and they sent the mechanics out to try and get Nick Leventis to get it into gear manually, and he couldn't do it.
And they couldn't find the toolkit in the back of the car or something.
And there wasn't any growing helpfully out there.
No,
unfortunately.
that's right. Got there in the end.
Yep, thank you, Paul. Well, I knew you'd remind me. David O'Reilly has tweeted using the hashtag LMPRT to RSL_studio. What, if any, effect do you expect this race to have on upcoming LMP balance of performance or equalisation of technology by the ACO and FIA? Now, that is a knotty one. I think it will, broadly speaking, the 315 barrier didn't get broken, even in the qualifying session, and I think that was significant, Bruce.
I think that was very significant, and I also think, looking at the cars throughout the race, we only very occasionally had slightly greasy surface. It was generally dry track, but also through qualifying and practice, we've had the wet circuit. We haven't seen people throwing cars off into the barriers by and large, no more so than before. So I think we're fully within the safety element, the area that we need to be. So I think no concerns there at all.
Of course, anything that is done lives till Le Mans next year, until after Le Mans next year, the thought being that you'll never sandbag in the biggest race of the year. So the performance that we've seen from the cars, albeit with a specific body kit on here, is the performance that's real performance. And all the cars have data logging on them, all of the cars, not just the P1 cars. So what we've seen here should be the right sort of data to make those decisions from, at least.
I think so, and the fact that was spread across, you know, 3 absolutely frontline manufacturers, all of whom wanted to win this race. There was no point in sandbagging. I think if somebody sandbagged, they'd end up way too far off the pace. No one could afford to do that.
Porsche's win here surprised a few people, not least me. I'll put my hand up. I said I would. I didn't think they'd be anywhere near in contention, even by halfway. Right turn lover, RTL, nice to have your contribution here. Has, in the last 24 hours, Porsche in consistency and reliability out-Audi'd Audi. I just think they outperformed them in pace.
They did, and I mean, Paul Truswell was constantly talking about how, of course, their pit stops, they were saving 5 seconds every pit stop. You add those up across 24 hours, it really helps. Yes, they had a few incidents, but you know what? Audi were being pushed right to the edge there, and that's when things start going wrong on cars. Fair and square victory.
And I do think that the drop-off in performance we were expecting from Porsche, and we did expect the battery packs to drop away, that didn't come. They were helped by some safety cars, they were helped by some weather, but there's no asterisk there, and that's not me making excuses for anybody. They took their opportunities very well, and they managed the race very well. And that, in fairness, when I wrote a couple of things for Mobil on the Grid, actually the website, I said what you can't take away from Porsche is the nous. They have got the nous. They have the background knowledge of being here for a long time, not being here at the top class for a long time, but that doesn't take away that knowledge, that understanding of how an endurance race works, particularly here.
No, and I think last year they were pushing from too far back and taking maybe too many risks, and that is what ultimately led to the reliability problems. This year they were much more on top of their cars. Maybe they were helped by it being quite cool through the night, because the stints we saw from Nick Tandy running the 318s, 318s, Hulkenberg's doing 318s, 319s, 319s. That was what built the victory. And of course you could say the favoured one for you, the 17 Porsche, red and white one, it got a drive-through penalty, 1 minute stop-and-go penalty. Yeah. In the end, that didn't cost it the race. But it was that consistent speed for a period of about 10 hours that Audi just didn't have the answers to that.
This from, where's it gone? A number of people saying, is KC Motor Group the first Asian team to take a P2 class win at Le Mans? I think they are. Paul is packing up his bits and pieces, but we'll see.
Yeah, as far as we know it is. And also the SMP victory in GTE AM is the first Russian victory as well, as far as we can work out.
And also, whilst I've got you there, Paul, just the 19 qualifiers boring. It certainly is a white Porsche. This is hashtag the Truswell theorem. We should say that is by no means a criticism. Paul has this theory about relatively plain white Porsches that just go round and round very quickly, and things don't seem to happen to them.
The thing is that there are certain cars in every long distance race that don't draw attention to themselves, and unless you kind of look out for it, just goes past and you just, oh, there's another car. And I'm afraid that boring white Porsches often do that. And I did miss that car going past quite often because it wasn't that different from the Audis. It wasn't that different from the White Rebellion. And it didn't draw attention to itself. Whereas every time the number 17 went past, I saw it every time.
Yeah.
Didn't miss it once.
But to which point, thank goodness they painted their cars in three different colours.
Can you do it again, please? Can we not run the white cars for the rest of the season? Can we run a black one and a red one, or a red one and a white one? I suppose they'll want to keep the Le Mans winning livery.
Keep the white one now.
Ironically, of course, not on one of the full season cars. Couple of questions about Toyota here. Ben Fisher says, did the Toyotas have major troubles during the night, or is their position just down to their pace? The one car did have a little issue when Ant Davidson made a mistake. Very open and honest he was when he was talking to the guys down in the pit lane, had some damage to the right front. But broadly speaking, the two car, Alex Wirtz brought that car home in 6th position, and was 8 laps away from the lead, and that was their pace, Bruce.
That was totally their pace. They had an unremarkable race to the extent that sometimes I almost forgot they were there, because they ran round and round, take away the Ant Davidson problem. And did Buemi have a spin under a safety car, or was that in qualifying?
That was in quali, yeah. I was coming back under a red flag, actually.
But he had the same thing happened to him, and it wasn't Buemi, it was Wirtz, who had a spin in very similar circumstances in one of the early safety cars.
Okay.
Other than that, I defy you to really remember anything interesting that they did in the race. And seeing the drivers in the pits, their shoulders were down. There was nothing they can do. They just had to carry on not doing anything.
Well, here's the follow-up question then from Screezilla, who's tweeted in at RSL_studio using the hashtag LMPRT for post-race tech. Do we think that Toyota hadn't developed the car enough for this year because they're already working so hard on the car for last year, or next year? Well, I know they're working hard on next year, but Paul, you told me that they'd improved their average lap times by about 1.5-2 seconds a stint. Now, under normal circumstances, per lap, per stint, average. Under normal circumstances, you'd look at that as a year-on-year improvement and go, wow, that's pretty good, I'll take that.
The rule of thumb, and this happened even at the prologue, because like I do the numbers at the prologue, the improvement year on year, sounds like a Sainsbury's advert, around about 2% for Toyota. Looking at where they were last year, where they are this year, you look at how much of an advantage they had last year, you think, well, that's actually going to be pretty good, isn't it? But you look at where Audi were, they were at least 3%, and Porsche were round about 4%.
Remarkable.
And that's why it suddenly ended up being as close as it was at Silverstone.
Quite remarkable. You're listening to Post Race Tech on Mobil 1 91.2 FM, live from Le Mans.
Post Race Tech. Post Race Tech on RadioLeMans.com.
Bruce Jones and Paul Truswell with me, John Hindhoff. Slow zones rather than safety cars. Graham Butler, one of a number of people who wanted to debate this. He says, kind of worked for me, kept the race flowing. Did have some safety car out there for a little while. I feel there was a couple of those that actually could have been covered by slow zones. And listening to the commentary for me, Bruce, when there was a part of the track that was neutralised, but we were racing around the rest of the track, I actually found that quite exciting.
Yeah, I was surprised that so many people had strident views in the opposite direction. They only wanted safety cars. I think people should become used to slow zones, and particularly on a circuit as long as this, to go round and round behind a series of safety cars.
How many times have we heard Paul saying we've got maybe a couple of 100 metres, half a mile of track that we need to slow down on? We've got 8 miles of track that we're not using. It is a bit bonkers, that, and the slow zones address that.
Yeah, 100%. I think the drivers just have to get used to it, and it said the drivers just need to learn how to behave when there's been an incident.
That was me to Johnny Morland.
One in the middle.
Yes.
It's like a lot of these things. It needs improvement, and I think the reason we had safety cars was because part of the problem incident that we had was a slow zone induced incident here, and that was an awkward looking incident, and it might have been worse, although I always prefer accidents where everybody's on the brakes rather than accidents where everybody's trying to accelerate, but there was a bit of both on that one. a lot of it is about just getting people used to doing things in a certain way. But I think we do need to improve the safety procedure, but it needs to be thought about, and there is an answer somewhere in between all of this. The thing I don't like about slow zones is it makes my job difficult, because analysing average lap times when you don't know quite where the slow zone was and which cars got affected by it is a real...
That's a fair point.
Yeah,
because if it's a short slow zone and it doesn't last a whole lap, or
then some cars get
some
affected.
Get it once, some get it twice,
some get it no times.
Yeah, because you've been in the pits. Yes, good point.
And that's where it makes my life
statistically
difficult
it's a nightmare
to analyse. But it also makes it difficult for the teams, because some of them will suddenly, because you'll luck in, you'll get just through ahead of the incident, and then the bloke behind will get caught.
And it can cost them 20 seconds.
Yes,
Easily. Do you think trying to gain 20 seconds in the regular running of a race?
I just think it's the lesser of many evils. The issue always with multi-class racing is that the more you try to do to mitigate safety cars, yellow flags, slow zones across the classes, the bigger trouble you get yourself into, because what you do over here has an effect over there, and then there's a knock-on here. This from Alfred Wallace, the brilliantly monitored Cadpig, just wants to say that the class showed by Audi is something every team should aspire to. Bravo. Not a question there, but an observation, and we've asked for that here on Post-Race Tech. And it brings us actually to our Spirit of the Race nominations and awards. Sorry, Bob. And a number of notable mentions, honourable mentions. Where's the thingy off the end, though? The little foamy bit. First of all, to Gary Hirsch in the 41 car for trying to get the battery sorted. Nismo for getting their cars back out. Corvette, just the sheer pluck that they showed to get their car through and to win it after the horrible look that the 64 car said at the early part of the week. If they won it, that would be a bit of a fairy tale, certainly was. To the Collars team, and this was someone that the set of guys that you watched working very hard, Bruce, overnight. The fuel pump and the pressure issues that they were getting, they just smiled through it, got it, and pushed that car back out again. Many people, including me, hand up, I had them down as the first retirement, and they made it to the end. They might not be classified, I think they're just outside of 70%, but they got that car home. Magic stuff from them.
They're outside 70%.
The outside of 70, thank you, Paul. Dr. Ulrich got a lot of late mentions at the end for going straight down with a couple of laps to go to Porsche. We kind of expect that from Dr. Yu now. He's that type of person.
You do. But it's good to see, and other sports could look on and learn.
I absolutely agree. I love to see when the Aston and the Corvette guys go and shake each other's hand, ice hockey style, before the start of the race. We used to be able to see that from our old vantage point.
Not just other sports, other branches of motorsport, I think, as well.
I absolutely agree. It was close, but by a reasonable margin. I respect Spirit of the Race award for Le Mans 2015 goes to Nick Tandy. For so many different reasons. If you know Nick's backstory and where he's come from, and some of the tragedy that he's had to come through as well, for him to be where he is today, to have put in that performance after a bit of sometimes a difficult start with Porsche, but to be standing atop the podium with the whole of the pit lane full of people, and just what he's put in today, recognised by the audience. And by the way, kudos to Sky Sports. I was rather cynically, perhaps, but that is me, suggesting that perhaps the headlines would be all about the Formula One stars. Unfortunately, of course, all the Formula One journals are doing exactly that. But Sky Sports leading tonight back in the UK with Britain's Nick Tandy wins Le Mans. And that, some kudos for that. And there's a little wobble in my voice as I say that. Sadly, as I said, the other tweets from some of the journalists was Nico Hulkenberg beats Aussie Grit at Le Mans, which, you know, we might have. Nick, you are, I respect, Spirit of the race winner. We're on Post-Race Tech. More in just a moment.
Post-Race Tech on RadioLeMans.com.
Bruce and Paul with me. We might just even swap Paul out while he's doing some stuff in a minute. How far away do we think from seeing hybrid GT race cars, and will it happen? Split decision on that, because they want to keep the costs and the complexity down, Bruce, and at the moment it's another case of it's not broke, why fix it? Okay, GTE's not in rude health, but Ford have just committed to the current GTE regs.
Yeah, just as you were proposing that, I found myself sort of sucking in through my teeth thinking, No, I think at the top end it's really, really clear what they're doing, and I think we've got the mixture just right. I mean, the fact we've got 4 manufacturers pitching for it there, and that does clearly feed back to their road cars. But GT at the moment, I think, is, particularly with the arrival of Ford, is very strong. And as you say, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And those cars we talked throughout the race, they're flat out from start to finish. There's nothing complicated about them. They're just performance cars that look great and sound even better. Keep them as they are. That's my view.
Reason to worry about Toyota's future in LMP1, or will they be back stronger in 2016? I've got to say, by far the most questions here have come about Toyota, who were red-hot favourites last year. We know they're already developing next year's car. We know they're already committed at least through next year and possibly further through into the new set of regulations. They are now funded, their race programme is now funded by Road Car R&D. They'll have a battery pack next year, I predict absolutely confidently. I think the supercapacitor has done its job. It's a sexy sounding thing, it's worked, but if you're going to have 8 megajoules or maybe more next year, and who knows how that will work out, Bruce, I think it will be battery. And I think, unfortunately, we will see a little bit of the loss of variety as the manufacturers might keep their different power plants. I hear Toyota may be working on a new engine as well, but I think that lithium-ion batteries, particularly after this one here by Porsche, they might well just be seeing everybody graduating towards them.
That would surprise me not at all. Would I be concerned about Toyota maybe withdrawing in the future? Well, if Nissan wasn't coming up on the rails, of course there's a big performance difference between them at the moment, but Nissan will certainly be making big strides through the rest of this year onto next year. They're there to keep Toyota honest, and Toyota want to be way, way out ahead of them. They'll fight back because their noses are out of joint at the moment. I think you can look at it no other way.
Well, and I mean, the highs and lows of Le Mans. Last year, we all thought they were going to win the race. They almost did, but they took something out of it saying, well, we could have won that race. And you know, had a decent battle, won the World Championship, could start this season with 1 and 2. They've not been a factor.
No, they haven't. I mean, at Silverstone, they were as close as they've been. They became slightly anonymous at Spa, and here they became almost wholly anonymous, which is extraordinary in a 24-hour race. You always expect a couple of, if the front teams are entering 3 cars each, maybe one of those will fall down. They'll be fighting over 5th and 6th. They weren't.
We talked about the big strides forward, Paul. What interested me was, and I thought the disadvantage to Toyota would be not necessarily their pace, but only having 2 cars. That wasn't a factor here because the cars ahead of them were all relatively reliable, and Toyota didn't lose a car anywhere. That only having the 2 bullets. Everybody says you can't win Le Mans with just 2 cars, but that wasn't a factor here.
No. I mean, their line has always been consistent. Is that they would rather have 2 strong cars than have 3 cars and dilute the effort. They've also been consistent that it is to do with budget, and it's to do with how much money is available in the pot. And again, they've always been consistent about that. Budgets are not limitless. I mean, you look at Toyota, you look at even Porsche, and you look at Audi. They are not completely limitless. Everybody has their limit of budget, and Toyota had to make some tough choices on the way here, and those were the choices they made, and they stuck with them. And one of the reasons that I kind of did this wacky vote for them as Spirit of the Race Award was that they played the cards that they had been dealt, and they played them very well. They played them as well as they could. If there was one criticism, it was one error of judgment by Anthony Davidson when he was driving the car, and he just made a bad decision which led to the car being crashed and spending 3 laps in the pits being repaired. Apart from that, every decision was right.
Toyota have the skills, they had the opportunity last year, and they certainly have the facilities, Bruce, to do something quite extraordinary.
They do, but you have to have all your ducks lined up, I'm afraid, and it was a moving target. I mean, we're at an extraordinary age in sports car racing. Quantum leaps of performance. Paul was talking moments ago about 2% being a good annual gain, year-on-year gain. We're way ahead of that. How much it'll be for next year? Will it go back to being only 2%? I don't know. They just were caught short, and there's no other way we can say anything about it. That's just how it is, and that's the scale of the situation for them this year. Can they recover anything in the later races? Well, I don't know. What do you think, John?
I think what we need to see from them is the same sort of zeal that we saw from them when they first came here, even though they knew that they weren't going to be super competitive. They were prepared to put a couple of cars in here and run the cars. Remember, they came early and they did the best that they possibly could. And I thought that was quite brave. Maybe we need to see that bravery in the same way that Audi have gone a different way on their aero. Maybe we need to see a little bit of bravery from Toyota. The R&D from the road car thing is very interesting, but I hope that doesn't hold back their creativity.
My thoughts entirely. They've got to have a clear shot at what they need to do. They'll start having very clear ideas now what they need to do. Maybe there's got to be some internal convincing of important people of the route they've got to take. But for the powers that be at Toyota, they'll see they were roundly beaten by Porsche and Audi. So I think they've got to let the team have its head.
It's been a good post-race tech here from Le Mans. Finish on this thought from Declan Brennan. Hi, Dex. I know you've been tuned in right throughout, and great pitching from CJ as well this weekend. 50 years of Ford coming back to Le Mans. Surely they've got to have Scott Dixon in the car. It's not a bad thought, is it, to think that Dixie could be here. Another Antipodean after the sort of results that we've seen here. The Kiwis have reigned here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2015. Thanks for being a part of it. I'm John Hindhaugh on behalf of everyone here at Radio Show Limited. Our 10th Le Mans 24 Hours. I hope you'll join us a couple of weeks' time for IMSA Radio at the Glen. Bye for now.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.